pharmacist. He's a Glober on your side. He thinks I'm a scientist because I'm a janitor.
No, that's I can't discount you for that, but you're not a okay, I won't give you guys the, what do you call it? The appealing to authority fallacy.
I'll tell you what I am is a big dog. Okay, that's what I am. I'll bark at you like DMX.
Shit, out of Mike X-ray. Don't do it.
So what do you think? 14.7 pounds per square inch pressing down. We go to somewhere where there's 14.6 pounds per square inch pressing down.
At sea level, right?
Does that mean when we go to 14.6, there's less pounds pressing down?
Do you hang on? I'll just ask you this question because the pressure at sea level is 14.7 psi. It's 29.92 inches of mercury barometric pressure, or 13.12 hectopascals of atmospheric pressure at sea level. 14.7 psi. So do you agree that there's a pressure gradient as we go up every 1,000 feet?
Would you say I tuned out?
Of course you did, because you can't handle the truth.
I was watching a.
So when you go up to the top of Mount Everest, why at the top of Mount Everest at 29,000 feet? And you probably can't get your head around the temperatures, but at sea level in degrees Celsius, at sea level, which it very rarely is, the international standard atmosphere is the pressure you just said, and all those, the hectopascals and the inches of mercury I just said, it's very rarely that on any day. That's the international standard atmosphere, agreed. That's the average. So on the top of Mount Everest at 29,500 feet, or whatever the fuck it is, why would water boil at 60 degrees Celsius?
Dude, what the fuck does that have to do with my question?
I'm leading on from your question. Or are you
Can
trying
you
to
just answer my
deviate away from
question
it?
and then we'll? Can you just answer my question and then we'll carry on?
Can you repeat your question, because I've obviously forgotten it because it was that fucking weird.
Okay, you're at 14.7 pounds per square inch pressing down.
Like we just talked about.
Then you go to an area where you're 14.6 pounds per square inch pressing down. Is there less or more or the same pressing down when you go to 14.6?
Do you really want me to answer that?
No, I've only asked you 3 times. I wouldn't. Don't even bother. It's fine.
I'm not going to answer that, because that's like a kindergarten teacher asking a child what the answer is. Like a kindergarten teacher going, fuck, am I right or am I wrong, or am I right or am I wrong?
You're more like a first grader.
So what do you reckon if 0.1 of something gets taken away? What do you think the answer is?
I asked you.
I'm not answering such a stupid question if you don't know the answer.
I don't know how stupid it is. Kosho had to think about it for a few minutes. We had a whole big debate on it yesterday. I don't think it's really that stupid.
Okay, well, now Kosho had to think about it. I'll have to think about it.
Yeah, he's in preschool though.
Yeah, Kosho's.
Yeah, well, I just got into middle school, so I'll fucking think about it. Whatever.
You're gonna be in middle school one day, big dog. But today, you're in fucking kindergarten.
I'm going to middle school tomorrow. Shut the fuck up.
You'll never get your grade 10.
Do you
So
know what 14.7 psi means? It means for 1 square inch, all the air above
Yeah.
you.
It says it's
Oh, you
not
do?
science and rockets, big dog.
Oh, okay, because a lot of your people's gonna figure this out. There for every square inch, if you took a square inch of column all the way up to outer space, that column of air,
Keep
the
going.
weight
Keep
the
going.
weight of it. I'm gonna the column of air, the weight of that 1 square inch column of air all the way up weighs. Guess how much it weighs at sea level? Guess how much,
It
Jessica?
weighs how much the pressure is. Guess how much it weighs at the top.
At the top of what?
At the top of the column of air that is the weight pressing down upon that column to cause that pressure. How much does
I
the
don't know. How much does it weigh? How much does the top weigh?
Nothing.
0?
Yeah, that's the Kármán line, bitch.
0 psi.
Oh, no. Next to nothing. Enough to call it a vacuum.
So not 0.
So, okay, so Jeremy, when in the history of mankind has anyone in the world, on the flat Earth or the globe Earth, needed to contain absolutely nothing within a container?
Dude, I don't know. You're the one that said 0. I was just making sure. Now you said not 0. So I'm wondering what the actual number is.
Well, you brought it up. You brought
You
up the
brought it
pressure
up.
gradient. No, you brought up the pressure gradient. What does 14.7 mean?
No, you brought up the pressure gradient.
On
But you
top of
called
it.
it a pressure gradient. He just said
And
PSI.
I said what that weight of the pressure weighs.
Then you're like,
And
that
I
must
said,
be.
and then I said, what does the top of that weight of column of air weigh?
Yeah. What
'Cause
does
you
it weigh?
didn't
I
answer.
still don't know. I still
You
don't know
didn't
what it
answer.
weighs. What does it weigh, Jazza? You told me 0. That was wrong. I don't know. Do you have the correct answer or?
Okay, so if your weight at sea level, are we speaking in? We're obviously if we're measuring
Dude,
in
how much does the
psi.
top weigh, bro?
If
How
we're
much does the
measuring in
top weigh?
psi, hang on. You caught yourself here. If you're measuring in
No, I
psi,
caught you. You said it was
then
0.
the
You were
pressure
wrong.
at
What's
the
the
weight
answer?
of the bottom of that column is 14.7
We
psi.
know. I told you that 5
Uh,
minutes ago. Now you told me
no
what it was
sh-
at the top.
no
You
shit.
told me it
So
was
the top
0
of
at
that
the top, and you
column,
were
that
wrong.
top
Do you
of
have the
that
right
column,
answer?
that top of the column is no pressure, so no weight.
So 0.
0. There's the Kármán line. There's space,
So that's a
bitch.
perfect vacuum.
No, I told you before, not a perfect
0 is a
vacuum.
perfect vacuum.
I never said that. I said not a perfect. I accentuated that exquisitely with palm trees and resort islands around you, saying
Yeah, I
it's
know.
not
You're
a
contradicting
fucking
yourself. That's the
exquisite.
problem. The problem is you're contradicting yourself if you say it's 0 and it's not a perfect vacuum. You're contradicting
I
yourself in one
said
sentence.
it's
It's
not
awesome.
at a perfect vacuum. I said that.
Yeah, I know you said not a perfect vacuum, but you're saying the pressure is 0. You're contradicting yourself in one sentence. It's ridiculous.
I
Snacks is
said.
laughing at you. Snacks is laughing at you.
I don't care if Snacks is laughing at me. He's a flat earther. He's fucking retarded. All I said was that the pressure is so little that it can be considered as a vacuum.
So not 0.
Not 0, but
Okay,
0.0000 as good as the fuck as you want it to be, close to 0.
dude, that's not even a real number.
Not enough atmosphere.
You have an actual
Not
real
enough
number.
atmosphere to fly an airplane. Not enough atmosphere for you to breathe for even 1/500th of a second. There are molecules of air there, but it's good enough to be called a vacuum.
So not 0.
Not a vacuum cleaner. It's you're not going to fucking put a fucking mask on your lungs and it's going to suck the air out of your lungs that you desperately need. All it's going to do is you're going to take a breath up that high, and within half a second at that high, quarter of a second, 1/10 of a second, there's not enough air to breathe.
But not 0
It-
psi.
It's a vacuum.
What's the
I never
number?
said
Jazza,
anything
do you
about a
actually have the
PSI,
number?
you fucking gay cunt.
Dude, don't call names, Jazza. Come on.
I thought he just said a 0 PSI.
No, I said 0. I said so not 0 psi. Is it 0 or is it not 0?
Okay, well, you can see how I got that constrained after his fucking
We're
retardedness.
talking about psi. You went to penises.
Are we grading this on a bell end curve?
You said PSI.
I said psi. You automatically think penises.
Right.
Well, maybe
That's
you
okay.
should
You got confused.
reconsider your words.
You got dick on the brain.
You got dick on the brain, fucking saying
You're the one that
PSI.
brought up.
Who's fucking
You're the
looking
one
at
that.
that?
Dogs.
I said psi, dude.
All right, Jeremy, fucking skanks. Fucking.
What's the number, dude? Is it 0 or not 0?
It's close enough to 0 to be close enough to a billion.
Is it 1
Less
To
or
a
less
billion?
than 1?
It's close enough to 0 to be a billion.
Okay, so do you think if there's 17 particles of atmospheric air and 1 square kilometer on the moon, do you think that means that the atmosphere goes to the moon? Is that what you think? Is that what you're saying? Are you just being dumb fucking assholes, or what the fuck are you doing?
I don't know. I made a good point. I told you with the column of Airwade, my numbers were real, and you're
Yeah,
just
I told
making
you.
it up. It sounds like I don't know. You're not giving me any accurate information. I'm more confused now, having talked to you. I feel like this whole thing was a waste of time. I don't know.
Oh well, go listen to what's it doesn't get shit and fucking rock yourself to sleep with the knowledge that
I'll fucking rock
incredibly
you to sleep.
intelligent motherfucker tells you.
So we're going from
I'll fucking sing you a lullaby.
almost 0 at the top, 14.7 at the bottom.
14.7 at the bottom.
Can you imagine if that was a parfait?
Minus 17
Delicious.
to the power of what the fuck? You guys say it all the time. That's next to absolutely nothing.
You don't need to interrupt me when I'm talking
science and
about
rockets.
parfait comparisons. You know,
It's not
parfaits are
science and
delicious.
rockets. Sorry, go ahead.
So what is the rocket pushing off when it's 0 with sparse atmosphere? Willpower. What's a rocket pushing off in space by this definition? You got 0, or you're saying so close to 0 as if close to a billion is to a trillion. Go on.
I'm going to have to go out for a smoke. I'm going to try not to split my head on a fucking concrete power pole because I'm talking to some dumb fucks. Not you guys.
Right.
What, those
But
dumb
Go
fucks in
smoke.
your
Go
head?
smoke your
but I'll come
cigarette.
and try and explain it when I get back in a couple of minutes. Holy
Honestly,
fuck.
please don't explain anything to us. From what you just explained to me with the 0 pressure at the top, I mean, Jesus.
Jeremy, I could explain to you how to tie your shoelaces and you'd still trip over on the way to collect your fucking welfare check in the morning, you dumb fuck.
Dude, you couldn't explain how to take a piss.
Big dog action here early in the morning. Pre-coffee, but now coffee's going to get made, so...
I know, I'm going to make some coffee right now, too. This is fucking obnoxious.
Yeah, overpowering. I'm overpowering.
This is how the day's going to go right here, Snacks. Get ready. You better fucking buckle up.
Oh, man. We're going to rise up, dude. We'll take this day back.
Fucking buckle up. Click it or ticket.
Oh, man. So all speed bumps all day today. It's going to be. Jazz it. Stop being a speed bump, bro. Yeah, I was just talking some game about AI, and all of a sudden I think he's just afraid that I'm really saying like, oh, it's going to replace you. You won't be able to fly a helicopter no more. You won't be important either.
They won't. Flying, driving, any shit like that, driving a train, whatever that's called, conducting. It's not going to be necessary.
Or like pretty much anybody could do it, with a little help. I mean, that's where he's at. That's not even where I was going. Yeah, I'm just saying it's categorically to the point where AI is certainly something that can be weaponized. It's dangerous. It's almost dangerous. That's how good AI is, and that's
Well, real AI is the most dangerous thing we could ever make at this point. Like a real AI, not this AI, this Chat GPT thing. It's
right.
not like a real AI.
It doesn't have real memories. It won't plead with you to not turn it off. Yeah, it's not like a. You could program it to like act like a human trapped in a box, or like you could program it to do all types of things, man. And we're already programmed to believe that it can happen. We're already programmed to believe that the AIs can be programmed to be like us. That's how we're programmed from TV for that shit. We don't really have any knowledge of anything like that. That's why, I mentioned it to this Kiwi over here. He's got images of Daleks in his head, and afraid of shit from in a Doctor Who understanding of the universe.
Wait, I just come back.
Well,
Did I hear a Doctor Who understanding of the universe?
yeah, I say AI, you're like, oh no, I'm afraid of Daleks, and then you proceed with the conversation from that point. I'm not wrong. Search your feelings.
Yeah. No, you're not wrong at all.
Because you're an alarmist. As much as you attack me for being paranoid, you must be a little bit much of that. Because do I seem paranoid?
Yeah.
No.
Every
If
flat
if I was
earther,
paranoid, I'd be like OCD about things. If I was paranoid, right?
anyone that thinks that any world government is lying to them, yes, they do lie. But what you're not understanding is that every democratic government in the Western world changes government every 4 to 8 to 12 years. So did Obama, when Trump took over, did he go, hey, Mr. Trump, the earth's flat, just shut the fuck up and just get on with things, okay? Don't say anything.
Okay.
It's bad impression.
I don't mind it, right? And I think you're kind of anchored in Texas. You shot off to like California coast, so your geography is a little off with that. But otherwise,
Yeah.
I
Bad
appreciate
impression.
the attempt. I don't know why I don't hear more Australians trying to do a Western accent. Seems like it's right in your wheelhouse.
I'm a Kiwi that's very that had me run the
Whatever.
guts.
You're an aspirational Australian, but whatever. I think it's
They're
you don't really have your own
the
thing going
opposite
on.
way around, but
You're saying Australians want to be like New Zealanders?
yeah, they're all coming here.
All right. Why? Lord of the Rings? Probably.
Probably, yeah. Good ski fields, temperate climates.
Dumb cunts for days.
Oh, you're talking about Australia now, mate. Fuck. Well, no, I don't.
You don't have a giant desert expanse in here?
No.
That's good.
No, we got 35, 40 degrees in the summer and minus 20 degrees Celsius in the winter.
Are there any volcanoes in that area? None?
In the North Island.
Oh, okay, there are. So it's like all just, yeah.
Did you not hear of Waikiri, White Island? And was that 2021, 2020, just before COVID? Fucking blew up and killed a shit ton of people.
So you're basically like on an atoll of some sort. That's like a butte or something that's volcanic. That's like putting out material. Still,
We're 1,822,000 kilometers east of Australia, and then pretty much in the southern Pacific Ocean, it's just South America and Antarctica.
how does it feel to have such a weak pole star? Like when I think of things, sometimes I'll be like, "That's my North Star." I use it metaphorically, but it's because it's so good. It's such a dope star. And then, but you can't really feel like that.
Well, no, they were talking about that earlier on 24/7 and saying that it doesn't exist, but I can see it from here.
No, obviously you guys confirmed it exists. Well, I'm not going to fly down there to confirm it or just prove it. But what I'm just saying is like, it's
But
so
you got to
weak.
get your own evidence. Why wouldn't you fly down here to see it?
But it's so weak. No, even if I get it, it's so weak. Like I'd need like really good conditions and optics, and it'd be a trick to capture. I believe,
No,
based on the scarcity of like the average person capturing it. But I'm just like, is it weaker? Like, does your life feel weaker because you have such a weak pole star? Ours is awesome.
Yeah, but see, the funny thing is that
In the inside of the flat Earth dish is like better than the outside. I don't know how you have a pole star, even. I don't know how that's possible on the flat Earth.
The most amusing thing is that you guys can say that you've got North Pole star polar circumnavigation observations, but that's because the fucking North Pole is land quite all the way up there. There's nothing from the south of New Zealand, the south of South America, south of Australia, and south of Africa. It's a
You're trying to
fucking
use the
long way.
land. You're using the land to describe and explain actually why the southern celestial star is weaker in magnitude than the North Star. So that's a good proof. Thanks for that. No, thanks to that big dog logic, dog.
Okay, another big dog logic is that you guys go that in the Arctic, there's more plants and animals. And that's because there's land masses there for them to fucking travel there. There's fucking 5,000 kilometers of water to get to Antarctica, and you guys go, oh, there's only penguins there. That proves that the Earth's flat. Holy fucking shit. No wonder there's only fucking penguins there, because that's all the cunts that can swim and get on land, on ice. Oh, there's seals there too, and killer whales. But they don't crawl up onto land, because they can't, because there's no land for them to crawl up onto the ice on.
I stepped away to make some coffee, and you do not disappoint. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Cheers. Hopefully you learned something.
Sick. So you're talking about creatures on the land. That's going to affect the. I mean, more people live in the northern hemisphere for a reason, probably, and I'll say it's because we got a better pole star. What do you think?
I think it's because you got more land mass. I could be wrong. Like fucking 60, 70% more land mass.
You're saying southern hemisphere to jump off then?
Southern hemisphere's got fuck all.
I mean, literally the jump off.
No, No, the Earth's not flat. So the quicker you realize that, the quicker you'll be able to gain friends and family back,
No,
get your friends back, and not seem fucking insane.
No, you're saying that like the southern hemisphere. Do you fear the hemis?
No, I love the hemis.
Yeah, like a little pita chips or something. Dope.
No, it's
The
not that I
hemisphere-
love it. It's
Okay.
not that I love it. I know and can prove that it's here. And why would I not love it?
Right. Do you think hummus could curve into a ball though? If there was enough hummus.
If there was two half amounts of hummus, then they could form a hemisphere. Sure, that would be a natural occurrence.
Yeah, I know you believe that.
If you got two half spheres, half discs of hummus, and rolled it backwards and forwards, do you think it would form a sphere or a cigar or what the fuck?
You
do
think you can
would...
lose me in this abstract comparison? No, of course
No,
not.
I'm not trying to lose you. I'm just trying to.
If you rolled a hemisphere back and forth, of course it would become a cylindrical baguette like tube, type of tube, I guess.
Yeah, but what if it had a collision at one end of the tube and spun it around 90 degrees and then it rolled? Would it form a sphere? I don't know.
Does it have tractor beams on it or not? You're talking about rolling it with your hands,
Well, no, you don't have to have a tractor beam. All you have to do is, as the cylinder's coming towards you at speed, just poke one finger on one end and see if it turns around 90 degrees. And then continue the same path.
Well, you're not rolling it out. So where's the rollout?
Yeah, you're making it into a sphere. You don't want to.
You're just going around circles.
Because the flat Earth's so fucking simple. Because you never understood reality.
Jazza, what's the number for the top of the column? What's it weigh?
I'm just going to say 0. The top of the pressure gradient, we can call it 0 because that's where the Kármán line is, and that's where the pressure gradient. That's why, Jeremy, I've said to you a million times before, and I think you've said you've got kids. I think I might have heard one of them in the background, and that's why they say on an airliner at 30,000 feet, you're 93% above the atmosphere, and that's why they say, in the event of a depressurization, put your mask on first, and then put your kids on. Because it takes literally seconds. By the time you put your mask on, the wee fellas, they'll probably conk out for a second. But if you fuck around trying to put one of their masks on, you'll be conked out and you won't be able to put the other ones on. That's why they say.
So what's the number at the top? You said 0, but not 0?
I think he was like saying it was 0 with air quotes.
It's no. What I'm saying is it's close enough to 0 to be called 0.
So 0.
To be classified as 0.
So 0 air pressure.
And that's 60,000 feet above where an airliner flies, what I was just talking about.
That's a perfect vacuum, 0.
No, I never said that.
You literally have been saying 0 this whole. So not 0. So do you have a number or no?
I said 0 earlier, and I said it's
classified you said we'll
as
0.
No, hang on. I said it's classified as 0, but it's not technically 0. Go back and have a listen if you want.
So technically, what is it? Because I gave you my numbers. And they were very specific. Do you have a number or no? Or are you just talking nonsense?
It's close enough to 0. It's enough to 0 that above 40,000 feet, if you fuck around, like I just said, you will stop breathing. because there's not enough air to allow you to breathe. And then it goes far beyond that. Like another fucking 60, 80,000 feet. That space where there's not enough molecules in the air to stop the space station or a space shuttle. It's not science and rockets. Fuck's sake.
Ooh, what's up?
He's saying 0. It sounds like.
Hey, what's up? What's up? Are you okay? Are you all right? Okay. All right.
Jeremy's fixing boo-boos.
Don't tell your fucking kids this, man. Jesus fuck.
Could you stay on the topic of 0? Why you have to air quote it?
No, I didn't say that. I heard a child in the background and I just said, don't fucking teach your children the shit that you don't understand.
I don't.
That's all I said. Well within my rights. If you can't get the zeros up there, then I have every right to say that.
You don't want to answer the question so much that you're just declaring you have the right to dash off into anything you feel like.
Okay, sorry, really quick. What was your question that was bullshit? But
What is
carry
Jeremy's
on.
question? We're just trying to figure out if you're saying 0 or something like 0.
I've
Because it
said
really
it
does.
so many fucking
No, could you
times.
qualify it? Could you just qualify? That's all right.
Do
why
I
Jeremy
have to
was.
do it again?
You know what? I'm not seeking the clarity. Jeremy was seeking the clarity on it. But
did you get at least what I was saying?
It's because you say, because you to start your answer, you were like, well, we could call it 0. Call it 0 doesn't mean it is 0. It means that we're just calling it 0.
Okay. Well,
and now it's the you didn't say that, and that you said something else. But okay.
Okay. Well, really, just quickly, should we? Let's just talk about this other fucking thing. The boat's going over the horizon, a little sailboat.
What?
And you guys go,
what?
It's same fucking thing, dipshit. A little sailboat getting further and further away, and you got to drag it back with your fucking telescope. It hasn't gone over the fucking horizon yet.
This is out of the category of what I was talking about, but you just go ahead. I don't give a fuck.
Okay, I need another smoke because I haven't decided whether I'm gonna.
You can have 2 smokes, maybe. You might need them.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely need them. Talking to you, dumb cunts.
Yeah, obviously.
Jesus.
Fucking globetards in here.
Greetings.
Greetings, child.
Greetings, Buddha person.
Hello.
Namaste.
Can you hear?
Oh, namaste. You've got what's it? Doesn't get shit, and another realm has entered the complex.
Mic check.
You checked out.
Mic check. What's it all about? I bet you don't know what you're about to
How
shout.
is it down under over there, brother? Huh?
Yeah. You are speaking.
Yeah, I asked the guy from down under, how's he doing?
He doesn't know what's going on, so he's fine.
What's he smoking on? A cig or some crack?
He said he's sipping on scissor.
Okay.
He's been mixing up some lean for the last 45 minutes. So.
He's sipping on his. You
That
weaning
sounds
off of
fun,
medicine
actually.
or what?
What's the question?
Where'd you come from, sir? JS
I'm
Bach.
from the heart of Babylon. Israel. Have you heard
You're
of
from
Israel?
Israel? Yeah,
Yep.
you sound like you're from Canada or something.
Oh, fuck Canada, bro.
You sound like you're from fucking Ontario or Ottawa or some shit. Some shit that begins with an
Nah,
O.
nah. Hell nah. I'm
Sorry, I got
American,
accent
bro.
Sorry.
GPS. We'll figure this out.
I was born in New York.
Sound like you're from Omaha. So you definitely sound like you're from somewhere with an O. Oh, New York? I live in New York. Where in New York?
From Brooklyn. I was born in Brooklyn. I lived there in Mill Basin. Have you heard of Mill Basin?
No, I used to live in Greenpoint though. Back in the day.
Oh, is that
Cool.
upstate
Yeah,
or?
no.
Greenpoint
Yeah, where is that?
in Brooklyn,
Oh, you lived in Brooklyn also. No, haven't
just
heard
for a
of
minute. I
Greenpoint.
live upstate now.
Oh, nice. A lot better.
It's the
Yeah,
working
so many
conditions.
people are flooding out of the city to come up here.
Hey, so let me ask you, how's upstate? Like, I'm trying to find some land to buy in New Hampshire in a few years, probably next
Vermont is
year.
the move, bro. Vermont's the move. The
Why
gun
why
laws are
Vermont?
the gun laws are fire, bro. There are none. First day I went to live in Vermont for a little while. First day there, I went and just bought a pistol straight up.
You know,
You can
Vermont compared to New Hampshire is like New Hampshire is way more free than Vermont. Like you got no sales tax, no income tax. Um, to live free or die state, you know?
I mean, yeah, go for it, no doubt.
No income
Are you
taxes.
a Glober? Are you a Glober or a flat earther? Or are you like undecided?
Fuck no, bro. You serious, bro?
Hardcore Glober, you said? All right, I've got you penciled in the Glober category, no doubt.
I am not a Glober.
All right.
It's just what you were
Erase
taught,
that.
bro. And we just keep
I
treating him like
am.
he's a Glober for 15 minutes. No, I'm just joking. It'd be funny. That's a funny idea.
Hey there, Snack. How's you?
How could one believe in the globe, bro? Come on. Come on.
Crazy, right?
Want me to bust it right now? Want me to bust your model right now?
Bust it up. Bust them up.
All right, you ready, bro?
We're ready.
Put your
Let's hear it.
seatbelt on.
Hold my beer.
All right, you ready? So, according to the heliocentric model right there, the Earth's speed around the sun is constantly accelerating and slowing down. All right. They don't tell you that shit. Now, why can't I feel that
What do you
shit, bruh?
think, Jazza? I
Why
feel
can't
you.
I feel that shit, bruh?
I feel you. I'm telling you right now, I feel you, bro. Jazza, what do you think? Jazza's the big dog Glober on the block.
Come on, Jazz.
Well, doesn't the sun in the south have to move faster when it's in the south to make
The
it
sun
around?
does, yeah, the sun does slightly speed up and slow down throughout the course of a year, yes.
Well, the Earth's rotation around the sun and rotation around itself also has to accelerate and slow down according to that big oval path it takes around the sun. So it's not a constant speed. It's not a perfect circle around the sun. Therefore, the further it gets away, the slower the rotation around the Earth itself becomes, and the faster the rotation around the sun becomes.
Dude, how long have you been in the argument?
I ain't arguing with anybody, brother.
Oh, I mean, they call it the globe flat earth argument, but that's kind of a
I've
2015 question.
yeah, 2016, 17.
Yeah.
But I've always been into space and all that shit. So it was pretty easy for me to figure out the truth. But what I just showed you right now, this debunks the whole heliocentric model because they claim you cannot
Yeah.
feel the movement of the earth because it is constant speed, but it is not constant. So therefore you should somehow detect any kind of movement but you don't. It's over,
I think
bro.
don't they say something like it takes 6 months that acceleration happens over a 6 month period. So it's not like
Well, them
something that
retards
we have
say you don't
we have
feel
the ability
anything.
to feel it.
Them retards say you don't feel anything because it's constant. But once you look into it and use your common sense, you can see it cannot be constant according to what they say. It has to vary. The speed has to vary. So, what the fuck are you gonna say? Like, fuck, I could see boats and lighthouses from tens of miles away, but fuck that. Fuck that. Explain me this. Explain me this, bro. This is all bullshit, bro. We're not fucking moving 60,000, whatever, 100,000 miles an hour, and fucking in the winter we're moving 200,000 miles an hour and you can't feel shit. Fuck you, bro. You think I'm retarded? Do you think I'm fucking retarded, bro? You tell me I'm fucking moving and the whole earth is moving, you fucking stupid. Not even talking about standing in the North Pole. Wouldn't you like not have any like you would barely be spinning according, like if you were on the equator you'd be like flying off the ball. You fucking stupid, bro. Fucking retarded.
Well, I'm gonna give you a bit of friendly advice. Not necessarily anything to do with the globe, but on this server, we try to progress the conversation in not necessarily friendly way, but
I'm
maybe
being
a
friendly, brother.
less. Well,
I
I
think you're
know,
doing
Yeah,
fine.
but I can sense that you could probably cross the line on the terms of on the policy over here. Just be
Well,
careful,
I
you know.
have just one term, brother, and that's freedom of speech. So if anybody got a problem, that's fine. I could leave, but I don't think I'm upsetting anybody. That's just how I talk.
it's fine. Just don't do any like personal attacks or insults or
Yeah,
anything.
I
So it'll
won't
be fine.
harm anybody. I'm just expressing my feelings through words and energy, you know. But anybody got an answer for that?
Yeah,
For
that's they
an
just say that
explanation?
it happens that acceleration happens over such a long period of time that the human body is not equipped to sense that acceleration.
Maybe human bodies would not, but believe me, there are many things that would be able to sense that. Especially if you're talking about weight. Like, wouldn't weight change? Wouldn't your weight change according to where you're standing on a globe,
It
according to how
does.
fast it's spinning?
It does. It's measurable.
Wouldn't you weigh a lot less on the equator?
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, how much less?
I don't. It's like
Zero point
uh,
zero 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 fucking 1 gram.
no. It's more than that. It's measurable. You can measure it on a
No,
sensitive
it's
enough
not
scale.
measurable, bro. It's not
Oh,
measurable,
okay.
bro. Come
Well,
on.
it is in contention. We've talked about that
Well,
over the last couple of days. That in which it brought up that possibly it has to do with the atmospheric pressure causing that variance that's been measured. So you don't know. You know, might be
basically, you would
one,
be
might be the other.
weightless if you were on the equator because you'd be flying off.
Well,
You
the
ever been
Earth
on?
would have to spin 17 times faster than we say it is for to neutralize the effect of gravity. So 17 times
And
faster
what?
than it's spinning.
Where? Like, how fast is it spinning then? Right now?
One once every 24 hours.
Yeah, but how fast is that?
Well,
What's the speed
rotation's usually not measured in miles per hour. It's measured
on
in
the equator?
period in the period. You know, it takes 1 day to rotate one time.
All right, so let's just say that's 1 day and like 24,000 miles. In 24 hours, that's 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, that
Isn't it
would be a
something like
tangential
that?
velocity. Yes, sir. Sure would.
All right. So that's common sense. I'd be spinning 1,000 miles an hour on the equator and accelerating, slowing down, whatever, but no way to measure it, sense it. I wouldn't even be flying off the equator, which is pretty. I can't even imagine that. Like the earth spinning and things not flying off. So I have a big hard time trying to understand this, man. I don't understand what you're talking about. I would like to ask you what is gravity and where do you assume that we live on a globe? How do you assume that?
All right, what's the question now?
Well, what is gravity and how do you at first assume we live on a globe?
It's mass attracting mass. That's what
That doesn't
gravity.
say
It's
much,
that
brother.
doesn't that's what the model
You can't
says.
just say
That
it's mass
thing.
attracting mass. That's gravity. That's just not an answer, brother.
Well, I mean that's what the model says it is, though. And
Well,
What
assuming,
does the model say mass is?
yeah. Well, it's. See, I think they call it, maybe they'll quantify it in a couple of different ways in like how much stuff is in a thing or resistance to inertia. Depends on what you're doing and how you quantify it.
so mass attracting mass, meaning we are mass, meaning that attracts us as well. And
Yeah,
if
that's why you're
mass
not
attract
floating, because
if
you're attracted to the surface.
yeah, all right. So if mass attracting mass, then add another two masses in the sky. All right, a much bigger mass right there,
Yeah,
which is the sun, and
yeah.
then why wouldn't it attract me during the daytime, which would make me weigh less? Please
Well,
explain.
if you'd have to be a lot closer to the sun for that to happen. I
So
mean, it's definitely got.
the earth is real far from the sun, yet it does have the effect to hold it in
Yes,
perfect place.
yes.
But
Yeah,
it
it's in
has
orbit
no
around the sun.
effect on us at all.
We're on the object that's in free fall around the sun, and we are in free fall around the sun with the Earth, and the moon
Yet
is
the
also in
sun
free fall
has
around
no
the sun.
effect on us,
No,
even though
that's
we
right.
are mass.
Yeah, it's pretty complicated math, I think, and I've never gotten down into
That's not
that.
even math. That's
Eh,
just
eh, and I'm just
picking what you want. That's just picking
uh,
what you want to work.
yeah. I mean, from my perspective, I have to repeat a lot of the things that I've learned that isn't part of our daily conversation in normal life. But I'm not a physicist, or I'm a pretty normal everyday guy. But this is what they say, and it makes sense to me, and that's why I'm a baller. But I mean, you know, that's just what it's said to be.
So that's just what they say, and that somehow makes sense to you.
Yeah, that's what I see every day, what I experience,
Mass
what I
attracts
recognize.
mass,
That it all
except
agrees
for
with the way I
certain
see it.
mass.
No,
Mass
no,
attracts mass, except for certain
no.
mass.
It's attracting the Earth, and the Earth is in free fall around the
And
sun.
the Earth is attracting us, which is mass.
Yeah,
But the sun
yeah.
is mass and is not attracting us, which is mass. So how
That's,
does that work?
that's well, there again. That I think to explain it completely, we would have to get into the maths of it,
Oh, the
and it's
math.
pretty
Oh, the beautiful
complicated.
math.
Yeah, yeah. It helps us explain reality in a way that we can understand it.
Oh,
But
okay,
you
brother.
know, with like temperature, thermodynamics, and that playing such a big role with the action of materials, like how could you have a complete model of this gravitation without incorporating all the thermodynamic properties also? Be- because they would factor in. to how the whole system itself would work.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how temperature like. Now I always go to the Cavendish and think. I wonder what would happen if we increase the temperature of the
Dude, you
room
must be
by 20
trolling, brother.
degrees.
You must be
No,
trolling, brother.
no, I'm not. Not at
No
all.
way. No way
That's
you're real,
no
bro.
It's
that.
like a
No,
it's
I
like a
always go to the Cavendish. Are you fucking serious, bro?
yeah, sure am.
he's a long haul Glober.
Oh my god.
Go to the
You should
Well,
shed.
go.
Cavendish is supposed to be their evidence of mass attracting mass. So
Yeah,
But when
that's
I
what
ask him, he's like,
tension.
you know, whatever they say. But I always go to the Cavendish. That's a funny troll, bro. That's funny. I
Yeah,
respect that, brother.
yeah. Well, I mean,
I
just to
respect
think about
that.
how, well, just to think about how temperature would affect it. That's what I would look at. So I wonder, how would temperature affect that experiment? And I don't think it would much. I don't think it would at all, really. I don't know.
I always go to the
It might in the
Cavendish, you know.
it could in the extremes affect the experiment because you're changing the temperature of the torsion bar, which might
Hey, hey,
change
hey,
the tensile strength of the torsion bar. So that could affect it in that way.
hey, I got a joke. Hey, left lane, what's your
Hey,
favorite meal of the day?
my favorite what?
Meal of the day.
I don't have one really.
The Cavendish.
Okay.
You're funny, brother. I
Well,
never
that's the
saw a
sim. I
troll
mean,
like you here.
that's the simplest explanation for the claim is the Cavendish. You got big balls and little balls. You put the big balls close to the little balls. The little balls move towards
I've
the big
got
balls.
big
And
balls. You've got
she's got
big
big
balls.
balls.
She's got big balls. He's got big balls.
Ain't
yeah,
this?
heat affects weight. A lot of things affect weight. Definitely, if there's more pressing down, like if you have 15.7 psi compared to 14.7 psi, and there's more pressing down, the weight, the measure of the pressing down force.
Yeah,
You know all about
but
gas pressure, though, right? We're this far in it. You know all about it, right?
yeah. I understand the gas pressure is all around. It's omnidirectional. It pushes up on the bottom the same as it does on the top. It's on the sides all around.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's the weight. It's the column of air. So if you have 14.7 psi, you know what that means? That means for every square inch, there's the column of gas above you weighs 14 pounds, 14.7 pounds. So if you add more, number gets bigger. Happen left lane. It's gonna weigh more. You ain't got
I don't know if
you
it.
ain't got gas pressure figured out. We're this far in the game.
Yeah, I don't
I
think
never
that.
had a problem with you till yesterday. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie.
Huh?
I never minded you up until you said that shit yesterday. You just throw out these annoying fucking comments, dude.
Like what? Like what?
Dude, he's a troll. Left
Like,
lane's a
oh, we're
troll.
this
Come
far
on,
in the
man.
game and we don't understand gas pressure yet, or you don't understand gas pressure yet. This far in the game, whatever fucking goofy shit you said yesterday.
No, yeah, and I apologize. I didn't mean to offend you. But I mean gas pressure, I wouldn't say that the gas that's if you were underneath the column of a certain area, that would mean that column of air would weigh 14 pounds. I don't think that would
Okay,
be
I'm gonna
correct.
post a citation right now. Not only did the Globers tell me that for years, that's literally what geosciences.org says, and wiki. I can get you like 100 citations that I posted them and tagged you in the chat last night. You weren't here. So, I mean, I'll post them right now, though. It's cool. I still got them. Check it out. 1 inch, pounds per square inch. 1 inch column of air all the way up to space. That's how much the air weighs. 14.7. Shocker.
Yeah.
Like not only did your Glober friends tell me that for years. That's why I'm so mad about this.
But what if
Because I don't.
if
You
what if
think I
you
don't
flip
understand it?
what if you flip the
Because you don't
barometer
think I
upside
understand it,
down?
which is fucking annoying.
Based, bro, based.
What if you flip the barometer upside down and you're still measuring that 14.7?
Yeah, so why would it always be
What if your mom and
14.7?
dad never met? I don't know. Left lane. What if?
Well, no, that's a significant question. I mean, why? I mean, if it was the weight directly of the air above you, and it may
Is
be,
air
Yeah,
you may
what
be
if?
matter?
right
It's
about
not what
that,
if.
but
Read the citation, dude. I don't know why we're even still talking. Still, I cited it. I posted it. Your Glober
but
friends told me for the last 5 years that that's what it was.
I
Okay,
understand, Jeremy. I
now there's a
understand
new
that.
argument, and they need to double speak and backtrack on it. I know.
It never ends,
But
Read the
bro.
why?
Come on.
citation, dude. There's nothing to talk about. Just read the citation, left lane.
But why, if you turn the barometer upside down, you still read the pressure?
Read the citation. It tells you right there that that is the weight of the gas above you, 14.7 pounds for that square inch column of gas above you. Read the citation. Or we can sit here and argue about it for the rest of the day.
Well, no, I'm going to agree with you, Jeremy. I'll say, I said I wasn't sure about it, and maybe that might be the case. But then I would think, well, the thing is, you turn the barometer upside down and it still reads that 14.7 psi. Is that reading the weight of the air below you? It doesn't make sense, does it?
It's just annoying because like I'm saying what the mainstream people are saying, and you're not, and you're like mocking me for it. Like, it's
No,
ridiculous. I listened back on the
no, I
YouTube
just
last night. Not right now.
This
Last
dude
night you were
left
though.
lane. This dude left lane. Anything you say to him, he'll just say either, "Oh, I'm not sure," or they say it's this way, or just come up with some excuse for why things work this way. He's like, "Oh, you can't feel it because it's too slow. Oh, you're too big." He's just fucking around with us. He's a troll. He's either troll or he's just so fucking arrogant. It's sad.
Okay, just
He's
stop
in
with
it
all
to
the
win it.
personal shit. Just stop with all the
He's in it.
personal shit, dude. We don't do that here.
Oh, but you're talking about his mom and dad like a minute ago? You serious?
That was because from the what if thing. I
Why?
didn't like wasn't like personally attacking him.
No, but you're
You never heard
arguing,
that
yeah, and then
saying.
you're mad. You're talking to these people for 5 years, and I'm telling you, dude, this guy's it's just a bunch of nonsense. I gave him a few points. He couldn't answer shit. All he said is, I just don't really know yet, and you're getting mad at it. You shouldn't get mad at it, bro.
I thought that for left lane that was actually pretty good back and forth. So, yeah. Sorry, you're not having fun with it. It was pretty reasonable back and forth for left lane. No.
What are you talking about?
Oh, usually he'll just only pipe in with a couple words. You know what I mean? But he tried to go back and forth with you for a while.
Yeah, because he's trying, he's pushing his limits. He's being creative. He's making up shit on the spot. He's feeling good. He's not really looking for the
Like,
truth.
can we not talk about left
Yeah.
lane?
He's
Yeah.
looking to feel
Rather we
good.
didn't.
He wants to feel good
I'd
and
rather we
feel
didn't.
smart. He
I'd
doesn't
rather we
want to
didn't talk
be
about left
smart.
lane though. Hey, yo, my
I'm gonna-
guy,
I'm gonna take the high lane here.
stop with all the
Ye-
personal shit. Don't stop talking about left lane. I don't give a fuck about left lane. All right,
But
we're
you were
not going to
just
make this
talking
whole
to.
stream be about left lane, please.
All right, then fuck him. Let's go. Continue.
Go ahead. Just don't. I mean, I don't know why we're so focused on left lane. Let's talk about something else. Anything. What else you got?
I just saw pretty cool documentary podcast about old Florida. Anybody get into that? Old world Florida.
Is that under the Spanish or older world?
What's the question?
How old in the world?
Well,
Why don't you just explain it?
it's basically a topic, old world Florida, and they've been finding crazy evidence of civilizations, people, boats, living there for like 10, 20,000 years ago.
Do you know about Panther? Is it Panther Mound?
No.
That's in Florida.
I seen Panther
So
Mountain. That was in that Carl Monk video. I'm always on about.
so they've been finding these anchors, like stone anchors, ship anchors, but like huge anchors with a hole in them or two holes that's they used to use.
Yeah.
Huge stones, like something crazy to hold down like ships as big as aircraft carriers. Um
Huh.
and they date back to like 19,000 years ago and something crazy, like crazy shit. And all these pyramids and canals in Florida, something crazy. Nobody heard of that, huh?
Isn't there like a big? Well, I mean, so in that Gulf of Mexico, right? There's like that apparent sighting from like was it a Russian sub or something like that? Like looks like a underground Incan city of some sort, just well underwater. Do you?
Mm-hmm.
Does anybody have any opinions on that? Is it bullshit or what?
Not sure.
Okay. Uh, Boat anchors like what off the coast of like different islands or right off the.
They found them, a lot of them washed up on shore, and some of them in the ocean. But if you type stone anchors, you'll immediately find these stones with holes in them. It's what they used to use a lot of the time. Um, that's exactly how they look like. Let me type in Florida stone.
So are you talking about basically like pre-Columbian
I'm
time
talking
period
about like
and before?
15,000 years ago, bro.
That's very far.
That's super far. That's crazy. They're talking like
That's where I put like
20,000 years ago. They're
20,000
saying
years.
that
I think is
that's where Atlantis was. That's where uh uh all of ancient Greek mythology comes. It's based from there. They're like some crazy shit, but they're like super old. So basically, the history as we know it is bullshit, according to this. Like there's
yeah.
so
That's this whole like interesting line of thinking where you're pretty much inverting the entire like origins of mankind. Maybe.
not really inverting. I'm just not going with the evolutionary monkey standpoint.
What's like
And that
if
can
Atlantic? I don't know. Maybe there's a reason why it's the Atlantic Ocean and. Where's Atlantis? If Atlantis is in North America, I guess
they're
in that
saying
concept.
Florida is the Garden of Eden. Everything comes from there. Like
Everything?
from there. I don't know. That's what they're saying.
Huh. Why there?
I don't know. They're finding these things though. That kind of adds up. Like, why would like ships that big
I
back
mean,
then? Like
yeah,
20,000. That's before Europe, bro. That's before Europe.
right.
Way before Europe.
So, yeah, like, but in the past, I would say like during about the time of the pyramids, they were building some very large vessels, and maybe not a aircraft carrier, but
Hey, you know what? I could show you if you want. I could show
like what
you
are
on
all
a
those the I don't know if you, but what do you think about the stone structures they call the Bimini Road?
haven't heard of that.
It's off of Florida. in a key somewhere. But I don't know. Maybe
Dr.
those are
Marco
mooring situations. Who knows? There's other places too that they find like moorings, and it's the technology to be able to pour concrete underwater is, I think what we're at with like, I guess like lost formulas for concrete from the Roman times. I don't know. Is it possible that different interests were aligned and worked this out at other periods? Man, it's hard to say. Like to date everything, to me, it's a little dubious. Trying to date everything.
Let me try to find it.
But yeah, Ponce de Leon, right? He was looking for the Fountain of Youth in Florida.
Who?
Ponce de Leon.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they say they found the Noah's Ark in Florida. I'm like, what?
That's
And
not
then I
something I
googled
heard.
it.
Yeah, I've got my own thoughts on it. But that doesn't necessarily. So I guess the razor of like the Noah's Ark being real or found or all of that sort of like puts into our mind that that's the first time a big ship was made, or
Might
that
be
that's the
way
only one,
before.
right? So it
Might
would be like, yeah, way before. Some dudes are like, what if I take a whole forest and make a boat from it, right? Some fucking where that happened. That's what I'm thinking. And then they were just like, hey man, this is a great idea. Look at how much we can put on this motherfucker. We can go, we take everybody. You, me, the goats. Lovely. I mean, there's like tablature,
They are finding like
depicting the same thing.
crazy old bones in like United States and all over like those regions.
Crazy old bones.
Like
Yeah, there's definitely like, even though it seems like there's no history to
exactly,
the Americas, there
exactly,
certainly must be.
exactly.
And like it's like Ohio, there's like pyramid mound structures that like echo the same layout as other pyramid sites, and
Like
they just didn't build it out of
constellation.
stone. It's just an earthen pyramid.
Hey, Snack, how's things?
Good lady, how are you?
Not too bad. How you been?
Just fine, getting along.
Cool.
How's your family?
Yeah, good. Yours?
Sweet. Yeah, doing all right. Everybody's above ground.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I was talking shit about your Polestar, but it's weak, and I'll tell you to your face. Ever. I mean,
I didn't hear you talking about it. But I did
I
hear
was.
that you guys have found a solution to the non-existent southern stars. Sorry, couldn't help myself.
I mean, what are stars to you?
No idea. Ghost farts, probably.
I'm just saying, like, the presumption of them being distant balls of gaseous fusion reactions occurring at time. You know what I mean? Like all that imaginary land, right? It's all imaginary land. Like, what are the stars? So I'm not sure.
I have no idea. Don't know the answer.
I mean, it's a little. I mean, I appreciate the work you put in, because I think like here's the thing. I think about you, and it's like I just don't. I don't walk into this whole thing with the idea like I'm gonna get this. It's kind of like the opposite. I think like maybe I'll never understand everything, so nothing
Okay.
particularly triggers me to like feel like I've got a moral dilemma, as it were, in the logic, because I think everything I've kind of just taken in steps and just realized that there's a comfort level in some things, and some things just seem like all that bullshit. Some things are absolutely 100% verifiable all the time, right? But there's like a range of these things that we're putting together to understand what everything is.
Cool. Sounds
I don't
interesting.
know. No, I'm just saying. So like, I feel like with you, you're smart, and you can dedicate your time, and you can be on something, and you're like wanting to, like, eventually it's going to be something you understand completely, or that's going to all make sense. And yeah, I think this is an entire study that's full of contradictions in ways. So like, yeah,
Okay, fair enough.
keep your brains open. I don't know. Maybe there's ways that stars work out, and we're just observing them from our local standpoints. Which I would really love to see, like what it looks like. As much smack as I'm talking about sigma octans, could I see it? That would be pretty interesting to actually see what that sky looks like.
Yeah, the Milky Way is pretty cool. That's probably the best thing in the sky in the south. So many
Although,
stars on one patch.
two best places I ever could like see the sky. One was in the desert in California, and the other one was up in like Newfoundland, way up in the chilly waters of the North Atlantic. And that sky is like, there's like zero light pollution on the island, so you
It's
see like all these
unbelievable.
like deep
Isn't it?
purple clouds and shit, and then once your eyes adjust, you're like, oh wow, there's like all this detail in there too.
Yeah, it's
That's the only
crazy.
place I've seen that kind of detail. Just bare-eyed, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, unless you really see it, you don't even think it can exist. Or you don't even think about it, I don't know. That there's that many friggin' stars visible. Because they're just not wherever we are in the cities, and towns.
Yeah, I could just see things there that, like, I was like, I mean, I'd swear I'd need a telescope to see something like that kind of detail,
Yeah.
Well, yeah, a lot of it's about like what kind of clouds are above you and all that. Anyway, yeah, but then yeah, so you do the P900 like time lapse star trails and things like that.
Yeah. Haven't done any in ages, though. Years, I don't think.
Yeah, well, you did it steady for a couple of years. I mean,
Yeah, I broke my car. I think I wore it out. So when I got another one, when they replaced it, I wasn't game to overuse it again. I did get the sun filter though. Started taking sun filters and sun
hydrogen
filters.
alpha filter.
Yeah, or whatever it is. The black one.
No, I mean, okay, it's like a neutral density filter.
Yeah, the one where you can see the sunspots.
Oh, okay, so maybe that is a hydrogen alpha filter. I don't know. It's really interesting once you start playing around with like what wavelengths you receive and what you don't. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah.
The infrared camera stuff, night vision photography, thermal vision. You know what I mean? It's just like knock out a wavelength here or there.
Yeah, I don't have any of that.
What's it look like to you when you see a star trails with your vision situation?
They appear to converge and diverge.
She has a ocular, not ocular, nerve damage. She has stroke.
Anyone that can see good, they obviously appear to converge and diverge.
Her vision is a little like shattered glass. I'm just wondering what that looks like to her when she was like playing it back on video. Like,
I can see it better on video than I
Okay.
can through the camera. Most of the time, I really don't know what's happening through the camera. I'm just guessing. You can see I know how to frame a picture, so as long as I can see the edges and match it up with something around me, do that okay. And no, well, I can see all the stuff. I just can't see it all in one go, so it just takes me a little while to look around. But eventually, after 10 watches, I know what's happening.
So,
Plus, because I film it, I know what I'm looking at, or what I thought I was filming anyway.
there's people in here
sometimes
that would tell you you're not seeing what you're recording.
Yeah, okay.
They'll say when you watch it back and you see them converge and diverge, they say you wouldn't see that with your eyeball. That's how ridiculous the whole argument's got.
No, because you don't see a star trail with your eyes, because they're stacked photos and they're slow motion. They're a long exposure, so there's
Yeah,
a bit of
nonetheless,
movement.
I know. Nonetheless, though, your eyeball sees where the positions are. If you just sit there still like the camera is and don't move your head, you're pretty much going to see what the camera sees, and you can see the positions of the stars, so you could essentially see them diverging and converging over time.
I don't think Whitsitt has that anymore, does he? I don't think he goes for that convergence and divergence thing.
That's what's I don't care what Witsit goes for. That's what's happening.
Well,
I could give a fuck. Heads think Witsit is the king of flat Earth. I don't think we do it like that. I don't. He may be your guys' king of flat Earth for the
Yes.
Globers. He's not mine though.
He is at the moment.
That's just weird. It's weird. Is he the king of flat Earth snacks? Is that your flat Earth daddy? What's it?
Well, he has all the answers.
These guys get this
Answers
nutty ass
to
shit
things-
from.
He has answers to things that no one else has, and he's just the one that's going around everywhere, debating and whatever. So I guess just appears that way at the moment.
Because
all those other groups are gone. So who else is there?
I don't know. He at least feels like he's like just not like this appointed person that's got like some kind of. Yeah,
No,
he
I don't
fights
think so.
No, I mean Whitsitt scraps for I think his intellectual.
He's probably just the most well-known active one at the moment, I would think, but maybe not.
He doesn't have a PhD behind his name.
You
know what I mean? Like, what would we want? Like somebody with authority to come in and be like, "Yeah, teach these people." Yeah, I think it's pretty interesting from that perspective. Not just like a big channel that lands. You know what I mean? It's somebody that interacts. That's at least whatever. But do you think he's really he's at the center right now? He's at the eye of the hurricane.
Seems to be. Everyone seems to be quoting him. Like I got thrown at me today, Walter Bislin proved that the southern stars, or I don't know whatever Whitsitt says. And I go to him, can you explain it? Rather than Whitsitt, like, you re-explain what Whitsitt said. No reply. It's good that you've got this great example, but if none of you can understand it to repeat it.
Oh, I think he's helping to like elucidate a lot of these conversations that we're here for too, like closed off by like nuts and those kinds of things. So whatever. I think he's like expanding a lot of different territories. No argument, testing it.
Yeah, I don't pay much attention.
Those things are good. I mean, whatever. I think a lot of the things that he like really is at like, whatever a high level with trying to explain and understand that, I think I wanted to go for a lot of this like strong force type of argument early on, but like I don't know. would try to hash that out in 2014. It just wasn't going to work. You know what I mean? Like some arguments take time to mature. People need time to develop the framework to understand the argument, navigate it, understand what, you know what I mean? It takes time to process all this stuff, and it takes all. Yeah. So it's just interesting to see that what he does now is sort of in continuation with certain other things. Yeah,
Yeah, I think he touches on lots of topics.
but I'm not like taking notes when he's talking, you know. And but I was into like I wanted to draw the lines, like I don't know, I guess early on, like the Ken Wheeler fascination was there for me because I was trying to understand a lot of these electrodynamic forces, I guess, you know. So even if Ken Wheeler's not 1,000% correct all the time, or even if he is, it just helps. Am I going to understand 1,000% of it anyway? No, but it helps me to just kind of crack into what is a whole bunch of shit that I've never really thought about in a way that I never thought about it. So, yeah, it's just like on the job training for all this shit for years, you know, and you can see that he's done that, and he's doing something with it. Whereas, like, yeah, I'd prefer to just make stupid jokes. That's where I'm at. So for that reason, it's kind of cool. Yeah, and I don't have the energy.
Yeah.
He's got so much energy, man. Like that's dope.
Oh, he's still pretty young, isn't he? Ish.
I feel like I'm like
Yeah.
nickel cadmium battery, and he's like a kind of lithium generation somewhere. You know, it's just whatever. I don't know. I don't want to get too into it with you or anything. It's just I just feel like we're
I
friends
just
or
dropped
whatever.
him to say hello.
Yeah,
Not to stir up any shit or anything. I was just passing by and I heard your voice. Oh,
yeah. Hey,
well, drop in and say hello. It's just about
yeah.
bedtime.
It's good. It's kind of like Aussie replacement too, since like Jazz has sort of dropped off out of his helicopter, and then immediately replaced by more Aussie power. So yeah, thanks for stopping in.
No worries. I'll catch us later.
Yeah, they literally say though you can't see the stars converging and diverging like you wouldn't see the positions of the stars, just like the camera would if you didn't move your head, because it gets transferred on a 2D plane with the camera, and your eyes a curved line, curved thing that it's getting projected onto. So
Well, like yeah, but it sort of means that the vision plane itself kind of takes to the curvature of the lens and the angle, all the angles from
dude,
center.
this shit's not true, bro. We can see the stars doing circles around Polaris with the naked eye. You can just watch it and be like, "Yep, that star's doing a circle." You don't, they say they're doing opposite ones in the opposite hemisphere. Obviously, if you have two opposing circles coming in contact with each other, they're going to appear to converge and diverge. They say the middle, the celestial equator goes in a straight line, and then you have a circle right next to a straight line. What do you think happens there? Convergence and divergence, or no?
Yeah. Well, this is a. Yeah, I'm not really sure what the data even says. I'm so confused with it. But my thought was that that there's a convergence and divergence of it seasonally to constellate the points to create the constellations that are there. Or that you should see some type of separation in equatorial constellations. Meaning, like, I don't know. If that does occur, then to me, like the whole myth of us of Osiris, the Orion constellation, is that it is torn apart, by the forces of darkness, and then rebuilt over the moons, and then comes back. So that's their astrotheological cycle. Is something happening where it looks like it's getting pulled apart, and that's why that observations there? Like I tend to think possibly, I think that's a possibility, but maybe it's not. Maybe it's just to do with divisions of time. That could be too. But that's like the most popular constellation, man. It's the best one. Orion constellations. Anyway, you know what I'm saying, Jeremy? There's all these pyramidal cultures all seem to kind of be an understanding of the Orion constellation, and it's equatorial. So the pyramids, like a lot of them, seem equatorial too. I don't know. Are they just kind of sort of making way stations? Because I don't know, man. Like, it just seems to make sense that navigation would develop off of that. I mean,
My bad, Snacks. I was messing with the kids. What's up?
I'm not sure. I forgot what I said.
The kids. What's that?
I'm not sure what I was saying.
I love fucking with the kids so bad. The one kid's gonna turn 14 this year. I'm like, oh, you're turning 12 this year. It's awesome. I told him Christmas was canceled one time, and we would double up on it next year. What else? I just be telling him crazy shit.
Were you like that serious?
Oh, straight face, yeah. But yo, listen.
Like, listen, I'm sorry, but Santa Claus, you got some problems this year, man. I love with you.
Yeah. No, well, I was fucking with him, but my face looked dead serious. Like they don't even know, because I could just do it with a super straight face.
Yeah, well, I was talking about like Orion, the Orion constellation. It's equatorial. It should separate. Yeah. And then that would kind of fit with the mythology, maybe. Yeah, like,
Numerology, what?
you know how like the Giza plateau is sort of like the 3 stars of Orion's belt.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of obvious. People still debate that, but it's like, dude, why would they make them offset just like that? The whole Giza plateau is basically a copy of the sky. The Sphinx is an equinoctial
Right.
marker with the sun on an equinox.
Well, the Nile is there as also symbolically to be like the Milky Way.
Yeah. I mean,
Wow.
they were obvious.
Like, according to the Chrome Monk layout.
Ancient people were definitely sky watchers. I would say borderline obsessed with the sky, because a lot of the giant shit they built, is like, I don't know. I mean, they're lining shit up. They're line. So fuck, put one of these kids in a headlock up here.
Okay.
They're lining shit up, like perfectly east west. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
I saw this thing on Stonehenge last night.
Okay.
There's a thing. There's like two rocks that were already there. All the other rocks came from dumb far away or something. They were saying, and like when you look down it like lines up, like the one rock lines up like the barrel of a scope. Like, you know that little thing on the end of your barrel? Like that's what this little stone acts like, and it like lines the shit up. It's crazy. I should have saved that fucking. Was that
It's like a reticle sort of.
like a crosshair? Like a
Crosshair.
sights on a gun.
Yes.
Not a crosshair, just the sights. To a slit, and then it'll have a slit, and then something to fill the slit with. Have you ever shot a gun?
Yeah.
Yeah. Without a scope?
Yeah.
You got the infrared laser beam like the Predator, or did you just have like the regular?
No, just a handgun. I don't know. Just one day I shot some guns.
You get that
That's
infrared triangle beam like the Predator.
That would be cool, man. Like the 3 lines that come together. That's really sweet. How do you get a laser to do that? Triangulation beam. Actually, that's a good idea for vision system.
What is?
Like to put 3 detectors on like use a triangular field. Like for motion detection and stuff. Because it's like a little hard if you just do distance, you know what I mean? You're not going to always track what you're trying to track. I don't know. I like to think about robot vision here and there. So
Dude, what's up? What's up, Australian guy? Australia
What's
is
up?
making a comeback today. They're
Wow,
hitting
what
us
happened?
hard, Snacks. They're hitting us hard, Snacks. Watch your back.
damn, yo, wave 3 of Australia. Let's go.
Yeah, but they're probably all just fake Australians, all those other guys that you talk to.
Oh, it's
It's like a
bad.
tower defense game. We're on wave 3.
No, one was a New Zealander, so I guess technically doesn't count. But Oceania, stand up.
New Zealanders.
And stand upside down. Oh, you're from New Zealand?
Yep. No, yeah, no, I'm not.
Okay, no, I think we had previous. Okay,
Nah, they're a weird
I
bunch,
already
man. New
labeled the
Zealanders, like the Maoris, Maldives, or whatever you want to call them, like the black ones from there, they're all right. But like the white New Zealanders, fuck, they're annoying. You know,
I
they're just
think
annoying.
that Maori culture, it seems to go all the way to the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah.
In some kind of form, you know what I mean? It seems like change up a little bit, but yeah, like primitive, sort of animist sort of culture.
Yeah, I know.
Dudes like boats,
Stacks, what were you
hunting.
saying about the pyramids, though, Stacks?
What was I saying?
What were you saying? We got sidetracked crazy there.
You got the pyramids, but how about Angkor Wat? It's built with 3 main pillars. Like it's also trying to be about that. It's also about that life.
What is it? Angkor Wat?
Angkor Wat.
Angkor Wat. Like it's not the other way around.
What, Anchor?
Angkor Wat, Wanker or something like that. But yeah, no, Angkor Wat. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Spell it.
ANKORWAT.
But like, so like all this stuff though, like all that, how do we know how old it is? You know what I'm saying?
You were,
how about how
you were close.
Non-Madal?
You were close.
Non-Madal out in Micronesia.
What
Is it offset?
Micronesia, non-Madal.
Are the 3 things offset like the pyramids are, or?
I don't know, but I mean, aren't they making a pretty good triplicate sort of deal?
Well, they'd have to be offset like the pyramids are. I can't even find a picture of it.
It's possible. I mean, the rest of the sky map, you know what I mean, is it seems to be like, I guess Graham Hancock did the layout overlays and stuff like that. Check the geometry, seems to work out. So
first of all, it's ANGKOR.
Oh, my
WAT. It's okay. It's going in your file. It's fine though.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said it the right way.
But are they offset? They'd have to be offset if they were like mimicking the pyramids or doing the same thing.
Possible. Yeah. Have to double check. Maybe it's not. But they call the I think they call that constellation in that part of the world like the 3 stars. But like the center of it is, I think there's some idea that there's the 2 stars and there's the one in the middle. It's like the third eye, and all those people kind of like do the whole third eye thing. Do you know what I mean? So like, either way, I'll claim a victory on this.
I mean, that shit's in Cambodia. I didn't even know they had shit like that there.
But have you seen it's, I think the spelling's right, NANMADOL, non-Madal. It's just like a bunch of Lincoln logs built out of columnar basalt. Somehow they stacked that motherfucker up.
Or you got to post some pictures. Post some pictures. I love Lincoln logs.
Did you guys talk about the woolly mammoth meatball?
What about the woolly mammoth? They made meatballs out of one?
Yeah, what's all that stupid shit about? What's all that about?
I don't know. Imagine that in your pasta. You could have fucking mad different kinds of meats. You could have chicken, sausage, beef, some woolly mammoth.
It's pretty stupid, right? They reckon they got flesh from a woolly mammoth. Like, what the hell are they on about?
Yeah, they were well. Some of the woolly mammoths, and this is weird because if shit happened, like anyways, some of the woolly mammoths were frozen in solid ice, standing up with food still in their stomach, like their food wasn't even fully digested yet.
But like, okay, so that's what they said they really had them. They really had like these frozen woolly mammoths.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. So what if there was like some older elephants that looked like that? You know what I mean? because like they use the woolly mammoth like to like as evidence of like all the other ones that they can't show you. You know what I mean?
It's just fun to say.
Yeah, like woolly
The
mammoth.
strange part is, go ahead.
No, I was just saying what he said. How it's just not fun to say like woolly mammoth.
Come on, it's pretty fun. It reminds me of Snuffleupagus. Anyways,
Oh, yeah.
the strange part about it is they found them frozen in ice with their food not digested. Like, that's weird.
Oh, like because it's like where they have the mosquito. Like it just landed on the tree, and then the tree sap, and it turns into amber, and that's how they
Well, I
make
don't know.
Jurassic
I'd like
Park.
to see an ice core. I'd love to see an ice core sample on that ice right next to the woolly mammoth, because
Yeah.
you're definitely not going to be getting layers that are, this 6 inches down, it's 10,000 years old. 8 inches down, it's 10,000 years old. You know what I mean? Like, it can't be.
Yeah. I mean, you can do anything with science fiction. Like, you can just make a movie about it. Sometimes that's enough. Like, you know, one of the strongest proofs of dinosaurs is Jurassic Park, you know. It's in the minds of people from Jurassic Park. Because before that, they only had, like, drawings and stuff. So now they got the woolly
there's some
mammoth
merit.
meatball. And, yeah.
Do you
what
think
you
that
saying?
there's some merit to like really doing it Fred Flintstone style, and just like raising Brontosaurus? Maybe it's like a little easier than raising so many cows. You get more maybe yield. Who knows?
Yeah. Those frill-neck lizards and stuff. Just they shoot black tar, spit black tar at you instead. These ones.
Like Brontosaurus like neck steaks. Got to be good, right?
I have a question because I've been listening in. Are you implying that the woolly mammoth is not real, or are you just saying? I'm confused by what you're trying to imply.
Oh, so all right. So the woolly. So let's say the woolly mammoth's real, right? Like, let's say the woolly mammoth is real. They have it in like they've found a physical woolly mammoth in ice.
I've seen a physical woolly mammoth.
Yeah, I said let's say they have. Like,
No. I have.
oh, you've seen it in a museum?
Yes. No. On a construction site.
Oh,
We actually dug it. Yeah, we actually dug it up. Yeah.
yeah. So you've seen some elephant bones. Like, well, it's not an elephant, right? It's a woolly mammoth. It looks like an elephant with tusks. Wait, elephants have tusks as well.
Decomposed this mess of furry stuff.
Yeah, okay. So dinosaur soup.
No, I didn't say it was dinosaur soup, nor did I imply that a woolly mammoth was a dinosaur. I was just asking, what makes you think they're not real? What
I didn't get a chance to answer you. I never said they're not real. I started it with I said let's say like woolly mammoths are real. Like let's say that they're real.
But they
okay,
are.
but then you're asking me a question of whether I believe in them or not.
Yes.
And then as soon as I answer, you answer me. I'm saying like yes for your question. Let's say that they're real.
No. So, see, that's not. I'm not going. Hey, come up with a hypothetical. I'm saying, are you implying?
I'm saying let's say that they're real. I'm saying okay.
No.
So,
but that's not my question. Maybe that's why.
But why do you have a problem with that? But why do you have just let me finish my sentence? Like, who cares about your personal problem with how I'm saying it?
3 times, and then when I do say that, just to repeat it, it's because you haven't actually answered the question at all.
I didn't finish it because I feel like you want me to say I don't believe in them, right?
Yeah, I think they're real, or no, I don't. It's
okay.
pretty much
All right, let me tell you something. Let me ask you something. Do you believe woolly mammoths are real?
Yes, they were, absolutely.
You believe or you know?
I know.
Okay, so that's why I asked you. Do you believe in woolly mammoths or do you know that they exist?
I know that they existed.
Okay, so why are you asking me if I believe in them or not? Either I know if they existed or they don't.
Okay, do you believe they existed or not? Because you're having a conversation with somebody. Oh, okay, yeah, well, you do. But regardless, you were implying that they were like this fictional thing that people were implying were dinosaurs, which no one
But your
does.
assumption, your interpretation of what I said isn't really like a exact. Like that's why you asked me for my position. I didn't get to finish it, so I don't care what you think I was
You keep
implying. That's
saying
why
I
you
didn't let
asked
you
me
finish
to.
it.
That's why you
That's because
no,
you kept
because
skirting around answering
okay,
it.
you're just talking over me, bro. I don't know why you asked me a question just to
All
talk
right,
over me.
guys,
What was the point?
one at a
Because
time.
you're not
One at a
really
time.
answering
Little
it.
Sean G.
It's
Little
like every
Sean G
time
in
I
the house.
come in here,
Guys,
bro. This
guys.
is what
Hey,
happens.
You know,
I
we're
know
all
I'm
Sorry
modding
about
you.
it.
No.
dogs.
You
It's
know what?
okay.
I got all day. I got the whole day off. I'm gonna mod your ship correctly today. So one
Well,
at a
Thanks.
time. We'll
okay,
let the
so Jeremy,
Australian guy finish, and then Sean, you can go next, please.
well, hang on. Hey, Jeremy, do you believe that woolly mammoths existed?
It's not. I'm not in this argument. I'm modding. Go ahead, Australian guy, and then you can go. You can go next,
Thanks,
Sean.
bro. Thanks. Yeah, so you asked me specifically, you said, like, what am I saying? I said, let's say, don't cut me off either. I said, let's say woolly mammoths are real, okay? Like now, okay, it's another species of something that looks just like an elephant. Now, if they got something, they reckon they found it in ice, okay, like and it's got the fur just like they depict it, and it's real, then yeah, what they're saying is a woolly mammoth is real. Does that have anything? Does that demonstrate any other species? No.
But okay. Well, one, you're you're kind of skirting away from what you were saying before, because before I jumped in, you were saying all these things that would imply that these were mythical. But hey, maybe that's my assumption upon it. But when you talk, that's exactly what it sounds like. Like you were hyping up a dinosaurs and woolly mammoths aren't real, and here's more evidence of it because they're making food out of them. And I don't.
No, I said that's why I said let's say like woolly mammoths are real. So say that they have found the woolly mammoth. You're not like I don't know what your problem with that is. So let's
Because
say that.
okay, I let you go, so I'll
God.
explain exactly why I have a problem with it. Because when it's asked upon you to elaborate on what you were saying, you then do this thing where you skirt around it, where you, instead of going I believe or I don't believe, because you say you don't,
I
or
don't
they
need to do
are,
that.
or okay, or they are or they're not real. You say
I don't.
this really weird thing for no reason, but only to
What?
make it so you can make the argument all funny. But when you go, well, let's pretend. Let's say
No, because I didn't say
that woolly mammoths
pretend.
are
I didn't say
real.
pretend.
Okay, fine. Let's just say woolly mammoths are real in
Yeah,
your
correct.
idea. Okay, but they are.
Okay, but listen. Okay, ask me the question? Have I seen a woolly mammoth?
No, I don't need to. I'm done. I don't need to ask you. I got the
Yeah,
answer.
because
I know
so then
exactly how you feel about
you're
it.
done. You just got toast, man. You just got
I got
cooked, right?
how did I okay.
Well,
The reason I said that is because I understand that in your brain these things are
You
like
don't understand
dinosaurs,
anything
and
about
these
my
things
brain. What are you
don't.
talking about? You
These
don't
things
understand anything
probably
about my
didn't
brain.
exist, and they are just
Guys,
hyping them up as existing.
guys, we got to go one at a time, please. Can you guys please help me today, and let's try something different. Let's all try going one at a time. It might be neat.
Yep.
Can I just double jeopardy this and throw in like woolly rhinoceros because it's fun to say also.
Yeah, I mean, so
Also
he's like he
extinct.
wants me to say that I've seen a woolly mammoth when I haven't.
No,
So
I never
therefore,
said that.
I
See, you're
don't.
straw manning. You're straw
Why are you
manning the fuck
cutting me
out of
off?
me because I didn't say that at all.
Now you can't even finish a sentence here, man.
I know.
I didn't say that
I
at
know.
all.
Sean, what are you doing,
Wait,
bro? Work with
Jeremy,
me
did
today,
I
will you?
say anything like that, Jeremy?
He doesn't.
Okay, he's saying he didn't say that. Okay, go ahead, finish it up, Australian guy.
Yeah, I haven't seen a woolly mammoth. So do I know if woolly mammoths exist or not? No, they've never been observed by me.
It's not what
Now,
I asked.
no, hold on a sec. You're cutting me off again. So I asked you, believe or no. So that's why I asked you, do you believe in woolly mammoths? You said no, you exist because you've seen one. Now, do I believe in woolly mammoths? No, I don't believe in anything. Okay. Now, do I know if they exist? No, because I've never observed them. So
Okay.
let's say for your question, let's say that they exist. Yeah, I give you that you claim they exist. So let's say that they exist. You understand that now? Like, why do you have a big problem with that? You don't even understand like simple
that's like your
communication.
argument. That's your argument that they don't exist without having to say they
No,
don't
it's
exist.
it's not an argument of them existing or not. It's me personally. Do I know if they exist? No, because I've never observed one.
So
Do I
yeah,
believe if they exist?
Something
Okay,
doesn't
got
exist anyway. That's like literally the opposite of reasonable, intelligent logic. If you think something does exist, you need to provide proof of it. No one has to prove that it doesn't exist.
I didn't say he doesn't have to prove it doesn't exist at all. Not once.
That's
You
what you
claim to
implied with your
know.
statement. He's able to have the conversation, but then doesn't have to prove that they don't exist. No, he doesn't have to
When
prove
when did I ever say he has to prove they don't exist? When did I even come up in this conversation?
That's what you're claiming they exist, and you're saying that you have an issue. You cut in. You said, "Sorry, I just want to," because I'm listening here. Are you trying to suggest they don't exist? And that's a typical stupid line, like where you're like, "Are you trying to suggest that meteorites don't exist?"
No,
Like
it's
you are coming in hot. You're coming in hot with the superior like hidden knowledge of meteorites, right? And now you're trying to put me on the spot. Listen,
exactly.
you're trying to
I
put
did have
someone on the spot.
obviously I do have
Yeah,
a
you're
more
talking over
experience
me,
with
so I'll let you go. I'll let you
because
go
you're just
since you want to
ranting
talk
now.
over me. Go.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Let me know when you finish so I can say something.
Okay, I'll let you know. Yeah, no, I didn't come in here saying you need to prove they didn't exist. I didn't come in here saying that I am this expert over everything. I just asked a simple fucking question and you just ran with it. And because you didn't want to answer it directly, I responded like you weren't answering it directly. And you still
Okay,
haven't.
let's make this easy then. If I don't believe in woolly
I didn't
mammoths,
say I was done yet. So why? So
well, you've
regardless of
done.
that,
You are
regardless
done.
of your
But
idea that you have no beliefs, the reality of it is before I jumped in, you were literally talking as if it was a joke. So that's exactly why I asked if
so
you
you do
believe.
have a problem, and you claim to
And
know,
you
like, and you
decided
claim to think that.
run with it. Like I said, hey, you
So
said they
other
didn't exist.
people
No,
who
I was
don't
actually
believe in the
coming
same
with a
thing as
question.
you. Well,
Guys.
why do you need to do that? Why does he feel the need?
Motherfucker, I was talking. You jumped in. You said tell you when I was done, and I didn't say I was done.
Yeah, I'm just gonna. Here's what I can do. I got a screaming kid in the background. I got to deal with a screaming kid in my house, and you guys are sitting there screaming over each other. Let's all go one at a time, please.
Okay. When someone comes in and they ask the other person who's speaking on a certain subject, and they start it with, "Are you saying this?" There's the one suggesting that what you're saying is false, and they do wish to engage in some sort of like debate or discussion around that topic as to why you don't believe, because they claim to have this knowledge of the thing that you're discussing being 100% validated, demonstrated, and they're very confused as to why you would even suggest that they don't exist. That's your whole
I'm not confused about it at all. I completely understand
so then
that.
deny it.
I completely understand that because you haven't
Did I
seen
say
it.
I was
I
finished?
completely
No,
understand
but whatever.
because you have your own opinions of things that you can say whatever the fuck you want. And the reality of it is if someone comes in and asks a question,
you don't get to
then I'm
stop
going
him.
to ask the fucking question. That's all I did. You ran away with it like I was coming in hot to have this big argument. And
You
what I
did.
did was
As soon as I started talking,
a question because when you sat there and said when you first came in and started talking about it,
why are
came
you
in to talk
doing
about the
this, bro?
story.
Why are you doing this?
Why are you cutting me off? Because I felt like
why are you doing
it.
it?
Because it's a voice chat, and I can come in here and say anything the fuck I want.
Oh, for fuck's sake, man.
Yeah. He obviously came in here hot, and he obviously came in here looking to have an argument with you about it. It's clear, I think, to any intelligent, logical person sitting here listening right now.
Hold on, Bob. I know. Hi, Bob. Welcome back. I just had to temp mute you both. I don't know if you guys can't have a conversation without all the over talking. I don't know what to do. I'm gonna have to give someone a warning. Next one that over talks, I'm just gonna give you a warning. I'll give everyone 30 seconds. Try to be concise. All right. I'll unmute you both now. So,
Woolly mammoths do not exist. Or at least, they're not real. They might exist, but they're not real. And he can't prove that they are. Pretty simple.
Sean left. So, no more argument. All right. Argument's over. Great.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. No, I don't think it was me talking over, but whatever.
It's the exact same thing with the dinosaurs, with the dodo bird, with whatever, all the different stuff that they say existed, thousands of years ago, billions of years ago, whatever. They can't prove that any of that actually existed. They have stuff that they use to pretend that it existed, There's no actual real proof or any way to even show that any of that's even possible.
Yeah.
It's a big, fat, giant guess, just like their stupid dating techniques that don't even work within, 10 to 60-year range, but they're going to tell us that it works for hundreds of thousands of years because that's where it's accurate with absolutely no way to verify any of it. It's bullcrap.
It's always further out, so they can't get a live stream of the Earth, but they can get ones of Jupiter and stuff, They're just, they can't do 10 years, like you said, 60 years. I mean, how do you go into a desert and pick up a rock and then determine how old it is? You first have to determine. Yeah, you have to determine the claim mechanism, like how you're going to do it, and then that all relies on a claim, like as well,
Right. You don't have the key part of being able to then verify the accuracy of your claim. Like the method that you want to use to say this is this old. Well, you need to start with a certain set of years and say it's this is this many years old. This is this many years old, and then you need to have the way to verify it so hey, this method actually works. We have no way of doing that whatsoever.
Yeah.
I'll apply to the radius of Earth to when
Rocky, you're robotic.
Robot to me.
they
But we can say that woolly pigs do exist.
Oh yeah, they do.
And they can be verified.
Yeah, it's just like a bigger woolly pig, a boar. It's a boar. That's what they call it, right? Warthogs, boars, and stuff.
Well, they'll just be hairy. These are woolly, and like that they have curly locks, lovely locks.
Because elephants have tusks, right?
They do.
Yeah, so it's just another type of elephant with hair.
A teeny infant.
But
yeah,
like,
not too many things have like a giant wandering proboscis, like the anteater. What if I got anteater and a pig fucked, and then it became an elephant?
Yeah. Well, that's what I was saying with the thing. I just said, so what? That's why I said, so what if there is such thing as woolly mammoths before he jumped in? And I said, does that demonstrate any other species like dinosaurs? Because that's what it's connected to. No, it doesn't.
No.
It's like satellites, right? Now, say if you had
what would you do right now for some T-Rex nuggets?
I don't eat meat, so I wouldn't eat them anyway. But
I'd take the vaccine.
Okay. All right, veggie T-Rex nuggets.
What about, all right, so what would I do for some of those plants that existed in the prehistoric age?
Yeah.
What would I do for a fucking Jurassic Park salad right now?
Yeah, it's just Jurassic Park, but it's only plants. It's a Jurassic Park. It's the sequel. It's a flop already, I think.
Yeah.
Until the Venus flytraps take over. Oof. What about carnivorous plants? What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean,
shouldn't plants like follow their own rules?
Yeah, I mean, it's nature, I guess. Does the plant have a moral? I don't know, like a moral ability or something, or does it just do what it's supposed to do?
And how the hell does that happen, by the way?
Like the carnivorous plant?
Like plants gain facility over their movement and stuff like that. I mean, you know that they're using it to track the sun and stuff like that, but
yeah, exactly.
Wow,
pretty crazy.
It's just like the
being malnourished is very important, guys. eating the bugs also.
Yeah.
You don't have to eat bugs, man. Why you gotta eat bugs? It's got that stuff in it. It's not supposed to digest it. Bugs.
Chitin.
Yeah, but you know
You
you
should
know how
eat.
much.
You should
Yeah.
eat soy, and you should eat a lot of pre-produced foods from the industry made for vegans.
Nah, don't eat all that.
You should not listen to your body if it's craving like milk or meat or animal fat. It's just an illusion. Your body is just, joking with
You don't,
you.
but you
If you
don't crave
crave
any of that.
if you crave eggs as a vegan, like every vegan channel
I don't.
supposedly does, it's
What?
just an illusion of your body.
But don't listen to them. Like, why would you listen to them? Like, you can't tell if they're being serious or not. Like, I don't crave eggs.
Like vegans
I can't.
always tell you they
I
don't
can't
like
stand eggs.
meat. They don't
I
like
can't
meat,
stand eggs.
but
Eggs,
almost
if you
everything.
cook them the
Yeah.
right way, they're
Cool. See,
amazing.
he's busting
very
your
healthy.
presumptions.
But
I know.
everything, every vegan channel you see on YouTube, they
Uh,
just joking when they make things taste and look like meat. They
Well,
actually
they're
are not
probably
craving
fake.
meat.
They're probably
Dude, they
fake
fucking
vegan.
they add sulfur to their fucking pancakes to make it taste like eggs, bro.
Nah, stuff that.
No, that's
I
a
can't do that.
conspiracy theory.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
That's
but
my
you're not.
fucking
No, but you're not.
girlfriend. Fucking
So hold on a
vegan,
sec.
and she does that.
But hold on a sec. Like, what you're saying is like you're saying there's some people that want a certain flavor, and then you're saying that they claim to be vegan, so therefore this is the argument against like vegans. It's like it's not really like correct.
You should be vegan because there's not a
Well,
lot of videos of 10 years vegans that just quit after 10 or 20 years because their body is completely destroyed.
yeah, it's not. That's completely
You are
false, man. Like,
trolling, right, brother?
Yeah,
No,
like what are
I'm
you saying that
serious.
for? But
I
so
bet you upside down Australian who's saying veganism is good has been vegan for 10 years now. I bet you he has been vegan for 2 years.
what are you saying? You're saying that you can't be vegan for 10 years.
How long have you been vegan, sir?
How are you going to determine whatever I tell you? If I tell you 20 years, how will you know if it's true or not? If I tell you 1 year, how will you know if it's true or not? Well, you would actually believe the 1 year more because in your argument, you want it to be a certain amount. So therefore, if I said 1 year, you would go, yeah, I'm happy with that. But if I said 20, you would say, oh, you're lying, right? Correct?
You could just tell us the truth.
For 10 years or like 8 years.
Yeah. Oh, but you're gonna start deteriorating soon, bro, because like there's a special thing in meat, right, that you can't get from plants. Like there's just this magical thing in meat that you can't get from plants. I don't know what it is because they've never like discovered it yet. But basically, like if you don't
wanna
eat
know?
meat, right, there's
You
this
wanna
magic
know?
thing in meat. What
You
is it?
know what it is?
Tell us.
Okay, I tell you. So for example,
Oh God.
oh God.
I'm waiting. Like, just tell us the ingredient.
Yeah,
Like, tell us the
chill.
amino acid.
So
The amino acid, or yep.
okay, relax, dude. Vitamins A, B6, pyridoxamine, B12, D, F, K2, amino acids, creatine, carnitine, carnosine, taurine, then hem iron, then CoQ10, CNA.
Taurine.
Taurine is
Okay.
fucking
That was a
piss.
big list.
I know. Can you
You
now
gotta do one at a time.
Yeah, but can I also add on that? Can he do one at a time, and then can he give us the recommended daily intake for all of those, and then can he tell us which ones? Can you tell us? Sorry, I'm not finished. I just want to finish this sentence. Can you tell us which ones do exist in plants and which ones don't? And yeah, that'll be great. Thank you.
Can you tell us how long you've been vegan? I'm just curious.
Oh, me?
Yes.
Oh, 4 years now.
My wife is 4 years. Cool.
Sorry, your wife?
Did you used to
Yeah,
eat
my
meat?
wife is basically
Sorry?
vegan.
Did you used to eat meat?
Yeah, well, I'm 31. I've been vegan for 4 years, so that means for the other part of my life, I ate meat.
And do you eat meat sometimes?
No, I haven't eaten it that whole time, or dairy. I don't eat anything from an animal, so not even honey or anything like that.
That's hard for me to believe.
Well, I can't make you believe anything, so it's your decision. Yeah, you don't need to believe me.
He
Well,
is
are
a
you gonna
vegan.
say you haven't even one time
Wouldn't
ate something
No.
that wasn't
wouldn't
vegan
like the fact
No.
that
in the past
animals
10
die
years?
and then are like reclaimed by the ground mean that
I don't
technically
believe that.
everything comes from the animals at some point in a way?
Yeah, but you're missing the point. Like, so you're making it like you're trying to. I don't know. Like, you have a problem with veganism for some reason. Like, you don't like the fact that some people don't eat meat, right? Now, I didn't tell any of you
Not
not to
me.
eat
I
meat
just
or
asked.
anything like that.
I
He
don't
said
have a
T-Rex
problem with
nuggets.
that.
I don't have a problem either. I think it's good, so I
Okay,
have more meat for myself.
okay, but you're making all these like elaborate reasons of why veganism is bad when unless
it
you're
is
vegan, like,
bad.
why is it important to you? No, it's not. But okay,
It's
so then why is
extremely
it bad?
unhealthy. It's an artificial.
Oh,
It's
fuck's
an
sake, man.
artificial.
Hey,
It's an
upside down.
That's all.
it's an artificial diet. It
Did you
only
watch
works. It
Dead
only
Doctors
works through
Don't Lie?
globalization. It only works
Yeah,
through
I did watch The Doctors
globalization.
Don't Lie. He doesn't understand that in the medical, like in the industry, right? They've been saying it since the 50s, right? That a vegan diet is more beneficial to humans, right?
Yeah, they're making these
They
propaganda
proved it
series
with
since
like,
the 50s. You're right. To
yeah,
make
but
you
you're
buy
not.
more
You
bullshit from
listen.
the
It might be
industry.
Fuck's
propaganda.
sake. Listen, you're not listening, right? They're not talking about fake meat and stuff. They're talking about nuts, legumes, vegetables, and fruits. Okay, like
Well,
that's what they're talking about, healthy fats and stuff. You don't
How's
like.
that
This is why
healthy
I ask you.
fats? Nuts are
Okay.
seeds.
Maybe
Oh my
not.
How's that
god, I'm
healthy?
trying to speak. I'm trying to
yeah, you
speak.
gotta let
I,
him
I would
finish
like you to.
talking.
Yeah, I was
Thank
also
you.
not able to finish, so thank
Okay,
you.
I'm gonna. Okay, but this is what's happening. This is what happens with every single argument. It just
We want to
spirals.
spread
So
your
can we?
vegan propaganda.
Yeah, you
But
just let him talk, bro.
what if
Thank
you
you.
just ate worms?
I just want to ask you a question. I asked you before, like, so let's take it back because you're saying that it's unhealthy to be vegan. Okay,
Yes.
that's what you're saying.
Depends.
Okay,
Is
so
it a natural diet?
why are you doing? I'm asking you a question. Okay, so
I'm
can
asking
you
you a
tell me?
question.
Can you tell me, like, what is it in the meat that you're claiming you need to have that you can only get from the meat?
I already told you the ingredients.
You didn't know, but
I think you
many
guys
I
people.
got
already did. Do you want to hear it
he's
again?
arguing. Hold
You want
on.
to hear
What
it
he's arguing
again?
here, I think, is that it's
A,
easy to
B6,
be more
Paradox.
nourished, have more nutrients and vitamins today with a meat dairy diet. It's easier to be
Why would you say what? Where are you like? Why are you saying that though? Like, what are you basing that on?
First of all, because the fruits and vegetables today are
Mm.
fucking horrible. They barely have anything to them.
Are you
Not
sure
even
about
talking.
that?
Again, is
Depends,
veganism
most of the food
a
you buy, like
natural diet?
95% of the fruits and vegetables are
Ah,
basically
we can end
all
this here very quickly and easily. Is veganism a
Oh,
natural diet?
yes.
Okay, so how did you, without globalization, without the modification of vegetables and fruits, which man has needed to do to the things you find in the supermarket are modified, so they produce more fruit, they produce more of what they had
Oh,
originally.
no.
So yeah, I know you don't want to hear this, but
No,
without
I
all
wasn't
this
talking
stuff,
about you. I'm listening. Yeah.
yeah, okay. Without all this stuff, I'm just wondering, is it a natural diet? Do you
I've
would
answered
you
you.
go
Ah,
would you go into the regions of let's say Eastern Russia and you would tell
ah.
the people that eat raw meat in the deep winter that they should go in the supermarket and eat and vegetables and fruits and they should all like fly it into
I'm
these
not here to
remote
tell. I'm
cities?
not here to tell any of those people what they should eat. I'm not here to tell any of those people what they should
Yeah,
eat.
because it doesn't work, man. Because
What
the
doesn't work?
vegan
Why did
diet
you have to use?
the
Oh
vegan
my god,
diet
you're
is not
speaking
a
over me.
natural
Like, you're
diet.
speaking over me, bro. Like, you're saying what you need to say, and then it's when I talk, you just okay. I get it. Okay, you got a problem with vegans. Cool, bro.
Not a problem. I just
You're not
want to
convinced.
be
Okay, but listen.
Yo, my
Okay,
man,
then
my man.
listen.
I can't hold on. Yo, Australian guy, you stopped. He started talking. You immediately want to overtalk. I can't stop people from overtalking you if you're just going to talk right over them. So we got to be fair, right? You kept asking me to mod fair the other day. You want me to be fair?
Are you
Shut
for
the
real?
fuck up. Yeah, I'm for real. Yeah. You want me to mod this fair? I can't mod people for talking over you if you're talking over everyone else. It just can't work like that. What do you think this is?
Hey, Upside Down Australia, I'm not trying to fight against you, man. I have watched all the vegan documentaries. I have been vegetarian for 2 years. I even tried to be vegan for a few days until I realized how bad it is for my psyche. I know all of the arguments you would come up with for veganism, so don't even try, man.
Yo,
Okay,
dude,
so there you go.
stop. Dude, Australian guy, what are you doing, dude?
What
Stop
am I
mumbling
doing?
through him. You're mumbling through him the whole time he was talking. You were mumbling through him.
All right, cool, bro. I'll just shut up, bro.
go on.
We'll just let him talk. How about that?
Let other people talk. That's all you got to do is let everyone else talk, and you'll get your chance. I promise. But you got to let other people talk.
Bro, you realize like I do talk for like 5 seconds, and then you're saying that I finished. I didn't finish, bro. Like whatever. You know what I mean?
Stop talking for a long time. Go ahead now. It's just your chance to shine, bro. No one's gonna interrupt you. If you interrupt this guy,
you do
I'm
this
just gonna
to
give
me
you a
every
warning.
time, bro. You do this to me
Okay,
every
if
time,
anyone
bro.
interrupts you right now, I'm gonna give them a warning. Go ahead. This is your time to shine. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, thanks for the derail. Cool, man. I'm supposed to just pick up where I left off, yeah? Thanks, bro.
Can I ask you a question then? So, have you just come into this and it's like really working well for you? Like you've noticed health benefits, or
in what respects?
like
health wise? Well, health is a. Sorry, go.
Are you pro-vegan? Have you just like come into this and you've found
Pro-vegan?
results?
What does that mean? Pro-vegan? So like,
well, I don't know. I've just come in late. I don't know whether you're
cool. So let me
fighting
answer you
for it
then, because let me answer you, bro. Listen, we were talking about dinosaurs and woolly mammoths. The guy said, as a joke, he said, "What would you do for some T-Rex nuggets?" I said, "Oh, well, I'm vegan, so I wouldn't eat them anyway." Then the discussion turned into veganism. Okay, I didn't come in here telling anyone to fucking be vegan. Okay,
no one.
Now everyone, but okay, I'm not finished yet. But thank you. But this is what people who eat meat do, right? We never asked you why you eat meat. We didn't ask you to. You start giving us all the elaborate reasons why you need to eat meat. We didn't ask you.
A lot of
You know
people
what I'm saying?
Nothing
I
being
didn't tell
vegan
you
is
why I
about
eat
you
your
out.
psyche.
Hold on, guys. There's mad people talking now. Australian guy, you done? I just want to make sure before someone else starts talking. All right, go ahead. Just one person though. It can only be one.
I was pointing out quickly. I didn't tell him that why I eat meat, so it doesn't matter whether he asked me or not because I didn't try to tell him.
This is
So. How long have you been vegan for anyway? And
I
what was
already
the
answered
hardest
the
thing
guys.
to give up?
I already answered the guys before. I said 20 years. Then I changed it to 4 because how are you gonna know?
No, you said 4 years, and I think 4 years
I
is
asked you before 20. No, I didn't answer you that though. I answered another guy that. When you asked me, I said if I
so
say
childish,
20.
man.
Thanks for cutting me off. When
This
you
is
asked
how
me,
all vegan.
I know.
Do all vegans
I know. Hold
act
on,
like
guys.
vegans?
Let him finish. Let's let him finish though, and then we can go. Otherwise, this is going to be a huge shit show, and it is every time this guy's here. So let's try to go all one at a time and be concise, please.
He needs a rare steak.
I know. Just let him go though, and then you can go.
Did you just
Whoever
admit
can
to
go next.
lying?
so yeah, I don't get to finish, right? But yeah. So like when you asked me, the other guy, I'm not looking at the screen, so I don't know your name. I said, if I say 20 years, how are you gonna know? But if I say 1 year, you'll be quick to believe me because you want it to be some little phase, right? Now the other guy, I told him 4 because listen, none of yous have any way of verifying how long I've been vegan. So why would you even ask?
See, I thought you meant in a sense that you don't know what you're getting from the supermarket could still have meat in it, like so.
Well, why do you assume I get everything from the supermarket anyway? Why do you assume that to begin with?
Well, most people do.
Because
they
you
asked
do.
you because they probably thought you were just going to tell the truth. I mean, I guess we can't expect that from you.
Why
Well,
would
I
you
said
think that
unless
as an
you grow
aggressive
your own
thing?
food, and you didn't respond to
Think that
that.
you get food the
I
same
didn't
place
hear
that a
that.
lot of other people get food from. Like that's
I didn't
it's
hear
not
that.
an aggressive thing to think that you're getting food like a generally normal person. If you're not, that's fine. That's not like an
Right,
attack on you to ask if you get stuff
right,
from the
right. I know
supermarket.
that. Yeah, I know that. So basically, like, it's like you're trying to suggest, like, if I do get some things from the supermarket, that has some sort of like argument against me being vegan. Like, I only
No.
said it in
I didn't hear anyone
response to
make that
his
argument.
T-Rex nuggets. I don't. But if you want to debate it, then start like slowly, right, and start with the base. Like,
I'm not
what's the
debating. I'm
actual
just asking
argument? Well,
questions.
you
I'm
are
just saying.
debating it right
I'm just
now.
asking.
Well, you're doing it right now.
What have
No,
you
no
noticed?
one
Oh
made that
my
argument.
God,
It's
guys,
wrong.
Jesus
You brought up an
Christ,
argument that
man.
no one's
Yo,
made.
Wow.
can you
Yeah,
guys
Jeremy,
hear
this
me?
is
Jeremy.
Hello.
Jeremy, what are we
yes,
gonna do with this
I'm about to just
situation
start
you're
muting
in?
yeah.
everyone. Whoever next person who interrupts, you're getting muted. I'm timing you out for I don't know, 10 minutes.
I'm trying to
Go
just
ahead.
get a word in to help, Jeremy.
Anyone? I know. Thank you. Anyone interrupts, I'm timing you out for 10 minutes, starting right now. Go ahead.
Yeah.
If two people start talking at the same time, somebody's got to back down, or I'm just timing you both out. Whatever. So go ahead. Let's
I'll
go.
pick one. You pick the
I
other.
would like to make one statement. I mean, he's already admitted
You're cutting out, Racky.
You robot.
Okay, so does someone else want to go? Can I say something?
You are.
Well, that's the problem with, the tiptoeing around, worrying about whether you're going to speak over someone. You got to ask now, So I'm asking whether I can say something, since no one else wants to say anything. Okay, so yeah. So all right. So all I said was, I wouldn't eat the T-Rex nuggets because I'm vegan anyway. Then people started asking me questions.
Well, that's joking.
Yeah, I know. And all I said was, I don't have a problem with the joke. I'm saying all I said was I wouldn't eat him because I'm vegan anyway. And then we also continued to joke about it, me eating Jurassic Park salad, yeah? And then people were like, oh, okay, let me ask you about being vegan. They didn't want to just ask me, like, a conversation, like, oh, how long you been vegan for? What kind of things do you eat? What benefits have you had? It was all, like, hostile, like, oh, so you think it's... And it was the first guy, to be fair. The first guy was talking about how unhealthy it was and all that sort of stuff, yeah?
All right. Can I speak now?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Go on.
Yeah, I want to point out that literally any conversation where somebody thinks one way and somebody else recognizes that they think a different way, there is going to be some level of hostility, not in an aggressive manner. It doesn't mean that they're mad at you. It doesn't mean they're angry. It doesn't mean that they're attacking you. It doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with what you're doing or that they're claiming you're wrong. What it means is they disagree with you because that's what happened. They realize that you think differently. That is literally always going to be the case anytime someone thinks differently than you. That is the case. That's how conversation works.
But the Australian guy was not pushing his agenda. All he said was he was vegan.
No one
People were
pushed
asking
his...
questions. I didn't hear anyone pushing an agenda other than there was the one guy who seemed like he might have been a little bit aggressive. And this Australian guy is putting it on seemingly everybody else in the conversation as if we're all acting like that one guy, and we absolutely are not. That's absurd.
So can I respond to that? In the sentence that, like, in my comment that you just responded to, I specifically said, to be fair, it was the first guy. So it's actually the opposite of what you just accused me of saying about accusing everyone. Because what I said specifically was, to be fair, it was the first guy. Now, you said something about conversation. Conversation is an exchange of information. The second it turns heated, it's an argument. It's no longer a conversation.
That's incorrect.
I'm not,
Right. That's why I wanted to have a conversation. I wanted to ask you about what foods do you enjoy that are vegan? What's like your favorite foods? What was the hardest thing to give up when you first turned vegan?
Yeah. Nothing. None of it was hard. I just went like cold turkey. I didn't have to wean off it or anything. I enjoy like tofu. I don't really so much the beans. Like for me, it's more just like broccoli or salads, pumpkin, sweet potatoes. A lot of vegans say they love lentils and stuff. I don't really like the lentils. Yeah.
So again, to get back to the point that was lost like 10 minutes ago, arguing about the argumentation that we're arguing or something, which is just a waste of time. Is veganism a natural diet?
Yes.
Okay. So why is it then that almost every vegan video I watch on YouTube about vegans, they use things that are all imported and only possible for consumption through globalization? Most of the vegetables they use and most of the fruits they use are not even native to the very country they live.
So do you want me to respond to that?
Yeah, sure.
So yeah, the thing that you're basing it on is that you're basing it on that those people are the argument, like they are vegan generalized. So for me, now you're asking me to explain their position. Nah, I don't know if these people are actually vegan or not, if they're just doing it for attention or what. But you're basing it on the fact that, yes, they claim to be vegan, so therefore, why do all vegans say this? That's what you're doing right now.
Can I add to that, actually? Just to analogize that, yeah, that would be like watching YouTube videos on Islam or Christianity, and then someone comes in here and says that they are part of that, and then you ask them, well, why do all these videos on YouTube say these things about this thing that you mentioned? Well, they don't necessarily understand it the same way. They don't necessarily believe it the same way. They don't necessarily have all the same ideas that you saw on YouTube. Isn't a natural diet. I guess really the answer to your question, YouTube isn't a natural diet. That doesn't
wait, hold on. So if I eat chicken and turkey and beef and all these things from different processing plants that are controlled by a few conglomerates around the entire world, does that?
Why would you do that?
Globalism.
Why would you eat
is
cheap
Tyson
ass
chicken an okay
meat?
thing to eat?
Why would you eat cheap ass meat, man? No one claimed eating cheap ass meat.
I didn't say sheep.
Cheap in saying not expensive, or cheap in saying that you buy the worst meat you can have. I myself would always recommend to buy good quality meat. The best quality as if possible.
I understand. So, but like if someone went on YouTube and said, "I'm going to buy this cheap stuff from like," that's all part. You could say the same thing about meat eating. There's nothing to do with whether or not what person chooses to eat. It has everything to do with a system in which they were already born into.
Stop
if I live
over-talking.
somewhere and if I don't have access to certain vegetables because the way that the state is already has already made the system the way it is, and I don't have any options, what would I do then?
Dude, is it so hard to understand that the natural diet consists of dairy, or let's say animal products, and mostly animal? Because animals are everywhere around you. Like if you live in a very cold region of the earth, you will have at least fish or some kind of other small animals to hunt and kill. Animals have been always a part of the natural diet of man because they're always available no matter where you are. Even in the desert, you will find a snake to kill and eat for food. It's almost close to chicken, for example. So animals are. Oh yeah, just interrupt me in the mid-sentence.
I'm sorry, I thought you were done.
Well, let's try to be a little bit concise, though. You tend to go on for a very long time, so.
Dude, every time I get this comment, it was not a very long time, so please stop this. It's madness.
Please be concise, please.
Right,
Thank you.
I think you're.
Hold on, let him finish, Fuzzy. Let him finish. Hold on, let him finish. Just be concise, please.
I would have been finished already.
Okay, go ahead.
By looking at these factors and comparing it to the very stuff and you find a vegetable and fruit section within your supermarket, you will understand what a natural diet is and what is a human-made important diet, and something that needed to be modified in the first place to even be consumable. Most of the vegetables you consume have been modified by humans in order to be consumable and digestible.
Can I
You
respond?
don't have to. You don't have to process an animal before it becomes
Exactly.
digestible.
You can literally cut it open. You can eat the raw liver. You can eat the raw heart. You can eat almost everything raw. You know,
What the
from the
hell?
animal.
But okay, so again,
Have you
though, but
ever
like,
have you ever looked?
here's the thing: is that
I'm answering a question truthfully.
I know, but I get what you're
Guys,
saying. I kind of agree with you too. My point is
Maybe
that
not.
the way that what you're saying is that, like,
I
why do
got you,
all
Bob.
of
Hold on.
these people live within people who grew up and live within a system of the way food is being processed and moved around the world, and if they now choose to do it, it's not necessarily their fault. I mean, if they choose a different diet, are they going to up and move to a place where they can not have to, or not forced to buy certain things from a certain process that includes globalization, for lack of a better term?
I'm not saying that we should forbid people being vegan. I'm not saying that you can't be vegan. I don't really care at the end of the day. You can put whatever you want into your body. I will just point out what is truthful or not. And the truth is that the natural diet that is even more a reasonable, as in to say a regional diet would be including animal parts. Whatever you want to use of the animal should be included because it's a regional diet. It works everywhere on this plane. Especially, we can especially see this by looking at remote cities and regions like in Russia, where people are at minus 40 degrees, they just put that meat outside and it will be frozen all the time and just eat it raw in little slices, either if it's fish or horse or whatever kind of meat. And they have been doing this for decades, and these people look better than most people nowadays. But that's not even the main thing.
Right.
I'm just saying, if you're a vegan now and you haven't been for a long time, and this comes from an ex-vegetarian, go up on YouTube, type in why I'm no longer vegan, and you will find people who have been vegan for 20 years doing the exact right thing, and they'd still tell you what the main problem is of why they turned back to eating meat. Okay, so there's a reason why we have hundreds of videos on YouTube's of
Come on, man.
ex-vegans doing this.
Yeah, dude, you
Right,
gotta try to be more concise, man.
Boy.
This is not. I'm not joking. I'm not trying to I'm not trying to play you or
I'm about
anything.
to
You
quit.
gotta be more concise, dude. There's a lot of people trying to get in now. I can make a list if you guys want. Bob's been waiting to get in. It sounds like no one's gonna let him get in right now. I mean, do you guys want me to make a list or
Let
it'll
Bob
go
go
nice and
since he's
smooth?
waiting.
Well,
Let Bob
I
go.
guess, can I just ask one question to him? Like, when he says, "What's the correct thing as being a vegan?" Like, who determines
I'd
what the
rather him
best?
not answer though right now.
I know, but like, I just, but he's basing it all on, well, people are being vegan and doing it the right way. Well, what's the right way? That's what I'm
Well, you're
curious
not
about.
clearly
Well,
listening to what I'm saying.
what I'm going to say kind of addresses that anyway. The thing that you're talking about is literally what people are putting inside of their bodies. So first of all, you're not going to convince someone who has determined to be vegan on Discord. You're not going to convince them to not be vegan. That's not going to happen. They're going to have to determine that they want to change what they're going to put in their mouth, and the results that they're getting aren't what they want, so they're going to change it. Like, you're not going to just speak to them and have them change their mind, obviously. But I can go on YouTube right now and type in, why is it that all people who think the earth isn't a ball are wrong? Okay, like I can get all kinds of videos. There being a lot of videos about a specific topic and how it's wrong or right that in no way backs up any argument whatsoever. You would need to be able to demonstrate something to the person that you're trying to convince. In this case, you're not going to be able to do that because the demonstration in this case would be showing them that eating other foods actually helps them. They're going to have to determine to do that on their own if they want to try it.
Okay, first of all, the first thing you mentioned that I would try to convince anyone or whatnot is never my intention. I literally clarified before you made that statement. Right beforehand, I clarified I have no problem with whatever people want to eat. If they want to be vegan, they can be vegan. But I'm going to truthfully put out there what the end result is going to be if you're going to malnourish and destroy your body like that. And there's enough evidence of people doing so that have been going by the casual order of of being a vegan, and the only thing vegans always will tell you is, no, he just did veganism wrong. No, he just didn't know how to really properly eat stuff, even though they have been doing it for 20 years. They just did it completely wrong, and that's why they changed. And on the other hand, these comparison that you did regarding YouTube, they're just bad, man. Absolutely.
Can I go?
Go ahead.
You're saying that you keep making this thing about like there's evidence, right? But your evidence is YouTube videos. You haven't been specific either about saying what was the actual issues that these people went through that were magically fixed when they put meat in their mouth. And that goes back to the same question. And that's why I said, you're saying that you're not trying to convince anyone, but guess what? Like, you're not going to debate anyone on this, right? You won't. Because you'll sit there and just make little claims, right? And you won't actually support any of that. So you'll just claim that. You'll just claim. I'm almost finished. So you'll just claim that veganism is bad because of YouTube videos that you watch. The other guy explained it perfectly, right? It doesn't matter if there's a million videos on YouTube. It's not an argument. Like, that's just consensus. Like, there's a million people who all agree, right? It doesn't mean it's true. And again, it goes back to what I said with the video. You're just saying that these people claim to be vegan. Like, there is such thing as propaganda too, right? There's propaganda which people are going to come out and say, oh yeah, I was a vegan for 20 years and guess what? My body broke down. And then I had a piece of chicken. It was like a magic tablet. It's just all better now. So if you want to, can I end it with a question? Can I end it with a question? That's why I'll just ask you again. Can you tell me what the magical thing is in meat that is not in plants, please?
Already told you.
You didn't.
But again, that's just the straw man. You inserted a few things I never mentioned. For example, oh, you're just going to magically eat a piece of chicken and be healthy again. That's a straw man, and that's just boring, actually. It just shows that you really don't understand what my main point is. My main point is not to convince you to be not a vegan anymore. Just out of love for my fellow brother, I have posted videos of people when they started being vegans and afterwards. I have given you enough things to look into. Maybe listen to some people who have been vegan for a few decades, not even 20 years. There's even way longer periods. And there's a common theme within veganism, which these people themselves have realized. And there's also a very big mental game that is going on, where you just tell yourself that you're actually doing good, even though your body is tremendously suffering, and you just can't recognize it. And I had the same. I had this. Oh yeah, just interrupt me.
Can I just add something quickly?
How do we? Hold on, let him finish.
And it's the same thing I experienced myself trying to be vegan. It literally it plays with your psychology, like especially when you look at other people that still eat meat, and it just constantly is in your head, food and this and that.
I just think it's hard to generalize when everyone's metabolism is unique. Everyone's body reacts differently to everything they eat, So there's no overall correct way, is there? Because everyone reacts differently to everything they put in their body. So
okay, but can I just tell you that that like they've been telling you since the 50s that all walks of life, like all stages of life, you can thrive on a plant-based diet. Like thrive, not just get by and with it. There's no the stuff he's talking about. There's no evidence of vegans withering away after a certain amount of time. None whatsoever. None. He's talking about YouTube videos.
And what would be sufficient evidence other than people
medical studies, not what the hell?
Making videos about their diet, showing how they're slowly destroying
medical
their body.
Studies.
It's the same.
Since it's a medical,
what does medical studies do? When you look at drug addicts, they show you pictures of before and after people. So a drug addict on heroin, they will show you a picture of. They will show you a picture because you're interrupting me. You're not making me able to say something. He's not
interrupting you now. Yo.
Okay, yeah. So I'm speaking normal, man. I'm not shouting. I could give you something that would resemble shouting, but I don't want to do that because it gets very loud. So again, if a medical study is going to show you a before and after picture of someone who takes a certain kind of drug, they're going to show you a before and after picture. If I show you a lot of vegan channels where people have started being vegans for a certain period of time, and you have before and after pictures, you can see a certain pattern, and you see it within the face of these vegans. But yeah, I can also just hand wave everything that has to do with YouTube videos where vegans are depicted, because I just want to have some professor giving me a blanket, a white paper saying, "Oh, this is the proof."
Okay, so to be fair, right? You did cut me off. I wasn't finished. I said you don't have any evidence. You did cut me off by saying what would be your proof. Now, then I had to answer you. Then you wanted to finish. Okay, so
Why are you
because
always doing this, man? Just go
why
on.
you
Why are
So
you cutting him
boring.
off now? Dude, I know,
Because he's
man.
always
The two
doing
of
this.
you
He's
guys.
always reflecting this.
Yeah,
It's so
no,
annoying.
you totally interrupted him when he was talking about evidence. You jumped
Yeah,
all over.
okay, but we don't need to repeat it all over. What is happening in
Yeah, but
conversation?
no, he's
Just go
trying to
on.
point out. I know he's trying to point out
Dude,
to
that's
you
all
what
you do
just
is
happened.
repeat the same shit over and over again. Just let him say his piece, and then you can repeat your thing over and over again, and we'll just keep doing this.
yeah, but I'm not doing that. But so like what I said was the thing he's saying that vegans after a certain period of time and they're so unhealthy, he doesn't have any evidence to support that. He has YouTube videos which people who claim to be vegan, and now what he's talking about, drug addict photos, yeah, there's clear like a difference. But because he's talking about health specifically and certain health benefits and you know, things that go wrong in your body due to only living on plants, he needs medical studies, not a
Yeah, you cut out.
Yeah,
Check.
I thought somebody muted him. I didn't.
No, you're good. Australian guy, you cut out.
I don't think he knows.
Oh, we gotta settle down, guys, for real, man. Let everyone finish their shit and try to be concise. Don't go on for, 45 seconds, a minute. People get antsy in the pantsy. Try to keep it at like 20, 30 seconds, please.
Well, I'd like to point out that he did ask a good question a while ago about what, in animals that you can't get in plants. A simple Google search will show you a list of what's considered animal proteins that are considered essential to health that aren't found in plant matter.
Well, did I drop out? Did anyone?
Yeah, you dropped out.
All right, which part did I drop out at? Because I just want to finish that, like, if I could.
You only got about four or five words into your sentence.
Just start over. Start over.
Oh, okay, thank you. It was only like less than a minute. So I said what he's saying is like that. There is no evidence for that. Like, there's none at all because he's talking about health specifically, he needs like medical studies. He needs to show that, and he needs to show like case studies where people on a plant-based diet in comparison to meat, and then he needs variables, people using meat and plants. He needs that to support what he's saying. He can't just say YouTube videos. And then just quickly, because when I jumped in, the guy was talking about protein. I'm not sure if he even knows what protein is, but if he does, then he'll be happy to like explain what protein is.
Yeah, does anyone else want to get in? Please.
Yeah, I'd like to say something.
All right. Go ahead. What do you got?
Well, I remember this is years back now. I watched this video and they were talking about animals that eat meat and animals that don't eat meat. And I was saying, okay, let's see what they're going to say. Well, check this out. Apparently, our brain, the way our brain developed, right, wouldn't be possible if we hadn't eaten meat, right? And it was showing like none of the things we do would be possible. And in other words, it was showing animals that eat grass. They spend like most of their time eating, chewing the cud, eating. If we were to eat just grass and shit like that, that's all we'd be doing. And our brain in the early days wouldn't have developed. We wouldn't be what we are now, according to this research.
And I mean,
so I just want to put that out there.
That's a good point, because look at a panda bear. I mean, they're borderline like retarded, right? They can't even mate.
It's not a good point.
That's a
not a
good
good
point. No,
point.
I like it,
It's
SE.
really not. Listen, guys, you got to consider what you're arguing here. Okay, you're
Thank you.
trying to point out things to somebody who has already said that they are vegan. Okay, which means they've already made the determination to be vegan and have indicated that for a certain amount of time they have been vegan, or for I don't know if he ever gave a specific amount of time that he actually was or not. It doesn't really matter. He has been vegan for that amount of time, which means he has literally lived through that amount of time being vegan. No matter what words you say, no matter what combination or how many or what order you put them in, you are not going to change his mind by speaking those words. He would need to have something to actually physically grab onto to demonstrate that he needs a change for his health, and you've provided none of that. YouTube videos don't do that. Your words don't do that. Pointing to studies don't do that. Saying that you watched a documentary years ago doesn't do that. If right now he's obviously here and alive and thinks he's healthy, and he might be. I'm not saying he's not. Don't misinterpret what I'm saying. He might be perfectly healthy. I don't know. But he's obviously here and not dead and has experienced being a vegan, which means what you're trying to argue directly contradicts his lived experience, what he has actually had experience in his life, literally through his food intake.
Yo, I actually that brain thing you said, SE, that made me remind me of this TikTok I saw last night, where they fucking injected human brain cells into mice, and the mice were dumb smart, bro. They were sharp.
So,
Yeah, it makes sense,
Bob,
bro. Like
Bob, to clarify again,
protein.
because sorry.
I was just gonna say real quick, the protein needed for brain development. The way the guy was explaining it made a lot of sense, bro. What he did was he put one steak on the table, and then he said, "This is the equivalent of grass cow has to eat." Bro, he brought in a truck of grass, literally, to equal one steak. Yeah.
Yeah, but I can easily dismiss that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying what I found.
Can I quickly address what Bob Pryor said? It's not about this one vegan in here. What I just contributed is for
Wait
the
a minute,
live
bro.
stream.
Bob wanted to say something.
Is for other people. And I'm not about changing this man's mind. I just give him suggestions out of love for one another and for my brother that he should look also on the other sides, because I bet he hadn't done it yet. He just watched all these documentaries, has been maybe wrong.
Okay. What you said the words. You asked the question, what would be good enough evidence for you? And that, to me, though, that sounds like a question of somebody who is trying to convince a person. When you ask the question, what would be good enough for you? That to me sounds like someone who is trying to convince that person.
No, this is just a general question. If someone says that video evidence of visual changes within people's faces or their whole body is not enough, as for
There's so many levels to that, though.
Yeah.
There's so many different reasons why someone would look different, though. But it's like it's not fair to keep bringing up those videos, man. It's not fair.
If he, as a vegan, told me right now that I have to stop eating meat or I'm going to die or like from it, or I have to stop eating meat because it's killing me. Like if he told me that right now as a vegan, he said, you need to stop eating. Here's all these YouTube videos about why you need to stop eating meat. And here's all these studies. I would not take any of it seriously because I've eaten meat my whole life and I don't feel it killing me. Like I don't experience it doing harm to me.
Yeah, because it's
Okay, let's let him finish.
You can't just say.
I don't think Clay was finished earlier, though. So can we let him finish?
So what we can also do is, by the way, we can look at videos of infants having meat setting in front of them and vegetables, and then you can see the clear reaction of that infant hating the broccoli in their mouth and spitting it out and making a clear suggestion of what it wants to eat and what it doesn't want to eat. Anyways, I think it's just all conspiracy. We should not trust our senses. If a steak looks, smells, and tastes good,
if you put Oreos in front of them, they'd pick those two. That's idiotic.
What?
Yeah. And
what did you
the
say?
steak that is
I
one
just
second. I
If you
didn't.
put Oreos in front of them, they would eat those too. That's idiotic. That's what a
This
baby
this
food would
argument
be
is
if that's
again idiotic. I've not heard more than just stupid
Hold
strawmans
on,
the
man.
whole
You
time
asked him
against
what
what
he
I
said, and then
claim.
you overtalked him.
That's not a
Did
straw
you
He said
or
man.
are you done, Bob?
Oreos.
That's
He
not a
said
straw man.
Oreos.
That's literally the exact same thing that you just said, except instead of vegetables and meat, I added a third item. If you put Oreos, meat, and vegetables in front of a little baby,
Dude.
they will eat the Oreos.
Dude, Oreos are
That
highly
doesn't mean it's
processed
good for them. That's an
foods.
idiotic argument.
No, it's not.
It is.
Oreos is highly processed food that has been modified to be full of
He knows
sugar,
that.
fat, and other
He
stuff
knows.
But
to
where?
make it
So what?
to make it to
He
make
knows
an
that.
illusion to make an illusion of more of
Guys,
being
What does
more
he think that?
appealing. And
why are so
it's
many people
nice that I
interrupting?
can
I don't
never
understand.
talk because people
I
getting
know, Clay.
triggered
I'm
by
clearing the
truth.
floor for you. Clay, I'm clearing the floor for you. Go ahead, bud.
If you have a piece of raw meat and a piece of raw vegetable, you cannot compare it to an Oreo. So stop with this stupid argumentation. It's so
No,
annoying.
what he was arguing against was your when you said that a child would choose to do one thing or another based on their choices. If you give them a third choice, they're going to choose that too. So your idea of
Right.
that being the argument or your basis of your argument is ridiculous, is what he's
Children
trying
are
to point
stupid.
out.
It's not. The baseline is putting something natural in front of the child. If you put an Oreo in front of the child, you should. Dude, what is
I'm
wrong with
coughing.
you, man?
I'm coughing.
Hold on.
I'm coughing,
Somebody's
bro.
hot
What do you
micing.
want me to go on mute when I cough? Like, sorry,
Yeah,
man.
please.
So if
Yeah,
there
you're
was
hot
raw,
micing.
Sounds
if
like
there was
moaning.
raw
Hot micing.
meat on the table and strawberries on the table, both natural, what do you think as a child is going to choose strawberries?
But
Yeah.
but
You
here,
could put a
look, the
crayon.
argument is going all over the place, man. If we could focus on the protein requirements of the human body, what you can get from vegetables and what you can get from meats, and figure out what a balanced diet is to the human body.
But
That'd
you
be
won't
great
be able to
because
prove
at
their
this
numbers
point,
are less money.
it's down to like, look, there's no valid argument for eating meat apart from choice. It's a taste. It's a pleasure-based option because there is no
Animal
evidence
protein.
of. Well, animal. Okay, so this is where it gets. This is where what we're trying to talk about, and this is where we should be talking about it. Could you tell me the difference between animal protein and plant protein?
I would have to look it up to name them, but I do know there are animal proteins that are considered essential to
Could I tell you
being
them?
healthy,
Could I tell you them?
and
Could
then
I tell you the
there are
difference?
Hold
those
on, man. Let him
proteins that
finish.
Let him
Yo, why you
finish, man.
interrupting?
Let him
yeah,
finish.
and there are proteins in animals that aren't in vegetables, and that you got to balance that.
Could I tell you the difference?
Considered
Yeah.
by whom to be healthy?
Yeah, correct. We're basing it off that as well. So basically, so they're talking about the 9 essential amino acids. Okay, that's what they're talking about. There's no it's not different. They're saying this is what they're telling you. Okay, this is what they'll tell you. Animal proteins are what they call complete proteins because they contain all 9 essential amino acids in one. Okay, it doesn't mean you get your recommended daily intake by just eating meat. Now, there's a difference in quinoa, whatever it is, has all the 9 essential amino acids as well. Now, what they're saying is you can get all of those from a plant-based diet also. It's basically like fast food. They say, listen, instead of eating a varied diet, which you should anyway, just get it all from meat. That's what they're telling you. Now, the actual protein part, they're just talking about the 9 essential amino acids. Now, those are in plants. You can get an app. You can get apps now, right? That will tell you how much is in what. So you can go find out how much protein is in broccoli, and go, oh, I only need to eat 4 things of broccoli to get my recommended daily intake. Unless you're a bodybuilder, I don't know what this whole concern is with protein, right?
And who are these that recommend? Who is it that's recommending these things? Because doctors spend about 6 hours on nutrition in all the 8 years of medical school. So who is it that's exactly determining?
Doctors?
Yeah,
No, there's
doctors.
actual.
They spend about 6 hours on nutrition. That's it.
So there
they
is.
don't know anything about nutrition.
So you're saying there's not nutritionists, so you're saying like a pediatrician?
No, there are. No, I'm
Oh,
saying
so
there
yeah,
are
so
some
what?
people. No, there are some people, but they have. But that, like, when you say doctors or medical reports, that's got to
No,
come from a
you
specific
asked.
kind of doctor. I mean, like
No,
the
you
government
asked.
just says. No, I know. I'm saying there are nutritionists. There are some, but some people are some nutritionists will go by the food guide pyramid, right?
Yeah, but I know. I'm saying you said who are those people, and then you sort of said it like doctors only do. When I didn't say anything about doctors, but you asked. So yeah,
I
the
don't think he
people
was
who are giving
responding to
those.
you. I think he was responding to the other guy.
Sorry.
I don't think he was responding to you with that. I think what he was basically pointing out
no,
is
he was.
the people that we get this information from aren't necessarily reliable on that information. So arguing from their information isn't steady ground. It's shaky ground at best.
Well, this is the other thing. What I haven't even mentioned that yet, but so like I'm not saying you should, but like I don't. To me, right, I don't understand how if you could be a flat earther and still eat meat, because if you don't obviously believe in evolution, I don't know where you got this idea that you're supposed to eat meat from anyway.
Well, for me, it's easy. I believe that I was created, and I believe the Creator intended for me to eat meat. It's that simple.
Yeah, belief is a belief. Like you accept it as true without proof.
Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah,
meat has been
which is
eaten for thousands and thousands of years.
But
You
like,
think
there's no way anyone here is
going
gonna win the argument of you
Who's
have to
saying
eat
that?
meat for like during your life. Like, there's no way to win that argument right now because you're sitting here talking to us alive, and so we know for absolutely sure whatever amount of time you've gone without even eating meat, we obviously don't need it for at least that amount of time because you're here talking to us. There's no way for anyone to win that argument right now.
Hold on 1 second. 1 second, Australian guy. Sorry. Bob, do you have data muted?
Who?
Flat Earth Data. I don't know what his name is now. Bendy Light.
Yes, Bending Light. I have him muted. He's an idiot.
Okay, but
I agree.
No name calling, please. And I don't know. You got to watch to see if he lights up or something, or we're gonna have an over talking mess here.
Oh,
so to the guy just quickly who said that we ate meat for thousands of years, were you in agreement just before when we were talking about them having no way of telling if a rock was 100 years old or 20,000 years old? Sorry? Because if you were, I'm just confused why all of a sudden now you're telling us about thousands of years ago.
Yeah, I love when people say thousands of years. But,
Well, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know who the guy, because I didn't get the name, but whoever the guy that said we've been eating meat for thousands of years, I mean, I would just like to know how he knows that.
Yeah, I didn't know you knew all that.
How old is the Bible?
No one knows who even wrote the Bible.
How old is the Bible?
The problem is that all this information is coming from select sources of people who is
How
it
old
that
is the
determines
Bible?
what's the actual
Nobody
amount
wants
of
to answer that,
nutrition?
right? You
Hold
have a
on,
belief.
Data.
No one
Data,
knows.
do you
The
have?
Bible
Hold on,
is
Fuzzy. Hold on a second.
Nobody
legit
knows.
book. That's
Guys,
your issue.
hello. Data. Do you have Fuzzy muted? Data.
So they asked.
Do
I
you have
tried to
Fuzzy
reply. They asked. I
Do you
tried
have
to
Fuzzy
reply.
Ewok
Then they're.
muted? Data.
They
You have
asked. I
Fuzzy Ewok
replied.
muted.
They asked. I replied. They interrupted.
Do you have Fuzzy Ewok muted? Data.
Don't know.
Will you check and make sure, because you just overtalk the shit out of him. I'm questioning
Yeah,
if you have
I
him
don't
muted or
need.
you just
I
don't
don't.
give a
I
fuck
don't.
and you want to
Yeah,
cause a
I don't.
huge shit show.
Nobody
Don't need
nobody knows
anybody,
the age
dude.
of
I
the
don't give a
Bible.
shit.
Nobody knows the age of the Bible. Why would you ask such a retarded question right now?
Exactly.
That's your belief then.
Well,
You
you
have
can
a
prove to me how long ago
Giggle,
the Bible was
giggle.
written.
Giggle,
Go for it.
give me proof. Giggle, giggle, give me proof. Listen,
Well,
you
what are you
sitting in
talking
your
about?
vehicle, with your ideas is great. Me looking at all the institutions, all the scholars, all the documented evidence they have, all the historical evidence they have through archaeology, the stuff that corroborates. We have stories that match locations and towns and cities. Please spare me your nonsense. Thanks.
I could say the exact same thing about whether or not the world is flat or a globe, based on all the information,
Here's the
all the
thing.
experts, and all
Don't
the
give a
different
shit if you
writings.
think. I don't. Here's the problem, buddy. I don't give a fuck what you think, dude. That's
You're
the
cutting
thing.
him off.
Now I fully
Thousands of
know
You're
why
cutting
years
him
someone
off.
we
has
ate
you
meat.
muted.
Go
Like
read the Bible. Stop being
you
ignorant.
Data,
Stop
asked.
being
data,
a,
don't make
stop
it a
being
shit
a,
What's
show,
going
brother.
stop being
on,
an
We
man?
were doing
ignorant
this
What
To be
before
fool.
you
what's
came
Why
going
in.
is he
on?
doing that?
What is going on here?
I don't understand.
I don't know left lane, but it definitely doesn't help if there's like 3 people talking and then you start. That's not going to help at all. Trust me.
Data. You said how old was the Bible? Is what you asked, and I said I don't know. Who knows? How do you actually know? And then now you're spouting out information you say is true, and I'm asking you how you can prove that, and you say, oh yeah, okay, you just prove it. Like,
One of the
as if
evidences
that's
that
not
I
a
deem
legit
as
question.
one of the evidences I deem as proof is the utmost intention to control the information. If it wasn't, there wouldn't be such an adamant control, a purposeful intent to mislead, disinform, malinform all the information. It wouldn't be so coveted in a manner, and it wouldn't be expressed in a manner as such if it wasn't valid. The fact that you are even trying to ignore any validity of the fact that there are rulers, organizers, and controllers that have a multitude layers of realities and dimensions, and you're telling me the one that actually is rooted in all fundamental existence of human belief in the philosophy of an everlasting life, a paradise earth, all these qualities of don't lie, don't cheat, don't steal, don't kill, don't murder. You can kill. There's righteous kills, dude. Don't murder. The fact that we've had these institutions research, all these people research, and you're just gonna tell me no? Dude, get the fuck out of here.
I'm not going to say no. I'm saying
Ah.
where is it that you can
You're
point to
a
say I
full-blown
know?
retard conspiratorial, dude. You're
No,
What are you
you're cutting
full-blown
him
talking
off. You're
about?
cutting him off.
you're a
You finished, and then you're
full-blown
cutting him off.
conspiratorial
What the fuck?
retard.
Yeah,
Okay,
seriously.
so now you're
Like,
just insulting him.
Guys,
how is
no
that not a legit
Who gives
question?
a fuck? You're a retard too. If you look at all
Data.
that
Why?
evidence,
Because I don't
It's
believe
okay.
in
I
what you
muted him. I
believe
got him.
in.
He's done. I'm not. Oh, he's done. There's no way
Thanks,
that
man.
I fully understand why someone would just have him muted all the time now.
Yeah.
Oh, he's on the list. He's on my list.
We don't believe in what he believes in. That's not really doesn't make you a retard.
And I'm not even saying I don't believe him. I'm asking where he can come up with that kind of certainty on something. That's all. And apparently I'm retarded for asking that
Well,
question.
none of
Let's all settle down. You're getting Die Slow excited. He thinks it's shit show Saturday.
I am selling tickets half off, guys. Get them while they're hot.
awesome. Here's the thing: all architecture in major cities show a religion, show a belief system. Our fucking legal system is represented by a Greek god. There is no separation from religion and state. It's evident and it's in our face. You're going to sit here and tell me that all this stuff that haven't covered, all the knowledge that comes with all this ancient material isn't relevant? You just sound like a fucking fool. So I don't care if you think the Earth's flat or a globe. I don't give a fuck. You're just a conspiratorial retard to the max. Don't go
Why is he
full
still
retard.
allowed to do
doing,
this?
dude? He's
what
not allowed to do this. Stop. I got it.
Yeah, no, I
What
just
the
muted him
fuck?
again. Like, for real. Like, I agree that there's a connection and there's all kinds of things that they're telling us. I'm asking specifically how you know that gives you a specific date in mind of when it was written. That doesn't make any sense, and you seem to not be able to answer that without ad homing.
I don't know if they can't answer that. They don't know themselves.
I know, but I don't understand why there's such vitriol for people who even ask the question. Like, you can't be that certain about something and then get that defensive when someone asks you how, why, when I'm not even saying you're wrong. I'm just curious. It's ridiculous.
Well, it doesn't matter when they're saying if you don't agree with this, then that you just look like a retard. It's like, no, because it could be all made up, right? Just because there's connections between things doesn't validate anything. All it validates is it's like, all right, you write a prediction now. Okay, you write that in 50 years' time there will be a white brick wall at this location, and then you just make sure that white brick wall appears, and all of a sudden you're a seer. You're a prophet. It's
I
it's
don't
that
understand
easy.
how that.
Hey,
Okay, so
upside down
determines
Australian.
a year.
With all
yes.
due respect, and maybe just is inappropriate or anything like that, but for due to respect, I think in 10 years you're not a vegan.
Okay, cool. You can think that, but like I said, you don't want to actually debate it. You just want to make underhand claims like that. It's unhealthy in that you're not able to discuss protein. You're not able to discuss any health benefits for or against or anything like
Well,
that. Okay?
well, I have personal experience by being vegetarian for 2 years, and I also have all these similarities with other people and their symptoms lining up with the personal experience. So if you want to call me liar, that's okay. If you don't want to look into anything I have posted, that's okay. And we can just still go on with our lives, man. Much love,
Okay, but we're
Much
in a
respect
voice
for
chat.
everyone.
We're in a voice chat, and you wanted to talk to me in the voice. So, like, why don't you try with just one thing? Like, for example, you said symptoms just then. So, what symptoms? Like, name a
See, the
symptom.
thing is, I've gone in so many directions that I presented that you can now look into. I really, at this point, I'm really a bit exhausted. I don't really want to go more into the details.
Cool, bro.
I mean,
All right,
if you really want to know what what my life difference was after I started eating meat again, I can tell you, but I think it's just gonna be long-winded, man. Like this
Yeah,
at
you
least
didn't have
takes.
any. You didn't have any. That's the point. You only
You
mentioned
think I'm
psychological
lying?
before.
You
No,
think
I
I'm
don't think you're
lying?
lying. No, I'm saying you didn't name any, so therefore, like, I don't have anything to go off, right? Except your claim, which you said about something about hearing all the arguments. Like, I'll just tell you, you don't know how long I've been vegan for, okay? You don't know how many arguments I've heard. And I said a pretty bold statement, and no one's challenged that. I said, there's no valid argument for eating meat apart from choice. It's a pleasure thing, like taste. There's no valid, you don't have a health-based
I believe I
argument.
gave you one. Were you not
No,
listening?
you didn't.
But
No,
Yes,
you
I
didn't.
did.
but
You
there
want me
The
is
to
a
try
Bible.
again? The
Sure,
early
try
is
again.
Can I go?
there is a
Can I take
there.
not even 30 seconds.
I'm
I
sorry,
told
Essay,
you.
you go ahead.
Thanks. I told you the early development of man's brain. What made us who we are today apparently was fire and eating meat. The protein necessary for the brain to develop. And I'm not saying this, I'm talking about experts that know about this stuff. They say that if man did not eat meat in the early development stage, we would not have the brain we have today. The protein necessary is just not
Thanks.
there.
Development of what?
Thanks.
Development
So
of
those
what,
same
SE?
people that tell you that tell you gravity exists. Yeah.
And you call that a rebuttal, dude? Seriously? Come
Well,
on.
Yeah.
no,
So the
but
people that you're
SE,
talking
hold on.
about,
Well,
like,
yeah, you
again,
said
okay. So let me ask you because I don't know your
Fine
position. Like,
rebuttal.
I don't know your position. Do you believe in evolution? Like, are you in agreement with the theory of evolution and the Big Bang?
I don't see what difference that makes in this conversation.
Well, that's not really a valid response. If you don't see the connection, it's not a valid response, but they're all connected. So you only have this assumption that they know about thousands of years ago and brain development due to meat and all that because you believe in the same other shit that they tell you about Big Bangs and dinosaur soup. You know?
So explain
I'd
to
like
me
to, Jeff.
yeah.
what's the connection between the Big Bang and
Mhm.
veganism, please?
I didn't say there was a connection between Big Bang and veganism. They're actually separate. Like the reason you would not eat meat is because you're not in agreement with the theory of evolution and the Big Bang and how we got here, according to them. So the same people that you're can I finish? So the same people that you're just referring to now, who say that without meat the human brain would have developed to what it is now, are the same people that tell you the whole the way the human brain even came into existence was from a fish crawling out of the water. Okay.
Yeah,
Hey, hold
SE,
on.
you really
There's a lot of
you don't
people
see
that
that
want to hold on
connection?
1 second, Fuzzy. 1 second. There's a lot of people that want to get in. I'm gonna make a list. All right.
I want on first here.
That way everyone can get in. I know left lane. I'm gonna put you on the list. We're gonna go Fuzzy, left lane, Rocky wanted to get in. Who else? Say your screen name.
Let me get in after, I guess, because I wanna say something at the end.
I got Fuzzy, left lane, Rakia, SC. Anyone else want
No,
on the
SE,
list? Speak up now.
have a question. I just have a quick question for SE, right? You said the development of the brain, that
Guess it's just them.
implies when you're saying that you're talking about are you talking about evolution? Is that
No,
what you
let me
mean?
explain to you. No, it's going to take 15 seconds. I explain to you what he said. He said if man was to survive just on eating grass, he would have to spend all day eating grass, wouldn't have time to develop anything else. And he specifically said the proteins that are found in the meat are essential for brain development.
But we don't eat grass.
Left
And
lane.
I'm saying to.
Right. Well, what
We
you
don't need
said,
good.
Left,
yeah, but what
guys, I got a list. I
you
got a
said,
list, guys.
Essie, what you
Left
said
lane,
is that
left lane,
when
fuzzy, fuzzy. There's mad people want to get in,
Put me
bro.
on the list there, Jeremy.
Yeah, mad
Yeah.
people want to get in. Left lane and Rakia, and then Data.
Bending lane.
Yeah, directly to the upside down Australian. And I'm not challenging. I'm not saying you're right or wrong. But the question on brain development, the myelin sheath is the insulator that covers the nerves, the axons and dendrites and blah blah blah. And it's said that fatty acids, omega-3 animal fat, promotes healthy development and maintain healthy myelin sheath.
Yeah.
I mean, what implants could you associate with that statement?
What do you mean? So, like, you're saying we need omega-3s?
Yeah, omega-3s and animal fats, butter, milk. Those are good
Well, you
sources.
don't need.
Cream.
Yeah. So you said like animal fat. So like you can get omega-3 from plants, so as well. So like what I'm saying is this is what the So let me just finish. I'm not trying to think. A lot of times, like people start talking about protein and all these essential, amino acids and like omegas and that, as if they don't exist in plants, and that like you can thrive on a plant-based diet. You don't have to eat like 50 kilos of spinach a day. All
Okay,
you need to
right.
do, all you need to do is base it off the claim. Like, so, I mean, not the claim. Like, so, base it off what they say is the recommended daily intake. Now, whether you choose to believe in that or not, like whether you agree with them and you say, oh well, if I don't have vitamin C, I notice a difference in me. So you assume that, yeah, I need this, and like, you know what I'm saying? And then you go from there, and then you can get apps and tables, and you can find out like how much what you need to eat to get the recommended amount.
Okay,
And you'll
Rakia.
find out that.
Oh, my bad.
Oh yeah, just last
Hold
sentence.
on, go ahead.
Okay, you'll find out that there's nothing special in meat that's different to what you can get from plants. Nothing. Like.
Okay, Rakia. Did you still want to get in there?
Yeah, I'm I hope I don't break up. I'll try and be quick. I hate vegetables. I don't eat them. I don't think I need them. They've been forced onto me. They don't smell good or taste good to me, so I don't eat them. I eat meat and dairy products. I'm 53 years old. I haven't been to the doctor in like 27 years or 26 years. I don't take prescription drugs. Don't need them because I'm not sick. So what plants do I need again?
It's not an argument of whether you'll get sick from eating meat, but if you want to go off that sort of like angle, then you have higher rates of cardiovascular diseases on a meat diet as well as things. But it wasn't an argument of
You know the
It
number
wasn't.
one killer. You know the number one killer of vegans?
What?
Heart disease.
According to which study? Like, where did you get that
To
from?
the medical studies, yeah, it just depends. So you can come up with your own number one, but heart disease. So maybe I get heart disease and die, right? Because I ate just meat, but that doesn't add up because
No,
I haven't
but that's
eaten vegetables. Okay, what do you say? Okay, it's very simple.
okay.
I'm
Yeah, so no.
53. Hang on. I'm 53. I don't have a doctor because I don't need one, and I only eat meat, no vegetables.
Yeah. Okay. So you only eat meat. You eat raw meat, or you eat cooked meat, or what do you
I
eat?
eat raw sushi when we're offshore. It's my favorite. I eat steak almost
Sushi.
definitely
So
weekly.
no
Yeah,
sushi with
sushi.
rice, or rice, just like raw fish.
Yeah, raw fish a lot offshore. I
You
don't
have the
eat it.
Do you have the seaweed with it, or you don't?
No, just cut up the tuna that we catch and eat it offshore. It's delicious.
Oh, I was just
Okay,
asking
hell,
because you
it
said
is good.
sushi
But
opposed to just
the point
yeah.
is no vegetables. Can you stick to that point?
Yeah, I did address it, but that's why I said it wasn't an argument of whether you like, because what you were saying is like, oh, so what vegetables do I need again? Did I say like anything about whether like you need to eat vegetables? But all I added on was if you want to come from that angle, then in the rates like cardiovascular and that heart diseases and all that sort of stuff, they're higher in people who eat meat. That was all I said. But
Who
you
says?
had a
What study do you trust?
oh, it's
They
not so.
They didn't study
Yeah, but
me.
then you're back. Oh, for sake, man.
Well,
If you want me to answer, if you want me to,
yeah, I do. But
okay,
I'm
talk
using.
over me.
Okay,
Talk
do
over
you
me. Go.
notice I'm using your own tactics against you? Like, what
No,
studies do you use? Like, you come at me and say, "What study did you use?" I'm coming
no,
back
I
at
didn't.
you and saying, "What?" So you want to talk over me now? But what study do you use? Is the question. Go ahead.
You said the key word, which was trust, right? It wouldn't matter which study; it's whether you trust it or not. Okay. Now I'm just saying, like, the rates are higher according to the numbers in people, and I only added that because you sort of try to make an argument, which was like that I'm trying to argue against. You need plants to survive. I didn't say that, right? Because you said which plants do I need? You made an argument that you only eat meat. Therefore, remind me which plants I need since I'm super healthy or just meat. I never said that.
You said that people who eat meat only do it because it makes them feel good. I'm proving that
No,
wrong. Yes, you
I
did.
didn't say
Your
that.
exact word. Oh my
No, I
god,
didn't.
dude.
I said no, I didn't. Well,
What
let
did
me
you
say
say
what my
then?
exact.
Point
Okay,
is,
so I
there's
said,
nothing wrong with eating meat, boys. Have at her. Eat
well,
as much meat as you can. It's good for
Hang
you.
on, let
You know
me
why?
finish with this guy, please, Data.
God, all the.
I think you're
Go on, you're
next.
next. You're next, Data. You're next.
yeah. So I said you don't have a valid argument, right? Apart from a pleasure, like a decision, a choice. It's a pleasure, like taste, right?
Yeah, okay.
Because
Can I go now?
you might, yeah. I'm finishing. So you might choose to not eat plants, right? And you might say, I feel fine on meat, right? But what I'm saying by this, listen to the sentence carefully. Like, you don't have a valid argument for eating meat, right? Like saying,
I
oh,
heard you
you
the
need
second
meat,
time.
you need meat, you need meat. That's the argument, that you need meat. And if you're a vegan, you deteriorate, you're unhealthy, and you're frail and weak.
That's not what I said. That's
No,
not what I
that's the
said. You're
argument.
putting words in my mouth now.
Oh,
You said,
fuck, you
you
don't get
just
it. What?
repeated.
You don't
Dude,
get
I
where
don't
the
need you
argument
to
started.
explain. I asked you what you said, and you said it
Okay,
like
you're
3 times.
yelling, so why don't I yell as well, right? How about that?
Hold on.
Exactly.
Do
Well,
what
why
you
don't we
want,
all?
dude. Just
Let's
calm down.
Fucking stupid.
hold on,
Yeah,
man.
now
Let's
he's
all go
name
at
calling
once.
because he
I
knows
know.
I'm. Yeah,
Hold on,
we can
No,
move
Roger.
because
on.
you're
Let's all
yelling.
hold
That's
on,
why.
man.
Oh my
Yo, guys,
god.
just gonna temp mute you both. I don't know what else to do. Temp mutes. That was a bluff. I didn't mute anyone. Everyone, go fucking one at a time, please.
It's he answered my question. Okay, he said that people who eat only meat, like me, do it because it makes them feel good, right? And
No.
that is that the guy moaning, or is he
No, I'm
coughing
saying
again and
no,
dying?
because
You're
it's
hot
not.
micing.
He's moaning, dude.
Rakia,
Australian guy, you're hot micing.
if he says that he didn't say that, like you got whether you thought you heard that or not, or that's how you interpret it, you got to accept that he says he didn't say it. So even if he did say those
Hey,
words,
dude, I don't need you right now to cut in. He just repeated what he said. There's no benefit of eating just meat. It's just to make people feel good. Well, I'm telling you, there is a benefit of eating just meat. I'm living proof of it.
Can I
I'm
say
not
something
sick.
now?
I don't
Can I
go
say
to the
something?
doctor.
Now, Rakia, I think
I
that his point that he was making is that there are people out there. The argument is that you require meat, and if you're not, you're going to be frail and broken.
That's not
That's
what
his.
Yes.
that was not. I'm talking about me. It was me and him.
And
That I
know.
never
okay,
said that. So
can
why
I,
are
can
you
I,
interjecting something I didn't say?
Rakia, just
I have a vegan. I have someone that doesn't eat
why is
meat.
Bob speaking up? Am I
They're
not
as
like?
healthy as I am, or healthier, right?
Rakia, just to
Hold
address
on,
exactly
hold
what
on,
you just
man.
said.
Yo, hold on,
What?
because I'll put you on the list, Bob. You're next. Let Data go, and Bob, you're next.
Well, but we're gonna move away from his point that he just
Hold
made.
on, hold on.
Is you guys something on
Animals,
topic, Data?
It'll be super
animals
duper quick. I just want to point out for
animals
him
Can I
themselves
saying
just
eat
summarize,
plants.
Jeremy,
that
and I'll
eating the
Animals
go
meat,
after?
God,
themselves eat
yo,
plants.
guys, fucking
Jesus
A.
If I
Christ.
want to eat a plant,
I'm
eating the
I
up for
can
the
meat,
get.
list.
eating the benefit. That's not a benefit. If he can get the same results from vegetables and not eating meat, and you get the results from just eating meat, that means it's not a benefit of eating meat.
That's my point. That it's an individual thing. I don't believe you can just eat vegetables. Some people can't just eat vegetables and no meat. That's not possible for them because their body would break down a certain way. Some people need to eat more vegetables. Some people need to eat more meat. I'm living proof that you don't need vegetables.
All right,
So
cool.
North
Thank
America
you.
is cold. North America's cold, so there's not a lot of vegetables that grow here. So there's going to be a heavy reliance on a food source that's going to have to compensate for the lack of vegetables. And out here, wild game, moose, elk, bear, whatever, whitetail, muley, whatever you want. That meat has vitamin C in all the A, B, C, Ds you want, all in your meat. So it's efficient, it's sustainable. And if you think about it, veganism is absolutely horrible for the environment. It's absolutely a pollutant and unsustainable to be a vegan for the environment. For the amount of animals that you have to kill, the amount of animals that you have to kill, let me finish, the amount of animals you have to kill just to produce tofu, whether it's moles, birds, worms, insects, bees, you have to kill all that. What about growing avocados too? You have to kill so much to grow vegetables. With wild game, cow, you don't. Thanks again.
Well, in Germany, we have.
It's my turn, Clay. Clay, I was after him.
Oh, sorry.
I won't be long. You can go next. I just want to say one thing. We have living proof, besides Rakia, that is, of people, cultures surviving on just meat and eat. They're called the Eskimos. And when you ask them where they get their vitamins, you know what they say? It's in the blubber. So we have documented proof of people living without eating vegetables or very little, the Eskimos. That's it.
Yeah, I forgot that we shifted the argument to whether you need plants or not.
Yeah, that's not his argument. You guys have now changed his argument to something else.
No,
yeah,
I'm stating in clear
I mean,
statement this whole eating meat thing and being a flat earther is necessary. Hold on, I was talking.
I know, real quick though. This whole argument is like super simple. What is in meat that you can't get from plants?
Thank you.
My point.
It's not the point of what
no
you
one
can't
has
get.
argued
It's
in yet.
access. It's access in the real world. What would you be actually eating in the real world if you didn't have this form of modernization?
That's not the
That's what we're
argument.
asking. In the real world, that's what we're asking, Data. What in the real world? What in the real world is in meat that's not in plants that you can't get in plants? We can get anything, any plant in the world we can get delivered to your house right
Well, when
now.
I eat meat, I can get a range of minerals and vitamins in meat, including vitamin C. That's not. I'd have to eat a multitude of plants to get what's in one chunk of meat. Okay, that's the difference, right?
Vitamin A, B6.
Put me on the list, Jeremy.
Vitamin A, B6, paradoxamine, B12, D, F, K2. Then we have the amino acids, creatine,
Dude, you gotta do one at a
carnitine.
time, bro. You can't elephant hurl that shit at us. One thing at a time. That's something that's in meat that's not in plants. Just one.
Omega-3 fatty acids.
Hem iron.
Okay, there we go.
Jeremy,
Now we're on to something.
am I on the list?
Omega-3. What's up, Bob?
Am I on the list?
I mean, just go ahead. You can go. We got omega-3 fatty acids. Go ahead.
Okay, I just want to point out, it doesn't matter what he lists or how many things he lists right now, because we can know for sure that whatever amount of time this Australian guy has gone without meat, he obviously didn't need those things to be here alive talking to us right now, seemingly perfectly healthy. So we obviously didn't need it for at least that amount of time to stay alive.
Yeah, and
That's a good
thank
point.
you. Thank you. The thing is, like, he keeps
Did he
keep going back to like,
something?
yeah, you can take supplements if you have
there you
to,
go.
but this is what,
so you replaced it, right? You obviously replaced meat consumption with something, so your body wouldn't atrophy or change. Muscle density would change because you're not consuming meat. I'm going to give you two very famous people. Two very famous people. The P90 exercise guy tried to go vegan. Go look what happened to him. And then go look at Rick Rubin, a famous music producer. Bought and sold all this vegan lifestyle. Go find out the truth. What happened when he actually practices vegan lifestyle?
It's no evidence, Benny.
Rick Rubin and P90 guy. There you go.
3 people just spoke in while Data was talking. I mean, guys, we have all day. Please.
Whatever. He actually was speaking over me, but whatever.
Okay, bro. Do you understand the protein requirements for brain development? Yes or no?
You guys keep going back to that. None of you have. This is what Jeremy tried to reset it and say the argument here, right, is what is in meat that you can't get from plants. Now, this guy wants to elephant hurl a whole bunch of stuff. He's adding in things like vitamin A, which you can get from plants. See, he's missing the question here. What is
Hold
in
on,
meat
Bobby.
that you?
Yeah.
I think
Bob,
that just the same as
you made a good point. Bob, you made a good point with that. He's still alive and he's here today. You know, maybe over the long term, if there's something he can't get, let's just go over these omega-3 fatty acids. They're saying you can't get that in plants.
So the point somebody raised before, though, about like there are cultures of people like Inuits who only eat meat and they seem to survive okay. But then there's also people like all of Gujarat in India, which is like got a population close to that of the United States, all of whom are pure vegetarian. So it's like both. I mean, certainly the Gujaratis seem to perform really well. They're like running half of the US by now. So I don't think that you can make a suggestion that it's like going to grind you into the ground or cause significant neurological damage if you've got large populations of people performing quite well on veggie diets.
Almost as if the human body was designed to survive in many different areas on many different things and was very hardy and capable of surviving.
But that's their attempt, though. But that's what they resort to, though. They have to shift the argument. They have to shift the argument into something that it wasn't in the beginning because no one ever answered that question. What was in meat that's not in
You guys weren't
vegetables?
listening. Let me make a
You
point
never
that
answered.
you guys overlook over and over again.
All right,
Let me
here's
make
what
this
we
point.
need. Hold on a second, Essie. Here's what we need. Something you can't live without. Something you will die if you don't get this thing. And that has to be in meat. That's not that you can't get from plants. How about that?
That obviously just doesn't exist. That's the point I'm making, Jeremy, is there are populations of people, Inuits, they're very small groups of people, but who survive solely off meat. And there are very large numbers of people who survive solely off veg. So it's evident, as Bob says, that the human body is robust and resilient and flexible enough to be able to do either. The question isn't also the question isn't, are there some things that are in plants that cannot be, that are in animals that cannot be found in plants or vice versa? But it's like, what's the balance of them? Could you find that you have a bit of an omega-3 deficiency and slightly thinner myelin sheaths, so you're slightly more prone to dementia later in life? Those are the things I think you'd find, not like you're going to drop dead if you switch to a meat-based diet. We just know that's not true.
Yeah, you're missing a very crucial point here, which I will have to restate again, right? Regardless of where you get your stuff from, right? The point that's missed here is when we were hunter-gatherers, right? Before the supermarket where you can order all your veggies, right? If man was to spend all day foraging and eating berries and stuff like that, they wouldn't have enough time to make our civilization to become what we are now. We'd be just foraging for food all day long. That's all we'd be doing.
That's bullcrap. There's no way to prove that. You're just spouting nonsense you saw in a documentary. There's no way for you to prove that whatsoever, even a little tiny bit.
So there's good reason to think that. There's good reason to think that what he's saying is right, but the suggestion is in the archaeological record, at least my understanding of it, is that that we didn't. Well, like hunter-gatherer is incompatible with modern civilizations, and what you tend to find is civilizations which are classified as things people that could build cities, so people could specialize in a task and become just like a blacksmith or a thatcher or something like that. Relies not on foraging but on agriculture. You've got to have farms. You've got to have small numbers of people overproducing food to supply for a larger number of people, so that they can exchange that food with their labor.
Exactly, eggshells, and not only that, right? If you kill one buffalo, right, you can feed your entire tribe for a week. You can sit around and do other things, build huts, do other things, instead of just walking around and trying to find berries and stuff. I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. And what are you saying, that like cabbages only came in at 1950 and lettuces, and we only discovered carrots in 1974 or something?
No, you're thinking of people planting, bro. When we were early stages, we weren't planting, we weren't farmers.
A time frame
hunter-gatherers, bro. Excuse me?
Yeah, it's a time
I'm
frame that
saying
never
that you
happened.
can't prove ever happened. You have no evidence or proof whatsoever that there was ever a time that we weren't able to grow food in human history, ever.
Exactly.
That's a good
None.
point. Okay. Yeah, that's a good point.
Can I just tell you
have
something
no-
quickly too? Can I just add something, because I would rather talk about what's in meat, and the guy said stuff about vitamin A and all that. But you know, it says that like a whole raw carrot contains enough vitamin A to meet the FDA recommendation. Now, if he doesn't agree with that recommendation, then how does he know how much vitamin A he needs? Do
Yeah,
you know
but
what
you're
I'm saying?
saying
Like,
it's an abundance here, Bill. Think of the
what?
early days. Where would they get the carrots from? Where are they
Of the
going to get all
ground
this
where they
from?
grow now, the same way they grow. The carrots didn't fall from the sky, and then one day we decided to put them in the ground. They've always come from the same place.
So you're telling me that you think that humans were always they had a state, they had a farm. We were always
You
farmers.
think
We
they
were never
don't?
hunter gatherers.
Well, you think you're saying the opposite, and you're basing that off a story you've been told. Now, what I do know, right? I do know that carrots grow from the ground. Okay, so I don't think that carrots were only discovered in the 1960s. So therefore, carrots have always grown from the ground.
Have you
Yes,
ever
there
looked
was food in
into?
abundance. Always, there's always been food in abundance, right? That's not the point I'm trying to make to you. The
It
point
is though.
is, you
You
seem
said
to think that civilizations were made and we have a supermarket and an Uber delivery. It wasn't like that, bro. You had to fend for yourself. So
you're
if you
saying
were
it
that,
did happen. You're saying it did happen, but you're saying that while the blacksmith was at work, people were farming buffaloes and there was butchers as well. You're
no,
saying
I'm
there was
saying
already
if
a system. Yes.
no, you're not listening. Listen to me. It's not simple. It's not hard, bro. If the blacksmith was to spend all his days foraging, he wouldn't be a blacksmith.
So where did he get his meat from? The blacksmith.
Well, I'll tell you where. People started gathering in groups, and they would hunt in packs, and they would bring back the meat. Right, the men would go out hunting. The woman would stay back and take care of the children and forage for berries and stuff. That's
So
how it
why did you
happened.
disagree with what I said though? Why did you disagree then? Because I said you're saying the same thing, but you're just saying that they couldn't do it with vegetables, but there was a system in place. And I'm saying you're saying the
Eventually,
same thing, but you're just disagreeing with it possibly being vegetables. Like
So
you're denying the possibility of it being vegetables and fruits, and you're saying no, that was impossible because they were too busy farming buffalo.
no, you didn't hear the
That's what.
first
so
part, bro. You didn't hear
so
the
we
first
can.
part.
Essie, I posted something that shows how carrots needed to be cultivated and modified by human beings to actually be
There you
consumable
go. Thank you, Clay.
and a
Yep.
reliable source for food. That's with almost every vegetable you will find in the supermarket nowadays. That's why I'm saying that the vegan diet is not a natural diet.
Okay,
Literally,
so do
the
you
very
think that?
reason.
Do you think that?
1 second, let me finish. Why are you doing
Ah,
this? The
fuck! Because
very,
it's so
the
long.
it's not long. It's always like literally I just talk for 10 seconds. The very
Oh
reason why
shit.
we cultivate vegetables is because their natural state needed to be modified. That's why we have cultivation of vegetables. And most of the vegetables you find nowadays, they have all been cultivated to be reasonable for consumption. Even
Okay, can I?
even the toxins within some salad and other stuff, sprouts and whatnot you want to eat, have been cultivated in order to be less toxic. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
because these vegetables have defense mechanism naturally, right? You know that, right? All the stuff you get from the ground will have stuff in it that will protect it from being eaten by little animals like rats, whatever, mouse,
Mm-hmm.
stuff that crawls around. So we needed to cultivate things. So, anyways, that it's just debunks the
Yeah.
whole claim that veganism is a natural diet. Thank you.
Oh my God. See, because so what you're doing is you're just talking about mass production, which is the same thing, and then you're arguing against the fact
No,
that you are, yeah, you are. So don't just cut me off. So what you're saying is in when you talk about mass production, you're saying that because we need to produce enough carrots to feed everyone, right?
I didn't
You're
say
doing
that.
the same thing. Okay, well then why are you talking about them being cultivated and needing to get them from the
Don't
supermarket?
you
Are you saying that
don't you
I don't have
understand?
no, you're cutting me off. So I let you talk for about
I
what,
thought you asked
4
me something.
minutes?
Sorry.
Yeah. So no, I didn't ask. Otherwise, I would have finished. Yeah. So like, I have carrots growing in my backyard. Okay. So I don't understand why you're assuming that everyone needs to get them from the supermarket. Okay. Now, yeah, and the people that you're talking about, this general population that we need to cultivate carrots for, they cultivate the chicken and the cat. Okay, so to make the cow, to make, I'm not finished. So to make the cow, right, that you eat, they need to wank a bull off. Like they need to actually jerk the bull off, and then they fist the cow because they can't put a bull in with a room full of cows and just let it impregnate them. No, now to get the pig pregnant, it's not easy to just hold it, so they have to get someone to sit on its back while the other one fingers it and stuff and injects it with other pig semen. So like the chickens are in like the cows and the chickens in their natural state, they live for up to 20 years, right? Now in your thing, they live 6 months. So when you're talking about they need to be cultivated, yeah, so did all your,
Yeah, anyone arguing that hunting animals or going after animals or raising animals, that those are in any way even remotely to as efficient as growing food from the ground, that's an absurd, illogical argument. You find one apple tree and you now have enough seeds for literally hundreds, if not thousands, of apple trees. Like
Can I
that's
defend myself?
retarded.
Again, you guys completely misrepresented what I said. This was not about you only need to buy vegetables or whatnot. The cultivation process means that when you have a wild carrot, okay, I posted a picture, it will give you nothing regarding food or anything that would be reliable as a source for consumption. So what man needed to do is they needed to modify, cultivate certain vegetables in order to make the harvest, the outcome bigger, in order to be even reasonable for planting and consumption. It's not about supermarkets, anything at all. And the stupid straw man of mass productive animals being slaughtered and injected with sperm is mass production. I'm against mass production of animals. There's still farmers here in Germany. I know personally a farmer who puts a bull on his wild field, and he will impregnate these animals that are just purely raised for butchering. So stop with these ridiculous claims, man. Just focus on what I'm saying. So if you focus on what I'm saying, that wild carrots naturally in their natural state needed to be cultivated in order to be reasonable for consumption, like almost with all the vegetables you will find in supermarkets or as seeds to be putting into your own little garden at home. It will clearly tell you that the vegan diet is not a natural diet because we needed to modify all the things you now eat as vegetables. Thank you.
Unless you're arguing that literally every single plant-based food had to be cultivated first before humans could consume it, your argument's invalid. And that's an absurd argument. You can in no way prove that we couldn't eat some plant-based foods before we cultivated them. You have no proof of that whatsoever. There's no reason to think that that's the case.
Dude,
it was called hunting and gathering.
Yeah, but have you ever looked in cultivation?
What?
It doesn't matter. I can walk out into the woods right now and go pick berries that no other human has ever seen in the history of humanity.
Dude, I'm not talking about berries.
You're going to do that. You're going to do that in the wintertime? You're going to pick berries in the wintertime?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, okay, so maybe I need to wait a little.
You don't know about storage? You can't store stuff for the wintertime. They don't do that they don't already do that? They don't start preparing for the winter? You fucking man, seriously.
If you have a bad harvest when it comes to
berries, I thought he was
but
making
you
a
have
joke
more meat.
just about winter right now.
Yeah, no, so like they're saying this thing about like winter, like and like the cold time, as if people haven't we're not.
Can I hunt for meat all year round?
Prepare now. Sorry,
can I hunt for meat all year round? Yeah, I can, right? But I have to harvest
not necessarily.
The
no, not necessarily. No.
Sure, you can ice fish.
Yeah, you can.
You can trap.
Well, you need a fish. You need what? You need a fish then.
Okay, you can save up food for the winter. Or you could just live somewhere where there isn't a
if you have a bad harvest, you don't have a really good gathering, right? You didn't get as early your berries, right?
So you're talking about
hunt for meat. all year round.
Stupid argument.
It's always the extreme
It's
end,
not.
right? It's like it's like the
it
guy
is
living
dumb.
out there in the woods,
The idea
right?
that
And he
flat
just
earthers should
lives
be
out there on
vegans
his
is
own.
ridiculous. The
Dude,
idea
it's
of
not
flat
the
earthers should be
All he
extreme.
vegans is
all
ridiculous.
he
You have
lives
right,
off,
no reason
all
for
he
them
lives
not
off
Guys,
is
what
fish.
the fuck, man?
He doesn't have a town like that he
Hey,
goes
dude,
to where
upside
Crazy.
down
Flat
guy. Andy
earthers
Light. I
should
gotta
be
mute
meat
everyone.
eaters, not
Fucking A,
vegans.
Data.
Just crazy.
Okay, don't
So
unmute
again,
Data. Nobody unmute Data. Hold on, Clay. Guys, it doesn't have to be like this. SC was right. We got all
exactly.
fucking day, dude. Everyone relax. We got all day. Let's try to keep it concise, too, though. That doesn't mean monologue for 3 minutes straight. Like, let's keep it concise.
That's a good move, muting Data, by the way, Jeremy. I told you.
I just find it interesting how the whole concept of cultivation of vegetables that we now see as normal and reasonable to consume has been completely hand waved and dismissed by saying, "Oh, you just can go into the just interrupt me.
Come
You just can go
on.
into the forest and pick up some berries. Yeah, I want to see you just living up on from berries, all these non-cultivated carrots, all these non-cultivated bananas or non-cultivated." Anything regarding fruit or vegetable. Dude, look into the original states of vegetables that you see nowadays in
but this is
supermarkets, or
what I
you can
mean.
plant in your garden. Or this is what I mean.
It's
I just
hard
don't
not
want
to be annoyed because he goes for so long. It's hard not to
I
be
know.
annoyed.
You
Man.
do the
Come on.
But you gotta
same.
let him
You do the
finish, man.
same.
Yeah,
You
you go on
want to
for
stop the
hold on,
time?
Clay.
No, I
Clay.
don't. I keep it short,
Come on,
bro.
I know
wanna
you can
stop
hear
the
me. Why,
time.
guys? You go on for a long time too. Upside down Australian guy. So let's try to keep it more concise and stop interrupting. Next time I've been telling you both you guys all day to stop interrupting. It's going to end soon because
I haven't
I'm just not going
interrupted
to do
him
this all day.
in this
Every
whole
time
monologue
he's talked,
before.
you've interrupted him almost. Same
No,
thing with
that's
him.
not
He's
true.
interrupted you almost every time.
Can I go?
have when they talk about berries in the woods and whatnot, I haven't interrupted him.
Okay. The idea that some things have been cultivated by humans is in no way whatsoever an argument that all things needed to be cultivated by humans. Therefore, there's no reason to think that we didn't have available to us food that we could grow in the ground for ourselves over and over and over again.
So you just want to dismiss the fact that almost most of the fruits and vegetables you find nowadays as seeds and in super. You can look it up. There's studies
You
on
can't
this.
prove it.
Has been, dude. The science talks
Yes,
about
somebody
it.
told you. An authority figure told you that they cultivated
I
that.
can't deal with someone that is so childish.
Yeah,
I just can't. No, I can't deal with you, man. You're
Big
too
ass
childish.
scientism. Congratulations. Now prove that all the plants that we eat were first cultivated, because that has to be your argument for it to be valid in this particular scenario.
You're childish, man. I can't deal with that.
Of course you can't.
Okay, well
You're
then don't. Yeah, he's not childish. You call him childish, then don't engage with him, right? But like, you can't just engage with people and then accuse them of being childish because you don't like what they're saying. Right?
Okay, the third time now, and I'm saying this very quiet and patiently. You can just go on Google and look it up. Cultivation is not a conspiracy theory. Cultivation is something. Just interrupting me again. You can do cultivation yourself. The seeds you buy for planting in your garden, they're already cultivated seeds. So, for example, let me use a cannabis plant, for example, right? So the cannabis you would buy nowadays is a cultivated plant that is highly filled with THC. It has been made very potent. Now you can, but still you can go back into nature, into remote regions of the world. You will find cannabis plants that have very, 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 very small buds. They have almost no THC, no CBD, and they're purely natural, and they would not be very much usable for any consumption regarding medicine.
He won't
and
address the
so
actual
forth.
argument. He'll just keep going on and on and on about a
I
thing that literally doesn't matter. The thing you're explaining now does not matter at all for the argument.
Again,
Yeah,
it's just talking to children. You just don't want to.
No, but
you
you
don't
keep-
want to acknowledge the
Regular
point of
children.
cultivation, right? You just don't want to acknowledge
No,
it.
no, he's not. He hasn't
already
done it.
acknowledged
Neither have I. What we're saying is, you just keep going back to it. He's already stated, right? Like the cultivating is not argument against being vegan. It's not the fact of cultivating
is.
isn't. It's not.
Yeah,
But
selective breeding.
We cultivate.
Selective breeding
Hold on a sec. So we've cultivated apples to grow sweeter, right? Oh, that means
Bigger.
veganism is bad. Why?
Bigger.
No, it doesn't make it not natural either.
Have you ever looked at the original?
It's still a
apple?
natural. It still grows from the soil. Like it's still a freaking
he
plant. What
won't
do you
address
think
the
they
actual
made a
argument.
robot?
He'll
They made a
address
metal
the
apple tree now that like you need computer chips to make the apple or something.
Have you ever looked at an original apple?
What's the original
It's
apple?
as
Tell us
small-
what the first apple was. Tell us.
As small as a berry, man.
Oh, show us. Show us where you got that from. Show
Wow.
us.
You can look it up yourself.
Where on Google? Do I
look it
just
up.
type in? Do I just type in smallest apple or?
No, you type in the original the original family of apples.
Oh, okay, and who's?
No, type in apples before cultivation of man.
Okay, can you just tell me? So, can you just tell me?
Dude,
Yeah,
it's so annoying to
I'll-
talk to you guys.
No, one more question, and then I'll let the other guy talk. Just so, because I don't have time to read it now, can you just tell me which time machine they use, like the name or the model of the time machine?
Yeah, that's just what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like I just told you, man, you can still find original genetics of certain vegetables on this or plants on this earth before they have been cultivated. I just gave. That's why I give you these examples, like with the cannabis plant. But because you're not listening, because you're not connecting what I'm saying, you just keep on repeating this nonsense.
No,
which
because
just
we're not
makes it
believing
so
the story that you were
exhausting. It
told,
just
like
makes it
Google
so
did.
exhausting to talk to you guys. It really does.
You keep repeating the story you were told. We
Clay
don't
knows
accept
it all.
your story.
Dude, I'm done. I'm done. Goodbye.
Good. Awesome.
Yes, very good. You won't actually make a real argument. You just keep repeating the same thing that you can't prove, and it's simply a story you were told by someone. Congratulations.
I
Anybody
just
can come up with a
gave the
story.
proof. You can still find today the root
Then
plant
show us. Show
before
us.
cultivate.
Go grow one and show
You're
us.
such a gaslighting child, man.
Relax,
You're
Clay.
doing this on
It's
purpose.
Remember.
You're doing this on
Loser.
purpose. I'm just posting pictures of the original thing, man.
Yeah, great. We got pictures
Yeah,
of
great.
on the
Yeah,
moon,
yeah. I
too.
don't believe that these trees exist. I don't go to people who actually cultivate things because they're just conspiracy nuts. They have been doing this since generations through their families, but I just don't
there's
believe
people
them.
who believe the stories. I know that things grow out of the ground. You want to believe stories about how they used to be other things instead, and we couldn't eat them.
Dude,
apparently.
It's just unbelievable. The ignorancy of reality is so unbelievably annoying.
Alright.
The dishonesty.
Can I talk
like
now?
that you don't even realize this yourself. It's
Can I
just
talk
sad,
now?
man.
Can I talk now? You keep acting all shocked and saying it's unbelievable, but you also keep calling us conspiracy nuts and just dismissing us, all right?
I
So
never
don't play
said
the
you-
card of being like,
Are you
oh, yeah, you
stupid?
did. You said it's just conspiracy nuts and all that sort of
I
stuff.
said
But
it's
then you
not
act,
a conspiracy.
no one said
I
it
didn't say-
is. You're saying it's conspiracy bullshit, right? That if we like, and at the same time, you're acting all shocked and going, "Oh, I cannot believe this!" Right? Well, we
Because
can't
I'm
believe
literally
we can't
posting
believe
proof.
you. Okay, well, we
I'm
don't believe you
posting
because we don't
evidence.
believe your story. Listen, do you know what belief is? It requires us to accept your story as true based on faith and trust in that story, with it not being demonstrated to us. Okay, we don't believe you because you haven't demonstrated anything. You're just telling us a story about a story you heard.
Dude, I post evidence. How should I demonstrate to you the main root of an apple tree? How should I do this in a voice chat?
We're in a voice chat.
That's
We're in a
your
voice chat.
problem.
We're in
How
a voice
you
chat.
doing
You want us to go
your
click
problem,
links
not
and look at
ours.
pictures now?
The only thing I can do is post the pictures I post in live stream. If you're too ignorant to look at it, I can't help you, dude.
It still requires belief. It still requires faith and trust in what you're showing us.
Such
We
an
don't need
ignorant
to.
fool, man.
Okay,
Unbelievable.
so listen.
I
I'd
don't
rather
want to
be
talk
an
to you
ignorant
anymore.
fool
I don't
than
want to talk to
blindly.
ignorant people.
Fine, then stop talking and let us actually
Yeah.
have a discussion about something.
just
Stop talking.
Just have the imaginary win of a conversation. You
Okay,
never
then
won. By hand waving
kindly
everything.
exit.
By hand
Kindly
waving
exit.
by hand waving the very proofs I gave to you that you wanted, still hand waving
Kindly
it.
exit. Thank
Because
you.
you just
You
can't-
didn't provide any evidence.
just
You
because
provided
you-
the story. Thank you.
I posted the evidence and you're just hand waving it
That's
because
not
you
evidence.
just can't
That's a story.
you can't accept reality for what it is.
It's not
unfortunately.
evidence. It requires belief. It's not being demonstrated to us. You're talking about pictures and
Dude,
links, right? Your
dude,
Links and
story.
moving
look
pictures
up,
aren't proof.
look up
Okay, if you
wild,
were, then
look
you
up
probably wouldn't have
wild,
the channel right now.
look up wild apples, look up wild vegetables, look up all the things before they have been cultivated. You can maintain
Yes.
ignorant, which you are, obviously, because you don't want to
Okay,
look it up.
relax, bro.
So
Listen.
have fun in your fantasy world.
Why? Okay, you've said now. Do you know what the law of non-contradiction is? Do you know what that is? You've stated
I
you
don't
don't
care,
have
man.
time for
Have a
this.
nice day.
You stated you don't have time for this. You keep violating the law of non-contradiction by still having
Have a
time
nice
for this.
day.
Thank you. All right, bro. So yeah, there's nothing in meat that's not in plants. That was the original thing. That's all we
That you
wanted to
would
know.
need. There might be stuff that's in meat, that's in animals that aren't in plants, but the fact that you're here talking to us right now proves that you didn't need it for whatever amount of time you haven't had it. So it's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
so important that you'll die without it, clearly.
Yeah, but to be like to be precise and be like concise about the facts, there isn't anything in meat that can't be found in plants. To be factual.
Oh, well, that I don't know.
Yeah,
But like
so that's the
his
point of
arguments
it.
just don't even
Yeah,
address like the main discussion that we were having anyway.
yeah. But that's what generally happens. I don't know, whatever. Like some people are like that, whatever. But just
And
stick
I
to
eat
the
meat.
actual.
Like I love meat. I think meat is great. I eat all kinds of meat. So it's not like I'm sitting here as a vegan trying to I'm just trying to like
Yeah,
facilitate a useful argument that's actually discussing the real point, and they keep veering off into the other
that's
places.
right. And you see, I got like, it's like with you, you're an honest person. You'll say, I like meat, right? But you're not sitting here telling anyone, like, listen, you need to eat meat. You need, like, what they were doing. Just be honest and say, listen, I like meat. You know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah,
you're not.
I don't trust a lot of like I mean they have that stupid food pyramid. I don't know how many times they've changed it, but like it's obviously a load of bullcrap. I just got done over the last I went about approximately 10 days or so without eating a real meal. Okay?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I didn't feel particularly sick or unhealthy or anything like that. I don't think that what they tell us about food and what we allegedly need is truthful or honest in a lot of cases. I don't think we need necessarily what they say that we need. I think that we need food. I do agree with that.
Yeah,
That like just my general senses tell me that food seems to be a necessity just like water is. But what they're
yeah.
telling us about it is just like I don't buy that at all just because they say it, just because they have pictures or studies or whatever.
Well,
So
you called what he was
studies
saying.
don't mean anything to you, Bob?
Not without actual demonstration. Like you can study anything you want, and it won't convince me because you did a study without you demonstrating the results of the study. Like you have to actually show me the thing taking place from your study if you want me to actually like believe you.
And they're also subjective. So like those group studies and things, yeah. So they have like validity. If you take like 50 people, and you take another 50 people and you put some on a solely meat diet and a plant-based diet, and then you set out the guidelines, like we're going to weigh up strength, we're going to weigh up speed and all that sort of stuff, and then you show like some sort of thing, there's validity to that, but it's also like subjective to that group. There's all these other variables.
I mean, like Left Lane, think about this just as an analogy. If somebody said, like, let's say we didn't have the navigation that we have today, okay? We have none of that. And somebody walked up to you and said, hey, listen, I've studied the stars for 25 years and I can use them to navigate the earth accurately, okay? You wouldn't just believe that guy because he said he studied it for 25 years. What you would say to him if you wanted to actually believe him, if you were concerned with believing him, you would say, okay, show me, demonstrate to me your study of the stars, how that allows you to navigate. Show me you navigating accurately across the earth from your study. You wouldn't just take the study and say, oh, you studied for 25 years? You must be right. That would be absurd.
Yeah, exactly. But it's like pick any topic, you want, right? People are going to be honest or they're going to be dishonest, or they're going to be biased and unbiased. Eh, you see, you're unbiased, right? So you maybe have some sort of thing, but when you're engaging in the exchange, right, you're not having a bias. Like you're just being objective. as much
Right.
as he can and saying,
Like
this
I
is
have
what's
plenty
happened.
of biases, but like to have the fruitful conversation that we're trying to have, you need to be able to set that aside and say, okay, is this a logical, reasonable argument, or is this based on the thing that I already understand to be true that they already disagree on? Am I just reasserting our disagreement? Because that's not necessarily going to be helpful.
Yeah. You can. I just try to stick to one thing. Like if you say, "Oh, there's all these people who after 20 years they just break down." It's like, okay, well, show me that person that you're talking about, and then you just say, "Well, there's plenty of videos on YouTube," and it's like, well, that's not enough. And then you get mad and you say, "Oh, I provided evidence. I provided the videos." That's what I said. You want us to believe in the same thing you believe in.
And
That's
that
all it is.
video, there's no way to show that the people in those videos account for all of the variables. What if 8 out of 10 of those videos, those people, they had also been addicted to hardcore drugs that were really messing with their body over the course of that time? Wait, even if it wasn't the whole time. What if just for 6 months they had like a serious addiction that affected their body in a way that caused them to deteriorate now that they were eating these particular items only? Like there's no way to cover all those variables simply because you watch some YouTube videos.
And what happened off camera? So, like, if you say, "Oh, there's a video of someone who was vegan for 20 years," are you telling me there's a live stream footage of 20 years of their life just to show all the differences? Like,
right.
You can't just say, "Oh, there's a 10-minute video on YouTube. You can see this guy. He'll show you a picture of himself when he was a child, and he'll say that's when he went vegan. And then he'll show you a picture when he was 20. Who knows what was happening in his life? But he looks pretty unhealthy. And now look at him with the light in his face and the makeup, and now he looks super healthy, right? That's proof veganism is bad. You know what I'm saying? It's like what happened off camera.
Yeah.
Must feel good to have an echo chamber, right?
Non-contradiction fallacy right there, because you didn't have time, now you do. So would you like to retract that and say that you still have time?
I didn't say I had no time. I was not interested in a conversation anymore with people who are not interested in looking at the evidence I
You're still
provide.
here having a
So you are
conversation.
interested.
Yeah, I'm interested to seeing how the psychological outcome at the end of the day is by you both like clicking
Okay,
each
so
other.
I'm trying to help you out. Are you violating the law of non-contradiction by before saying you're not interested in and now being interested with the same position of not being interested? Or are you saying that previously you weren't interested, but for some reason you are again now?
Are you ignorant by purposely ignoring the evidence you wanted to have that I provided?
You didn't provide any evidence. I've already addressed that.
I posted so many links to native fruits and vegetables, and you just never addressed one point, which just shows you both just ignore it. I've tagged both of you.
I will disagree with that. He has provided evidence, but anything is evidence. He hasn't provided proof. There's a difference.
Okay, yeah, right, sorry. Yeah, like if I say, okay, with the
that doesn't mean that somebody was murdered.
Yeah. All right, I take back what I said. You have provided what you believe to be evidence, which you believe supports the claim that you're making.
It's not a belief.
Well, it is.
It's found within reality. You can find yourself. You can find still the native plants before cultivation. It is.
Yeah, but you relying on a presupposition.
How many times you want to just be ignorant?
No, because we done the whole thing where we let you talk for 10 minutes and then we have to wait. So let's just have an exchange now, yeah? Like, how about that?
How about you just acknowledge the fact that reality shows us that things needed to be cultivated and we still find the original plants of it? Is it so hard to acknowledge that because it destroys your paradigm?
No, but but don't keep talking then. Ask a question. So what is your actual point to cultivation? What's the actual point you have in respect to like the fact that certain vegetables were cultivated? What actual point do you have?
I already told you this. It seems like as if you're not listening. I already said.
What's the point?
Yeah, I already made the point, but I'm gonna repeat it just for you, okay? So hopefully you're gonna listen this time. The very reason why man has cultivated all these fruits and vegetables that you find nowadays, also to buy as seed to plant in your garden, is because they needed to be changed and cultivated because there would not have been a reliable source of food and taste in order to be food in the first place. So
Okay.
that man
Okay.
needed to
Thank you.
change the taste,
Can I
needed
respond to
to
that really quick?
Yep.
reduce the
If he
toxins and
lets
so
you. If
forth.
he lets you.
Yeah,
If he
I
lets
can
you.
never finish without being interrupted. See,
Yeah,
it's just so
Grover,
You
boring.
answered the question. We are, which I
response.
asked. You don't need.
Yeah, and did you listen? Can you repeat what I said?
My response
He
to your
wants to
claim.
respond first. Yep.
My response to your claim. No.
Wow. Have a nice day, man. I'm
Now
finished. You
what?
both are just ignorant
Oh,
fools.
he's back to the non-contradiction fallacy.
It's like, it's that simple. Yes, we understand your story.
You're
You
hot
already said
and
your
you're
story.
cold.
We reject
Yeah, you
your
know.
story. Now, if you don't like that and you want us to believe your story, prove it. Demonstrate the thing you're claiming.
Yeah, well, imagine that, man. Like, seriously. Okay, someone doesn't believe your story. Fucking get over it. They didn't see the big fish you reckon you caught. Too bad. Move along. Like, who cares if they believe you or not, you know? Like, why get upset about it and be like, oh, this is just, oh, I can't believe it. You don't, you're not believing what I'm telling you? Ah.
Yeah, it's a huge problem these days. People do it with the Earth,
Yep.
and the nature of our reality. They do it with the politics and the things like that. It's like, yeah, if somebody is attempting to assault you with their ideas, fine, I understand. Then you need to push back with your ideas and say, no, this is the way it is. Fine, okay. But if they're not, if they're just having a discussion, like, accept the fact that you can't force someone else to believe what you believe just by saying words. It doesn't work like that.
Exactly. Please don't be him. I would talk to him if he talks, yeah, but what he's doing isn't like, you know.
I had a question for you earlier, and I really it's an actual, like,
yeah, go for it, bro.
Thing that I was wondering about, because you had said, like, you don't eat any animal products and stuff like that, and what I had asked was, like, animals die and they basically become part of the ground. How do you separate that out from it being part of an animal if stuff grows from it?
Yeah, well, I can't. So if it comes from the soil, it's like me saying, like if I asked you, like, you don't drink piss and eat shit, do you? You would say no, but like the reality is you do.
Okay.
You know, you eat. Yeah, like you drink piss and you eat shit.
I get
but
you.
in that respect, yeah. So of course I can't eliminate the dead animals. But yeah, I don't.
As
So
long as
any
it's been, like, through the course of nature, recycled through the earth or whatever, you don't consider it the same thing. Just like I wouldn't consider it, like, I don't just go eating poop all the time. It's been recycled through the earth through a natural process. Okay.
Yeah, like you can piss on your lemon tree. You could probably piss on your lemon tree as your only water source. Apart from what it gets from the ground and the rain, if you could eliminate that, whatever. But that lemon will probably never taste like piss. It'll just taste like a lemon.
Right.
Yeah.
Guys,
because
where'd
all of our
everyone
stuff,
go? I left for 5 fucking minutes and everyone left. Come on, guys. What happened?
they all went on mute.
Hey, Jeremy, I'm here.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what happened. Yeah.
Not everybody left.
Bob. Did you chase them all out of here, Bob?
Well, something like that. Glover, he would not relent on repeating his story and insisting that we take his story as just granted. For some reason, he thought that was the way to go with his argument, but it's absurd.
He wasn't a Glober. He was a flat earther.
No, his name was Glober. I wasn't saying he is a Glober. The name on his profile or whatever is Glober something or whatever. I don't know what he thinks about the Earth.
Yeah. I would say from that attitude and logic, it's the same thing. You know, whether you deny believing in a globe, you still have that same mentality anyway.
Shout out to the 24 people watching us on YouTube. Feel free to join us in here.
Yeah.
If you dare.
So did we reach consensus? I had to go. Did we reach consensus on this vegan thing, or
nobody pointed out anything that you have to have from meat that you can't get from plants to survive? No one pointed out a single thing that he couldn't get.
Lefling did.
No, he didn't.
No, he didn't.
Omega-3 fatty acids. I
That you
believe
can get that from plants. That's the
you
point.
can.
So, yes. So to be
Okay, I
fair,
might
I'm not.
try that.
Okay, so to be fair, like I'm not saying this at you in a like a nasty way, but like unless you're aware of like all these things, like, and you're not up to date with the common misconceptions, then like you shouldn't be saying those things like, oh, you know, you need vitamin A, you need all this stuff when you don't know whether you can get it from plants or not. Do you know what I mean? Because
Yeah, real quick before you go on forever. Plants, especially leafy vegetables and nuts, and deep sea fishes, are considered to be rich in omega-3 fatty acids.
you can
Okay,
eat
that
fish if
sounds.
you want, or you can eat seaweed. You can also get it from other things. It's not just seaweed. It's not limited to like
Leafy
some small
vegetables and
amount.
nuts for the
So we got a
omega-3
beef
fatty acids.
with Left Lane now. Left Lane, what's going on? I thought this was your field.
Isn't
Left
Left
Lane.
Lane's field like 18 wheelers? Isn't that his field?
What?
No,
He's
not
a
before.
What's up? What's up?
You said omega-3 fatty acids?
Yeah, everything that I'm seeing, I'm not seeing that as a source from
This is from the
vegetables or
National
plant matter.
This is from the National Institute of Health.gov. Plants, especially leafy vegetables and nuts and deep sea fishes, are considered to be rich in omega-3 fatty acids.
Well, there you go. Answers my question.
There you go.
Omega-3 fatty acids are readily available in a wide variety of plant foods. Sources include walnuts, flax seeds, chia seeds, hemp seeds, and a whole bunch of shit I can't name. Seaweeds in there. So, do we have another one that you can't get in any? I have an actual one? Let me rephrase it. Do you actually have one that is in meat and not in plants?
Now that was on a thing that I found just on the internet that
I know
said that, and see, now we got other people saying other things. So,
you're
that
getting bad
rebutted.
information. Yeah.
Yeah, sure was.
Meat. It's carnivore propaganda.
My shit's from the National Institute of Health.gov. This one's from
Okay.
The other one I just read is from Cleveland Clinic. Like everyone's saying chia seeds, Brussels sprouts. It's tons all over the place. Like I don't know how you would look into this for 5 seconds and not find that it was in plant. Like literally every list is
Jeremy.
like, yes, it's in all these things.
Jeremy, I just did literally a 30-second search. Look what I found. Literally 30 seconds.
What did you find?
There's
7 nutrients you can't get from plants.
Which ones are those?
Okay, let's go over it one at a time. One at a time, just one.
Well, I didn't even look into it yet. I just found it like that. Let me look into it.
Yeah, just give us
You'll
the
end
first,
up like me. They'll ridicule you because you didn't look deep enough.
give us the first one and we'll look into it with you.
There might be propaganda around meat. Your name's upside down or something. There might be propaganda around meat. I'm guessing there probably is. Okay, but meat tasting good is not propaganda. Okay, meat tastes good.
Okay, first one, Jeremy. Vitamin B12.
B12, gotcha.
First on the list.
Oh, come on. I can get that for my energy drinks.
Yeah, but where did they get it from? The vitamin B12 does it come from? Like, I don't know this, right? I'm a novice.
Can I answer? Can I
Did
answer?
a search, quick search.
Oh, okay, you go. No, you go since
No, go
you
ahead.
already did it. Yeah. Yeah, so nutritional yeast, which we like to eat plenty of, mushrooms, which I love, algae. And now this is the point, right? That I just want to address this quickly because you can take a supplement and it doesn't have to come from an animal. There's nothing wrong with that because people who eat a meat diet don't have a balanced diet themselves. They're not just because they eat meat, it doesn't mean they monitor their B12 levels. They don't.
Oh, so hold on.
There's
so you're
also
saying now it's okay with you if they take a substance coming from an animal while they're a vegetarian?
No, he said it doesn't have
yeah.
to come from an animal. He said.
I said you can get a B12 supplement that does not come from animals. So I've just told you the things it comes from plants. So you can obviously fortify them and compact them down into a smaller.
Yeah, you could do that yourself. You could get these plants and actually powder them down and compact them if you wanted to, or somebody has already done it for you conveniently, and you can go buy that, right?
Correct, because we live in
all right, what's
2023
next on
now.
the list? We blew that one out the box, Essie. I'm looking at
Let
mad
me check.
lists of
Let me check what's next.
mushrooms, tempeh, seaweed, sea vegetables, nutritional yeast,
Hey,
fermented
I'm gonna go get a
teas.
shower. I'll be back a little bit later, guys.
See you, bro.
All right. Kimchi, barley grass, and out of
Bro.
fortified foods. I don't know what that means, but
Bro, it's abundant. That's this misconceptions, man.
what's the next one?
Okay, the next
This
one is
sounds
creatine. Creatine.
How much
spell it.
creatine do you need?
CREATINE.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. You guys could look at yourself. It's posted there, right? You could probably do easier than me because I'm on a phone. You can have a page
Here we
open.
go. Hold on, I got
So
something
listen,
good. Ready?
yeah, but to build muscle, yeah, go for it.
Is a bioactive compound that's lacking in plant-based diets. It plays an important role in brain and muscle function.
So where can we get that in plants? Creatine.
I'm not seeing no lists of plants and shit. I don't know.
Pumpkin, sesame, walnuts, almonds, pine nuts, legumes, beans, peas, seaweed.
Hold
How
on,
much
one
of
at
this
a
do you have
time,
to eat?
man. One at a
What, the
time.
nutrition?
Walnuts.
So you can get it from supplements.
Hold on, man. We just breeze by shit all the time. Like, let's go over the thing. Is it in walnuts? Like, I don't know. You guys want to get to the bottom of this, or?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so can I tell you something? The body produces creatine naturally. So you know, like those things where your body actually produces it itself. Like you can take a melatonin tablet if you need to, if your body doesn't produce
All right,
enough
let me address that.
melatonin.
Although creatine is created naturally in your body, you must keep up your levels and to do so through your daily diet. So, I mean, yeah. That's from Cleveland Clinic right there.
Yeah, there's an important part that you are breezing over too. Is like you can say that you need a certain thing, but what's important is how much you need of it, and then you go into how like so like for example, if they said you need 20 grams of creatine, and you can get that from 1 kilogram of steak, but to get it from plants, you'd need to have this, this, and this, and this. You know what I'm saying? That's important because creatine, you only need 1 to 2 milligrams per day. If you want to build muscle. If you're trying to bodybuild and shit. But as far as like amounts of creatine, like very minute, man.
So the standard dosage is about 3 to 5 grams a day.
The 3 to 5 grams a day
They're getting normal.
Naturally, you're saying to just survive, you need 3 to 5 grams of creatine a day.
And then they say 1 to 2 grams per day. So I don't know, at least a gram a day, maybe. I don't know how many grams are in walnuts. What was one of the foods you said that it's in the first place? Walnuts?
Oh, I'm saying vegan options include like these are some of the things that include is pumpkin, sesame, and like sesame nuts.
Yeah, there's no
walnuts.
nuts in There's no creatine in nuts. What was your thing? Pumpkin seeds?
Pumpkin, sesame, and nuts. This is what's come up here.
No, there's no
Legumes, beans.
creatine in nuts. There's no creatine in nuts.
Yeah, but this is what we're doing. We're playing the Google game. So Google's going to tell you one thing. You're Googling this, and then it's going to say another thing. But okay, so how about this then? How about with just this? We'll keep going with his list. Just for an example of why certain things like, do you monitor your levels of creatine? And could you tell me where you get your creatine from?
Muscle milk. See,
Oh, you
GNC
drink muscle
bitches.
milk?
Yo,
Yeah.
I'll flex on you right now, bro.
Yeah, well, I work out too, like a lot. So
I don't know. Now I'm finding contradicting thing because this says creatine in nuts, and then it has a whole list of nuts. I don't know.
yeah, what you want to do is like you want to actually investigate this stuff properly. Obviously you can Google it and get the first hits and scroll down and stuff, but you really want to investigate these things properly and find out exactly what's going on here.
It says
Okay,
almonds
next
are
one.
packed.
Next one. Ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
Carnosine.
Bro, you gotta spell
Ever hear
that
that?
shit, homie.
Sounds
you
like
gotta spell that out for us.
CAR.
Say it again.
NOCIN.
Yeah.
SINE.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yep.
One at a time,
SINE.
guys. Spell it out.
Oh, sorry.
Go for it.
Two people trying to spell a word. Bad.
CARNOISEN, I think.
SINE. Carnosine. Carnosine.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a dipeptide synthesized in the body from B-alanine and L-histidine.
Oh, I think this is a good one right here. Carnosine, also known as beta something something, is a molecule made up of 2 amino acids, alanine and histidine. It is synthesized in animal tissues, especially muscle and brain, and isn't found in any plant food.
What isn't histidine?
Carnosine. This carnosine thing is only found in animal-based foods.
Yep.
No,
However,
but you missed
hold on. However, considered non-essential since your body can form it from the amino acids histidine and beta-alanine.
Yeah, like it says it's synthesized from those two. So the histidine and alanine you can get from plants as well. This is like it depends on what you want to obviously accept as like thing. I'm not saying you guys, but I'm saying like the same way he said you can go find a whole bunch of videos, you can also find a whole bunch of doctors publishing like them doing their own videos telling you that since the 50s they've known that all stages of life can thrive on a plant-based diet. So when they say thrive, they mean you can live just a normal, healthy life like everyone else on just a plant-based diet. And that's why I think the important question was, what is in meat that you can't get from plants? Like that you need as well. Like, what's this magic thing in meat that if you don't have it, you just crumble and break down?
Yeah. So let's, I don't know, we've been on this vegan thing all morning. I just want to ask Dick Cavalry. I heard you ask me a question yesterday. I think it was about Zeno's paradox, but I had to take a phone call, so I dipped out and didn't hear it. Did you want to restate it? Flat D, you there? Yeah, I got a mathematical proof. If you think math is reality, I got a mathematical proof that you can never do anything. He bounced. Anyways. Oh, there he is. Flat D, you there? We can't hear you if you're trying to talk. Probably for the best. I was just trying to switch up the convo a little bit. I don't know.
You killed the VC, bro. That's fucked up.
I mean, we've been on this vegan thing all fucking morning. I don't know.
Well, I thought you said before we got all day.
We do have all day. I mean, I don't know if people want to talk about vegetarianism. I think it killed the chat, honestly. When I left to take a phone call, there was like 20-something people in here. Now there's like 8.
Nah, bro, no one killed it. They just decided to stop talking. People were talking. It's just the same time you came back in, everyone was sort of like left, and the other guy had a meltdown and just violated the law of non-contradiction a couple of times. He said he wasn't interested, then he came back and said he was interested, then he left, and then came back and did the same thing. So,
hey, can I ask Jeremy a question?
well, my name's Jeremy too, but yeah, I know who you're talking about. Go for it.
The OG, triple OG, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Yeah, the real OG.
Top 35.
Yeah. FE extraordinaire. Hey, anyway, yeah, I heard you talking about carnosine, Jeremy.
You're breaking up.
How about now?
Sound good. Go ahead.
Any better? Yeah, so you're talking about carnosine and all these amino acids, right? If you would like, if you favor and Google amino acid or even type in how can we see amino acids, and all you'll get is CGI, dude. You won't get any images. You won't get any pictures of amino acids. You'll just get all these literally CGI pictures.
I know.
Can I add on that just real quick, 2 seconds? That's the whole point when I said about flat earthers, right? Flat earthers think they've extensively researched this topic, okay? But yeah, if you're concerned with truth, yeah, just look into that before you start talking about meat. Because it's pretty funny. We need meat. It's the dumbest shit, man.
No, I'm
you have
not for or against veganism. I'm just saying, you know, when you try and find proof of vitamins or minerals, you can't really see them. So how are you going to believe in that?
Yeah, I'm telling you,
How are you going to
they
believe
told
in
you.
someone you can't see it?
They told you that you come from the fucking monkeys and shit, and you had to hunt and gather. Like, it's prehistoric, man, cavemen, you know? They had to. Yeah, it's all bullshit.
Yeah, but I missed your thing. You were gonna ask a question about Zeno's paradox yesterday.
Oh, Geno's paradox?
Zeno's.
Oh, I thought you meant
But it sounds like
Geno's,
a Z.
dude. Geno's
What the fuck is Geno's?
from the Bronx.
Gino is the Italian one.
The pizza shop?
Yeah, the Italian paradox.
No, it's not. I don't even know what that means.
You don't know who Gino is?
I don't know Geno's paradox. I know Gino. He owns a pizza shop down the road.
That's the guy. That wise guy there. Yeah, that guy.
So I want to ask one question of this vegan stuff, right? And I believe he said that our friend said he believes in God and a creator, right? So my question, did I get that right or wrong?
Talk that
Well,
lion
Depends
shit.
on the question I need to ask.
Talk that lion shit.
yeah,
No,
no, I
I
agree.
want
I know. I'll let you finish. I'll let you finish. Okay.
No, I just want to know: Are you a believer in a creator, in God, like I am? I'm a believer in the creator. Are you a believer?
No, I don't know why you believe in a creator. I know one exists.
Okay, so you know. Okay, fair enough. Even better than me. So I ask you this then: Why did the creator make a system of you, your body, that was able to handle meat, to eat meat? Why would he do that if that's not what you're supposed to do?
Well, the creator you're talking about, the one you more lean to. What am I wrong? Because I'll correct me if I'm wrong. But are you a Christian? You lean towards the Bible?
Well, I lean towards a creator. I don't really go to that side.
Oh, so you're not one of the like the religious, like Christian, like you don't base your God in the Bible's version of God?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay, all right, that's interesting. All right, well, I was just because I thought you were. I thought you mentioned the Bible before. Why would our Creator? I mean, if I could ask him, I would. I suppose the real thing here is yes, you can eat meat. I never said anything about not being able to digest meat. I think if you have any kind of like basic reasoning, you understand the whole reason why vegan, have an argument against meat. Not
Oh,
for
I
the
agree
simple
with
fact.
you on the killing part. Trust me. And I've made arguments like Jeremy said, the lion, and we can bring that up. But I'm curious, why are you supporting this? Like, if I don't understand, why are you so against it? If the creator, which you and I believe in,
I
created
don't
us
believe him.
to eat both. Why do you, or sorry,
Because
did he make a mistake? Did God make a mistake? What?
if you look at so it depends how you want to look at things, right? So me saying I know we were created means I know there must have been a creator because we exist. I don't base it in that he got everything right, whether it's a he or not. I don't make any secondary claims of what that creator is. If you look at it objectively, he or she or whatever got it entirely wrong. It's all fucked up. And then you need to go in. Then you need to rely, because then you need to rely on saying, oh well, now I am leaning towards the God in the Bible, and I'm saying it's fucked up because of free will, right? But if he created it the way he wanted, then he would have said no pain, right? He would have made it impossible to murder another innocent person. He would have just made it impossible.
That's
Like
my whole
humans
point.
didn't.
That's my whole
Yeah,
point, bro.
yes.
Why did he make us capable of eating meat? Surely he was intended for that, right? He intended us to eat meat. Otherwise, he would make us like cows, give us four stomachs so
No,
we can chew the cud, right? But no, he designed us in such a manner. Why?
no, but then because then we've already what we've done then, right? By being aware of other things, we just established that if he wanted to make it perfect, he would have made it perfect. So therefore, he wasn't able to do it exactly the way he wanted to do it, or he was, and he did get things wrong. But this is in response to what you're saying. Is like, I'm saying, just because you can digest meat doesn't mean you should eat. You're supposed to eat it. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that's like what you just said there is like verging on blasphemy. I never heard a Christian say that God made
But
an
see,
error.
okay, but there you go. I asked you. You said you're non-religious, right? Now you're. This is my point. In order to make your argument, you need to use the Bible.
No, I
That's why
don't.
you just didn't.
Why?
Well, why you just?
Okay,
Why did?
hold on. Would it help if I was to tell you that I used to be an altar boy? Would that give
Okay,
me credit?
but let me answer you. Like, you asked me, do I believe in a creator? I said, no, I don't believe in a creator. I know a creator exists.
Look at my
I asked you for your position.
ticket
You said,
buying.
no, I don't lean towards all of that. And now you're invoking Christianity and saying, I've never heard a Christian say that. And blasphemy, like blasphemy is, where's that word come from?
Okay,
I'm just
maybe I
asking.
overreacted. Okay, good point. You're right.
Okay.
Maybe I shouldn't have said that. But do you
That's
understand,
right.
like, the question that I'm asking? Like
No,
you
because
said before that God made a mistake.
because but now this is why I asked you to separate the two. So the God you're talking about, God, that's Bible stuff. Creator, God, two separate things. So if you ask
So
me for my position, right, the God mentioned in the Bible has nothing to do with the Creator.
how can
It
you
has
say
nothing
that?
to do.
No one's talking about the Bible, I don't think, though, right?
Yeah.
Oh, so he's. See, bro, you're doing that to me. Like, you admitted it was a mistake. I let it go. I'm not accusing you of saying it. But every time you
I
mention the
didn't
word
admit there was
God,
a hold on.
okay, or so
I did not admit that God made a mistake. You said God
no,
made a mistake.
no, I didn't say that. I'm saying, okay, when I just pointed out the fact that you asked me, do I believe in a creator? I told you no. I said, I know, right? And then I asked you for your position. You said, no, I don't lean towards the Bible, okay? Then I addressed the fact that why did you bring up Christianity and blasphemy then? Then you said, okay, maybe I reacted. I give you that. I'm not holding it against you. What I am saying is every time you say God, you tell me where you got this word God from.
That's irrelevant, bro. Whether you believe in a certain God, right? You can believe in the God in the Bible. I can believe in a creator. Somebody could believe in Allah as their God or Buddha as their God. It doesn't matter. That's irrelevant.
It's not. Okay, so what
Just
about if I
change the word creator for God. God, creator, same thing in this instance. That's
Yeah.
all SE means when he says
Okay,
God, the
but
creator.
watch. Okay, all right, fine. But the only reason I'm addressing it because watch this. We're going to try and have a conversation now about the creator, right? And what he's going to do, unwillingly, like he's not going to do it intentionally. He's going to keep leaning towards mentioning things mentioned in the Bible. He's going to invoke Christianity and things that are only mentioned in the Bible. So
He's
we'll
not
try.
gonna. He's not biblical.
Okay.
He's not gonna.
Well,
Don't
he just
divine his
did it. He
thoughts.
just did it 2 seconds ago. Did you hear him?
He said
So
God,
maybe you
but
didn't.
it's when he says God, he just means the creator. That's all.
Not the God part. We both said that we don't lean towards the Bible, and then when I said that God has nothing to do, he goes, "Well, that's blasphemy." I've never heard a Christian say that.
Well,
That's
it's
what he
true.
said.
I haven't heard a Christian
I
say
didn't
that
say
God
I'm.
made a mistake, bro. Are you kidding me?
Nobody's Christian. Nobody's
Thank
Christian
you,
here.
because I'm not Christian.
Yes, nobody's Christian.
Okay, forget that part, bro. Just if I insulted you, I apologize. Forget that
You
part.
didn't insult me. Oh, we're going around in circles. I'm saying that to Jeremy now because he's saying that you're not going to do it. And what I'm saying is you did it just 2 minutes ago. Now, so let's move past it. But let's see if you can talk about creation without invoking the Bible and things only mentioned in the Bible. Let's see if it's possible. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, nobody's
Because-
Christian here, so leave the Bible out of it. Go ahead.
Yeah, so let's go try answer your question again without that. Your question was why can we digest meat? I'm not sure. Yeah, we can digest meat. I don't personally have an argument of saying you can't digest meat and you can't eat meat and anything like that.
What do you mean you can't? Of course we can digest it. We eat it.
Did I just say I'm saying? I just said I'm not saying that.
Oh, okay. So what's
Yeah,
the
cool,
issue
cool.
then?
No issue. This is your question. You asked me. You said to me, right? You started it with, do I believe in a creator? Okay. I had to say, no, I don't believe in one. I know there's a personal preference, right? I don't like to say believe. So I choose to say, I know a creator exists because we exist. You led with that. And then you said, okay, so we agree. Now, we can digest meat. So are you saying the creator got it wrong? That was your question.
No, bro. I repeat again. I asked you, why were we created this way? That was my question, right?
Oh.
And you replied, maybe God made a mistake. And that's why I reacted the way I did. I go, what? You're the first guy I ever heard say that, ever.
No, that's not how it happened, though. To be
Lions
fair,
could
it's
have
not
been
how it happened.
vegetarian rather than say God made a mistake. I mean, it's honestly, the first time I've ever heard that.
Yeah, but to be fair, that's not how it happened, because if you're being honest, the first thing I said was, well, I don't know. If I could ask him, I would. And then you did say, you said, are you saying he made a mistake? It wasn't me who said he made a mistake first. I said, if you look at things objectively, and if you look at it from that respect, then yeah, he definitely made a mistake because it's all fucked up. If you're basing it on he did it and he was the one who created it, and that's where I said you're now invoking the God of the Bible. Not yeah.
Let's move forward. Let's move forward from that, right?
Yeah. So then I
Why?
answered you just ask me again. Go
on.
No, you can ask me again, so we'll be specific. You can ask me again.
Yeah. I'm just asking you a logical question, right? Irregardless of who created us and why they created us, a question that we'll never know, right? Why do we have the ability to eat both meat and vegetables? Unlike a lion, for example, right? It's clearly, you can clearly see that a lion is designed to eat meat and meat only, right? You've never seen a lion chew on some berries or an apple, right? So
I'm
the
not
question
sure.
is,
I haven't
why?
seen it. Yeah.
Sorry?
I'm just saying, I'm not sure if lions also eat like any kind of vegetation or not, if they're solely like carnivores. I'm just saying I don't know for sure.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
So
I have a cat that does eat grass.
Yeah, so does mine.
So.
Yeah, but I hope you get my question, right? We were clearly designed to eat both, right?
Well, I get your question.
Both our stomachs, our brains, our our desires. We like sweets, we like plants, we like meat. It's plain and simple.
Yeah, okay, but so like when you say that, like I'll say the first thing first, like yeah, so like you can digest meat, but you're saying that we were designed to eat meat because of the fact that we can digest it.
Yes.
Now but that relies on the fact that it's all set out exactly the way it's supposed to be. It relies on like someone designing it perfectly, and that removes the possibility, not the mistake, but saying that it's not necessarily that he or she or whatever it is read it out to be exact. Like, yes, you can digest dirt if you want. Doesn't mean you were designed to eat dirt, correct? Like, you could swallow a rock and not die. Limestone or whatever, doesn't mean you're designed to eat limestone. And then when you say that you like meat, unless you eat your meat only raw and you just, when you smell it, like you just salivate, then you don't necessarily like meat. You like flavors and seasonings and salt and oil, you know, and smoke from the flames and stuff. It's not so much that you like meat, you know. You like cooked
I like
meat.
meat.
Yeah, you like seasoned and cooked meat, of course. Like I like
Some people
seasoned
eat
and cooked.
raw meat. Arabs have
Yeah,
this
but
thing. I forgot what it's called. It's completely raw. People
yeah,
eat
yeah, yeah.
sushi. Yeah.
Yeah. But you said you. We're not talking about Arabs and people who eat sushi. We're talking about me and you. And you said you like meat. And I'm just saying, like, be honest with the conversation. Like, unless you salivate over raw meat and livers and kidneys and blood, right? You don't necessarily like meat as much as you liked cooked, seasoned, flavored, salted, smoked, oily meat. You know what I mean? It's not so much
Hey, can
because
I get in on this?
yeah.
Hey, yeah, you're kind of repeating yourself again. I just, you know, wanted to stop you there because you keep saying the same thing. But I wanted to ask SC a question since he keeps grilling you about things. Do you believe in amino acids, SC Montreal?
Honestly, I really don't know enough about it. But yeah, I by what I've heard about him, yeah, I believe in them. Yeah.
You believe in them? Do you believe in them based off evidence or based off of an appeal to authority?
He just
This
answered
is
you.
Basically, the people that
He
people
answered
that
you.
gave you that information.
absolutely, yeah, guilty. Yeah, this is a strict appeal to authority.
And you know
Yeah, I have
what? I
no
respect his honesty.
personal
It's
knowledge.
like
Yeah.
you're grilling him and trying to treat him like he's stupid, but you know, I actually respect the fact that he's straight up honest about it. You know, he doesn't try to fucking dance around it. He told you, yeah, I believe in it based on what I've been shown. What's wrong with that?
I'm not grilling him, really. I just asked him a question.
I don't feel like I'm being grilled. It's fair enough.
All right, well, he kind of reacted like, you believe it? Oh, and then he accused you of it just being an appeal to authority.
But let's hear
Well,
his
basically,
point.
what he's saying
What's
is he's basically saying you can't even like consider anyone from all of history, right? That's basically your argument. So, okay, well, I'm still gonna go read Tesla's writings, and they're physically possible to do on the Earth with experiments. So,
No,
what's that?
I simply asked SD if he had any proof of amino acids.
No, you
I'm
Is it
sorry,
didn't. You asked him
I
if
thought you
you asked him if he believed in him. You didn't ask him for proof.
No, I asked him
What
if
the
he's
fuck?
seen one, dude. Stop mischaracterizing what I'm
Yeah, that's a
saying.
fair
I
question,
know
bro. Yeah,
exactly what I said.
that's a fair question, and we're all suspect to criticism, whatever.
What'd you say about NASA? What's it? I was busy here.
Oh, I misheard. I thought they said something about Tesla. Nothing about NASA. I thought he said how do you
Yeah.
get Tesla?
No, we're talking about fatty acids and stuff like that, amino acids, and
Yeah, my bad.
Yo, did you hear my
But
mathematical? Oh, go ahead.
oh no, you go.
No, let's wrap this fatty acid thing up or whatever, this vegan shit. We've been on this for
You
fucking
don't
4
you don't
hours
like
now.
the vegan thing, eh? You don't like it.
I mean, it's neat, but we've been on it for 4 hours now.
Okay,
Well, we've been
hey,
on flat
before we
Earth for
do
8
something
years.
else,
We've
hey,
been on flat Earth for 8 years.
are you a
It's truth
vegan,
in
dude?
general. Yeah.
Hey,
So
the
who?
upside down guy.
Yeah.
You a
Yeah.
vegan?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, let me ask you one thing. Do you only eat meat, or do you only eat vegetables because you're worried about putting death or pain on another living being?
Only? Nah, that's not the only reason.
But is that one of the primary reasons?
One of the primary. It's one of the reasons. Yeah, they're all primary, so they're all reasons why. But yeah, that's one of the reasons. It's not the only reason.
Do you think that's one of the biggest? Well, yeah, I think a lot of people are vegans
Okay.
is because they don't want to put
Sure.
death or pain on another living animal. But do you believe that plants are living animals or
They're
living
living
beings?
organisms, but they don't have a central nervous system, so they don't feel pain. There's no evidence to suggest they feel pain. But just to answer your question real quick, just to answer your question real quick, just to answer your question real quick, just because you said most vegans. So my mum and sister went vegan first for the animals and stuff, and I used to I love them. Like I used to joke with them, like make fun of them, for a good couple of years. But I actually ended up going vegan not because of the animals. Like it was actually because I realized like we've been lied to about everything, and I realized that if you eat meat and then you say, "Oh, evolution's bullshit," then that's kind of like you're in an error there.
Yeah, I didn't really understand any of that, but one last question. So when you rip a let's just say a
Wait.
carrot
Are
out
we
of the
just gonna
ground.
let him dismiss it like that? Say he did? Do you not understand the English language? Because he spoke very clearly and concisely. If you don't understand the
Relax,
language, you should maybe go find a channel that speaks your language. Then.
Thanks, bro. He's a fucking real one. This guy here, man. I haven't seen a fresh fucking like this on for a while, bro. I
Bob's a
respect him, man.
nightmare.
That's all.
Yes,
He's a
Bob's
mad
complete
cunt. That's what
nightmare.
he is. He's fucking mad.
Yeah, calm down, bro. Like everything's
You're gonna see him
okay.
in your fucking sleep.
Or were you lying to us
Anyway,
just now when you said you didn't
one last
understand it? Did you
question.
understand it perfectly clearly, but you lied about it? Is that what we're to understand now?
Yeah.
I thought so.
Dude. No, you didn't think anything actually. Yeah, one last question. When you when you pull a plant from the ground, are you causing it any pain to remove it from its natural environment?
Not that I know of. So basically, like when I when you put 3 pigs in the same room and you start like stabbing one in the throat and they all freak out, that sort of thing. Like it's something that you can visibly, you don't need to do some extensive study, right? But if you have some sort of study that suggests that the carrot feels pain, I'd love to see it.
Well, yeah, there is actually proof that plants and trees, bushes can communicate. Like for
Right,
instance,
so
in Africa, if
Yep.
there's okay, can I finish? 'Cause you
Sure, I thought
literally were about to clip me.
I
Yeah.
just don't know
So
why
no,
you're
I
going to
wasn't done.
communication opposed to pain though.
Let him
Why
finish his
you
sentence, bro. This is
Oh,
information that I'm
right.
sure a
Let
lot
me
of people don't know. Calm down.
finish, please.
Calm down.
Yeah,
Go
relax.
ahead, bro.
Thanks, bro. Yeah, so in Africa, there's certain bushes that will communicate with each other if there's an animal foraging off of it or eating off of it. So like downwind, if say a cricket or something is eating certain, like I think it's the acacia bush that does this, they will signal to other trees in the near vicinity to
Yeah.
start producing a more pungent taste to their leaves. That way, it'll deter more animals eating them. So
Cool.
first of all, what that shows is plants can communicate, and 2, that they do feel pain, or that they are aware that they're being eaten. So
Right, so you're conflating the
that
communication
shows
with
that
feeling pain, which was your original thing. You said, do you think plants can feel pain? And then when I said to you that when you have 3 pigs in a room, you stab one in the throat and you can see the distress on the other, you don't need an extensive thing. But if you had some sort of study to suggest that plants feel pain, which was what you originally said, I'd love to hear it. Then you shifted it to communication, right?
this is the same analogy. Oh, sorry.
No, it's not.
This is the same analogy.
No, because we're talking about a central nervous system and the ability to feel pain. And then, I mean, your ultimate conclusion would be, hold on a sec. I'm not finished though. I'm not finished though. Okay, fine. You feel the importance to say something, so I'll let you say it, and then let me finish.
Well, you said you gave the example. Okay. If you're done, you gave the example of 3 pigs in a room, stab one, and one sees it and
You're
becomes
roboting.
distressed.
Flat
Well,
D,
this
you're
is the same
roboting.
thing. This is the same thing. Yeah,
Flat
3
D, you're
pigs in a
roboting.
room, one becomes distressed.
Yeah, but you're talking about, so you began it with pain. You said, do you think plants feel pain when you rip that carrot out of the ground? Do you think it feels pain? We're talking about a central nervous system, where you feel pain. That's what you're saying. And I don't know why you brought it up. You were saying, do I have some sort of problem with the animals? When I told you that it's not the only reason, you didn't even ask me what were the other reasons, because you wouldn't even want to even, your only argument is the animals,
Well, no, my real argument is that you're active. Well, at the same time, you're killing plants too. So everything has to die for something to live. There must be death. So yeah, you're still killing plants. So you can either choose one of the two lesser evils, if you will, kill animals or kill plants, because both
which
have to
one do
die
you
for you
choose?
to live.
Yeah, and so the animals
Kinda whatever I
die,
want.
so yeah, life requires death to a certain extent, the body decompose and, help grow that soil and stuff. The trees decompose and then that becomes, fertilizer for the next thing. That's how it works. But your answer to that is logically, you're aware, you're conscious of, what's going on, and your answer to that is, well, let's, I mean, you wouldn't even know the numbers, so you wouldn't know how many animals are killed per year, and how many out of the numbers that they claim, right? The 100% of all animals on Earth. So it's 30%, 36% of that are humans. Okay, 4% are the wild animals that exist. The other 60% are the ones that are solely bred for food, livestock. You don't even understand
when
that.
I drive down when I drive down some of the roads, I see fields of whatever they're growing, and I could imagine all the thousands of cabbages and because they grow a lot of stuff down here, strawberries, any fruit and vegetable you can think of, thousands, hundreds of thousands of death. That they're ripping from the ground when they grow them intentionally just to be eaten. Same thing as the animals.
Yeah, so
That's
is
the
mass
same thing.
production the issue, or is it vegetables, plants? Or is it mass production that's the actual issue here?
It's the amount. It's the rate at which they're killing these
Didn't I just say
vegetables,
mass
which
production?
has me up in arms.
Did I not just say mass production? You said the exact same thing, but you said no, it's this, but said it differently.
Yeah, I did. The differences, one's animals and one's plants, but they're both killing. They're both killing.
Yeah,
Would you
mass
not agree?
production. Yeah, mass production. But what you're saying is you're aware, right, of what the issue is, and you're saying that it's to a certain extent it's nihilistic in only in the respect that it's all meaningless. So well, it's already like this anyway. So what's the fucking point in worrying?
No, I'm not
That's
saying that at all. I'm saying,
okay. I need.
Yeah,
I
can
didn't
I
say that's.
state what I'm saying?
Yep. You can.
Yeah, I think I already did say it, but there is life or there is death with both veganism and carnivorism. So
Yeah.
You're not picking. Go ahead, man.
Well, because you're missing the part where I'm saying what I said is it you're saying is it veganism and meat are the same? No, is it mass production that's the problem? Because if everyone and it doesn't need to be every exact person growing all the vegetables. Just on a smaller scale, then you don't create that issue. Like the carrots and fruit that I have in my backyard, right? I didn't have to kill no rabbits and kangaroos and sheep like to grow them. Do you know what I mean?
Okay, but there are farms, huge, gigantic farms on the scale that you're demonizing the mass production of animals on that sort of scale. That
I
there
said both.
are, there's a lot of things that have to die for those plants to live and then die as well. So not only are you going to kill the wild rabbits and the bugs and whatever has to stand in the way of that machine to harvest, whatever you're trying to grow, there's death there, and then there's death again with whatever you're harvesting from the ground.
Yeah, so for the mass production, so that's why I keep saying it now for the third time now. Like I'm agreeing with you with the mass production. If that's what you're saying, if your actual argument is against mass production, not the difference between eating meat and veganism, because mass
Well,
production
there
is
is a
that.
parallel because I think you are making a point about the amount of animals in a like say, like a giant production like we're talking about.
No,
How
so
that's different from how you would grow something in your backyard.
Nah.
There's not a lot of.
No, I said when I said the numbers, what I was talking about, I said about this is their claim numbers. I'm saying like, so when I say the 100% of all animals, I don't think it includes sea creatures. I think they're talking about on land. Out of the and they're including us, like humans and all the other animals that exist. They're saying that 30%, 36% are humans, 4% of that 100% are wild animals that exist in nature that aren't farmed. The other 60% are livestock.
Wait, 36% humans. What are you talking about?
So, okay, I'll tell you again. So what I just said, what I said when I said the numbers about animals, right? But what you're referring to, you're saying about the amount. What I was talking about, as I said, out of all animals on the land, including us, because they class us as animals, right? So us, rhinos, gorillas, pandas, whatever you want to name it, any fucking thing you want to name it, out of that 100%, meaning all of them, 36% are us, 4% are the wild animals, and the other 60 are livestock.
Okay,
so if you can,
what point
so
of
if you can
what
wrap,
point
so,
are you
so you can,
trying to make?
okay, so if you can wrap your head around those numbers, then you understand that you're killing more animals for meat produce than you are for the vegetables. By how much? I don't know what even number you want to times it by. Just make it up at that point.
No, that's totally
Right. So
you
okay.
can't
So
justify
fine.
that because how are
Okay.
these
So
animals living? Okay, if there's 60% of animals that we're killing, those animals need to eat vegetables, right?
well, you think what do you think they feed them then?
Or
You're saying
whatever
that
they're eating, but it has to grow from the ground, right?
everything comes from the ground, more or less, unless it's like manufactured, and even then, where'd it come from?
The
Of course, yeah, it
ground.
has to
So
come from the ground.
whatever
Of
you're
course,
pulling from the ground is dying too. So
yes.
all of that 60% that you're saying that's was that livestock or what have you, whatever animals, they have to eat something from the ground, which in turn is dying as well.
Yes, I know that. That's why. But you. That's what I'm saying. If you're aware of that, what's your answer? You're saying, well, then there's no point in doing anything.
That's not my answer. I literally gave you my answer
So
that
then you don't
whatever
really.
those animals are eating, that 60% that you think is a larger number than what humans are doing or wild animals are doing, that 60%, although it being a large number, they're still consuming stuff from the ground, which is being killed. That's my point. Do you get it?
Not really, because what I'm saying, when it comes to a point, you're just telling me things I already know, but I don't know what your actual point is in regards to that information. Because you're just telling me something I know, that like for mass production, whether it's when it's talking about animals, we know that the mass production is the animals. Now, when you're saying about crops, you're saying in order to do those crops, they have to kill certain animals, what they regard as like pests, right? Like and
No,
when they
not
clear
only
out,
that. Yeah. Yeah,
when they
not
clear
only
out.
killing animals and stuff, but I'm talking
Well,
about killing plants, dude.
okay,
You're
so how do you
killing
kill a?
plants to feed these animals that you're raising.
Yeah, so that's I don't get what you're saying. Like we know that. So yeah, we have
Yeah,
to
but
like.
you don't consider it. Look how you're borderline like a,
No,
well, I don't want to say
well,
like
borderline what? Borderline what? Like this is why I
a
said okay.
serial
So
killer, dude. You have no empathy for plants, dude. You disregard
Wait,
them
yeah.
as
Wait. Are you saying that you have a place in your heart for strawberries?
I have a place in my heart for every living thing. You're telling me a strawberry, we shouldn't have any compassion for it?
No, personally, I don't. No.
Are you just going to
exactly.
teabag a
Like
strawberry and just, mash it on the
okay,
ground and not really
can I
give
point something
two
out?
shits about it?
Can I point something out? You know how like flat Earth mainstream arguments since 2015, and you still got Globers like 2023 making the same arguments. Like I'm not really offending him here, right? But veganism long time ago, like argument, and he's making the same fucking stupid arguments. Like, oh, plants feel pain too. Like
Quick
that's done,
question.
bro.
Quick question. Do you guys think it's bad to kill animals, like in general, talking to everyone?
Well, the question
For
is, what
food.
I
gives you the
think
right? What gives you the
I
right?
think the ethical argument for killing animals is pretty weak, despite regularly killing animals and eating flesh. I don't think there's any strong arguments for why it's okay.
So what is the
Why does the
problem with?
central nervous system have to?
Quick question.
Why
What is the?
is?
Sorry, go on.
Do you know what sentience is?
Yeah, but it's very subjective, right? It's just sort of going, I've decided I'm sentient, and I decide what other things are and aren't sentient, and I'm making a rule based on that.
Well,
Like
it's saying you can see the clear effects. Like you can see the clear effects. You understand what's happening here. You understand that it's not like it's not what's the word, like it's pretty disgusting, man, you know? Like you're eating some badly injected with hormones, living in piss and shit. Do you know what I'm saying? Like that's what you're
yeah,
doing.
no, I've heard it. I've heard it for the last
You know
4
what?
hours.
You know what
The
the
new topic would be
commercial?
awesome sometime
You
soon.
know what
Well,
the
you didn't hear
commercial?
any of that.
You know what the
Yeah.
commercial farmers in Germany put on their field for their commercial crops that are not biological? So
You keep going back to
what
mass
he does is
production, but yeah.
what he does is he's getting poop from
Yeah.
from the what is it called, the factory that clears all your drainage, all the stuff that you put in the toilet. So there's like
Yeah.
some substance that needs to be pumped out of there. So instead of getting cow poop, he gets like the real poop, and then he puts it all over the field. He gets money for it, and it's allowed in Germany to do this 2 times a year. And that's
So
what then ends up in your food for commercial vegetables and whatnot. Like this,
yeah.
and on the other hand, dude, the normal tap water that you use for washing yourself is so full of hormones, so full of everything you can
Hormone.
imagine. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure it's
you
got
know,
like fluoride, chlorine,
you
whole bunch of
know,
other shit in there, but I don't know
There's
which
no
hormones you're
hormones in
talking
those.
about.
you know that the people who put their stuff into the system that use a lot of medicine, that rests of that stuff
Yeah.
in the urine is gonna go back into the water you use to wash yourself.
So he's doing so. All right. So basically, this is thing is not eating meat. Like, are you contributing to any kind of change or not? If you choose to
No,
not eat meat, and hold on a sec, I would like to finish. Yeah.
I thought you
So,
were
but
finished.
well, okay, you thought wrong. So yeah. So by not eating meat and not contributing to mass production, like trying to grow your own self, bringing it more into the community, Is that making any sort of change, or it's just meaningless?
Yes, no, that's great, man. I'm against mass production. I think having your own animals, killing your own, butchering your own livestock is wonderful, and that's something I'm gonna do once I'm gonna detach myself more from my parents, so to say. Right now, I'm still pretty young, so but it's gonna be a goal in my
Okay.
life to have
Okay,
this kind of
so
stuff, killing my own animals and so forth.
yeah, so because I'm vegan, you sort of had some sort of argument against me, and you've just based it on like this mass production thing, and
No,
yeah,
no,
I don't understand.
you talk.
I don't
What I
understand like
said.
what the fucking point
Yeah,
is,
you seem to never understand what I'm saying. My previous argument was just because
because you
you
don't
said
have a
when I eat,
point.
just because you said when I eat meat, there's a lot of hormones, and then I'm getting interrupted again. That's what That's why I talked about the point I actually previously talked about, but you just completely missed the point, I guess, as usual. But it's okay. Another thing I want to say: have you ever thought about that when an animal has died, okay, until you are someone who believes in reincarnation and that sort of nonsense, do you really think that the torturing process or like the pain that animal felt for like, let's say 10 or 15 minutes, depends on who butchers it and kills it, do you really think it matters when that animal has no recompense or no, like there's no self-awareness anymore to begin with? Like this animal is
Okay.
as if this animal never existed. So the
Heck,
only one who
man.
really recognizes the pain and suffering is the observer, like the human being that wants to see suffering and pain in it, even though it's
Jesus.
completely stupid.
Okay, so just apply that to like just apply that to you apply that same logic if you know
Not
how
to
to do
humans.
that. Oh, okay, yeah, not to humans, yeah, but it's
Yeah.
the same thing, right? It's the
No,
same thing. You're
humans are
saying
not
that.
animals.
Hey,
What the fuck?
does a lion care how whatever the animal it's eating, does it care how it slaughters it in
Are
quotation
you a
marks?
lion? Are you a lion?
Yeah, lions don't really care how they eat their prey. They just
Okay,
eat
so
it.
are you a lion, or you have you have a moral standpoint?
That's irrelevant to how
Oh,
anything is consumed.
It
but
is
so why is it
irrelevant.
irrelevant
It
if
just
you're
I mean,
shows.
we
invoking the
are
lion? Why
It
we are
just
is it
like
shows.
the
irrelevant?
lion though.
Oh
We are
my
like a
god.
lion though. A
It
You're
lion
just
though.
like a
shows.
lion?
We're like an ape.
No,
Hey,
that's
one
false.
more
All right.
point I wanted to make. The upside
Yeah,
down
you
dude
guys
said,
make all the points
Yo,
just
I'm
said.
muting you.
Don't
You just
address that.
interrupted him. You knew he was talking. I'm putting you on mute. Finish it up, Flat D.
no, I just wanted to make one more point. Thanks. That dude said about living in piss and shit, but he doesn't realize that it takes piss and shit of animals to actually
Exactly.
fertilize the ground. Can I finish?
I muted him. Go ahead.
Also, for another point, somebody, I think it was Clay, tried to make that he'd rather like a free range or like home style little farm or what have you to kill his own animals. And if you look at it, free range chickens, when you feed them, they piss and shit on the ground, and you throw their feed on the ground because that's how it would naturally be free range. You're not going to put it in a little bucket or something. You're going to throw it on the ground. There as well, they're going to be eating their own piss and shit and of the other animals too. So we're always eating everybody else's piss and shit. Piss and
Yes.
shit is a way of life. It is the way things are fertilized, and there's nothing wrong with it. So
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. It was very clear and precise. By the way, you can, even when you kill your chicken or any other animal, when you put that blood all over your garden, it's really good for the ground. Like that blood gives a lot of power for your plants. Just saying.
I think everyone's unmuted.
Oh, I'm unmuted now.
Yeah, just you were interrupting stuff. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I don't know. There was about 5 points made, and then someone else just wanted to make another point. So I don't even know which one. Yeah.
Just 1 point, dude. 1
Yeah,
point.
No,
I
not
don't see
really.
what the point is. It's all over the place.
Yeah, thank
No,
you, bro.
there
There
was
was yeah.
Dude, it was so
upside down.
precise, man.
You said something about piss and shit, right? Being
Yeah,
somehow
yeah,
negative.
and then you just basically elaborated this whole extrapolation of what I actually meant by that. You know,
Okay, so what
that's
did
what you
what did
do.
you exactly mean then?
Oh, it would have been great if you just asked me the first time, but what's the point? You've already just, made last 10 minutes based on your assumption of what I meant.
Well, go ahead and
Minutes.
restate what you said, so we're all
What's the
clear
point?
about
We've
it.
just wasted 10 minutes or 15 minutes based on your assumption of what I meant.
Dude, you have a
Because
weird
I
let's
time
move
want
on
to
then.
perception.
debunk what you
All
said
right, we're
about
moving
piss
on.
and shit.
I'm taking control of this fucking thing here. This is a mess. Witsit, you got anything, Witsit? You hear my
Jeremy, don't
mathematical?
let this guy weasel his way out of it. Come on, man.
Dude, I
Weasel
don't
the
even
way out
take
of
you
what,
serious.
bro?
First of all,
There's a whole bunch of white knighting going on for one certain side, right?
So how do you
That's what's
fertilize your
happening.
ground?
There's
you
an
put-
audience, right? There's a certain part of the audience who have like a unbiased, objective standpoint, who can see what's happening. Yeah, but
How
then
do you
there's certain people
fertilize
that,
ground?
even though the other person's cutting them off, right? It's like, oh no, you're doing it. It's like, fuck, bro. Like, just do it objectively, man. You know,
How do you fertilize your ground?
bro, if I did
bro.
it
I already
objectively, you would
addressed
never
this to
be
the other
unmuted
guy
because you
before.
literally constantly interrupt everyone like nonstop. I would have had to mute you again like 2 minutes ago. I'm modding as fairly as I can. Stop interrupting. I'll just start using the warning system. It times you out for 30 minutes, and then I won't have to even worry about it. So go ahead. I'm about to be as fair as possible. Go ahead, guys.
All right, so dude was talking about piss and shit, and I brought up fertilizer. Now that I asked him to restate his point, he doesn't want to because he realizes that he's literally eating piss and shit, or in other words, fertilizer. So go ahead and restate what you said. How piss and shit was bad.
dude. If you were here the whole time, I've already addressed it to the guy before, right? That I'm aware, piss and shit, right? Like, you go piss on your lemon tree, it's not going to taste like piss, is it? All right, I already know that. What I was talking about is the conditions of the meat, where it comes from, where you get it from, those conditions. Okay. Now,
My meat
just
doesn't
because
taste
you
like
say
shit.
that we use piss and shit to fertilize stuff and it goes into the soil and then it goes through a process, yeah, we're not talking about cows leaking pus and pigs rolling around in their blood and shit. Like, it's different, bro. Like cavities on their back from them biting each other and shit. You know, it's like yeah. So there you go. There's your answer.
Cavities from biting each other? What does that mean?
I
It's
don't
an
know. Go
injury.
figure it
It's a
out
whole.
yourself then. If you don't
It's
know anything about it, why would you be talking about it like you're aware of both sides of the argument? Why would you be doing
I
that
don't
if
know.
you don't
You're
even
trying
know
to
what I'm
describe
talking about?
something, but I don't understand it.
I think he's referring to mass production of animals that literally don't ever see the sunlight, which is disgusting, and I also highly think that's bad. But I just don't understand why he's always going back to this. Why criticizing people that say, "Oh, you go into the supermarket to buy your vegetables," but it's
What?
just kind of like, yeah, you
I didn't
always
say
refer
anything
to
about
you,
people going to the
you,
supermarket.
you,
He
you.
asked me a question about the piss and shit, you idiot. I had to answer him.
No,
Fucking hell.
Yo, don't
no
call names.
insults, man. That was a
Yeah,
direct
don't call
insult.
names, please.
Okay, well, he asked me a question about what I meant by the piss and shit. I answered that, and then he jumps in saying I'm going back to supermarkets. I was answering his question.
Oh. Have you actually listened to one word I said? I said, in order for you to refer to animal meat as being bad,
piss on
you
this
go
shit
to
conversation.
you go to all right. This is unbelievable. You go to mass production of meat. Dude, what is wrong? You go to mass production of meat, and then when last time we had a conversation, I go to supermarkets and mass production of vegetables. You always say, why do you talk about mass production? Why do you talk about mass production? I can grow it in my garden. So can I have sheep, cow, a pig and chicken in my garden, man. Like,
you can do what you want. That's the whole point. This whole time, it's like you think that I've been trying to tell yous what to do. Yous guys
Yeah,
have a problem with the fact that I said I'm vegan. That's as far as it goes. And you think
Yeah,
that
that-
I'm on like the
No,
bottom hand or something. You
that-
guys want to
yeah,
go eat meat, then go do it, right? Who
Yeah,
no, I
told you
don't
not
have a
to?
problem.
hang
I
on.
have a
See,
problem.
No, we don't have a problem with you
there's
being
there's an
vegan.
interpretation of this entire conversation is that Upside Down Aussie said that he was a vegan, and everyone wanted to challenge him. And I really
Thank
haven't
you,
heard
bro.
him try to push his opinion on anybody, but I've heard him be under attack for 2 hours now.
Thanks, bro.
2
Yeah.
hours.
It's been way more
What
than
a-
2
you're
hours.
over
Can we please move
exaggerating.
on from this?
We haven't been
It's
on
been
this
way
for
more
2
than
hours.
2
Come
hours.
on, Left Lane.
I haven't attacked
It's
him
been
yet.
way more than 2
I
hours.
say
Jesus Christ, man. I'm taking a hold of this conversation. If you guys can't think of something else to talk about, I'll have something right now.
What's wrong with what we're
What's all
talking
that
about?
about? Yeah, it's all third.
Wait,
Just
yeah.
changing the subject to what you
Why are
wanted
you
to
trying
be.
to
That's weird.
commandeer this conversation, dude? Why can't you just let
Ooh,
it
we've
grow
been talking about
organically?
this vegan thing. Like, I don't know if is anyone even interested in this still?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, everyone who's talking
I have a
about it.
question.
Yeah, I am.
You guys got like 30 more minutes with this shit.
Well,
Go
what?
ahead.
What?
Dude,
what?
stop being
Thank you.
authoritarianistic. Are you the
Yeah, man.
dictator now?
I don't know.
Yeah, bro.
All right. If
Yes,
I'm the only one
Jeremy
that's bored,
is.
then fine. Go ahead.
Jeremy
I
is
didn't want to talk
Prime
about it,
Minister of the Discord.
but now that I
No,
see
thanks.
King
He didn't want
Jeremy
to,
is
but now he
allowed to
does.
talk about
yeah,
something different.
what's all this
Dude,
banning
stop
of
being the
veganism
Illuminati,
going on?
bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. It should be allowed to spoken about,
I have
man,
a
at least.
question
And like,
for vegan.
yep.
Who's the
Censorship.
vegan guy then?
If
Is it
tomorrow,
the Australian dude upside down? What is it? Australian. Oh, you think you're upside down in Australia?
okay,
No,
There
it's
we go.
supposed to be. Yeah.
Dude, no, we're not changing it. No, man.
I have a
No,
question.
no. Listen, I was just going to say, if you're vegan, that's I salute you. That's fucking awesome. I don't know how you can go without eggs. Do you take injections?
No,
You don't take any injections. Wow, that's awesome. I've
no.
seen
Why
people
would?
Can I ask
thriving
that question?
with vegan. I've seen other people who so they nearly
Yeah,
killed them after a couple of years or something. So it's each to
yeah.
their own,
Dude,
isn't
we
it?
can't talk about this, man.
We
He
can't
can
talk
talk
about what.
about it.
You can
He
go
can
ahead. I
though.
mean, I don't know. I guess I
Jeremy.
was the only one that was bored. All right, go ahead, guys. Keep it. Go ahead.
All right.
So,
Let's
okay,
say
we can talk about
tomorrow, right?
injections, really,
If
on the live
science proves.
stream?
Okay,
Sorry,
let's
what's
say
going on
tomorrow.
here? I just want to. Can I just? You guys can say whatever you want. I just want to thank the other guy because he at least was honest, right? And he said the truth of what happened. I didn't push it on anyone, and I don't care. I can handle it. But that's what's
Dude,
happened.
nobody's
He said
attacking
what
you
happened.
anymore.
You guys are trying to
We can move
attack
on.
me, right? You're trying to attack me, and I never even pushed my agenda on you. You're just trying to attack me because you have a problem with veganism. Well, you know, good
Now
on
you
you.
want to push. Now you want to
So how
push
do
No,
you
I
a
guys?
false.
didn't.
Now you want to push a false interpretation of the conversation onto
No,
the
that's
broad
exactly what
audience.
happened. That's exactly what happened.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
already
You
sure.
moved
you
on,
wouldn't
dude.
listen.
We
You
don't
Listen,
have
I'll
should
to
tell you
wind
something.
respond
back.
to this. We
You
can
should
Okay,
continue
last
to
wind
move
thing.
on.
back the
Last thing.
conversation to the point
Last
where you
thing.
hand
Last
my
thing.
evidence. Thank
Last
you.
thing, bro. Bro, last thing. You wouldn't debate me anywhere, bro. You're safe here on Geo's server, right? With moderation. Okay? Put it that way. Bro, I'll destroy you.
See what I
Oh
say?
man,
See
now
what I
you're
just
being
said?
Okay,
threat.
I have a question.
See?
I will, bro. You listen, bro. You's never debate. None of
See?
you ever
He's
argue with me, bro. I will fucking own you.
for
Trust
him.
me.
For him,
You
it's
want me to set
about.
up a
He could
debate?
have
I
took
can
the
set up a
moral
debate
high
right now.
ground.
I can
Thanks
set
for
up a debate
exposing
right
yourself,
No,
now.
he
man.
could have took.
Hello,
No, it
can you
was
guys hear me
factual.
talking? I
Factual,
can set up a
logically.
debate right now.
Go.
Hey,
Let's do
I
it.
can set.
Let's do it
Stop
without this
talking,
pussy
dude.
shit.
He just
Okay.
Come on,
Screw
exposed
guys.
you.
himself. Lol.
Left Lane's right. Upside Down Australian's only been presenting his views. It always triggers meat eaters to hear people because there's no real, there's never really good ethical arguments for eating meat. The best you've got is we've got canines. But I mean, the
didn't know that.
conversation's been going now 4 hours. I think
Does
I,
anyone
for
want
one,
to
I'm
have?
kind of tired of it.
Oh my
Another
god! Does anyone want to have a
generalization.
one-on-one debate with this guy right now? Let's do it right
No,
now.
I don't want to hear
I
it.
have a
Yeah,
question
I
for him.
do.
I have a question.
hold on. The question. I already have a question on the table. Does anyone want a one-on-one debate with this guy? Don't ask another fucking question.
No, I don't really want to
You
hear
guys
it.
are all debate him a minute ago.
Nobody
You don't want to do a
asked
one-on-one
you.
with him now?
He's asking if somebody wants a one-on-one.
Evidently not.
Clay,
I
do
was
you
just,
want a
I
one-on-one?
was happy to have a
Something
conversation with him.
coherent happen where it's going to be modded correctly and everyone's going to be able to get their point out. Nobody wants that to happen.
No, thank you.
Okay.
See?
That
Right.
makes sense.
Yeah, I told you. No one wants to. No one will.
Hold on.
Down
What's the
wins.
topic? What's the
You see
topic?
that? Oh, he
Vegetarian?
destroyed Clay.
Running
Yeah, I'm
guy
telling you.
contradicts
An
You
easier
got.
place to go, if you want to get into the ethics of it, is to go, is it okay to eat a pet dog? And if it's not, why
Yeah,
is eating
sure,
a
I would eat a
cow
dog.
better?
I would eat a dog.
And why would you?
I have a proposition: the upside down versus SC Montreal. Oh man, and SC Montreal will bust out with the lion argument. Oh,
Yo, I'm
he'll
just letting
destroy
you guys
upside
know.
down.
I'm just going to let you guys know right now. If two people continuously talk at the same time for a long period of time, or somebody interrupts, I'm just breaking you off with a warning because it's been crazy all morning. So I can't deal with it anymore. I don't know if anyone else is modding right now. So you're just going to get a warning. Go ahead, guys. One at a
So
time.
can I just rewind what just happened? So we had some guy saying he was the one being attacked by everyone, and then 2 minutes or 1 minute later he says, "Oh, I'm gonna destroy you all in debate. I will finish you
No,
off. I could really spread out myself." Like
What's your point?
the consistency within there is just
What's your
ridiculous.
point? Wait, listen, buddy. I was talking to
Yeah,
you.
no, I'm not. No, it's
Yeah,
never mind.
that's right. I was talking. Yeah, so go away, little boy, because I told you you hide
Thank
behind
you
moderation.
thank you
Yeah.
for
Oh well, there you go.
exposing
Well, you're asking
just
for it.
what I
You're
thought
asking
about
for it,
you.
and then you're appealing to the room, right? And now you're speaking over me. Okay, you're asking for it, and then appealing to the room like everyone's gonna back you up, right?
down,
If you
man.
you want some, bro, come. I'm right here, bro. But listen, you're hiding
Oh,
behind
wow.
moderation. You're hiding behind
Childish.
moderation. That's what you're doing, like a little scared little boy, right? So you say
No,
things, and then
I'm
you
not a
rely
child.
There we go.
on.
Hey
I'm
guys, you want to have
not
a
gonna put
5-minute
myself
one-on-one
down
like
to such a
gentlemen?
level.
Clay, do you want to have 5 minutes with him like gentlemen one-on-one?
No, you can already tell he's not a gentleman, man. He's not gentle
Okay,
at all.
so you should stay out of it then, Clay.
All right, okay, I do.
Hey,
So
how about
what's the topic?
that
What would
new
you want to
TikTok
debate? Like
though?
what's your point? The vegan guy.
Yeah,
What
I
is
was
your
talking
argument?
to him. I was talking to him specifically, right? Because he's been popping in and out and hiding behind people defending him, right? Like moderation, I'm saying.
Okay, but what's your point now?
I
Let's
gave them
put
both
that
warnings.
behind us. What is your
They're
point?
gone. They're gone, dude.
Oh shit.
Why did you do that just now?
I gave them both a warning for
Why
over talking.
did you do that?
I gave them both a warning
You're
for
gonna
over talking.
totally kill the combo.
Dude, I don't know. Do we have a warning system? I gave them 100 verbal warnings today about the over talking. They're continuously doing it. Those two guys, they just did it again. I gave them a warning. If anyone's got a problem with it, you can file a support ticket right now.
Send me the file. Please send me the
They
paper. I mean,
left.
as he asked him, what was the debate about? What would we like to talk about? He was answering it coherently, and then you timed him out right in the middle of it. Whatever. I mean, if you just don't like him, you
Now
don't like
he
him. I don't know.
killed the
Anyone can
combo.
file a ticket if they think they were
Now
wrongly
we have
modded.
no more bait.
Yeah, but where's the ticket? Where do you get these tickets?
We can
There's a
talk about
support
how the
ticket
globe
thing on the
doesn't have
left.
any facts because the air pressure thing and there's pressure in the air column above it proves that there's flat below it.
Yeah, there's a support ticket thing on the left-hand side in the column. It's under
Think fast. What you got?
it's under well, it's on the left-hand side. Just scroll through the thing on your left-hand side.
Well, you're being
There's
serious.
a support.
Is this a
You
real
can file a
thing?
support ticket if anyone thinks they were wrongly muted. It says EA support center. A new
Yeah.
ticket. Go ahead.
You-
If anyone thinks something wrong happened, go ahead.
How long is the timeout for? You
30, probably 30 minutes if they're within 10. If they have over 10, then it lasts longer. You guys can keep the vegan thing going if you want. I don't care, whatever. Just go one at a time.
Let me just say what I think. Let me steelman their argument. His argument. I think his argument was that we can get anything we need from vegetables that meat can provide us. In other words, we can survive just on vegetables, right? And I don't think, honestly, we made a point against that.
No.
To be honest with you. But also,
you can make a point against it that you have to.
Hold on. I think I made a good point in like early brain development and the proteins needed for that. So, I mean, we can discuss that.
But I mean, for that, we'd need to say that Gujarati people or vegetarian people are neurologically impaired somehow. And I don't think there's good evidence for that. Like they outperform most other groups in most IQ metrics, and they outperform most other groups financially. Like it's one of the arguments that's often raised about racism is like Indian people suffer racism, and if it puts them at a disadvantage, why are they like running Google? Why are they like, the PM of the UK? Like there's a bunch of, very powerful Indian people, many of whom come from these vegetarian communities. So if it's damaging,
I'll even better you one. You heard of the Sikh community?
Yeah.
Okay, they're a warrior class. Guess what they eat?
Yeah. Meat.
Vegetables.
Most
of them are vegetarians.
Are you sure about that? I'm pretty sure some. I think
no.
Sikhs eat meat, don't they?
Negative.
Ah.
Sikhs are the ones I know, and then let me tell you, they're not weaklings. They work hard, and they're a warrior class. So, making an argument
so in
against
Sikhism, Gurudwaras serve. I'm just googling it now because I just went to their most holy site recently, which is in Amritsar. It's a temple they had a siege in because they've got this whole Khalistan movement, which is kicking off again at the moment, which is why you might be hearing about on the news. And they only serve vegetarian there, but what I'm reading is Sikhs aren't bound to be meat-free. The general consensus is that Sikhs are free to choose whether to adopt a meat diet or not. But yeah, they're like tip of the spear, hardcore warriors.
Yep. And the ones, like I said, all the Sikhs that I know, and by the way, their last name is all Singh. That's another freaky thing. Anyways, they're all vegetarians, all of them. And they're a warrior class, serious warriors. Ask the British Army.
Yeah, but I mean, isn't the diet more not about like, oh, how good are you at basketball, but like, how are your bones and skin and things like that. Not how good of a fighter
Right,
are you.
the evidence, is I found something off ResearchGate before. It's like, oh, you might have a little bit more of this and a little bit less of that. Vegan, vegetarian are typically typically skinnier, so they're less likely to be obese.
They got to fight with us. They break like two chicks.
Yeah, then there's a case for the other side, the Eskimos eating just meat, mainly, and surviving in the harshest environment. So you see, there's both here. Yeah.
Right. I guess the problem for me is the sample size of Eskimos is quite small, and the attainment, I don't know anything about their IQ scores, but I'm going to take a wild guess and go they're not like massive overachievers when it comes to, business or science or stuff like that. So,
I thought they say fish is a brain food.
It's a tough case to make for all meat diet.
They say fish is a brain food.
Yeah, there's lots of stuff that suggests you need, which is where, we're going back 4 hours in the conversation that I'm very bored with. I don't know why I'm still entertaining it, but there's lots of stuff that suggests that the myelin, that this is what left Flame brought up, myelin is this sheath that surrounds your axons in your brain, which helps the transmission of electrical impulses down. And the more myelin you've got, the faster those messages travel, less scrambled they get. So if you've got less myelin, you stand a greater chance of having neurodegenerative conditions like epilepsy, like Alzheimer's and dementia. A whole bunch of things like that, and that comes from meat. But the counterpoint to that is you can still get these with supplements, and you can actually still get them from eating plants. It's just you don't want to just be eating one kind of plant the whole time. You need a varied plant diet. But I mean, that's not hard to get these days. There's not very many. I mean, this is the point that Left Flame made as well. There's not many, and SE made as well. There's not many really good, solid scientific, and certainly no ethical arguments against veganism. It's just we know the real answer here, don't we? And it's we like eating meat. It tastes good.
I mean, that would come down to like why somebody would be passionate about it. Yeah, unless they have some kind of evidence for it. But yeah, most people would just say, well, what are you saying? I'm a bad guy because I eat meat now. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we feel bad about it. So we go, we try to make up these ad hoc excuses, and when we can't come up with it, we just sort of troll people and show them pictures of meat and stuff, which I do too. But it's in place of actually a coherent argument.
It's pretty difficult to get all the proteins you need, all the amino acids, by just eating vegetables. You can do it, but it's very difficult. Most people that are vegan don't do it.
When you say that you need, though, how do you decide what you need if you can survive and thrive without them?
Oh, you can survive. Oh, it's a matter of what type of life you want. What type of
amino
if you want
acid.
an exemplary, you want an
Show me an
exceedingly
amino acid.
high performance life, or you want to be an athlete, it's very difficult, or you want to build muscle mass, or you want to perform in certain ways physically, even mentally. Maybe the mental side of things could be a side of this as well. You need all the 22 amino acids, and you can't do these proteins
Yeah,
like
man,
you
it's
take vegetables.
silly to go without that.
Unless
Hey,
you
Xanax
okay,
just
this
made
guy's
a claim
talking to the
that you
crowd.
can't
What a
get amino
friggin'
acid.
knucklehead. Okay, bye.
Hold on, guys. I don't know who was talking first. I just gave two people warnings for they overtalk for hours in here. All right, we have to stop. Please, just go one at a time.
Just going back over old territory. Yes, there are amino acids. You might be slightly deficient in some of them. Sure, if you want to be a bodybuilder, you might struggle without taking on board loads of protein and those things. But if there are large populations of people who perform pretty well, then the suggestion that it is in some way bad or you need it in the way I would use the word need, I don't think there's a strong case for that.
I agree that
Show me an amino acid, please. You just made all kinds of
who
claims. You said,
was
of course there's amino acids, and then
was
went
that you
on.
talking over me the whole
Hold
time?
on, dude. I'm
Was
not
that you?
finished.
No, I wonder if that was you talking over me the entire time when I was talking first.
No, I was going, Xanax.
Was that
Come
you?
on. I was literally criticizing eggs
I was
because
talking with those other
he made
gentlemen.
a statement
Yeah, I did, but
that
I
of
was
course
talking.
there are amino
I was
acids.
talking. Yeah, there's 20. How many
No,
amino
you
acids are
weren't
there?
talking, dude.
I was.
I was going, and now you interrupted. Thank you. I just, calmly asked for proof of your amino acids because you said, well, of course there's amino acids. And then right after that, you went on to say all the benefits and everything else. And then you included protein. So you're like convoluting and bolstering your claim that, of course, there are amino acids. And I simply asked, show me an amino acid, please.
I can't show you an amino acid.
Maybe
Don't know
Xanac
what
can.
amino
Hold
acid
on, I'm gonna unmute Xanac right now. I bet you he can show you an amino acid. So let's don't interrupt him, please, guys. Let's try not to interrupt anyone.
Hey, real quick before you
Xanac,
do this,
make it
Jeremy,
fucking
wait, before
concise.
you do this,
Dude, what are you doing? He's going to address what you just said.
Real quick. Okay,
We need to
this is
say
quick
like
and
over.
concise.
We got to say like over and out or pancakes. We need a code word for when people are done talking. I think that's what maybe what we need to do.
No, just shut up when you're done
Roger,
talking. Just
roger
stop talking over people. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'm not going to show you an amino acid. I can't show you a molecule. What we do, you don't even need to say okay. Just shut up for a second. Amino acids are the building blocks of protein.
You don't need to continue,
you can't help
then.
yourself. Again, you can't help yourself. Just shut the fuck up. What is wrong with you? Are you just trolling because it's fun? What is it? You have fun doing
Yeah,
this?
I'll tell you
No,
right now.
I'm not trolling, dude,
Okay,
because I
you are.
simply asked for an amino acid and you said,
Yeah,
no, I can't
simply.
show you.
Well,
But then you're going to continue on.
Okay. All right. Never mind. Jeremy, go ahead. Take the show, man. He can't.
No, go ahead. I muted him. Go ahead.
No, I didn't have a lot to say, but now I forgot what I was going to say anyway.
What is an amino acid? I don't even understand the word.
They're the building blocks of proteins.
That's not
All right, so here's
educating
one of
me
the
at all, though.
supplements that I sell: iron branch chain amino acids, and what's in here is leucine, isoleucine, valine, carnitine. But if you look up your branch chains and your essential amino acids, you'll be able to find out what they are and what foods and plants they come from. Thanks.
Right. That's true, and you can sometimes cobble together with like embracing beans. Like Mexicans were always very successful in being very physical by not eating a lot of meat, but having things like rice and beans. Those two substances can actually build complex proteins out of the amino acids of
That's
those
true.
particular
Yep.
plants.
Yep.
But
I still don't get what they are.
very,
Like, I was in a study at university on the effects of amino acids while training, and I had like a personal trainer and these mysterious shakes that were double blind, and he's like, well, they might contain amino acids. It's like, I don't even know what that fucking is. And you guys have both answered me, and I still don't know what it is. I don't get it.
Okay, so check it out. If you take your branch chains and your essential amino acids, like in a powder, all of that powderized is everything but like one amino acid taken away to make it like for instance a full chicken breast. So a full chicken breast is protein your body can break down and use by itself. Branch chain amino acids are like all of what's in a chicken breast except for maybe like one or two of the pieces of amino acids, i.e., proteins, in that. So it's like it's putting extra oomph into your diet if you take branch chains.
Okay.
Does that make any sense? It's just protein. Branch chains are just versions of different proteins that your body uses.
Right. Yeah. I need to learn more. I only vaguely, not really, get what proteins are.
All
Long
right.
strings of
Yeah, I don't even
confusingly
know what you
folded
just
things.
said, Vlad.
No problem. No problem.
No, we're down to talk about veganism and health and shit. Like, I wasn't trying to shut that down. I mean, I guess I was trying to shut it down earlier and change the topic, but I mean, it was getting crazy. All right, just we can talk about this. This is fine now. If Xanax don't spaz out on me.
Well, if I could, I kind of just want to say one thing about veganism. I think the health argument kind of becomes a red herring. You know, I think any rational person understands that you can live a healthy life plant-based. But when we start to talk about, well, can you get this or can you get that? It sort of diminishes the true argument of veganism, which is an ethical stance. You know, that we shouldn't be able to inflict harm, you know, intentionally on other people or other living beings. That's all I had to say.
Yeah, and the argument for it is like, you know, because you go, can you eat a dog? And many people say no. Lots of people say yes. And you go, what about if I kick it repeatedly before I do it? And they go, no. We all agree then the suffering is the problem. But then the counter thing that the Upside Down Australian was pointing out, which I would absolutely agree with, coming from a cattle farm, is like, they suffer a fair bit. Like chickens, particularly, suffer intensely before they end up on your dinner plate. And the argument is always, well, is it necessary suffering? It's like, no, it's not necessary. The chicken is not necessary. So therefore, the suffering of the chicken is also not necessary, right? But it doesn't mean I've stopped eating chicken. I'm just aware that I'm inflicting suffering on another sentient being while I do so.
Yeah, not only inflicting suffering, but you're effectively taking their life. You're robbing them of their life, which, you know, for me is well, ethically not acceptable, which is why I'm a vegan.
Well, I'm not as hung up on the ending of something's life because, you know, that happens and it always happens and every life will end. To me, the more salient point is not that it should be for you. This is just for me. The more salient point is suffering. Like if something can live if I go hunting at the farm and I hunt an animal and then butcher its parts and cook it and eat it or feed it to the dogs, I'm like, I think that's pretty good because it lived a life that was relatively free of suffering and then suddenly quickly died. And that to me isn't that bad. Whereas that a chicken lives in a cage with leg bones so brittle that they break if it tries to stand up, and it's because it's been plumped up on hormones and it's smells of shit and doesn't have a social network and doesn't have a pecking order and lives in suffering, then actually killing it is almost a release from its suffering. So that's why, to me, the more important point is the suffering than the death.
Yeah, it's
Hey,
definitely you know, and half these chickens are.
Hold on, I was literally going to respond to that. So there isn't proof of what Eggshell said about free range animals having a better life. It's proven that wild animals, like for deer, for instance, or elk, they have a very hard life. Every year they have to deal with the mating season, and there's a lot of fighting with the animals. So they go through a lot of battles.
Why is
And
that
then,
bad?
of course, living in the Allen. Dude, I'm literally going and you're clipping me. So, as I was saying, so wild animals have a lot harder life. Like I said, they have to deal with the elements. They have to deal with, you know,
Yeah, we
like the
heard it. I'm
mating
just saying,
season.
why is that bad? Why is the mating season or dealing with the elements bad? To me, that's like something living in close to its natural habitat, but it's got social bonds and a network that it has either been created or evolved to live with. I strongly think that male animals in tournament species that do battle want to do that battle. They
Adam, you
seem
all
to
right?
enjoy it.
Mike, Jeremy.
My bad.
Dude,
My bad.
it's more like the farm raised animals are more pampered, and the wild animals are actually, and they have to live a harder life. So I mean,
Horse
I
shit.
don't think you're sparing any animals. What are you talking about? It's
Absolute horse
why,
shit.
like Joe Rogan had a whole spiel on this. Joe Rogan had a whole podcast on this where he's you know, he doesn't agree with the factory farming as well, and that's another reason why he hunts his animals. But he did talk about you're not saving any animals from living a better life at all, because wild animals have a much harder life. So
But
your
in
whole
what way is a
argument is
factory
debunked
farmed
right
animal
there.
pampered?
Yeah, Joe Rogan's a good source, isn't he?
Yeah. In what way is a like the animals on our farm live a relatively happy life, but they're not ready to eat. What you do when you want to make cattle ready to eat is you take them off that nice farm and you grain feed them for 300, 400, however many days you want to get them really fat. Like, where is this pampered existence that and we're selling our meat expensive too. Like, you're getting it in restaurants. It's not turning into burger meat. So for the average person eating sausages and burgers out at Macca's or you know, off the shelf in a supermarket, where's that pampered existence you've heard of? What's the best evidence you've got that existence for those animals was pampered?
Well, first of all, you keep them in a pen away from other predators, so they don't have to worry about that. So their stress is down. They're living in confined spaces, so that might increase their stress a little bit more, but they don't have to actually survive on their own, which is going to stress them out, of course, and they're going to have to deal with, like, again, like the mating season. When that happens, there's a
Is
lot
when
of
you get to
competition.
fuck. Like,
Yeah, I'm not finished, man.
Oh, yeah, I mean, these are run-on
Dude,
points. I've got to jump in at a certain point, right? When we know with
no, you
humans,
don't, because I was gonna
okay,
point
so let
out
me
that
finish then.
in these certain battles, when these animals, like let's say deer and elk, there's a picture of this elk. He was injured in a mating battle with an, obviously another elk, and one of the elk, because they fight with their what are they called?
Antlers.
Their rack.
Antlers.
Yeah, antlers. God. So one of the antlers they actually got stuck and one broke off. And well, the whole antler broke off, and this poor animal had to walk around with this heavy thing attached to its head. And there was also another instance of an broken leg during mating season, and this animal had to actually, survive with a broken leg. So this happens a lot. So I'm contending that
wrap it up.
Yeah, I'm saying that
Bro,
wild
you're still
animals have a harder
talking from
life.
earlier? Are you still talking from earlier?
Yeah, I'm finished
Yeah, he's
now.
Oh
Shut
my
up.
god,
rambling on.
bro.
When I tried to start speaking, he rambled again. Like, we get the point. Nobody's suggesting that out in the wild, faced with predators and competing males, is it all fun and roses?
Yeah, that's why
But
it's
like
called
what
the
you're
Wild West.
comparing is solitary confinement to prison gen pop for not being in prison. Out of prison, people still have to fight to survive. They worry about their paycheck. They worry if they're going to get fired. Other men steal their girl. They sometimes get punched in a bar. People's legs break. But we still prefer that to prison. And people go to prison and it will get 20 times worse in Gen Pop. And then you put them in solitary confinement where they aren't getting bashed all the time. And what do they desperately want to do? Get out of solitary confinement, because it is a fucking brain scrambler. Because worse than getting your leg broken sometimes, or sometimes having to wonder where you're going to get your food, worse than that is being denied social contact. Where for every social species, it is hugely detrimental to your mental well-being to be put in a box by yourself. And you're being like, well, you're not worried about predators. They are. They're terrified of the humans that are around them all the time. They're constantly fearful and squawking and shitting everywhere and pulling out their own feathers. And you're like, well, at least they don't break their legs sometimes on this off accident
So
during mating season.
you're making a case of solitary confinement, and
exactly.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, hold on. So
That's actually a good
show
point.
me the show me the pen that you keep these poor little animals in a 4x4 box. Are you really keeping them where they
My
don't
point
have
was
any
about battery
social
hens.
interaction?
Sure. My point
You,
was
you
about
have
battery
them
hens. I'll show you
in
a
cells.
photo of a battery hen.
They're all caged
Here we
up in
go.
separate boxes, aren't they?
Yeah, they're sometimes like 10
chicken
to a
has its
box.
crate.
Yeah, sometimes 10 to a box, sometimes 1 to a box. That's kind of free range, actually.
I've seen them
No, I
where
need
they
to get
do
you
one chicken per box. And then the guy was
Yeah.
ripping them out of the box and like kicking them and throwing them and shit. What was that documentary?
Yeah, there's heaps of them. There's ones where, like, plus with chickens, they just pick them up as all the chickens hatch. They just pick them up and go through them, and like it's amazing conveyor belt of these things, and they just squeeze their little cloaca. If they're a male, they chuck them in one pile, and if they're a female, put them in another pile, and all of the males are immediately minced.
Yeah,
At least they didn't break their leg in mating season, though. Like it's there's no argument. There's no sensible argument you've made that being factory farmed is pampered and better than
Yeah, it's
living a
all
wild
shit,
existence
dude.
and running a risk of breaking a
Nature
leg.
is nature
hey,
is weird
let me
and
respond to
harsh.
that. So there's also another video of a elk that escaped a wolf attack, and the way they attack is obviously they hunt in a pack, and there was like a giant part of the missing from this one from the rump of an elk, and somehow it survived. But yeah, you got wolf attack, you got hunters trying to kill you.
Are you responsible
I
for the
think out of all the animals, hold
Are
on a
you
second. I think
ethically
out of
responsible for the actions of wolves? You're ethically responsible for your actions. So I don't really see why that matters that people die in or that animals die by wolf attacks.
yeah,
I'm
it has
just
nothing to
saying
do with it.
it's a
The
harder
thing
life
is
for an elk to
the
live in the
actual
wild than it is. Sorry, go ahead.
Jeremy.
Like I know you went all right. So the animals that get it the worst are cows, dude. We don't do anyone dirtier than cows. We eat veal. That's their babies. We steal their milk for their babies. You know what I'm saying? Like cows get done filthy.
I think chickens, like if
if I were to pick an animal to be farmed, like the worst one to be farmed, I'd go chickens, but that's probably because we farm cattle, so I try to look at the nicer side of it. But like even the nice things we do to cattle is pretty awful. Like we'll bloat bomb them, which is you give them a giant capsule the size of like a dildo and you force feed it to them. You've got to like push them down off the mountain, which you do by scaring them with dogs and horses. And you do that and it takes a few hours, sometimes a whole day. And then you push them through a chase where you do the whole thing by scaring them or whacking them with bits of pipe. And then until you get them in a crush where you like make them think they're about to escape and then slam their head in a locker. And then you have to put this capsule, dildo-sized capsule, all the way down their throat with a metal rod. It's got little wings on it so it can't come back out. And that's to ensure that they don't get bloat from the grass. And that's something you got to do, like, I forget, like every year or 2 years or something. And that's like a nice thing. That's like giving them their medicine. But still the entire procedure involves fear and then a bit of pain.
This all boils down to any critter.
The things wrong. Hold on,
Any critter.
Lane.
Hold on. Let me just get this in real short. Any critter that would have the sense to make the choice will hit the fucking woods. Absolutely.
So yeah,
that's true.
There's these dogs, Australian sheep herders, or there's other dogs that can, coerce these animals to go where they want, right? You see, sheep herders that are able to do this. So I'm saying maybe it's your procedure that how you're trying to control these animals is the one that's incorrect.
Right. Well, so the farm used to be managed by a guy who was like a sheepdog trials champion. And so he had some of the best trained dogs you're ever likely to see anywhere. And they still do it through fear, and they still will nip at the sheep. They go and give them a little nip on the ankles to speed them up and stuff. And the guy we replaced him with had pretty well trained dogs, but one of them got out one day, and as I was riding along with the quad bike, I found this sheep that it had its mouth, like its nose and lower lips, chewed off. The dog had gotten to it, pinned it in a corner, and then bitten off its mouth. Sheep's still alive; it's still breathing and coughing out blood and stuff. But like, if your suggestion is, oh, you can be clever about it, it's even the nice stuff. I think those sheep have a pretty nice life. Compared to, because our sheep are for wool, our cattle are for meat, you still don't have a very good case that being wild wouldn't. Like, which would you prefer? If I said you can go out into wilderness, have a social network of friends and family, but you might get eaten, you might get rained on sometime, you might get quite cold, you might starve, or I'm going to lock you in solitary confinement for the rest of your life and then chop your head off at the end of it. Which would you pick? I'd go out into wilderness.
That's irrelevant because, well, I there's no way I could pick because you're trying to make an argument that wild is better, but yes. I'm saying there's some places that are pampered just like the Holiday Inn. You could be living the dream, right?
Which one?
For some of these animals. So I'd make a case for that.
Can you tell me where you get this meat from these pampered animals? Because like I don't even know how to check that. I eat meat 2-3 times a day.
Yeah, some of these
I've never known even what question I could ask, let alone have I ever checked it. So how do you check your meat? And can you describe to me this pampered place that's better than the Holiday Inn?
Yes, some of these free range farms are like an Airbnb for these animals. Gosh, they're given every amenity they would ever want.
I feel like you must
nice
be
straw.
Because that's definitely not true, and they all get the same slaughterhouse.
Yeah, and the slaughterhouses are terrifying places for them. You've just made up this Holiday Inn in your head to try to make this place, but like present the evidence for the Holiday Inn for animals. That's what we need to
I could
hear.
see this. I could actually see the Holiday Inn thing. If you have chickens that you want to get eggs off of, you could have them set up really nice and free range. You know what I mean?
There is
Yeah,
my buddy.
If you're doing it small enough scale, like our chickens at the farm are pretty happy unless the dogs get to them and the foxes get to them. They're pretty happy, but it's got to be small enough scale because you The moment you start crunching the numbers, you go, well, this is actually a really expensive way to get eggs. How can we get more eggs out of the, per buck? And then you end up cramming more and more and more and more chickens into places and feeding them hormones and shit to produce more eggs. I think the only way you can do what Richard's trying to propose is produce all of this stuff yourself.
There's a place where the animals
Yes,
live
which
like
is my
that.
point. Whose problem is it that did you see what you just did? Oh, we need to get more eggs. Let's start cramming and cramming. It's your fault. It's not the animal's fault. It's your greed that's the problem. If you would keep it at a more manageable scale where you wouldn't have to subject these poor animals poor living conditions, they'd live a better life. But it's
just stop buying
the
meat.
farmers' fault that's doing this.
Yeah,
Of
just
course,
stop
shit.
buying
You purchase meat
Stop trying
that
to make
comes
more
from these
money.
places without having checked where it's come from or how they live, because you've got this idea in your head that they live in a Holiday Inn before ending up in your burger, and then you try to make it like the farmer's fault that you purchase his produce. That's retarded.
Yeah, no, you just made a motive for why there would be poor living conditions, and you said we got to cram more and more because I want to make a bigger buck. So you're the problem.
So if you're faced with an
farmer
option,
trying to get rich problem.
Right. So if you're faced with the option of a $100 burger or a $5 burger, or not eating a burger, which one is the more ethical, and which one have you gone for more often?
Wait, I didn't hear that. What was that?
So your options are, your choice. You're aiming to be as ethical with your burger eating as you can. You've got a $5 burger, which we know because we've got to drive up profits drive down costs to get a $5 burger, right? So that one's going to be maximum suffering. Then you can have a $100 burger, which is your theoretical Wagyu played songs and massaged each day Kobe beef thing, or not eating a burger. Which is the more ethical, and which is the one
You're
you
giving me you're giving me an unrealistic scenario. I've never seen or ever even considered buying a $100 burger. So this is irrelevant and
exactly.
Yeah.
You don't realize how well you just made my point. To get a burger have it ethical, you need more land. You need other methods of keeping animals safe. Basically it just costs more.
Burgers
But
would be
you don't
like
buy a
$500,
burger.
bro.
And it's not $100.
Burgers would be like $500 burgers if we had to do it like where, there's just little farms and they all like, I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know.
Ridiculous.
The taste difference,
your
guys.
two options now are don't eat a burger or put up with the fact that you're causing unimaginable suffering by eating a $5 burger, which I do too. I just don't bullshit myself like you do that I'm being ethical because they live in the Holiday Inn before they end up at McDonald's. Like, come on. Use your fucking head.
If I could just
so
say real
these
quick,
free range chickens, we're not paying $100 a chicken for these free range chickens. There may be $1 or $2 more.
They're not free range. They're just in a dirt shed rather than in cages.
Chickens that you go and buy from Whole Foods. They're not much more than
free range
than a Walmart chicken. Your Walmart
when you
chickens are
see
about
that Purdue,
$4, right? And then
when you see that, when you see that Purdue commercial and they're like, "Oh, we got free range chickens," and it's got like 10 chickens rolling around in a nice giant huge area. Like, I doubt that's what it's really like because
It's
there's
not.
no
It's
fucking
not.
way.
They constantly do exposés on this thing, and what a free range just means is they're not forced to be in cages, but they're still in a giant flat dirt shed. It's
They're
not
just in a
much
bigger
better.
cage.
And like they go and I saw one doco where they went and interviewed this farmer about it, and he's like, "No, I used to have them all running around across the grass and stuff. It's just that as the supermarkets drove down the cost of chicken because people wouldn't shop at their supermarket if they did more, I had no choice but to put more and more and more in a shed and feed them hormones and stuff so that would get to the correct amount of plumpness in fewer days.
So a big cage?
This is where we've ended up.
So a big cage is better than a little cage. Is that what happened with us? We're just in such a big cage. We don't care how big that it's a cage. Humans, Earth is still a cage.
I think the creator has us in a cage. I think this is a cage for us.
Me too. I think it's bullshit, and
Is
it's
he gonna
thing we're in.
Yep.
Real quick, eggshells. I think what you've always resorted to is profits and doing it based off of monetary gain, which you're not seen to realize.
Dude, welcome to capitalism.
But
it's just I'm describing to you the world that's around you, and you're the one that's deluded into thinking you're eating $5 burgers that are massaged and played Mozart each evening. It just isn't the case. Like, stop eating $5 burgers, or become okay with the fact that they're causing suffering, or like pick one. Don't both go, I eat $5 burgers, and then trick yourself into thinking that you're not causing suffering.
Hey, if I could just say real quick,
nobody's forced.
Hey,
hold on,
one
can I
second.
respond to that? Because nobody's forced to put an animal at in poor living conditions just to make a bigger profit. Nobody's forced to do that, but the farmers are
you're not
doing
forced
this.
to eat the burger.
Hold on, there was some
Nor are
other
you
guy that
forced to
wants
eat
to
the
get in
burger.
after.
Yeah,
Hold on, there's
let
some
Pep
other
talk.
guy wants to get in.
Well, I just wanted to say that, this is all a red herring. Yes, free range is BS. It's a marketing term. The end of their lives, they're still sent to the same slaughterhouses. Their babies are still thrown into blenders, all of that stuff. But even if, Richard, you did set up a chicken Holiday Inn in your basement, it doesn't answer the ethical question. It's not right, and it's not ethically okay to enslave, murder someone else, and then eat their flesh. So this isn't really a vegan argument if you're just saying, well, I'm reducing their suffering a little bit. It doesn't add up ethically.
Well, it depends who's. I think we all decide our own ethics. So, like, it's up to each person for themselves to decide what's okay. Most
But
vegans I know
eggshells,
still spotted Mozzies.
but eggshells, you're admitting to willful ignorance. That's all you're doing.
When a little rabbit tries to eat my garden and they keep coming and eating my garden, what do?
Well,
what?
I think that's a different.
Eat the rabbit.
That's a different example than eating something, than enslaving, raping, molesting, and eating their flesh. Protecting your property is different.
Yeah, like
They
what
don't
about
have
whenever
equal
this raccoon broke
comparisons.
into my chicken coop and like ripped their heads off?
I think it's okay to. Personally, I think it's okay to protect your property. Just like I could protect my property from a burglar and kill that person, but it wouldn't be okay to just kill someone on the street.
But the comparison
I tend to agree. I think that I think the way that we eat, the way we get our meat is this is what's bad. It's also bad for you, by the way, to eat the meat that's been tortured its whole life. And so,
well, then why was everyone? Yeah, I didn't get it.
Told you there was people here on your side, bro. There's a lot of people are on your side with this, dude.
Yeah, I don't know why you're saying I'm living in willful ignorance. I was defending most of what you were saying.
But have
you said it was boring.
It is.
Well, it's not. And you said you take the position opposite to him, where you say you're aware of it, but you still choose to do it, which is willful ignorance.
No,
but
it's
what about
not.
this? Did you know that
It's the opposite of willful ignorance if I'm not ignorant to it.
You know the vast majority of white fish don't bleed when you kill them?
So,
So I have
is this the fish don't feel pain thing?
Fish were literally placed here for us to eat them.
Oh, I think that's just a mammal only understanding mammal pain.
Oh, I'm
Fish
not.
is
I'm
dope.
just saying.
That was definitely here for us.
Fish don't even bleed, bro. Like white fish. I mean, they're basically just giant fish. You should eat them. They're just like there to be eaten. That's why they exist.
That's what's up. Hell yeah.
I don't know how you get to there. I don't know what blood's got to do with it.
Well, I just think it may be like a natural sign that it's maybe okay to eat a fish because they don't even bleed. That's all I'm saying.
Well, they seem to have. I mean, some of them depends what you mean by all white fish, but I mean they seem to react with fear to things. They seem to have social groups. They seem to sort of behave like a thing that thinks.
Would you agree? There's a difference in if I kill a fish and if I kill a lamb.
No.
Yeah, but I think that difference is only in my head. When I see a lamb, I go, "Oh, poor little thing." Tasty, poor little thing, but poor little thing. Whereas I don't have as many mirror neurons firing off that empathy for a thing that's less like me as a human. It's not a mammal. It doesn't breathe. Therefore, it doesn't make sound. Not sound that I register. So
My only problem with the vegan thing is it's kind of unrealistic, bro. So all these vegans, I can almost guarantee you, they don't just eat food that they grow. Like 100% of them, they go to Whole Foods Which your Whole Foods isn't even Whole Foods, by the way. 80% of it's from China. That's not actually even organic. But the point is that, like, if you were growing your own food and you only ate your own food and you actually dealt with, like, the things that try to eat your food, I could maybe take your stance more seriously. But I happen to know for a fact that it's impossible to avoid taking life if you actually want to grow your own foods.
Yeah, but like
Yeah,
they're still
I'm
doing.
not a
They're
vegan
still
or a
making a
vegetarian. I'm
better.
just
No, I know.
They're still making a better ethical decision than you, who's just contributing to the the
You're not
meat
even
and
growing your
dairy
own
industry.
food. So in the real world, you would need to grow your own food, or you're basically
To
just
be vegan,
no.
to be
Listen,
vegan.
what you've vocalized that you're not for mass production, but you go to Whole Foods or whatever you
How
go
do
to,
you
right?
know I go to Whole Field? How do you know I do that though?
Okay, so you only buy food that doesn't mass produce.
So you're doing this argument. It's the same thing. No, I don't only buy food that isn't. So yeah, there is some things, but no, I don't get all of my produce from things. There's certain things which I have to go there for. If I want it, right? I don't have to go there if I don't want it. Like if I don't need it. But yeah, it's like
Well, I'm just
you
saying
can't
you
just
use the
assume.
argument
You can't just
that I
assume
was
that
like,
all. Yeah.
that I
But
was
what I'm saying is. So, but what's the problem with it? Like, what's the argument against? Like,
you said I was
what's
feeding into the problem, but you're doing the same thing.
I think I heard a thing where they say they kill more living organisms. More living organisms die from the shit they got to do, like all that soy shit and all that. Like they kill more living things doing that than they do actual like cows and pigs and shit.
No, I've heard that argument too. It's to me it's very silly. I think the proportions are going to be way out of whack, mainly
how many?
because anything you do to produce animal food, like chickens, you have to feed them seeds and stuff. Sheep, grass, wheat, lucerne and stuff like that. So you're still killing, like you still got to produce the vegetable matter, which still
That's true,
requires
yeah.
that you
Well,
use pesticides and shoot rabbits and do all of that stuff. But
well,
then you've got to
yeah.
feed it to an animal that you also kill.
you
So
can
you still
you can basically give a chicken like rotten stuff and a lot of stuff that you would throw away when you when you make a salad, for example, or something like that. All the stuff that you would throw away, you can basically give chicken. They love, for example, maggots, so you have maybe rotten flesh from some organs or inner stuff that you would normally throw away. You can even give it to your chicken. Like they're like it's like a perfect cycle. It's the same with pigs. Pigs back in the days have been used like trash bins because they would obviously eat almost everything, and for I mean, I don't recommend to eat pork, but for the exchange, they would give them meat, and they would also give fertilizer for the ground. It's a perfect cycle. Like the cycle of fertilization, what you can give the animal, and it gives back. It's just proof that it's made for consumption. I don't know how else you want to see it.
I mean, I don't know
together
if it's
perfectly.
proof that it's made for consumption, but I certainly agree with your point that like a far more ethical way to do it is to produce like chickens and as you said, pigs on a small scale can live pretty happy lives, like clean, free from suffering, well fed, protected from predators, able to roam around, able to have a social group. And yeah, they'll eat off scraps. The problem is, I think we're all agreeing, it comes when you then go, but I need to have chicken McNuggets.
I mean,
Well, that's what
animals
Noah-
eating
I need to
other
go-
animals.
You can
Hold on,
really
real
kill the
quick.
raccoon. Go ahead.
Eating other animals is natural. That happens all throughout nature, all over the place. Like that's it's just natural that we eat other animals. I think.
Is
Yeah,
the
but
vegan going to kill the raccoon that broke into my chicken coop 2 weeks ago? That's what I want to know.
I answered
Is
that
what?
question as vegan. I think that it's
Would you
okay.
kill the raccoon that broke into the chicken coop?
I answered that question as a vegan. I think that that's okay. Yes, but also I wouldn't have chicken coops.
The other guy's virtue signaling though. So yeah, but okay. So when the rabbit comes and eats my garden, what do you do?
When the what?
The rabbits keep
Who's
coming
virtue
trying to eat my
signaling?
garden. When the
Who's the
rabbits,
other guy though?
hey, just chill out, man. When the rabbits keep trying to eat my garden, what do I do?
I think that you have the right to protect your
Gluten.
property from animals. Yes.
What do you do though? What would you do?
Well, I would try to get them out of my garden and not kill them. I don't kill bugs, for instance. But, you know.
Oh, wow. You go full Jane.
So you're going to not have any food, by the way. So in the real world, if you don't take care of them, like, they're just going to keep coming back and eating your food. Or you're just going to have to sit down and have a talk with them, be like, hey, buddy, will you please stop telling all your other buddies to come here and eat my food?
Why don't you try? Why don't you
I
try and see what happens?
I put chicken wire up around mine and it kept the rabbits out. That's what I did last summer, but I don't have a full scale garden. But again, this is all kind of a red herring. Like, yes, there is like collateral damage of any food production, including crops. But that's a big difference from, oh, I mowed my lawn so I killed a grasshopper and
no, I agree.
And I bred billions of animals just to kill them. That's a big
not really
ethical
the point,
difference.
though. It's a direct rebuttal to the whole the argument being a morally superior argument that avoids death, because that's not what happens in the real world, and almost every vegan doesn't grow their own food. So.
Well, even if you grow your own
Right, but
food,
there's
collateral damage.
So
you're jumping from can we reduce suffering to can you completely ensure that you never cause suffering? Like, I don't think anybody, even the most hardcore of vegans, go, I live a life that is free from causing any suffering to anybody else. But I think that's very different to going. I think that, you know, it's okay to eat chicken from battery farms.
Well,
you can make a difference by doing something.
Veganism is doing what's practical and possible, not, you know, eliminating suffering. We're not saying, you know, don't go on a walk because you might step on an ant.
So what
That's similar to Jane. That's what I was saying. You're similar to Jane's, who like will wear booties and slide their feet across the ground, and they put little bits of cardboard over their mouth so they never kill bugs.
Well, yeah, that's what monks do when they're reaching quote unquote enlightenment. Is they don't leave their, you know, little house. So.
Yeah. So what do you do when you have a plague? For example, my dad always taught me when he was still living with his mom and dad, and he was like around my age. They had like a rabbit plague in Germany, and they would always like shoot hundreds of rabbits, because if they would have not done it, they would have completely destroyed everything in their garden. So it was like it was like a necessitant for the people locally to kill as much or necessary. I don't know, man. I'm not natively English. It was just necessary to kill them, because otherwise they would have not get that plague. How should you say it? Under control.
Yeah. What about moles that dig underneath the fence and pop up from out of the ground and eat your garden?
Yeah, I mean,
what about all the animals that like these extreme examples opposed to what we're actually talking about?
These aren't extreme examples. These are 100% going to happen every single time you grow a garden. So.
Yeah. No,
yeah, but when
we don't live in a
so how do you solve so you're not worried about the other animals, the livestock, you're just worried about the moles?
I specifically don't agree with like the mass production torturing of animals. I think everyone is arguing for meat because they like it. They like the way it tastes. They don't know what comes with it. They don't earn their food. They're detached from the suffering that comes with it. I'm in all agreement with that. This whole like if you're vegan, you avoid death type of vibe is just a joke.
Yes, you avoid it. You avoid it. So you do as much as you can to avoid it. You make the most ethical, decision that you can.
Yeah, it's like saying as a car driver, I try to avoid running into things. Doesn't mean I never ever mount the curb, and if I do hit a curb or have an accident, that means I'm giving up on my goal of being a good driver. It's just about making the choices you can, in the situation you're in.
And you should change your argument from like you should specifically say yes.
No.
For one, you should be about what you talk about so passionately, and you should grow your own food. Because you almost all vegans eat food that comes from mass production, and they have complete disregard for life. Like they just destroy every animal anywhere close, just rip them up, shred them up.
But do you have any kind of numbers there? Like, do you have any kind of numbers in comparison? Like you're saying, like the plant produce kills this many per year.
I'm not making that argument. I'm not saying that vegan doesn't have less death. It obviously does, right? Like to even feed the animals, you have to use plants, which means you have that number plus the number of death in animals, right? So it's just common sense that it's more death.
Yeah, what's the number of animals that die due to plant production?
It's a lot. I can't remember off the top of my head.
You know what is
Yes,
great,
Jeremy
for
was saying
example?
that mass producing vegetarian diet.
I don't know. I
can
just Googled it. I just Googled it, and it said it was a PhD from somewhere, Harvard or something. But then it said there was a whole bunch of debunks to it underneath. So I don't know.
Well, no, but there has to be a number. There has to be a rough estimate, like whether it's false or true. Like, what's the claimed estimate?
If you stop breeding billions of animals into existence to slaughter them, you decrease farmland, therefore decreasing, the collateral damage of, rats and rodents and stuff like that in agriculture. So
I mean, if you kill 80 billion animals a year for meat consumption, like, I think it's quite a lot.
Yeah, it's literally, if you actually even contemplate it for a little bit and see how these animals are slaughtered, it's one of the most tragic things in human history, in my personal opinion.
The way
80 billion? Yeah. Sorry.
The way to grow food, I think, is this aquaponics thing, because then you get fish out of it and plants. You guys hear about that? They were doing it with those earth ships. Remember those earth ships they were making? The sustainable homes where they packed the dirt in the tires?
And the fish poop is the fertilizer, right? It's like an endless cycle.
Like a whole little ecosystem, yeah.
Yeah, but this is like the same with small animals, right? For example, we have a plague with naked snails in the summertime with our tomatoes and salads and other stuff. And I told my dad, if we would have chickens, we could just throw all the snails right in front of the chickens. They would love it, right? And I'm actually thinking about getting some chickens for that cause, because it's like tons of these snails. So my dad is vegetarian for like 20 years. He doesn't want to kill them. And I think like the best cycle would be to, like, instead of just killing them and throwing them into the grass, giving them to the chicken. Like, if you really get to understand the function of each animal and the thought behind it, you have this really nice ecosystem that you also mentioned with the fish. It works perfectly. It's like a perfect symbiosis between animal and ground harvest.
Right. So with that, do you think that you're part of that?
25 million chickens killed every day in the United States. 25 million a day, a million an hour.
Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah, there's estimated 80 billion, worldwide. But so with this guy here talking about the symbiosis, like perfect ecosystem, because you were saying before, like, do you think that the humans are part of that? That we're supposed to eat these animals?
Yeah.
So that you do.
Yeah, but what should you do with an
natural,
animal that gets old, for example? Like, let's say your cow is too old to give birth, and it's too old to give milk for you. And by the way, you can have the calf. You can have a calf simultaneously while you get milk for yourself. If you look at the Inuits, or not the Inuits, in Russia, in the very cold cities, I forgot what the specific name is, but there's a documentary. Or in general, people who in remote regions hold cows, you can get a lot of milk for cheese and other stuff for yourself while the cow is with her calf, and the calf will still have enough for herself. So again, this shows that man can take good advantage of their livestock. And if the cow is too old at a certain point,
what would you have a cow for? What would you have the cow for originally?
For dairy, milk, for the fertilization, for...
Well, the cow only makes milk for its calf. So
you do know when you have a big field, like a grass field, and you let cows on a certain meadow stray on it, and when they poop onto it, your ground will get richer. Okay, like
so
you can literally...
so you're saying you wait like 20 years for the cow to die and then you eat it. So like to eat the cow, you have to wait for it.
No. I think there's a certain time where the cow has also multiplied itself. Like, let's say 5 years, for example, and then you kill it. This depends on you. If you love your cow, if it depends on the relationship, depends on the need of meat.
Yeah,
But
but I
I
thought
think
you said because you said when the cow dies, not when you kill it.
Yeah,
Originally,
some
you said,
people might
well,
be.
you can make use of it.
you don't need a cow that's died of natural causes. I mean, you certainly don't do that very often before you learn
No,
that that's a bad idea. It's a nice idea in theory, but I mean, if you propose producing our own food as a solution, then what one's proposing is mass starvation, worldwide mass starvation, because you cannot have people in mega cities do that.
I think it's quite
Right.
the
The only
opposite.
reason you can have mega cities is because somebody else mass produces food. We've known this since the dawn of civilization.
I think it's quite the opposite. I think if everyone grew their own food, obviously, yes, you can't do that in the mega cities, New York City. That may not be an option. It may be, though, if we just built more infrastructure. However, nonetheless, we'd be much safer because we're very high tech right now, but our system is very fragile, right? And if the food ever stops coming, you're in trouble. If everyone was growing their own food, we'd be fine if the food supply, if anything ever happened to the food chain.
Mm.
Much safer for if we were all growing our own shit. Now in New York City and places like that, yeah, you might have to use. I mean, you could get creative. A 5-gallon bucket, fertilizer, and sun, you can grow food. So
Yeah, it's just that size thing. Like I said, we've got a farm, but our vegetable garden, like mum and dad work on it pretty hard, but still every meal you've only got like 2 or 3 veggies from it. Most of your stuff's still coming from the supermarket. We're pretty self-sufficient with meat, but it's a meat producing farm. But we're 5 hours from Sydney. You know, like there's just no way that anybody could do that. And like they do in Laos. Laos, 80% of households are self-sufficient on rice. But that's the thing. You've got very few people. They're all living a really rural lifestyle. There's no specialization in jobs. Almost everybody's a farmer and does another little tiny thing on the side. And they're like really hungry people. Like if we're saying you got to farm your own food, we're saying we need mass starvation. We need a huge population reduction to do that.
not really. I mean, the only place it's problems in is major giant cities. Like I said, you can grow food anywhere with a 5-gallon bucket, fertilizer, and sunlight. So, I mean, even the major cities could.
5-gallon bucket. You reckon you can grow enough to, like, for you indefinitely? I feel like a 5-gallon bucket would get you like a meal or two, maybe a week at a stretch, but
not with just one
plus,
bucket.
like most of the population
Obviously,
in most developed countries, most of the population is in big cities.
Obviously, you're gonna need more than one 5-gallon bucket. Yes, I'm just saying you don't need to have like farmland with cattle and plows and shit. Like those aquaponic systems, they're the size of like a shed, and I think it produces enough.
There's a reason they don't teach. Like, there's a reason they put you through an education system that teaches you to rely on like that system, opposed to teaching you how to be self-sufficient. Like, there's a reason
I've always
for that.
said that they should absolutely be teaching kids how to grow food because everyone has to eat. I also
So they do
highly
it here.
suggest they start. I also highly suggest they should be teaching parenting classes because honestly, most kids that go through school are going to end up being parents, and you go in cold, not knowing anything. Like that's rough.
They do it in the younger years. They get you to plant little strawberry plants and stuff in the kindy and stuff, in the preschool, like little, fruit and all that. But
Yeah,
they don't make it like a core subject. How to be self-sustainable.
I mean, I would agree though. We can't have everyone growing their own food. That's not feasible. We need guys to go out and work on the power. Like the guy who's working on the power lines, he can't be growing his own food. We need him on the power lines. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
The guy that cleans the sewers out so the shit doesn't get backed up. We need that guy out there, bro. That guy can't be making his own food. The dentist.
All you got to do is plant the trees and water them.
Yeah. What's that?
All you got to do is plant the trees and water them. Like, I mean, there's certain other things you got to do, like in regards to like pruning and tending to them. But
you know what they started doing in
I
some. Oh, go ahead, Asia.
I just don't know anybody who's self-sufficient. I've never met a person who's self-sufficient.
Well, we're social creatures by nature. So.
Right. But like I
There
met
is a
some
few.
really bushman type people, and I'll be like, "Awesome, how self-sufficient are you?" And then they'll be like, "No, I still have this, this, and this that I need to get from the market
Yeah,
when
but
it
it
comes to food."
depends on what people want for their life, right? And what do you need for existence to be self-sufficient, right? And what you're willing to give up.
Sure,
I mean, no
that's
matter how
kind of
good
the point.
self-sufficient you are, you're going to
Everybody's
need
got to
it.
be rural and like scratching a living, and then if a plague comes along, you don't, if a plague or a drought comes along, you don't have the overage to help people. So you just like it's back to hunter-gatherer lifestyle or early civilization lifestyle where famine was commonplace. Like people just starve in their millions.
No, why? No, you got to just have a bunch of people in the suburban areas growing a bunch of food, and it would be much safer and better.
But they don't. Yeah,
I'm sitting on
they
a.
export meat.
I'm in a
They
major.
export and
Hold on,
import
real quick.
meat across. Yep.
I live in a pretty. Near the capital of New York. It's pretty. There's a lot of people here. I'm sitting on like a half an acre to grow a shit ton of food, like all kinds of aquaponic sheds and shit. Like, if you had multiple people doing like that, I could probably feed like 10 families off the land I got. So, if we just did that all over the place, like I said, everyone can't do it, but
I'm trying to stack that against the fact that, like, yes, you say that, but the people who I've seen try don't get anywhere. Body, like, I guess you've got people like who was the Unabomber? He lived a pretty like they're like most of the really self-sufficient people are like wild men, like they live in the hills and they read the same book over and over again because they never go to town. But like it's just not compatible with modern life. Like I like having a job and specializing. I don't like farming and gardening.
we need those specialization people. Like I said, we still want the iPhones and the computers. We need those dudes making microchips and shit. So those guys don't grow their own food. But there's a lot of people with a lot of land, and there's a lot of people doing nothing, or they're unemployed or something. Like, we could be growing a shit ton of food if we really wanted to. We spend $50 billion a year, just America. Even any other country, America spends $50 billion a year on landscaping, like lawns and shit, mowing your lawn, grass seed, shit to kill the dandelions, the actual food you could eat or whatever. But like, yeah, you take half of that money and turn it into growing food instead of just cutting grass or whatever the fuck we do, planting neat, cool looking spiral bushes. We'd be good. There'd be fucking food everywhere. We'd have tomato fights every day.
Is that not what's going on, though? Aren't some people growing all the food and the meat to feed the nation?
Yep.
Didn't the government subsidize that and like devour all the interest? For what it means to be a. I mean, shit, look what the hell they're doing in California, dude. They're like diverting majority of the water out to the ocean or other places, affecting virtually decimating the farming in California. It's all Gavin Newsom.
Yo, they started doing this thing called dry farming. Have you heard of it? Because of the water shortages in California, they started doing this dry farming thing. I was just wondering if anyone knew about it. I don't. That's all I know about it. Is it's called dry farming.
Well,
No, but
I would
I'm
assume.
interested to learn about that. That sounds interesting. Because I think
would
too, like what I've learned just from farming too in general, like if I don't know if anybody's looked into like back to Eden gardening and gardening with like wood chips and stuff and just like the moisture retention for that, like you don't even have to water.
I mean, that's just going to sustain the plant. That's not going to actually allow it to produce, though. And they do need to uptake X amount of water and shit.
No, it sustains it because the breaking down too of the nutrients from the wood chips, right? If you do it properly, and then you have your rain, obviously, too. But you don't have to, well, from what I've looked at and from what I understand from this technique, you don't have to. Like, the guy hasn't watered his garden in like 30 years.
Yeah. I don't know. Some of those videos you've come across are kind of sus, but
No, it's legit. Like there's multiple people doing it. I get what you're saying, but even if you look into it,
I don't know. I've grown crops for over 10 years, and everything that it was required to have a good harvest and a producible yield, like, required a ton of stuff. It wasn't just as simple as sticking shit in the ground and
What were
letting
you
it do its
growing?
thing.
Well, like what kind of stuff? Because I've been growing in Poland too, and it's like
Uh,
the less I do, the easier it is and the more it produces, I find.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's why I'm curious, like, what are you doing to cultivate? Because I think a lot of this stuff we do, like, think of in nature as well, like all the growth in nature. Like nobody goes out and tills that or provide nutrients, right? Because it just breaks
Just does
down
it
in
himself.
nature. So
I
You
mean,
ever
one of
seen
the first two jobs that God ever placed mankind to do was tilling the ground and farming. So I mean, they're kind of like synonymous, with one another.
But have you ever seen like a fruit tree in the bush, like just left on its own?
Yeah, I've come across natural
I
growing
have like
shit.
locusts, lemon trees, oranges, mandarins. Yeah,
Yeah.
like no one's going out there and like pruning and shaping the tree and doing much. It's just left to its like on its own. And where I am, there's like dry bushes and stuff, and you'll go find big ass lemon trees and locust trees and stuff.
Yeah, like why aren't we just planting like all these trees just all over the place? So there's just like all kinds of fucking fruits
You
and
can.
vegetables and shit everywhere. What
Yeah, you
there's a
can.
city in America I think that does it. They actually for the poor people, they like grow food in public places and then they let people just come pick it if they need
That's
food.
what they're supposed to do. Like
Fucking
line the
dope,
sidewalk
bro.
with fruit trees and stuff.
Is there
That's
a
what they're
It's
food
supposed
dope.
to do.
shortage I don't know about?
No, just when people are poor and shit. There's
It's more of a logistics issue. Like, there's plenty of food to go around. It's just it's biodegradable, so it doesn't last long. The shelf life's real short, and it's a matter of getting it to some of these areas where things aren't just naturally abundant.
dude, it's a money matter. If you ain't got the money, they're not gonna just give me Twinkies.
That's a processed food, not something that just throw a seed in the ground and let it do its thing.
You never seen a
Yeah,
Twinkie
so
tree?
like when you're saying like logistics, like they gotta there's certain fruits for like certain regions and stuff, like certain fruits that grow in Asia that you won't find in like Australia. You could grow them, but yeah, they grow easier there. But yeah, so it's just about putting it there. It's like, putting that infrastructure there. You don't really need to transport it, but you've still got the logistics and the transport in place.
Well, I mean, it's more like the hospitable regions where the climate's not permittable. So like places where it's like deserty or
Yeah.
whatever it may be. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. So now it's just a matter
We
of trying to
can.
get shit that doesn't grow there to there, to feed those people.
Yeah.
No, you got to just be able to grow the food in the spots you need it in. This whole shipping food all over the place is fucking nuts.
How are you going to grow shit in the desert? That's what I'm saying, though, Jeremy. Like, there's
Bro,
only
you
certain
can
things
grow
that
shit
grow in the
anywhere.
desert.
Well, this is
Anywhere,
the
bro. All
thing.
you need.
You're going off the land that they've allowed you to be in too. You know what I'm saying?
If you're living in a place where it's impossible to grow food, those people don't need food. They need they need to move.
Yeah, yeah.
What do you mean,
So
dude?
what
They've
if
been
they?
there for
Like it's
thousands of
fuck.
years, bro.
Fuck, dude, I don't care, man. If there's no food there, you need to go to where the food is.
Yeah.
Show them how to grow it or something. We can grow food. If you have water, do they have water?
I would assume.
If they don't have water, they need to move, definitely. But if you have water, I mean, we could set it up so you can grow food anywhere. What?
So technically, I've always said this. Like if we just got down with producing mushrooms, right? Like that shit
You're just trying
fucking
to like
grows.
microdose or something. I know.
No, not those kind of mushrooms. Just edible mushrooms, gourmet mushrooms and stuff. Like it's a good business for one, but for two, like if they were just to start mass producing mushrooms and stuff, like that would be enough to stop world hunger outright, dude. Like you
Yo,
can
there's
grow
this.
that shit anywhere, bro. You just got to go deep in underground, right? Like however deep, and minimal light. I mean, like literally one solar panel is enough light to fucking produce a whole fucking farm, probably, dude. I'm just saying, bro. Minimum fucking requirements for mushrooms, dude.
That's what I mean. Like they need to either give these people like the infrastructure to grow their own food, or they need to fucking move or something. Because I don't know why we keep shipping food year after year after year. Like just send them to shit. You can pull water right out of the air if it's some sacred land they can't fucking leave. They make machines where you can pull water out of the air, some solar panels, whatever.
Yeah, it's
There's a
like
ton of
that
water
by
underground, dude.
design.
A ton of water
It's like that
underground.
by design, right? It's
Have
not
you
that
seen
we
the guys
can't
that
all live.
terraform the desert?
They don't let us.
No,
Dubai's
there's
getting busy over
there's
there.
yeah, there's
Or
places
whatever's
in China and India where they've literally taken hectares of desert land and terraformed it into like less producing fucking forest. And I watched this whole thing on it. Basically, he took a licorice stick and he put it in the sand, and as that stuff decomposes, it turns the sand into foil, soil.
Twizzlers.
Huh?
They
Nah,
use
just
Twizzlers to turn the desert into
No, like the actual licorice plant, like the sticks from the licorice plant. For some reason, as it breaks down, it produces soil. And then they took, I think he took a eucalyptus tree and planted it and watered it until it basically the root system tapped into a natural aquifer underground, because they root, I think, like 200 feet, up to 200 feet.
Well, India's gets plenty
And
of water, dude.
so they tapped into the water table. And as it tapped into the water table, they got deserts, vast deserts. As it tapped into the water table, it wicked the soil, or wicked the water up to the surface of the soil, and creating this like surface spring. And then from there, he essentially had water to further plant things. It was amazing, dude. So yeah, anybody can do it, just no matter how deep the water table is in the environment you're at.
I mean, you don't even really, like I said, there's machines where you can pull water right out of the air. Even if you had no water, this is capable of.
Yeah, but that takes technology. Like this, all this took, dude, was some seeds and some fucking licorice sticks, dude. Some Twizzlers.
Twizzlers.
Yeah. I don't know, dude. It's one of my dreams. Like, I want to buy some fucking desert land, dude, when I get rich, and just turn it into a fucking forest, dude. Like, if you look at the video I saw, like, this guy's got elephants and
Why
tigers,
don't you just buy a forest?
all sorts of animals refuging, because I want to create one where there once wasn't, and give a refuge for just create a refuge for fucking wildlife. And I don't know, dude. Like,
Bring the people back.
Yeah, dude.
How
Like,
many
you ever
acres?
been
Yo, if
I
you
like to have
bubble up XRP, what are we doing, bro? What's the plan?
That's what I'm doing. If I bubble up XRP, I'm gonna create a lazy river rainforest, bro, where you could like float in this fucking tube, dude, and just yeah, bro.
All right, I'm coming through.
All right. Yeah, bro. It'll be wild, dude. Might have
What
some
else?
strippers,
Growing.
indigenous naked women running around. I don't know, bro.
When it comes to growing food, though, there's no limit. We're like the no limit soldiers. Nah. Like we can grow as much food as we fucking wanted. There's like, it's almost infinite. Like almost parallel. I'm gonna go with almost infinite.
You're getting Xanax triggered. But yeah, I don't know. That's my dream, bro. Fucking create a rainforest, dude. That'd be
You're trying
awesome.
to make a rainforest now?
Not a rainforest, but like a fucking something similar, like something. I like that type of fucking environment, like tropical environment.
Let's get tropical. Hell yeah, bro.
Hell yeah,
Fucking
dude.
wall to wall sand.
Yeah, we'll be the desert island boys.
Check. What else we got, guys? Left
I
lane.
think
Somebody shot Mike.
I think XRP broke out finally, bro.
So what's it at now?
It broke past 54 cents and then
I'm about to
settled
sell
at
my whole bag. Selling my whole bag, bro. Balling.
Fuck that. I'm trying to fucking
I'm
fill
up
my bag.
$18. Let's go.
$18. Better
Wow,
put
I
a
bought it
couple
when you
zeros
said
behind.
right, so I should be up a decent amount. I only had a couple $100 though, so I could have bought more. I never go crazy on investments.
I wouldn't even be buying it. I would just be transferring all your crypto into XRP.
Yeah, that's what buying it means. You don't even know how crypto works, bro. Wow, I only got 411, man. That's pretty fucking bad.
Yeah. Fucking court case needs to end already, bro.
This can be like the Beast Unleashed when it gets back on Coinbase.
Well, technically, it'll be the only legal crypto that Coinbase can offer.
Like it's gonna be like the Beast, the straight up fucking the Beast Unleashed. You're gonna need holy water, a squeegee, a Ouija board, all that.
I mean, think about it, bro. It's gonna be the only legal crypto. Just think about that for a second, bro.
All right, look, if you bubble, I'm coming to your rainforest. I'm just moving in, my whole family.
Yeah, bro.
Can I move into your rainforest?
Yeah, bro. Shit's gonna be off the
Bet.
hook.
That's dope. Get some good Wi-Fi, we're good. Get that Starlink.
Yeah, bro. We're gonna have all that shit. Think about that, dude. What if you had like a couple $1 billion, dude? What would you do?
Only a couple billion. I mean, couldn't do anything really too crazy.
Couple billion's enough to fucking, I don't know, flip into more money somehow. I mean, if you can't flip a fucking $1 million, dude, then maybe you shouldn't have it. You know?
What do you mean flip it? I mean, you could put $2 billion and get your 10% a year just off the interest and be making, I guess, 200 million a year. So I mean, that's pretty good. You couldn't do any like world-changing events though, or something.
You don't think so?
I mean, I don't know. That would just
If you marketed yourself the right way or whatever it was you're gonna do, you don't think that's enough money to like gain some attention, get some fucking.
I mean, how much? What was the last numbers we saw where it would cost to end homelessness? Because that would be something where if you did that, you could make power moves. Like if you spent all your money on that and a television ad to run for like a month or something, then yeah, you can make power moves after that. But
that's what I'm saying,
give
bro.
me enough
If Jake Paul can fucking go be a fucking fight Floyd Mayweather, bro, and get people to watch it, dude, I'm sure we could do some shit with enough money, bro.
If you gave me enough money to cure homelessness and then enough money to run an ad for like 6 months, we can make power. You can make power moves because you can get people to donate now. Like, yo, I fixed homelessness. What's next? Send me your donations. I'll get busy on it. We can't rely on the government to do this for us. We got to do it ourselves.
Do you remember when I think somebody tweeted Elon Musk about give me 10 or whatever billion, and I can end homelessness. And
Your mic sounds like
world
shit.
hunger. It was world hunger, and you're definitely not getting a home when we solve homelessness. You live with your mom, and she ain't got nowhere to stay. Just getting extremists. What were we saying?
Well, whatever. I think it was hunger. But the thing is, they tweeted. He asked them, okay, give me a breakdown of how you're going to spend it. You know, give me a itemized receipt, so to speak, and I'll do it. I'll give you the money. They never did, and he never did. They just said, we'll spend it on curing hunger. And then he asked how you would do it. They had no answer.
I mean, I could tell you how I would do mine, the homelessness thing. It's pretty easy.
I don't really care, but I assume you're going to tell me anyway.
Absolutely. You know what I would do to cure the homelessness thing? I would build homes. Nothing elaborate. You're not getting a fucking raised ranch in the suburbs or nothing. You get at least a structure to sleep in. Like even the people on Skid Row with the tents and the cardboard boxes and shit, I'd build them solid little structures. Maybe something out of concrete or something. I don't know. Something that won't get destroyed and it's not flammable. You know, it'll last. Give them mattresses and shit. Throw a mattress in there. Boom, you're good. Better than what they got now.
I could end homelessness instantly, dude. I'll fucking just open up a bunch of gold mines, bro. Fucking put them to work, dude. Give them a Happy Meal a day or two, and fucking call it done.
The problem with homelessness, a lot of people that are homeless are not homeless. I mean, some people prefer to be homeless, but a lot of them are not just homeless. A lot of it's mental illness that you've got to treat, not just homelessness.
I know, but you got to give them, like I said, even the people on Skid Row with the tents and you see them, they're in all the cities set up on the sidewalks with tents and shit. Like, just build little structures for them to sleep in. Fuck those tents and cardboard boxes and shit. It's horrible. It doesn't have to be anything big. It can be tiny, tiny. The Japanese got these pod things. Like you can have a little
Extremis has got
tiny
a good
space.
point. We didn't have a homelessness problem, dude, until the mental institutes got shut down under who was it, fucking like Reagan or some shit. We didn't have all this shit, dude. Once they shut all that down, bro, then now these people got nowhere to go, dude. You know, they can't live amongst other people because they're fucking got issues. So there's nowhere
That's
for
why
them
you
to
just
go.
built wherever they have those tents. You just make little portable pods, and you just be like, "Yo, give me your tent. I'll give you this nice solid pod thing here, and you'll be good." So at least they have like a structure to sleep in, and not like a fucking.
I got a homeless friend, bro. They're like, they got problems, bro. Like they become feral real quick, dude. It's weird, bro. Like he went from literally having a chance to play Major League Baseball as a pitcher, right? Gave that up because he didn't like the team. He wanted to play for the Dodgers. Then he went to being an iron worker. Fucking almost made it to foreman. Got divorced because he got whatever the fuck. I'm not going to get into all the specifics. But at the end of the day, the guy got feral, bro. I gave him an opportunity to go work at either my mine or my buddy's mine. And he just wasn't capable, bro. Just, talking to himself and shit, seeing stuff. It's like, yeah, dude, what are you going to do with that? I don't know, man.
Dude, wherever I know these people are fucked up and have mental issues, but they're sleeping somewhere, and wherever that place is, instead of letting them have a tent or a cardboard box or nothing, and they're freezing, at least give them a little pod thingy, a little solid structure thing to sleep in. You know what I mean? If however many billions that costs to do that, I don't think it'd be that much if you can make the pods for cheap and distribute them. I think it's like, dude, we spend $50 billion a year on landscaping. So
I don't know.
give a fuck. There's like no excuse.
Keep thinking of coffin, dude. Keep talking about these pods. I'm just picturing a coffin, bro.
No, the Japanese do it. The Japanese do it, bro. They got these little pods you can rent for the night. It's like a hotel room, but it's just a little thing you crawl into and sleep in. It's nothing crazy.
So
I'm just saying.
Los Angeles passed a an ordinance or whatever, the city of Los Angeles, where any home over 5 million is subject to I want to say a 5% tax, and any home over 10 million sold is subject to a 6% tax or something. So a lot of the celebrities and whoever have been selling, because the ordinance goes into effect actually today, April 1st. So all these celebrities have been trying to sell their homes for the last, 6 months or whatever to beat that. But that money, that whatever that tax is, actually is going toward homelessness in Los Angeles. But it's only in Los Angeles. So homes in, there's a home in Los Angeles, but a mile down the street, it's in Beverly Hills. That home is, if it's sold, does not pay that tax.
Oh, because it's not in the right zoning.
Well, it's not in the right city. It's Los Angeles City specific. So
Okay.
anything in a different
Yeah,
city,
because you got Los
suburb or whatever,
Angeles City, you got Los Angeles County, two vast differences.
Yeah, but what are they
county,
actually doing though with the money? Like, what have they done?
He said 5% goes to taxes.
Well, I didn't read about what
Yeah,
they were
but
doing it. I just saw where it said it was going to combat homelessness. That's all it said.
I mean, shit, you sell one house 10%, sell one of those $100 million homes, and shit, well, maybe not 100 million, $10 million, you got $1 million. Why Skid Row still look like shit?
Because, dude, it's all fucking by design, bro.
That's the strip in LA, right? Skid Row.
That's one of them. You don't have to go to Skid Row to see a fucking disaster of homeless camps. You can go fucking virtually anywhere in the greater Los Angeles area and see fucking homelessness and just
Isn't it always
horrific
warm?
things, dude.
Is it always warm in LA?
Not always, but for the most part. I mean, yeah, you got the most consistent weather
How cold it
over
get?
here. Well, like it's been getting down in the 30s and shit over this last winter, dude. We had some.
Oh my god, that's easy right there. I don't know who's being a bum out here in New York and shit. Like, it gets below like 10 below and shit. Wind
Yeah, you
chill.
guys, they go underground. Like those bums, they go down into the fucking underground fucking systems and shit. Same thing with Washington.
They got that thing
Yeah.
going in Slab City. What's that Slab City thing going where everyone but trailers and tents and shit, and they got a little community going out there? See that
Oh
documentary?
yeah. I think that was more because of the fact that that whole place went upside down due to the aesthetic conditions within the nearby surrounding areas and shit. Like they started getting like acid fucking pools popping up and shit around them.
Oh, would they tear that down or?
I mean, what are you gonna
Slab
do when
City
your
thing?
lakes fucking turn into shit, dude?
I don't know.
Yeah,
That's
bro.
what I mean. Whatever you do, you got to make sure you have whatever you do. You got a structure. I mean, I feel like you could. The amount of money we spend on landscaping, you could end homelessness. Just nobody do any landscaping for 1 year. Put all that money towards solving homelessness, and I feel like with $50 billion, it should be solved.
Yeah, but like Extremis told you, like it's not the fact that there isn't enough houses. It's just the fact that the social structure is eroding, which is causing people's mental stability to be like on the brink of fucking insanity, and that number is growing quickly. And then you add the horrible economic situation where people are fucking losing their houses and turning into homeless people overnight, families and shit. It's bad, bro. And all this is gonna happen even more, dude, with the whole collapse of the dollar, dude. So yeah, there's no fixing homelessness from the perspective you're proposing because that's not the root of the issue.
Yeah, I
The root
realize
of it's corruption, bro.
people's mind states are fucked up. But I know, but like I said, you could still give these people solid structures to sleep in instead of like they're sleeping in sewers or in tents and the wind's blowing. Like
But like
I don't know. I feel like everyone should have at least a solid structure to sleep in.
like I said, bro, a lot of these people aren't even mentally stable enough to fucking take the structure if you were to give it to them, dude. They would go and sell it for drugs, bro. Like,
you just put it where their tent is. No, you just build some concrete fucking solid thing where their tent is.
I gave my friend a bike, a tent, sleeping bag, all sorts of stuff, bro. Within 3 days, everything was gone, dude. And I'm like, what happened? He tried telling me he fucking left it somewhere and it got stolen, but I think he fucking pawned it off for drugs, dude.
That's why you build this shit out of solid concrete. There's nothing they could do. You want to sleep there, go ahead. I don't know why they wouldn't sleep there instead of their tent or cardboard box or just out in the open on a bench or something.
I don't know, bro. They're hearing shit, bro. Maybe something's in there. You never
I
know
do
with
agree,
these
though. We
people.
should get down to the mental health of our peoples.
Yeah, they're turning to drugs because it's
Yeah.
fucking reality's become too fucking hard for them, dude, to, to face. So what do? They escape reality by means of drugs.
Some of these people
And
are
like I said,
crazy.
well, there are crazy people, but like I said, in my friend's situation, he was an upstanding citizen who had a promising future, made some bad choices, and as a result, he ended up homelessness. And as a result of that, he ended up losing his fucking mind. And as a result of that, he ended up doing drugs to escape reality. So I'm saying, like, it all leads back to the social erosion due to the corruption coming from our financial system. When life, when you can work an honest job and still not make it, that's a fucking problem, dude. That would make anybody go fucking crazy.
Well, I was going to say some of these people are crazy because they believe in a flat Earth.
Yeah. Well, we could say that about you guys too, but at the end of the day, man, it all boils
You get
back. It all boils back to an inherent issue stemming from corruption, dude, from the top down. We didn't have this shit happening fucking 50 to 100 years ago, bro. This is all consequence of corruption. What's up, Jeremy?
No, it's just fucked up. Just the amount of shit we spend money on. I mean, like I said, just landscaping alone, not to mention all the other bullshit we spend billions and billions of dollars on, and we got all these fucking problems. We could fix them all easily. Like, nobody should be going to bed hungry or without sleeping in a solid structure, at least. No matter how crazy you are, we could build them right where their tent is or wherever they sleep.
The problems are not really fixable by just throwing more money at it. It's not that easy.
That's exactly right, dude.
It literally is that easy. If somebody has a tent and they're sleeping on the sidewalk, you just build a little concrete structure there, or make room for them or something. Build something there for them, something they can't steal, can't be moved, whatever, and you sleep here now. It's bigger, it's better than what they had, whatever.
Yeah, and when you're dealing with a system that religiously spits out crazy people left and right, how are you gonna fucking keep up with that, bro?
Well, I mean, I agree. We need to work on our mental health issues. I think they've banned a lot of. I mean, I don't know what I really want to get into on this, but because the live stream. But I mean, okay, they Big Pharma spent billions. They were one of the top 5 spenders when it came to lobbying to keep marijuana illegal. Like, why? Obviously, and we now know it has major health benefits. Okay, so I wouldn't doubt that a lot of shit has been suppressed that could help our mental health status big time.
I don't know, bro. Like, even the school system set up to spit out crazy people, bro. Like, they fucking just create these redundant, ridiculous situations that don't teach people how to think, just what to think, and it literally just drains the inspiration and imagination right out of these kids, dude. And so it's like right from the jump, dude. They're already getting fucking pushed the wrong direction. I don't know, bro.
I hear you. Be good to fix it. I mean,
and then they got the influence of media, bro. You look at all the influence that's impressing these young, highly influential children, dude. It's like you got the media, you got the music. I mean, there's not many proper outlets for kids to turn to get any real education on just being a decent person. There's not a lot of that going around, bro. No one talks about wisdom anymore. What are you left with, dude?
But isn't that sort of a parenting issue? But also, society has tried to take up so much of the parents' time that they can't, unless they're well off.
Well,
Yeah,
the
this 40-hour work.
Yeah, your 40-hour work week's bullshit, dude.
Yeah, big time, man. What the fuck, bro? By the time you get your 40 hours in and all the rest of the shit, there's like no time left in the day at all. It's brutal.
And it's more than 40 hours because you still got stuff to do at home and bills to pay and all sorts of other shit. So it's way more than 40 hours. You're left with scraps.
Maybe
dude.
your commute from work is a half an hour. So now you're up to 9 hours a day, and then you got to sleep for what, 8 hours? We're 17 hours. We're left with 7 hours.
And then what's the other saying? It takes a community to raise a child. Look at our communities, bro. I don't know where you guys are at, but over here it ain't what it used to be, dude. You don't even see kids outside playing anymore and shit, dude.
That's because of
But that's the thing, though. You'd
all of these
almost be like,
devices and computers. Oh, go ahead.
you'd almost question the parents, like if they did let their kids out these days. Whereas I remember I did just, I was allowed to play out because I know life was different, isn't it? It's strange.
Yeah, kids don't go outside like they used to. It's because of the devices, I think, mainly.
Nah,
like they're
it's
all
more
playing
than
on their
that, bro.
computers. I'm
It's
telling
more
you,
than
man,
that,
it's the
bro.
device. These kids don't even look at each other.
Nah, if I were to tell my kids, dude, take your bike and get the fuck out of here, dude. Go do whatever you want. They would be gone in a heartbeat, dude.
Me too,
Just
but
sense
they're
of
still
freedom.
hooked on it. I know, but they're still hooked on these devices. A lot of kids, like there's a kid lives next door to me, never comes out the house. He's on a computer all day or something.
Yeah, well,
Kids
that's
are
what
hooked.
happens. Well, no, it's not hooked, dude. It just becomes awkward, dude, to do anything different when that's all you've ever known, right? Like, it's like
There's some addiction to the devices. I'm telling you, bro.
No, I don't disagree with that, but
Yeah.
I think it's a result, right, of social inadequacy coming from the fact that they haven't had what we had growing up with, exuberant amounts of freedom.
I mean, before, when I was a kid, you had to talk to other kids on the bus. Like there was nothing else to do. Maybe you had a Walkman or something. I mean, that wasn't even that popular. But and anyways, nowadays they have phones. They can, like they don't even communicate like we used to.
No, it's all going towards a bad direction, dude.
You got this device in your hand that basically, like, I mean, even the adults there's some adults that can't put their phones down. So
I think you might have seen a bit of a change, though, because of the last 2 years. People do want to grow their own. Like, I've noticed that here in England. People do want to grow their own and not have so much reliance.
Grow their own what?
Food.
I'm trying to get some homegrown. Oh, food? Yeah. No, we should because
that as well, but it's illegal here, so
we're so high tech. Yeah, you guys are. I don't know. It's brutal, dude. They're making it legal everywhere in America. The only reason they kept it illegal for so long was Big Pharma, dude. Big Pharma. I'll give you the top. I know the 4 out of the top 5 list when it came to lobbying for spending to keep it illegal. And Big Pharma was up there. Big Alcohol was up there. You want people partying on your shit, right? Prison guards unions was in the list, and so were the privatized prison owners. I forget what the 5th one was. But yeah, they don't. Oh, that was why your shit's illegal over there, probably. I mean, we basically call the shots for whatever everyone else does.
In the first instance, it was all about paper, innit? Paper and rope.
Well, there's
They're the
lots of
companies
reasons
who
why
are
you don't want.
yeah, obviously clothing as well and all that.
Yeah, there's tons of interest on why you don't want people growing
Fuel.
hemp or marijuana.
You make
Like if
fuel
you're in
from it.
any
I
kind
mean,
of textile, any kind of textile, you don't want hemp being grown because you can that shit's mad durable. You ever see that hempcrete? You could build a building out of this hempcrete shit. It's like
so it
fire.
was DuPont, right? That's kind of what you're alluding to, right?
DuPont's one of the top 12 families. Talking about those
Well, I'm
DuPonts?
just saying DuPont was the one that made cannabis illegal in the United States, which all other nations kind of followed suit after. So it was the demonizing of cannabis due to the threat of competition on the textile industry.
Well, you also have the planned obsolescence thing to factor in. Like, you don't want people making shit out of hemp if you want shit to break. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the last thing you want is people using hemp if you want your shit to break as soon as possible. So you have to buy new shit. So there's that too. But I don't know what DuPont did.
Well,
I do know they're one of.
that came from
Go
the
ahead.
car manufacturing industry, dude. Back in the 50s, they produced a car called the Hudson that was virtually indestructible. And the car manufacturers quickly caught on to the fact that if they start producing cars that don't break down, they're not going to make nearly as much money. So that's when the whole plastic fucking,
Yo, I'm telling you, these people that bitch about climate change and they want you to do goofy. Hold on.
I think you cut out, Jeremy.
Yeah, my AirPod died. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yo, if anyone's bitching about climate change or global warming or whatever kind of goofy shit they got going on now, they should be mad as fuck at this whole planned obsolescence thing because I feel like more carbon emissions or energy gets wasted or whatever in this planned obsolescence thing than fucking anything else combined. If you combine all the other shit, you wouldn't come up with nearly as much as this planned obsolescence thing does. It goes into everything we make, dude. Nylons for women. You've seen the light bulb conspiracy on YouTube, right? Everyone should watch that. I think they went over pantyhose, a printer, and the light bulb. Maybe a couple other things I forgot. It was a long time ago. It's called the light bulb conspiracy on YouTube. It's all about this planned obsolescence thing. It's ruining us as a society. And this is what happens when you only care about cash. We shouldn't have to buy.
No pride in the product that you're creating.
I mean, there are some companies that don't use this planned obsolescence method, and they usually will have a lifetime warranty. Like Leatherman, the multi-tool company, they don't use planned obsolescence in their shit. There are very few companies that use it though. Most of your products and shit you use though, everything from your car to your home. Your home's the dope for planned obsolescence, bro. They used to actually make. I don't know if this is true, but I heard they used to make like washing machines and dryers and shit as wildly inefficient as possible because the fucking people that supplied you the electricity were also the one, like, you guys know, the people that were supplying the power to you were also in the business. They had incentive for these machines to use as much fucking electricity as possible.
Real quick, dude. Remember what we were saying about planning your own shit and all this and that? It's basically the city that my buddy lives in just came out saying that they're gonna tear down this huge giant park and plant a lemon grove, and I forget how many acres it was gonna be for the community.
That's dope. Yeah, that's what I mean. There should be so much food outside. Like, this would be tough in New York City and shit, but still, like, Central Park should be filled with fucking food trees. Like, there should just be food, instead of having some goofy ass.
Fool's joke, bro.
Was it? That was the April verse.
Fool's joke. Yeah.
Come on, bro. I can never take you serious.
It was a joke, bro. I'm just saying it's funny because like here we are talking about this shit, and then it's like all of a sudden the city's like in line with what we're saying, but it turns out to really be a fucking joke. Like, who wants a bunch of
There
lemons?
are cities that do that. There are cities that are not with lemons, but they are planting food in public places so people can just have them.
I know. I'm just saying though, like, who really wants lemons, dude? Like, that was the whole joke.
Oh, I thought they were gonna do profit sharing or something. I don't know.
Funny shit. Funniest thing was it was the city that fucking pulled the April Fool's joke, dude. The shit looked all formal too.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah. Dude, $50 billion a year on landscaping America spends. If you just took that money, you could solve like, what would happen if we didn't do any landscaping for like a whole
How
year? Would
much?
something bad
50
happen?
billion?
Yeah. How bad would it be if America did zero landscaping for a whole year?
Well, just look at what California did with the fucking the Sierra Club not fucking doing any controlled burns, dude. And due to that, we had huge fucking forest fires and shit we couldn't control.
You still need some maintenance, obviously, like close to roads and that. You wouldn't, want overgrowing bush and shit,
Yeah, you can't have that. But I think the bigger problem is out of that 50 billion, how much of that shit's going over to Mexico and feeding the cartel?
No, I hear you. I hear you.
I mean, that's a fucking problem, bro. These
Mushrooms could
cartels are out
solve
of
a lot of
control.
starvation problems as well. I just don't get why.
Would you say mushrooms?
Yeah, man, because they grow so
No, there's
quickly.
nothing. There's nothing to mushrooms that's not an out for us. I'm just
There's
fucking
nothing
around.
what?
Die slow.
Oh.
I'm just fucking around. Die slow was talking about the mushrooms earlier. Yeah, they
Yeah,
do
dude,
grow
mushrooms.
crazy fast, right?
Yeah,
Exactly.
they produce quick. They're high in nutrition, and it doesn't take like all this crazy amounts of fertilizers and water and energy to produce. Like it's literally minimal requirements, and the yield amount is ridiculous, dude. So I just don't understand why it's not in practice right now. I mean, they could have huge fucking cargo ships just fucking growing fucking mushrooms in stacked up sea containers, pulling up the fucking ports anywhere, just dumping loads, bro, feeding people. Like, it's a no brainer, dude.
I mean, that sounds like some shit you could just grow on site. If your city had a few cargo containers sitting around, just fucking
Well,
grow
that's what I'm
mushrooms
trying
in
to
them,
say,
man.
dude. You can grow them in the cargo containers on the way to fucking wherever they're going, so that by the time they fucking dock into the harbor, the shit's already fucking
No, this
right
whole
at the prime
shipping,
picking.
dude, this whole shipping shit around like we do like maniacs, it has to stop. Like we're shipping shit all over the place like fucking idiots. Just grow the mushrooms where you need them. Like if it's that easy where you just need a cargo container, like you could just grow them shits everywhere, like New York City, everywhere.
You can actually dedicate mines and caves to mushroom farming and shit underground, like naturally existing caves, and like
That's what you should do
everywhere's
with your
got
gold
caves.
mine. Yeah, that's what
I
you
thought
should do.
about it.
Fuck that gold mine. You ain't ever gonna get in there and get no gold out. You're too lazy. Just how hard is it to set it up?
I'm not trying to get the gold out, bro. It's all about getting the homeless to do it, dude.
Dude, 3 tons? I'll have 3 tons out of there before lunch, bro. Stop being lazy. You get out of how much were they getting out of that? An ounce?
They were getting 2 ounces per ton.
Bro, get the fuck out of here.
2 ounces
That's
per ton. I
huge.
got the essay report, dude. Yeah, bro. It's
Did you just
massive,
call me an
dude.
essay, Holmes?
Yeah, dude. So I'm just saying, bro. It's all documented. It's all there, dude. It's waiting for the
Listen.
picking, dude. It has. The last time it was touched, bro, gold was at $20 an ounce. So think about that.
Yeah, even if you got a fraction, listen. First of all, Vatos Locos. If you even got a fraction of that, even if you got like a half ounce per ton or a quarter ounce per ton, like that's big money right there. It's 2 G's an ounce.
I'd be happy with 15%, dude, and just fucking call an actual fucking mining company that does this shit, dude, and just say, "Here you go, bro. Here's the keys."
Where's your
fucking,
mine at? What you in Cali?
Yeah.
Oh, damn, man.
Yeah.
I would fucking go do that shit on weekends and shit. Like, yo, let's get in there. Give me a pickaxe, whatever. I don't know. What do you use? Old school style, 7 dwarves shit.
Oh, you got 2 types of mining. You got placer and load. So one's surface and one's below. The one I got's below. So that's like what you call hard rock mining. So you got to use a lot of like demolition and different things, hoist and stuff to get the fucking material out, and then a mill press to fucking break it down, and then a fucking.
Bro, Jesus H, dude, this is too much, dude. This is too much. You got to be getting this shit out of like something where you need a sluice box, a shovel, and a gold pan, and a couple 5-gallon buckets or some shit, bro. You're going crazy with it now.
That's placer. That's where you're fucking on the surface panning shit or whatever the fuck, and that's cool too. But there's bigger gold deposits in the hard rock.
Dude, the guy. Did you ever watch the gold show on Discovery or History or something?
Yeah, I watched a lot of that bullshit.
So some of the guys are doing what you're doing. They're pumping tons of water out, fucking all the machines and shit. There's this other guy. He had a lot of
That's
machines
dredging.
too.
That's the third kind. That's dredging, where you're sucking it up through a vacuum and shit at the fucking.
A different one.
At the
That was
bed.
another one. There's guys doing hard rock shit like you're talking about, hard rocks with all the things. And then there's this other guy. That one was neat though too, where they go under the water. Anyways, there's this other guy who just had this giant cylinder thing, and there was just truckloads just dumping dirt into it constantly. And that guy had buckets of gold laying all over the place, dude. That's the way to get gold, is out of soft material.
Oh yeah, I need to get me a metal detector and find me some gold Roman coins, mate.
Listen, funny story. I'm trying to get the kids out of the house, right? I'm like, guys, I'm gonna go buy a metal detector. They're like, yeah, we're gonna find pirate treasure or a buried sword. I'm like, all right, let's go. I go get the metal detector. We get out there, fucking dig up one rusty nail. They're like, oh man, it's hot out here. I gotta go back. I'm thirsty. I can't. I'm like, come on, guys.
Yeah, bro, you got to give them a better imagination than that, dude. You got to get into like some Indiana Jones, bro. Like you're gonna
Dude,
dig
I
up
was
this
amping it
hole.
up. I was
Yeah,
fucking
bro.
amping it up, bro. I'm like, yeah, we could find a Pirates of the Caribbean fucking gold coin chest. Pumping them up, dude. I'm telling you.
Yeah, you got to tell them you're gonna break into some fucking ancient cavern system that's like, full of just treasure and this lost hidden city and shit. And there's actually a couple popular stories out here on the West Coast. There's this one where this guy fucking supposedly found in this natural cave system at the bottom. He found this flowing river of black sand, which is heavy in fucking gold, and it's called the Cocoa Reef Peak story. Yeah, look into that. That's a good one, dude. Shit like
I like
that.
the guy on TikTok that goes around with the little metal detector underneath the water and just finds he finds mad shit, bro. The magnet fishing school.
Yeah, that guy's a cop, dude. But I posted a video about a couple days ago where this dude goes out with a metal detector to these ancient sites and shit, like where there's fucking ruins still left, and finds ancient treasure. I forgot the name of the fucking channel. Modern Day Treasure Hunter or some shit. But yeah, this guy's like super popular, and like literally every time he goes out, dude, he's uncovering massive troves of like fucking treasure, dude.
Yeah, when I see them doing it in Britain, they just end up pulling up like loads of guns. That's mainly what they pull up out of the rivers.
That's not even a gun, bro. Fucking blunderbusters or whatever they're called.
Oh no, they still find 9mm and that. Yeah.
Oh really?
The way to do it. The way to do it. They got these little fucking. The way to do it is like that one guy's doing it with the fucking sand, bro. He's fucking killing it. Whatever that giant cylindrical thing is that he fucking spins constantly and just dumps sand into, that guy's crushing it.
That's a refiner. That's different. That's like the last step.
Dude,
of the
he's
process.
finding the shit, bro. No, that's his whole process. He's not digging up
So
hard rock. He's just
is he
sifting
dry
sand.
mining? Like dry, what do they call it? Dry panning or whatever?
I don't know if there was even any water involved. It was all fucking sand and loose dirt and shit. It didn't look like there was even many rocks in it or anything. They were just bringing it in by the barrelfuls, bro. Dump trucks.
I talked to this old miner who got a lot of money, and he said that him and his partner, he's like retired now. The guy's like in his fucking 80s, but he's got a shit ton of money for mining. He said what he would do is just find it on the desert floor and do the process like you're talking about, the dry panning with no water. And he said that you look for the green areas, like the areas that'll like look green on the surface, not by like vegetation, but just the the mineral deposit. And he said that those are the target zones that you want to be at.
I mean,
There's
I
also
do like the idea of.
There's also
Yep.
certain plants, certain flowers, like wildflowers, that grow near high gold deposits. It's kind of like another telltale sign that you're close to a natural, gold bearing zone.
Bro, if I was near a body of water, because nowadays I don't know if you need to get licensed for this or certified or something, but they got these little portable. They're called breathers or something, and like it'll give you like an hour's worth of oxygen, so you like don't even have to have the whole scuba tank fucking get up. Like
Yeah, they get that on Baywatch.
yeah, it's just a little tiny thing, and it'll
Yeah.
give you 10, 20 minutes or something like, and you could
Yeah.
fill it up with a car tire. You could fill it up with a
You'll kill
bicycle
yourself
pump,
with that,
bro.
dude. You'll kill yourself.
Why?
I was gonna buy one, dude. They got a surf shop right by where I was working in Malibu. I was gonna buy it, and I started talking to the guy, and he's like, "Yeah, you wanna know what the fuck you're doing, dude?" He's like, "You could take this little thing into a pool, like literally a 6 foot deep pool, and kill yourself, dude, from nitrogen
Why?
fucking poisoning. Nitrogen poisoning. You got to know how to
You fill it
decompress
up
and all
from
that.
the air. Wait, what? You got
Yeah,
decompressed?
yeah, you got to decompress when you go below the water level, like underwater and shit. For any period of time, dude, you start getting nitrogen buildup, and all it takes is just getting one of those little fucking nitrogen bubbles in your blood to fucking hit your brain, dude, and fucking kill you, dude, or hit your lung or some shit.
Yeah, why would you need to go deep anyway, Jeremy?
I don't
6
know.
feet of water will kill you, bro.
I just want to go to the bottom where the stuff is, so I can bring like a little metal detector or something and like find stuff. Like popular like tourist attractions and shit. People are always dropping change and rings and jewelry and shit in there. I feel like you could mop that shit up around where I am.
Yeah, but gold's
I
not.
got
Yeah, gold doesn't attract to a magnet.
no. I was talking about getting one of those breather things and going underneath in the water.
It's not
And
attractive.
seeing if
The metal detector will detect it.
yeah, no, I thought he said something about a magnet or something.
Those guys are cool too. That magnet fish, but
You'll find a lot of guns and shit, and now your ass
they
has
gotta
to
call the
report it.
cops.
Yeah, now you got to
You got to do all sorts of shit, bro. Now your ass is suspect, bro. If you don't, so
just throw that
One,
shit
there goes
back
your
one,
in.
day.
one,
No.
one that I saw, they actually found a landmine, and I think that was one in America as well. I know. I'm
Oh
not
yeah,
sure.
they
I
had to
think it
blow
might
it
have
up.
been. And they were
They had to
moaning, like
blow it off.
they were moaning because they had to evacuate like a certain area.
Yeah, and they had to blow it up because they couldn't
Transport it.
dispose. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. No, you go to some place where it's a lot of touristy things. They get the speedboats out in the summertime and shit. Like I got a couple lakes near me like that where I can go under.
I wonder whether they allow you to do it in sort of national parks.
Fuck no. You can't fly a drone. You can't even step off the trail at these national parks, bro, without fucking.
Well, I've seen
They'll
people do
charge
it
you.
here. Maybe
They'll
it's
charge
different
you
in
per
America.
footstep, dude. Yeah, it's a rip off.
Like the Lake District here in Britain.
Oh, you know what else I wouldn't mind if I lived on the coastline somewhere, and you could go fishing off the coast and reel in some decent fish and then sell them shit to the market. I feel like that'd be some good money to make in your spare time.
I don't know, bro. Crypto sounds
And you'd get
good.
And you'd get mad free food. Like I could eat fish every fucking night. I don't even believe in mercury poison. My wife be yelling at me every year. We go to the Poconos for our little romantic getaway, and every year they have all you can eat lobster. And my wife, like the sixth, seventh, eighth lobster, my wife's freaking out on me. It's like, what the fuck?
Whatever don't kill me makes me stronger.
You're gonna get fucking iodine poisoning or something.
Some weird shit. I know.
I don't remember iodine being poisonous.
What else we got?
Yeah, it's toxic in large amounts.
I don't think in its natural form though, not like in food form. It is if you take like a synthetic iodine, but like seaweed, for example, has like massive amounts of iodine in it, but you can't really overdose on iodine in that form, in like the organic form, like in food.
It's normally also used as a dye to like see, you know, if people's veins and capillaries are too tight or blocked or stuff like that.
Iodine's interesting. There's a lot of research, you know, in terms of like a lot of the different benefits. Like one of the things is that your thyroid absorbs iodine, and there's these like radioactive compounds that can basically like lodge in your thyroid if you don't have enough iodine, like because they use the same receptor sites. Like certain toxins use the same receptor sites. Now, is there a deeper conspiracy with all this? Some of these
I saw a whole
toxins
video on that.
then develop, which then causes hypothyroidism and all these other hormonal issues, which then leads people to need pharmaceuticals or whatever. So, yeah, being like stocked up on iodine is like it's like a super nutrient at this point in the time in the world. It seems.
Yeah, it used to be sworn by medical professions, and it's kind of been dying out.
Yeah, I used to work at this Chinese restaurant, and one of the kids, the owner's kid, gave me a little. He's like, "Yo, you want a piece of Chinese candy?" I was like, "Oh yeah, I'll try it." That shit was fucking seaweed. It was like seaweed candy.
Yeah, you only need like if you
what's sweetened. Was it sweetened somehow, Jeremy?
Yeah, it was like rocked up. I had like a layer of sugar on it or something. It didn't taste good though.
You know what they pass out after a nuclear disaster to people? Iodine pills.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, you should all have that in your emergency kit, man. Fucking cheap.
I got a life straw in my emergency kit. It's like 10,000 gallons, bro.
How are you gonna fucking give water to your dog? You gonna spit it into his mouth or something?
Whatever it takes, dude. The dog, if I have to use a life straw, I'm not even worried about the dog at that point, let me tell you.
How are you gonna keep Kosho's mom alive, bro? You gotta get the pump. They got a pump attachment you hook to the end of it, and then you can fucking fill up bottles and shit.
Yeah, that'd be ideal. As long as everyone can drink, though, whatever. If I have to spit it back into someone's mouth or something, I mean, whatever it takes, bro.
Yeah. Also get chlorine tablets or whatever it is, or bleach tablets. I think you fucking something like that. You can sanitize water
I mean,
with after you boil
the
it.
the water around my area is so fucked up. I would probably try to filter it some other way first, then boil it, then fucking use the life straw. Like our water, GE dredged the fucking river near me. Like like GE's near me, and they dredged the river. Oh my god, there were so many CBPs or whatever the fuck they are. Mad carcinogens. My dad did anyway. I don't want to. My dad brought when I was a kid. My dad brought me to this place, this land that GE owned, and I took one of those hard plastic water bottles from the 80s and put it under this pipe. There was just liquid coming out of it, and it was like going into a stream. The fucking liquid that was coming out of the pipe just melted the fucking plastic bottle. It was crazy.
Says a lot, Jeremy.
So then all that
I mean,
melted plastic is going in with the
okay.
water.
Kosho lives under the power lines right now, so I don't want to hear it. My area actually has some of the best water in the country when it comes to tap water.
You guys seen this stuff about magnetized water?
Oh, that's restructured water you're talking about?
Well, it's just literally water passed through a ring magnet, and apparently, I don't know whether it orientates the atoms or some breeze like that. But apparently, it's like you don't have to give your plants as much water. It's like more hydrated.
It's called restructured water. It changes like the spin of the molecule or some shit. I don't know all the nerd shit, but yeah, there's a couple ways to do it. Magnetism is one of them. Yeah.
That has to do with the quantitative effects versus the qualitative. Or sorry, I got it backwards. Qualitative. Meaning, like, if you take all the particulates out of the water, that doesn't necessarily mean that the water is good. Like, it has to be restructured, and that's where the whole magnetism thing comes in.
It's interesting how water comes out of the earth structured. Like it comes out spinning in a vortex. Like spring water actually comes out vortexing. And then of course there's a lot of magnetic materials in the earth and the magnetic field of the earth. So it's like the way that the earth actually pumps out natural spring water is like vortexing and magnetic structuring.
The way we're getting water now. Hold on, the way we're getting water now is totally different. Like we force it under high pressure through these 90-degree bends and shit up pipes. It's not natural.
But yeah, it has to do with the helical flow of water, which mimics the same geometry as the magnetic field on a extrapolated level.
You always got some crazy nerd shit, bro.
I only know that because when gold falls out of water, it follows that helical pathway. So when you talk about doing that placer mining and shit, they call it getting on the gold trail because it's literally a trail. As the gold falls out in that helical flow, it leaves this certain pattern that follows that whole helical flow. It's a trip.
I hear you. No, I was big on this restructuring of water thing because they say there's other ways to do it too. Like you could do it with a sound or frequency. Like I don't understand why we don't have a thing where we have a whole bunch of the same plants and then we play a frequency or we magnetize the water. We got a fucking magnet near the plant. Or we got it in pyramids. Like we should be doing all kinds of crazy fucking experiments on shit like this. And there should just be like a frequency playing in my house right now that makes everyone healthier or something.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Like when that XRP rocket finally lands on the moon, dude, like you'll be able to have the money to do all this type of shit instead of buying fucking fancy watches and cars and shit. You know what I mean? These are the kind of things you can do with your time and your money.
That's what I would do if I had that $2 billion you said earlier. I would do that just there, what I just said. You might fucking like that could be awesome.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, fund some sort of a group to fucking,
It's definitely something I would do. That. Have a whole bunch of control groups of plants, animals, lab rats, fucking play all different frequencies at them and see which frequency is the best. Does the one in the pyramid do good? There's the one with the pyramid and the magnets and the frequency due to bet. You know, all kinds of controlled experiments like that.
Right. Yeah. But actually have some kind of like insight in mind, right? Like on what you're going to do with the information.
Yeah, you're going to see which frequency has the healthiest plants and the healthiest lab rats and shit, and then you're going to, you know, work your way up from there. Should we be living in pyramid homes right now? Because that's like has some kind of sacred geometrical structure with the frequencies, vibrations, or some shit. Like, there's definitely something to that shit. I'm telling you, man.
Oh, you're looking for the fountain of youth, huh?
No, I mean, no. Yeah, just something to like send good vibes out. Some like super hippie tree hugger shit. Like, you're talking about restructuring the water. Your body's made of water. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah, no, you're right. It all goes hand in hand, dude. You are what you drink and the trauma you take in through that water.
Like, it could be as simple as sending the right frequency out in your home, in the city, over the whole country, whatever. Like, if there's like this dope ass frequency, like low key, where we couldn't even hear it or whatever, just was like in the background.
Yeah, because they always say like play music to your plants and stuff like that, and maybe it is just the water that's being affected. You know, like
That's
if we
what
go
it
back
is.
to
And if you're really interested in that, it is the water, but most of it is the structure of the water, which comes back to this magnetic field, which Rawls and Davis wrote a total of 5 books talking about the effects of magnetism on biological entities, whether it be plants or animals. And they showed that exposure to I believe it was the south-facing field of a magnet, has dramatic effects with the yield rate and the speed at which it germinates. Like, everything is just increased. The flavor, the smell, just all sorts of things. So technically, all you have to do is create what's called an electroculture, which is creating this antenna array system through grounding, where you're maximizing the dielectric field exposure to a garden bed. So if you type in electroculture, you'll find all sorts of information on this. But yeah, dude, you can grow things way faster, way hardier, way more efficiently.
It makes me think also about music and how didn't they kind of change the arpeggio, what's it called, that the music scale, so like we've not got the right hertz, you know, for our modern music.
Yeah, 432 versus 440.
Right.
Yeah, they changed
And
it.
that's affecting the water differently. So
yeah. They also did studies with different types of music and stuff aside from the hertz. I think it was classical music had the best result.
yeah, and obviously they had something like Metallica or something.
I saw one where the best one was, all right, get this. They said the best thing there. I remember the top two. That one of them was like a church, like holy water in a church, being in the sound of prayers and all that. But the other one was the sound of the sun. I don't know where the fuck they got that sound from, but that's what they said. The sound of the sun was the best at restructuring water when it came to like sounds. I forgot what it sounded like. I looked into this like over a decade ago, at least, maybe 20 years now.
But yeah, going back to electroculture, I was seeing this thing about this guy had a little hack for your tomato plants. Put a tiny little bit of copper wire like in the base of the stem, and that helps to prevent sickness and all that. And I was just wondering, does it help? Does it work on weed? But does it work on other plants?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why these weed manufacturers aren't looking into shit like this. Like, if you grow a weed, like, this should be like known. You want the biggest the biggest, giantest, healthiest plants, you know?
Right.
Like if I can play a
you wanna
certain
put all of the
frequency or
hack.
put if I have to magnetize the water the plant gets or put a certain frequency playing next to it constantly or whatever, like
Definitely, man.
that's
All of it should be trialed, like all at once, and then maybe some controls where it's just one of each of these hacks, you know, or a couple, you know. Yeah, it should all just definitely be trialed.
you would do this. This is something you would do experimentally on everything, like potatoes, weed, lab rats, just anything you could think of. Bumblebees and shit, whatever. Fucking Slow's mushrooms he wants to microdose on, all that shit, bro. That's definitely one of the things I would do if I had a lot of money. I would do that. I would start that shit up fucking immediately. I don't know how much that would cost, but you could make some big fucking strides for humanity if everyone knew to like magnetize their water this way. You'd be healthier or whatever, you know.
Yeah, it would be good, isn't it, if we found out, you know, the winning formula and then implemented it everywhere.
I think the Great Pyramid could have been something weird like that.
Sort of the geometrical structure. Apparently, it's like
I don't know. They say pyramids have this capability of restructuring the water and shit, and the plants and the seeds.
I've heard loads of stuff like you put some sort of antibiotic in a pyramid, and then it's like 1,000,000 times stronger than when it went in. Heard loads of.
I mean,
Funny
there's
stories.
definitely something to this pyramid shape. Whatever they built a giant one in fucking stone. There's something to the pyramid shape. You
Like,
wouldn't
you put
have
a
built
razor
this
blade in
giant.
there, and apparently it gets sharper.
Yeah, it
loads
focuses
of
the
different-
energy from the ether, the flow that's coming down from above.
Yeah, no. Yeah, exactly right. If you look at the like a pyramid shaped magnet, right? It's literally almost like a magnetic laser beam. How it focuses the magnetic field. It doesn't like disperse it like it normally would. It like focuses everything like beam. Ken has a lot of videos on that. Some interesting shit. I don't know a ton about it though.
Yeah, like should we all be living in pyramid shaped houses right now? You know,
I don't know.
Should all our seeds and grain and shit be stored in water towers and everything be pyramidal shaped instead of whatever shape their silo shape, cylindrical shape they're using now?
Yeah, with crystals, pyramidal crystals.
Jerry said with crystals. Just that. What do you do with the crystals?
I would say that antenna system I was talking about would be far more advantageous than all this hocus pocus shit.
No, man, there's something to this hocus pocus shit. I'm telling you, I used to be Hold on, what do you do with the crystals though? Like just put them in there, or?
Well, crystals have certain like energetic qualities in terms of like focusing and harnessing magnetic fields. That's why like quartz is used in terms of its qualities. So I'm just saying, if you create like a pyramidal structure and then have that built of crystals, then it's able to harness the energy even more so. It holds it.
No doubt. Like you get a giant quartz crystal and then you make that shit pyramid shaped.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's what's up. Let's go, man. What, right? Doesn't that sound like a dope thing if you had billions and millions of dollars to fucking do some tests on that shit?
Isn't that called argonite?
Okay, Gio, if you only had $2 billion, what would you do?
Double it?
You can't double it. No, you just got $2 billion. What do you do?
I'd give quite a lot of people 20 grand, innit? Lift everyone up, lift all the poor people up. That's what I'd do.
No, you're wasting your money. The rich people end up getting all that money anyways. Look what they did when they gave out all the money. Amazon got it all.
Well, I'd
Amazon
create
and Walmart.
something then where I don't know, you could keep making money, and then I don't know, then try and give some of these businesses, like, just keep creating businesses and lift up the poor people, man. That's what I'd do.
We got to lift them up some other way, bro. Like with pyramids.
I think what
Just
you were
giving them
talking
money,
about
just giving them
originally.
money ain't gonna work. They did that in America. They gave every American like thousands of dollars. You know who ended up with it all? Jeff Bezos, Walmart. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? People went
I
out and
get
just
what you
bought.
mean. There's no point giving it to them if they don't know how to spend it. Yeah, I get completely what you mean. I do.
Yeah, but I heard extremists say earlier that that thing, that little like kind of media thing that they said to Elon Musk, would he solve homelessness and then, or hunger, and then he said, oh yeah, give me a plan, and then no one gave him a plan. I mean, I'm not trying to criticize extremists, and that may have been the story that they said or whatever, but to me that is so inane. It's like, what, you can't figure out how to help people with billions of dollars? I mean, no one put a plan together, so we can't do it. Like, really? There's a million trillion things you could do. I mean, first of all, how about just give people food? That's the first part of solving homelessness. If you need to pay for it, pay for it. But I know there's you need to get sustainability. There's bigger issues, and I'm not saying it's easy just to do, but at the same time, it's like these billionaires, they just can't come up with a plan. That seems.
What do you do? Do you get in front of the issue, or do you get behind it? Do you clean up behind the homeless people, or do you get in front of them and address the root cause to begin with, while addressing the situation at hand? Like, that's what needs to be done. But everything so far is just been a band-aid to like have some what do they call it? And philanthropist perception within the limelight. You know what I mean? Like, they're just literally patting themselves on the back while doing the bare minimal. I don't know. That's what I see.
That's the thing. Like, if you have managed to accumulate billions, your morality is questionable anyway, because I'm sure you had to do a lot of dodgy shit to get there. Like, your intent probably isn't on the side of helping people.
Right, because they would have done that a long time ago on the road. Yeah,
exactly. It's a perception of being portrayed as, rather than actually resolving or solving the issue at hand. But to address something you said earlier, Gio, it sounded like you were explaining Argonite. You ever heard of that term?
Yeah.
Okay. I think there is something to that. I think they just haven't necessarily connected it completely. And I think that whole electroculture thing, like grounding and receiving the increase of that dielectric field, I think all of that stuff kind of goes hand in hand. Most people kind of take it as like woo-woo type bullshit, but all the evidence is there for science to support it. So.
Yep.
Wait, what's this about Argonite? What is that? Some ore?
Gio could probably explain it better than me.
Man, I love the idea of making a pyramid out of a quartz. Oh, go ahead, Jeff.
Well, the thing about Orgonite, though, it's not even necessarily a natural compound. It's like they like cluster together a bunch of different things. Basically, they claim that they create these. There's like an Orgonite generator, orgone generator, basically. So there's different components in them. So it's not like a natural thing. I was more talking about like natural crystals and minerals that come right out of the earth, and then using like sound vibration and electrostatic, electromagnetic vibration to create like various different like containers and different forms of materials, like either in pyramidal shapes. There's different ways these can be used, either for like sound generation, for healing, for a lot of different vibratory qualities. Whereas Orgonite kind of uses some of those concepts, but it's like a combination of multiple things. So it'll have like copper wire and epoxy resin and quartz and other crystals, and kind of like a
and gold flakes. I got one with gold flakes.
Yeah, so it's a cool concept because you're combining multiple things to create like a generator in that sense. But so they use like natural and somewhat synthetic materials kind of combined together. So yeah, they're interesting.
So what I was trying to point out with that being said is that if they were to take that same framework and actually apply that to some sort of like grounding rod. There's a few other steps, but literally just that in itself like might actually do something a lot different than what's claimed. Because I think a lot of that stuff is, like I said, just kind of woo nonsense. But I think there is something to it. I think it's just a lot of
It's like
people
an
have the right
incomplete
ideas.
circuit.
Yeah, exactly. Correct. A lot of people have the right ideas. Like they have the componentry within their various ideas, but not understanding how to connect them all together, or even if they even do connect all together. But like I said, like once you start looking into electroculture, which is actually a fucking thing, you'll quickly see that there is something going on, and it's a matter of how to tap into this field.
I did see a few bits about electroculture, and they were using sort of like a pyramid, sort of just like a copper mesh, not even mesh, but just copper wire shaped, just like a skeleton of a pyramid sort of thing, and they would have that over their plant, you know. But yes,
Well,
stuff like that.
a lot of people have kind of gotten crazy with creating these like copper windings and stuff, but that's not even the main component. The main component is the ground rod, and then from there, it's about taking essentially like a Yagi antenna. You could build this whole setup for under $100. So you take the Yagi antenna and a coaxial cable, and you connect it, and you have to have a minimum of 3 of these things evenly dispersed in a triangle shape, and at no more than a 15-degree angle. And you set it up, and basically what it does is it creates this high, this environment with a high dielectric field, and that dielectric field is equivalent to, you know, this southern magnetic field. They're kind of synonymous, and anyhow, it just increases what Rawls and Davis already discovered long ago that most people are unaware of, which is, you know, the effects of magnetic exposure in the good and bad. What field side it is you're exposing to what condition will have a dramatic outcome, positive or negative. So kind of got to know what you're doing, but it's all out there, dude. And these are the kind of things that we should like really be tapping into.
Yeah, I do remember.
Yeah, no, this all needs to be.
Go on.
This needs to be all This needs to be all experimented on in the lab.
It has though. That's what I'm telling you, dude. If you just look up Rawls, RAWLS, and Davis, these two guys together long ago discovered all sorts of shit that I guarantee nobody's professor ever told them about. 4 out of the 5 books are pretty easy to reference. One of the 5 is like nearly impossible to find. You might be able to like dig up a PDF on it somewhere, but those books, dude, is what you're talking about, Jeremy, with, you know, this not necessarily fountain of youth, but
like they've already done this, because this seems like something you would just naturally.
This has all been done.
Right.
All been done, dude. So I'm just saying, like, I'm not saying that you couldn't make it more efficient or expound further on it and, you know, build off of it, but the groundwork's there. The studies, the data, it's all there.
What they do? Can you give us what they do? Do they grow plants better?
Like I said,
or what?
Yeah, they basically germinated seeds with exposing these seeds to this magnetic field, and like for example, alpha seeds take, I think it's like 7 days roughly to sprout, and these were sprouting in like 3 days. Also, there's a Japanese scientist that took a cherry tree seed up to high altitudes, exposing it to like some of this radiation that's not necessarily prevalent here on the surface. And after the seed came back down, it sprouted and it bloomed in, I think, 3 years instead of the 7, something like that. There's like dramatic differences, like with how fast these things sprout and how hardy you know, everything is like there's I can't use all the same terms because you know this is a while ago I looked into this shit, but basically yeah, it's all there, dude. Sprouts faster, grows better, produces more. So dude.
But do we know why?
Yeah, because it has to do with the magnetic field, the exposure to this magnetic field.
Is it almost vitalizing, or is it sort of just making it like less resistant? You know, sort of like while it's growing, it's like, I wouldn't say anti-gravity, of course, but you know what I mean. Like it's.
Oh yeah, I think it does have an effect on. Trying to remember, it was something with maybe like the capillary effect within the processing of the photosynthesis and the cell walls. That's what it was. Okay, so it does something with the cellular structure. So there's another example where basically water is an antenna. So it's aligning the structure of the water in such a way it affects the water directly. And there's
What do you mean structure
where
of the water?
it does something with the
Could you
the structure.
clarify? Could you
Yeah,
clarify
well,
what the
you're
structure
interrupting
of
me,
the
so let me
water is?
finish. Thank you, Jace. So anyhow, there's another example of this where these linemen came to fix a down power wire next to this AM radio station, and they said as the wire was whipping across the field of grass, they could hear the AM station clear as day playing through the electricity coming out of that wire, but it was actually passing through the grass, and the grass, the water cells in the grass was acting as an antenna. So this all has to
Say
do.
what?
Yeah.
Completing the circuit. Like, actually, I got a story about this. My friend, his missus accidentally left the
Sounds
bath
like
on for too
magic
long.
to me.
Check this out. So
No, this is documented.
my mate's missus, she left the bath running, and it wasn't until his daughter came in and said, "Oh, why is there water dripping down the light?" Yeah. So what did he do? Obviously went to turn the light off, but it didn't turn off, did it? Because the water completed the circuit.
Well, could you clarify what the structure of water is or means? What is meant by that?
Maybe I could post a video for you.
No, I don't want to watch videos. I just want you to clarify.
You sound really antagonistic today, Jace. Everything okay?
Yeah, I was gonna say you brought in bringing the bunk, just bringing the bunk vibes.
Yep.
Wait, if you turn a light off,
We're having a
the
pretty cool
switch.
conversation. We're having a cool conversation. So let's. Yeah.
As SC would say, in Fantasyland.
That's fine, Jace. No worries, buddy.
Well, I could talk about the structure of water, but go ahead, Leftlane.
I was just saying, if you turn the light off at the switch, it's going to turn off whether it's got water on it or not.
Would you like the definition of structure, Chase? Maybe that might help.
No, what do you mean by structuring water or restructured
So we're talking
water?
about, we're talking about the qualitative attributes of water, not the quantitative attributes, which is, you know, the only way you deem anything to be as such.
Well,
So
qualitative
we're not talking
attributes
about.
emerge from
We're not.
quantitative
Yeah,
attributes.
we're not talking about the removal of particulates within water, rather the qualitative attributes.
Yeah, but right, like when you put water under like a cryo EM or a crystallograph, right? It doesn't have a structure. That's what makes it water. Other than the water molecules themselves, they have a geometric shape. It's called a bent geometry. But if it's a liquid, right, that means it doesn't have a structure. If it had a structure, it would not be a liquid.
You've heard of cymatics, right? So that you know sound and vibration will affect the structure of things, yeah?
Of macroscopic objects, we're talking about molecules, though. Water is a molecule.
Yeah, and it's also
It doesn't
by
affect the
vibration.
molecular structure of things. It affects the macroscopic structure, how those molecules interact with each other.
Is water a dipole?
It is polar indeed. The oxygen is a negative region of partial charge density. The hydrogen is a positive region of partial charge density. And because it's not in a straight line, it's in a bent shape, that gives it two regions of separate charge. It's polar.
Do you know the angular geometry at where side?
The angular geometry, what do you mean? The water molecule itself has a bent shape. The bond angles are like 120 degrees.
More like 108, 36, 36. You know how significant that number is?
Yeah, 109, my bad.
Oh, that's actually at the outer wall. We're talking about the dead center nexus of the nuclei.
Say what?
You're talking about the outer wall. We're talking about the dead center measurement, which would be 108.
Well, I'm talking about the angle between the oxygen, the
I know, but
dihedral
you're
angle
measuring it.
between one hydrogen, oxygen, and the other hydrogen.
You're just not measuring it at the center point. You guys are measuring at the outer wall of each atom. That's all I'm saying.
Huh?
Ah.
I don't know where you would get an angle from that.
Well, ask Jace. He said 109. I said 108.
Yeah, but you draw two lines off each hydrogen molecule that would intersect maybe the nucleus of the oxygen. Where those lines intersect, I would assume would be the angle.
It's the angle of the dangle.
Perpendicular. But it is interesting. I'd like to know what they mean by restructured water. I mean, when you say that, it makes me think that they're somehow restructuring the molecular nature of water, the positions of the hydrogens or something like that.
No, it's not. It's not physical. That's why I said this isn't a quantitative thing. It's a qualitative thing. So if you understand that water actually has memory, records frequency, then you'll understand what I mean by that.
But what does water having memory mean?
So if water has memory and records frequency, it somehow has this geometric structure within it in order to have quote unquote memory. So yeah, it's about restructuring that geometry. Every frequency has a geometric expression.
Okay. I have no idea what any of that means.
Yeah.
Never heard of cymatics?
I mean,
Didn't know about
water. The way the water molecules arrange themselves according to their polar nature. You know, the positive to the negative, negative to positive, blah blah blah. And when you say, yeah, it doesn't make sense to me what you're talking about memory and the structure of water.
This restructuring has to do with the spin of the molecules. It like changes the spin direction.
Oh,
well, that's
no,
what I know of it. Is that when you do it with a? Are you sure it doesn't?
I mean, I'm pretty freaking sure. At least from where I'm coming from. I mean, could be wrong. I'm not gonna say.
The thing I was talking about was the spin of the molecule or some shit. I don't know what Dipole is talking about.
Yeah. Yeah. So water has memory. You'd have to understand that, like I said, to begin with, and then from there we can go further. But if we can't come to an agreement on that, then it's pointless to try to even expound further.
Well, I agree on that.
I posted the molecular orbital diagram for water, right? It's diamagnetic, right? So it doesn't really have electrons that can be their spin state changed like that.
Yeah, address that, Jeremy. He's calling bullshit on you.
What, for the spin?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, I could Google it pretty quick. Hold on.
Jace, do we have any imagery of H2O molecules?
A good question. Right, I've done things like cryo and crystallograph with water and whatnot, but I don't know if there's any on the internet.
Okay, I found it. First Google search from Nature Journal. I mean, are they a good source, Jace? Nature?
Sure, and I doubt they're saying what you are, but go on.
Well, they're saying that when the water molecule is rotated by some number around the CO-O bond and the restructuring of the hydrogen bonding network, and I mean, I'll post the paper. Hold on.
Water doesn't contain carbon, nor does it contain two oxygens, so they're talking about a different molecule there than water.
Well, I'll post the paper because that's all in one sentence. So
yeah, CO means the carbon-oxygen bond. Water doesn't contain carbon. And -O means another oxygen, an oxygen-to-oxygen bond, and water only contains one oxygen. So they're talking about a different molecule in that sentence, one that contains carbon and two oxygens.
Are you sure? You didn't even see the paper.
But unless you read it wrong. I would be wrong. If you read that sentence wrong, then I would be wrong. But if you read it right, I know the chemical literature, right? I know how those things are reported, so I know what they're saying.
Okay, what's water reorientation? Do you know what that means?
Could mean an array of things. What are they talking about specifically?
Yeah, you could be talking about ionized water or some shit. You know what I mean? This is totally different from structured water, though, dude. That's what I'm saying. This isn't a physical thing, dude, like that.
Well, yeah, you're not going to find this structured water nonsense in chemical literature.
Yeah, you're breaking up a lot, Jace. It didn't sound very good, but I think I got what you're saying. I could play a short video on it, but I don't think Jeremy's gonna approve. I don't know. How you feeling, Jeremy?
I said you're not going to find this structured water thing in actual chemical literature because chemists know what water is.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, we just had a Nobel Prize, award-winning prize scientist who discovered some stuff with water memory, which is kind of right up the same alley as what I'm talking about, where it's not something physical within the water structure, but rather a frequency that's being recorded within the water.
Well, if you're talking about the guy who did like the dilution experiments with DNA and other kind of antibody molecules, right? He was a Nobel Prize winner. He claimed this water memory thing. He didn't report it in an actual journal, as far as I know. He did like his own little write-up, but people tried to replicate what he did, and they can't seem to get it to do what he claims it did. But basically, he diluted a sample, so it's not really memory. The things he's claiming are in there. We're still in there.
Don't straw man
He just increased the concentration of the water to make them more dilute.
So what he did was he took the HIV virus and he diluted it down to the equivalency of one drop of blood in the entire Pacific Ocean. From there, he recorded that frequency within that dilution. And from there, he physically recorded the sound of the frequency. And then within a separate laboratory in a whole nother country, with another scientist, that scientist took his recording, played that recording into a fresh vial of water, and reconstituted the same HIV virus through frequency.
That's even more extraordinary claims than the ones I've read.
But again, like
the one I
got a
read,
video on this,
he did antibody assays and said that the assay still behaved the same way it did when the solution wasn't diluted. This thing you just said is even more magical, where you're reconstituting entire viruses
Oh,
based off some frequency. Get out of here, dude. How could you
yeah.
believe stuff like that?
What do you mean, dude? This guy's a freaking Nobel Prize award scientist. He's got all the credentials for you to agree with. I don't understand why you would just discredit him
I
because it
guess if you,
contradicts your understanding.
yeah, it's not possible. What you just told me there is akin to magic. Like, that's not how things work. You can't, I don't even know what you mean by frequency, right? He had a virus in a sample and he took a frequency. What does that mean? A frequency of what?
He
And
Is
then
recorded.
Cosmos
he
magazine a good?
sent the frequency to another scientist,
All right,
and
so you want me to
they
play the video,
played the
Jeremy?
frequency in the water and
You want me to play the video,
reconstituted the
Jeremy?
virus without the viral particles being there. Would they poof out of magic? Where'd they come from?
Okay,
You
so
want me to
is
play the video,
Cosmos
Jeremy?
magazine? Hold on, is Cosmos? Dude, I don't want to stop the whole live stream to watch a video. Like, you can send the video to everyone; they can watch it on their own. I don't know about just stopping the live stream for videos all the time.
All right.
In the
Like, send it,
beginning,
post it in the live stream. Anyone who wants to watch it can watch it. Is Cosmos magazine a good reputable source, Jace?
No, for these kind of magnificent claims, you'd want a peer-reviewed journal. You would want people who are in the field who could verify the primary literature on that topic.
Well, it says a group of U.S. researchers that has uncovered part of the catalysis, I don't know that word, mystery by looking at nanometer-sized crystals called zeolites. They've shown that zeolites can change the shape and behavior of water molecules.
But that's not recording a frequency of something we don't know, sending it to another scientist, having them play the frequency or something into water, and reconstituting an
that's not the thing
entire
I'm talking about.
HIV virus. That's ridiculous.
That's not the thing I'm talking about. I'm talking about when they restructure the water by showing that zeolites can change the shape and behavior of water molecules. That's what I'm talking about.
Sure, many other chemicals can change the behavior of water molecules. They have interactions.
Well,
You have
5
to
minutes ago when I
define
was
what
looking
you
for a
mean.
source to show you, you were acting like this shit wasn't possible and you would have known about it and shit.
Well, every chemist knows that molecules interact with each other, and the
I know every
different
chemist
polarities. The different polarities of the molecule cause different interactions. But you're saying this restructured thing, right? And you haven't defined that yet.
I
So,
just
like,
did.
just
I just fucking did, Jace.
posting things about molecules interacting is not support
I
for
just
your
defined it for you. I just read it off. They've shown that the zeolites can change the shape and behavior of water molecules. So the water molecules are behaving one way, you restructure it, and now they're behaving a different way. That's how you restructure water. Anyways, I'm done though. I gotta go. Bye.
That's silly.
See you later.
That's
I
just
gotta
how
go.
molecules behave. And any molecule can be restructured under that definition. They all have interactions with each other. If they're not polar, they have LDFs, dispersion interactions with each other, like hydrocarbon molecules do. I don't. You're making a specific claim, but you won't like stick to it and define it.
I just defined it. Once again, I gotta go, dude. Good
That's
talking
not
with you, Jason.
defining
Good
it,
talk, bro.
Jeremy.
Good talk. I gotta go. I'll
Water
see you later.
has a geometry. It has a bent geometry. I posted the image with the bond angles of 104.5 degrees. When in the liquid state, the definition of a liquid is free-flowing molecules that can have interactions. For water, that's mostly hydrogen bond interactions. Now, if you're saying that you're restructuring the water somehow, that means you're deviating from those principles, right, of the 104.5 degree bond angle and the hydrogen bond interactions that fleet between water molecules in solution. Right, if you have some kind of change from that, then
Oh my
you
God!
have
Can
a
you be
case.
concise, please? Please be concise. I've already told you 3 times. I've defined what I mean by when I say restructuring it. I've defined it 3 times already. Do you want me to do it again?
You haven't, though.
Or do you want to just keep saying I haven't defined it yet? Maybe just tell the audience again I haven't defined it yet, even though they heard me define it like 3 times.
That's not a definition.
That's what I mean
It's
when I
not a
say
definition, dude.
water. I mean, when I say restructuring water, I mean changing the behavior, the way the water behaves. That's my
Well,
definition of how I'm using it here in this conversation. If you can't handle that, I don't know what to tell you.
and
It seems
that
pretty
doesn't
funny that he's going to
support
argue
your
about the definition when
that
all of
doesn't
science
support
doesn't have
your claims
proper
of
definitions.
restructured water. Sorry.
What's energy, Jace?
It definitely does, because I'm talking
Define
about
energy.
changing the behavior of the water, and with this magnets and shit, that's how they do it. They restructure it, meaning change the behavior of it. Maybe
Hey,
tell them
Jace.
again. I didn't tell you what it means.
Oh my god.
Hey, Jace, let's hear
That's
your
not.
definition on energy.
It's so
They're
funny.
not equivalent. Just saying
I'll catch
changing
you
the
guys
behavior.
later, man. I
Just
can't
saying
fucking.
changing the behavior is not restructuring something. That's silly.
Hey, Jace, let's hear your definement of energy.
Right. If I was like, hey, I got this square structure, and I said, oh, I restructured it, and it's still a square, I just changed its behavior, people would say, no, you didn't restructure it, you just changed the way it behaves. That's not restructuring something.
Hey, Jace, you mind going on mute if you're not going to talk? I don't want to hear all the noise.
I have my push to talk thing.
Yeah, it's just a lot of noise coming through.
How? The button wasn't pushed down.
I don't know. You got like wind and shit going on or something.
It's a mess, dude. It sounds like
I moved him to the hot mic room.
Yeah. Well, he sufficiently ruined the good conversation we were having, so I don't know. Just not let that happen anymore. Just mute these guys if they do that. It's like when their sole intention is to come in and just ruin the chat.
Laugh at us. Yeah, no. It's fucking ridiculous.
Snacks, you're hot micing.
Oh, yeah, I am. Who was causing all the ruckus?
So you're upset that it's challenging your claims.
I'm all in.
We can't hear you, Jace. Your mic is all shattered, bro. You got to do something with the mic, man. If you want to be on the live stream, you got to fix it or get a new one or something. We can't hear you. It sounds like just shuffling background noises.
Oh, it sounds like you're swimming in poker chips, bro.
Yeah, like on Scrooge McDuck levels.
Just swimming through a ocean of coins.
Like, it doesn't sound like real poker chips. It sounds like those really, really thin plastic chintzy ones.
Yeah, he restructured them.
I don't know, man. I honestly think we would have had a much better time fucking watching my video for 2 minutes.
I know. I don't know about stopping the whole live stream all the time. And you've seen what happened last time. It was a mess.
Yeah, we can't do that. I mean, if you want to do that, guys, so you should do just like an event, you know, do like a little like a video watching, and then even if it's just like a half-hour event where like watch the video and comment on it or something. But if it's
No
an
one's
open,
gonna show up for that though. This is the only way I can get anyone to listen to me is by hanging out here.
What's the video about?
Yeah, I mean, I watch all sorts of weird shit. That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, not everybody's into the weird shit I'm saying, dude.
no, I think it's definitely cool to like watch a video and then comment on it. It's just when it's an open panel show and like people are popping in and out, they're wanting to talk or whatever. If they come in and it's dead silent, they're like, "Oh, what's going on?" They might be on their phone, they might be driving, they might not even be able to watch the video. So then they're just sitting there in like awkward silence while other people are watching a video. So I'm just saying for the open panel, it just kind of throws off the rhythm.
Yeah, for sure. I get it.
You just like move rooms? Does it have the same like permissions to share video and stuff?
Yeah, you could definitely do it. And yeah, that's what I was saying. Like do like a quick impromptu event. Like, yo, anyone who wants to watch this video, we're gonna pop into Livestream 2. It's a 20-minute video. We're all gonna comment on it. Something like that. You know, you could even do like an impromptu event like that and do it like that. But I know what you mean, Daiso. Like, yeah, because if everyone's in this room, then only a couple might move to that room.
Yeah, that's often the trouble I have is, you know, we get on a hot topic and most people, you know, they don't want to move to the room, but it's all good. I got baseball games to attend right now.
Geo, if you had 2 billion, what would you do? You can't double it.
Oh, that's a big question.
That's it, just 2 billion.
You could give 100,000 people 20 grand.
I would do something big in one area and then guilt trip all the rich people into helping now. Like, oh, you rich motherfuckers should help.
Let me pull apart your logic there. Guilt trip rich people.
No. Just publicly shame them for not helping. Just start roasting Elon and Bezos on Twitter and shit.
I thought I actually heard about some Asian guy that almost became a billionaire from these energy drinks. Not like Red Bull or anything like that. Some sort of little mini energy drink, and he started building a load of factories and stuff about like trying to give back to the world. But yeah, I can't remember the guy's name or anything. American. But yeah, he was like trying to find ways to purify water while you're out at sea and all stuff like that.
I think they make kits for life rafts for that, where you can desalinate water. Like if it takes electricity to desalinate water, The salt water is electric. Like they make batteries that are saltwater batteries for like boats and shit. Like you fill it with water and then it has. I built one before and it just powered some LED lights in a Tupperware container years ago. But yeah, just salt water you get power out of. It's neat.
That was it. 5-hour energy, that drink. Apparently the guy that made that drink became a billionaire. He's apparently a monk.
Yeah, dude probably killed it because them shits were everywhere for years. What else we got, guys?
Well, Jace came in kind of trying to smash all the pieces off the table by trying to challenge the idea of structured water. But what I was going to say about it, my understanding of it, now I know that he's dealing with like the equipment he's dealing with, and he has a certain model that he thinks things are or whatever. So that's why he's trying to say that the structuring of water isn't a thing or whatever. But in my understanding, it has to do with like the electrical field of the water. Like water is a very mysterious substance. Like what is it really? You know, I mean, is it what they say it is, H2O? Is it really just these, the way that they claim in that model? Or is it something else entirely? It's interesting. Like, is it like its own actual element? It's really interesting. And but I think that water, like certainly it has minerals and different compounds in it. But I mean, water is very mysterious. Like even spring water, it has actually polysaccharides in it, which are a form of like a long chain sugar. So it's not sugar like in the same form of like in fruit or something, but like polysaccharides are these like longer chain sugars, and spring water actually contains polysaccharides in it. Like if you get a spring water and you kind of like put it in a glass and you swish it back and forth, like it's almost like syrupy. Like it has kind of almost like a syrupy flow to it. So it's interesting, like what is actually causing that. And certainly like the minerals and these different compounds in it, organic compounds. But I think all of those work together with the electrostatic field of the water itself that actually structures and charges it in certain ways. And it can like form into crystalline forms, or it can be damaged like in like distilled water, or other forms of like, like you were saying, Jeremy, like when the water is like thrown through like right angle pipes and, put through filters and all of that, it like changes that structure, that crystalline structure, which seems to be formed in that vortex. Like when water comes out of the ground in that spiral vortex, like it's spiraling and vortexing, which seems to have something to do with structuring it, along with those other minerals and the electric charge of it as well.
That's how they do it with magnets when they change the behavior of the water, if that's what you want to call restructuring it, which is a thing. They use some kind of vortex thing with the magnets, and yeah, that's how they restructure it.
Yeah, exactly. Which is interesting because when water comes out of the earth, like in a spring water, it's spinning and vortexing through the magnets and the magnetics in the rocks, in the earth and the magnetic field of the earth. So like it's coming out of the earth, like magnetically vortex and structured. Pretty cool. And then once it comes out of the earth in a spring, then it filters down and runs over all the rocks and like, through down the mountain or whatever it may be, which structures it even more as it's kind of smashing, and all those little, like in a river, like all the water that's going over the rocks, it's like twirling and vortexing, and creating these it's like it's like very
Yeah, the
interesting.
natural way water's supposed to flow, not under high pressure, stress, under all these right angles, quick sharp turns and shit. Yeah.
I haven't heard about turns and stuff like that affecting water, but there's definitely an argument to be made about water having to run through the ground to get the minerals and purify naturally through the rocks and sediment and all that stuff, and get all the minerals while it's doing that.
Yeah, like I think your water is getting recycled in your city. I'm not sure. It depends on where you live, but I'm pretty sure there's a place where the water goes and then they just fucking filter it out, add chemicals, and then send that shit back through the pipes.
You don't want to see what they do, bro. You definitely don't want to see that. You never drink water again.
Yeah, so they add a shit ton of chemicals to it and send it back through. Because I think it was a problem in some places where like they can't get the hormones. There's something they can't get out of the water.
That's right. That's one of the things. Yeah, there's a lot of chemicals that the filtration system that they put the water through in most cities doesn't get all that chemicals. So you're getting birth control stuff. You're getting all kinds of crazy. Yeah.
You think that could be the reason for all the?
Yeah, a common saying here in England is the glass of water you just drunk has been through 7 different bladders.
Oh yeah, it's crazy. Yeah,
Yep.
they take the sewage and they just blast it with chemicals and recycle it. Yeah, it's really bad. There's all kinds of like pharmaceuticals that people have, that are being recycled back in the water.
Shitloads of cocaine that people have had to dash.
Personally, I buy spring bottled water. Costs like what, $5 for a big gallon? What is the 5-gallon thing? Six of those, I'm good for a month.
You want to get water from deep within these artesian wells that haven't been messed with.
What you also need is because you think if you drink water like that, you're safe, bottled or whatever. Some people boil it. When you take a shower, that there's a lot of exposure to chlorine from just breathing it. I'm sure people could smell it, but also through your skin. I have a shower purification, like a little filter. Why is everybody so quiet today? What's going on?
I don't know. We were having good conversation, and I think people are kind of leery to open up now.
We got Sean G in the house. What's up, Sean?
What up, Essie? How you doing, man?
Right. How you been? You still same lineman, shall we say?
Yep. Been doing good. Just hanging out, working, listening in. I tried talking earlier, but one of your guys' local, I won't say it, wanted to play his debate game, and I wasn't interested in doing it.
Well, here's your chance. Well, what did you want to say?
He had said something about woolly mammoths or something, and I had asked him if he believed in them, and he went on his little rant of, I don't believe in shit like that.
Well, I don't know who you were talking to, but they found woolly mammoths like frozen, complete intact. So
Yeah, that's what they were. That's what the original part of the conversation was. And he was basically just mocking it as, they're pretending to have this out and they're showing this and blah blah blah. And so I just asked him if he believed in woolly mammoths were real, and then he, obviously he doesn't want to actually answer anything, so he started playing his little debate game. And it got boring.
I mean, logically, there were bigger versions of other animals, I mean, so I wouldn't rule out the possibility, but I would like to have seen that frozen specimen, and, if there's multiple, then that, is really strong for the for the existence of them. But yeah.
Oh, they found thousands of woolly mammoths. I mean, it's not like a one or two of them. They found a lot of them, especially here in California. We find a lot of them. Like I said, it was about 26 years, no, 22 years ago. I saw one on site, but I mean, they have them everywhere.
So what about saber-toothed tigers?
Same thing.
you
California
want to hear
bears.
something
These
interesting?
are all things that they found. And the best part about, like, especially Southern California, is we have these tar pits that preserves these things.
Wasn't there another sort of cat, big cat animal in New Zealand that was one of the last places they were seen? I think
There's
they
a
were
lot of them like
indigenous.
that. I know Australia had one. What is it? The Tasmanian dog or some shit.
Tasmanian devil.
No, but it's like a dog.
I thought it was like a wolverine.
Yeah. No. This one's like a dog. I think it like disappeared in the 70s or something. But it had like a fucking super wide mouth and shit. Like it opened up like almost 180 degrees. Crazy. It looked unreal, except for the fact that it was a video.
Yeah, he had stripes on his ass.
Yeah.
Looked like a cross
It's
between
Tasman.
a.
It's the. Okay,
Go ahead.
It's like it's like a Tasmanian. Fuck. It's Tasmanian something.
Tasmanian tiger.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yes. That was it.
That'd be a badass animal to bring back. That would solve a lot of fucking Australia's problems.
You know those woolly mammoths you guys were talking about?
Yep.
Well, I've read. Yeah, I think it was read. I didn't see it on a video. I read this that apparently they're up in the north. They found woolly mammoths frozen, and the meat was fresh. They cooked it up and they ate some of it. Apparently, I don't know how true that is.
Like the Eskimos and shit.
Well-aged steak.
No, this was like.
I don't think so.
Look, like I said, yeah.
Like I could see them finding one with good tissue samples. That I believe that 100%. But the meat, that shit would have lasted fucking 20 years or 5 years for that matter. Preserved or not, it would have. It doesn't work that way, does it? I don't think it does. I don't think you can preserve meat like that.
Are you sure?
For thousands of years? I don't know. I don't know. It just sounds so unbelievable to me.
Well, it'd be untouched, wouldn't it? I mean,
Yeah,
in
but
a
it still
sense, it
has
kind of
living.
wouldn't be aged.
You ever hear about Jurassic Park?
But wouldn't it? It would still have living organisms that would decay, and that would be where the salmonella and all that stuff comes from. Yeah, those guys would have died.
Has anyone ever heard of the biblical canon?
Not I.
Why? Who did they shoot with it?
Well, I mean,
Lucky guess.
I'm going to try to find the article.
Biblical canon is the collection of all the biblical books.
I know, I was being facetious, man.
Yeah. I wonder how they selected those books.
See,
the Bible.
that's what's interesting.
The ones that were written by men?
Yeah, I wonder how like that process went. Where they're like, yeah, this one's in, this one's out. Like,
God voted.
They I studied a little bit about that in college, and basically the ones that were less parallel, they wanted to put together the ones that were most that were most congruent to their story, I guess. And all of them vary a little bit, but like Enoch, they didn't decide to put that in there because it had too many other things in it, you know.
When you say their story, do you mean like the way they saw the Bible, or you mean like it wasn't congruent with the rest of the Bible?
Well, you know, like Mark and John and Luke and all
Right,
them,
yeah.
you know, the way their lineage and timeline and what happened here and what happened there.
So there could be 1,000 other scriptures that they were like, no, throw that shit the fuck out.
And then that could have been forgotten after 200 years.
But there's something about there's areas of those four canons that overlap each other. That may signify that all of those are coming from one source already.
well, I mean,
It's a theory.
they were written by different people, is what I read, right? Or who wrote these books?
Well, okay, so the books just have repeating parts, but they're written by different people. But that's the idea is that there's some question if there's not some kind of like other extra biblical source that's coming from. Yeah.
Why isn't there any like new prophecies and scriptures that come out? Why is it just like the set stuff that they have?
I'll tell you why. There's no Messiah Part 2 yet.
God's on vacation right now.
Does the Messiah cover only one age, or does he just bridge it? Like if we were in the age of Aquarius, that's not his age. He's age of Pisces. Isn't he like, oh, that's not my jurisdiction. I'm just the savior of this epoch.
Well, in the biblical canon, right, they said, didn't they add when they were forming the Bible, didn't they add the part where whoever takes away or adds to this book, yada, yada, yada? That kind of discouraged people from essentially adding or taking away at that point. But prior to that, it was like free reign, like, you know, write whatever you want.
So that what you're saying, because beforehand it was write whatever you want. When they came across this scripture that you said, they started having to take all of that older stuff out. Is that what you mean?
Well, it seems like it was less of a like it seems like there was two different periods. Like you have the Bible is complete period, and you know everyone talked to God prior to the Bible being made, and so this is the truth, right? But prior to the Bible being completed, the Bible wasn't the Bible, so it was just like everyone's writings.
Right, until we canonize it.
Before we get into this, I just want to say one thing, if I can. So you guys don't think I'm crazy? I posted a thing on the mammoths, and not only do they find them intact, there's still blood in their veins, apparently, and they could even tell what their last meal was.
But is it liquid?
Well, it's frozen, bro.
So no, technically,
Oh,
but when it
okay.
thaws, it will be liquid.
Yeah. Okay. You know. Yeah. Okay. I can believe. Okay. Now. Yeah. Now I can believe that. I don't think I caught the frozen part.
So are you going to think differently next time you uncover a woolly mammoth? Maybe try to snack on that bitch?
No, because this one definitely decayed all to hell. Like all to it was
You have a
gross.
certain amount of chances in life to snack on a woolly mammoth. Trust me.
I think.
You know what's interesting is they have seeds from, I think it's palm trees from back in like biblical times that they uncovered and were still viable and they planted.
Oh yeah,
That's
there's olive
interesting.
trees in Europe that are like hundreds and hundreds of years old, still producing olives. I think the oldest one is in Greece.
No, he's meaning that they found like old seeds and then started.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, well, they last quite a long time in the freezer, innit? We've got a huge seed bank, I think, in Sweden. Huge freezer, underground freezer.
Yep.
Is there one in Sweden
Huge
too?
seed bank. I wonder how much of it is GMO.
What's that?
Okay, I remember what I was going to ask. So, before the Bible, there was no Word of God.
Huh?
Before the Bible, there was no Word of God. That's a question.
There's
Well,
so many gods.
They have you know, accounts, right? So people say that God talked to them.
Well, you don't have a Judeo-Christian God until you have Christianity, and do you have that until you have a Bible? I don't know.
Yeah, that's
It's like saying
pretty much the question I'm asking. Yeah, right there.
Well,
What
like
he just
we could have a rap group until we put an album down. I guess really we can't really say we're a bunch of anything.
So then there was a time where God didn't exist to anybody.
I mean, well, pre-Christian, right? So there's before that, and there were gods.
Yeah,
I would be surprised if there was a time where no one believed in a god.
Yeah, all they had before that was the what they called the oral tradition, and that's where the stories were handed down through generations. And you know, it's
They
kind
wrote
of
it
blurry to
down.
me about the Old Testament versus the New Testament. All that's kind of blurry to me about how that transition happened.
Because I think like we've had a lot of gods before that.
Yeah. The Elohim, yeah, Enlil, and what's the other one? Those are supposed to be like the prime core creator gods that the Canaanites worshipped, and then I think in some way Moses descends out of that tradition, kind of does his own thing with it, and then somebody takes that shit and they're like, well, "What about Christianity? Maybe we got this Jesus guy." I think it's a slow moving kind of thing that goes on with this. I mean, you could track it. And then you've got like periods of time after that where it's taken literally and then symbolically and then back to literally and then sort of in between.
Yeah, but I think Sean is asking before God, like, yeah.
It's the Canaanite god, the concept of that. And if it wouldn't be that, then it would be like Zoroastrianism probably would have been predominantly what was available.
So, like, you're saying there are gods before that, But the God that we're speaking on, the Bible, is supposedly the only God. So before
Okay, well, but you could also say that's Yahweh, but then it seems like it's possible that Yahweh
one
might.
person had to have.
Yahweh may be a
Roboting.
compound. Yahweh may be a compound of two different entities. So maybe Yah is its own thing, because it seems that Way comes out of the Indian tradition. So that's found in the Rig Vedas, which are approximately about 5,000 years BC. So that is what is existent. That's a Azura, or like a god, like guardian spirit kind of thing. It's the precursor to a monotheistic god, right? Is that what you mean in a way? Because it's like before that.
So they all lead up. So they all lead up to the God we know now, basically, right? Kind of.
Which is really a 3-part, 1-part God that takes the place of polytheistic, many-parted, 1-part gods.
Which is interesting. Like, do the Jews go to heaven and the Christians go to heaven? Because
The afterlife in that, I think, is the Sheol, or the land of shadows, the realm underneath.
Yeah, because like, aren't the Jews like God's chosen people, but like the Jews don't believe in the Christian God? So how do like they both go to heaven?
I think I'm speaking. I guess that's like Hebrew, where I say it. So, and then I don't know. Like, isn't there? There's I don't. You know what? I don't know. What do you think?
I'm transitioning from being a Christian into being a skeptic the more that I look at it.
Yeah, that when I took Bible study in college, and I was raised in the Nazarene Church and Baptist as well with my other grandparents, but initially I can remember being in Sunday school as a little kid, and them talking about Adam being made and Eve being made from his rib, and I thought, oh, that must have hurt. And then it got to where Cain killed Abel and was exiled, and then he ran across these other people, and I asked the teacher, hey, where did them people come from? Oh, we don't know about. And I'm like, no, wait a minute, you just screwed the whole story up for me, you know. and then when I got into college and studied it, and talking about the canonization of the Bible, it all went right out the fucking window for me.
Right?
Yeah. But does it not make you look at it as more of an allegorical sense? Like there is still wisdom there, but it might not be literal.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. It is a good guide to living and being good, I think.
Is it kind of like a version of a Jewish tradition for Gentiles, in a sense?
Sorry, say that again.
Am I wrong or overly simplistic in saying that it's sort of like a non-Jewish ethnic group way of experiencing a lot of the Torah teachings and stuff like that genre? Maybe I said it better the first time. But who put it together? What's it composed from? Right, because right, there's nothing new under the sun. So, in some way, that these stories even precede the people that would then go on to be known as being the writers of the thing, right?
Are you talking? I feel like with the Old Testament, I think the Old Testament was written by the Jews for the Jews,
right?
And I feel like that the New Testament is an adaptation that could be incorporated into other society.
Okay. Yeah. So some kind of like just exporting those ideas to a different population.
Yeah. Do you think they were both imported from India before that, and then obviously from Babylon before that?
So in India, the Rig Vedas is the first 4 canon book. that's written in like a song, basically, so you could like memorize the whole joint and repeat it. So I think that's the first one that I know of like that. Does Krishna the God precede the Jesus the Christ? I don't know about that.
I would say so.
I would say so too, right? So there's, it's like, you know, same name. So yeah,
Yeah,
Think
chicken.
about it though.
Krishna was in
The
history way
only
before.
Krishna
Sorry, go
was a
ahead.
different kind of guy.
I
Well,
was gonna
sorry, go ahead.
No, go on. You were first.
I was just going to say, the Buddha was a few hundred years before Jesus and Krishna and all those gods. He existed in that context, and they were thousands of years before him. So, just from a historical timeline, they definitely existed before Jesus.
Yeah, what I was gonna say was, and I just I thought about it before, but now it hit home, is that the only time there was a monotheistic God was the Jewish people, if I'm not mistaken. Does anybody know any other people that had a monotheistic, meaning one God?
You mean only before Jewish religion, not after, obviously.
Yeah.
Huh.
Well, I think
No.
non-Trinitarian Christians are monotheistic.
Is Christianity actually monotheistic in itself? It seems like it's spread with a Trinity. Then you got angels. I don't know.
Well,
But it was after the Jewish religion, though.
Yeah, but they're called angels. They're not called gods, right?
Seraphim.
Like the Greeks had the god of thunder, the god of this, the god, right?
So it's funny that the whole thing of the angels and the seraph itself is coming out of like a period of time in Iran in Manichaeism. That's where the wavy line thing, the seraph, which then becomes the angelic kind of thing. That it's like we don't even have like angelic technology in a spiritual tone doesn't even exist until then. Or you'd call it something different, but it wouldn't be seraphim. Sans serif, right? It's a font.
Yeah. We have Australians here, right? I wonder, what did the Aboriginals, because they go back 50,000 years, what, has anybody ever asked what religion they had? Anybody thought of that?
I think it's a folk religion.
Yeah, they believe that they and the rocks and the earth and the sky and the water, they think everything's all one being, so to speak.
Who's that?
Everything's all one thing.
Interesting.
Don't the Vietnamese have something similar?
I thought the Vietnamese were mostly Buddhist, but what he's describing of the Aboriginals
you should check out the prophet Mani, Mani. He was also crucified and then stuffed full of hay. But he may have also kind of been a huckster somewhat, but he was also pretty spiritual. It's an interesting thing because it's like in between East meets West, really. It's sort of like that.
Yeah, I was just about to ask what time period this Manny.
I think it's pre-Christian. Pre-Jesus. I think it's pre-Jesus. Yeah. I don't know. I find that a lot of different religions are very much built on similar core ideas.
Did anyone ever read Spinoza?
I have the book. What's cool about that?
I just am learning about it recently and like how he was initially banned, like his ideas were banned, and like all the publishers would be like severely punished if they printed any of his stuff.
Right.
And how he like systematically goes through the Bible and like wrecks it.
Yeah. Yeah, anything where that's going to be incendiary to its people, like it's difficult. Spirituality isn't like welcome open criticism about its relevance or history or anything like that.
People are still killed in other countries for what, blasphemy.
Jeez. But I think all this is to get away from human sacrifice, which I think was the problem in the beginnings. I mean,
Was
like
somebody
ritualized
about
human sacrifice. It's a moon. It's the moon. It's time to sacrifice. You know what I mean? It's just like that. I think moving away from that is pretty good.
Yeah, I think we can all agree. I hope.
Where's the traditionalist out there? Be like, no, it was better when we used to have ritual sacrifices for the moon god. That was better time, more honest. You appreciate the virgins more, because you got to grab them. You're not going to sacrifice.
was somebody about to
God
say
loves the death of his own creation. Of course.
So we don't sacrifice virgins literally anymore, but we just create like Britney Spears or Miley Cyrus now. It's a lot more civil.
What were you saying, Essie?
And then the whole moon thing and the sign and the sin and the whole thing, that's all, and then the sacrifice with that stuff. So I don't know. It just feels like that there's a movement to kind of get away from that. I saw a bumper sticker that said that Jesus came to save sinners. Maybe he meant them. I don't know. People are just randomly ritually sacrificed. Like, oh yeah, your number's up.
Hey, was somebody going to say something about the Aboriginal religion in Australia?
What about that?
Like, what do they believe in? They go back 50,000 years, these people, apparently.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Rainbow serpent. They talk to their ancestors. They have dream time where they seem to trip out in the water. Who knows? Maybe they're tripping out on something.
They believe in Mick Dundee.
Mick Dundee. He's a legend.
Do they have a monotheistic god, a nature-based god, a spirit-based god? What is it?
Rainbow serpent, rainbow feathered serpent, the rainbow, I think, literally.
And it's a god that they pray to? Like they believe that serpent created mankind and so on and so forth?
It's in everything, moves through everything, is part of everything. So they just like kind of hold it in high regard because they're part of something.
Okay.
I think so. I think that's how it goes, man.
So it's kind of like a Native American kind of a belief.
Dude, it's so shattered, right? Because like the whole place was just like fucking fucked up. They just like ransacked our nation, basically. The colonists. Yeah, we don't really know what they were all up into. But why would they be? I don't know. That different from other people's, like the Maori or other Pacific Island people.
Yeah, but nobody comes close to these people. 50,000 year history, bro. That's like unheard of. Which other culture do you know that goes back that far? If indeed it's true and they do go back that far.
I don't know. They say that people that are in the Congo actually have extra DNA. They have, because they're that old. I don't know.
Yeah, but the uniqueness here is that they're in an island, right? And they haven't been mixed with any other races, cultures, call them whatever you want.
Mm-hmm. Right, they haven't been influenced by any outside.
Are they like a pre-flood land race?
Until the Aussies got there. Joking. Yeah, I think so, yeah. Yep. Pre-flood.
But they don't have any like society or anything, man. Or it doesn't seem like they have it. But they don't really care about that. They're not like, let's build some skyscrapers, you know. Let's leave
Isn't
our
there?
mark here, guys. You know.
Yeah.
Sounds like they have some priorities.
Isn't there a particular rock out in the outback that they have like a sacred thing?
You know what? They probably have acacia tree out there, right? So they definitely could have been tripping on acacia, DMT tripping for sure.
No, bro. They have this rock. Where's
Yo,
all the
how
Aussies
do you
when you
come up
need
with a
them?
boomerang?
Now there's this huge rock. I forget what it's called, and the
Ayers
Australians.
Rock.
Yeah, that's it. The Australians do tourism there, and the Aboriginals are all, not happy about it. Yeah, so it appears the only monotheistic religion is the Jewish one. Started.
Well, yeah and no, but I mean, because like if you get from like the origins, I was saying like that may be in its fact like a compounding of older like archaic spirits. Because I think in the Canaanite like Sumerian type
Yeah, Zoroastrian
understanding,
area.
it's like basically every star was looked at like a squiggle because it would be I guess warbling or something like that. So I think that they figured that these were all some type of snakes, and that they had godlike powers, and you could like sort of just be about them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think in the early on, I think that's what it kind of is.
If I remember correctly, the Sumerian gods, Enki, I think, and Enkel.
Yeah,
Don't give
Enki
me.
and Enlil, right?
Yeah, one was the fish god,
Right,
and the other one was the sky god. Was it the eagle god?
yeah. Are they brother
Yeah,
and
like
sister?
a bird, kind of with wings. Yeah.
They have okay. So there's like a parent set to like Enlil and Enki, I think.
Yeah, that's two though. It's two gods.
So yeah, but this comes from like they say that goes back to like sky and earth, basically. That those are the principles of that, and then just like it, whatever a couple hundred years roll on, you change it up.
Yeah, it sounds like one based on the physical world and then one on the spiritual side of things.
And then there's the dragon thing, which is that's like kind of lost to history, but that's an idea that I think goes back about there. Where
A flying creature, right? A flying thing. Yeah.
That's like the mother female principle, I think. And then the male principle, I think, is just like the waters. There's another one that's the male and female principles are the salted waters and the fresh waters. It's like they're the two gods. But anyway, there's usually this like dual power dynamic somewhere. We're dividing something from something, and those are the power factors that early man was fucking dealing with. And then I think that probably afterwards that sort of develops into the Zoroastrian concept, which is the basically the demiurgos concept. I think wraps up into that, where it's just like good and evil, light and dark. Those are the dynamic forces that are really controlling everything. It's just like a good and evil thing too, right? devil and the god, right? We're not upgrading the tech here. This is what it is. It's what it's always kind of been.
Look, it goes back to every culture. Sure, every person that was ever born thought of where did he come from and where he's gonna go when he dies.
Right.
And back in the day, right, at night it was pitch dark, no lights around. All they had was to look up in the sky, right? So everything they imagined came from either up there or down below. And everybody has a god that they
Well,
pray to.
it's because like gods were local ordinance. You know what I mean? God, God would be the city itself, acting like this thing itself. You know what I mean? Like having a life of its own or whatever. You know, because otherwise we'd just be in tribal, small family units. You know what I mean? Living sparsely in rural kind of situations. So when you get a city, the city has a name, and then there's protector spirits, and then there's like other spirits and stuff like that are used to as Ashura or to develop surety for trade contracts and things like that. That there's like a god of contracts who presides, you know, such as if you're supposed to enforce justice at some fucking point, you know, it's got to be like under that. And that's this good versus evil. And in the Zoroastrianism, there's Mitra. He kind of evolves into this. He kind of comes and plays into this good and evil, light and dark, demiurgos, you know, kind of thing. And then he's the mediator now. So he kind of takes the place of the sort of the legalistic aspects of it are somewhat then transferred to this spiritual entity, Mitra, who then mediates between light and dark powers and spins the wheel in the sky. He spins the you know the swastika, right? That's his deal. That's so those things are associated in that. And everything just keeps snowballing, man, like over time. Like more, I guess, add to religion, because religion really isn't as much as it's about worship and stuff like that. It's really more about how to compose, conduct oneself ethically, morally, whatever. Those kinds of guidelines are really the precursors to civilization, cities, and stuff like that. So, yeah, you know what I'm saying, man? So it's sort of relative. Yeah, but
yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, religion, man. It's yeah, it's a never-ending topic.
So yeah, so then when we get into this highly advanced version of Zoroastrianism with the Mitra, it's about the time of the Persian Golden Age, and this shit is very popular. Zoroastrianism is like fire, basically, and it's so fire that the Roman Empire is like, yo, what if these dudes try and roll up and put up more Zoroastrianism, you know, in this area? It's gonna like our whole place is going to be Zoro. We're going to have to be that too, and you know what I mean. So I think the formation of the church kind of comes out of that. As part and parcel of that, it's a means of defense, because spirituality is dangerous and can be marshaled to command war. You know, for
You mean the
most high.
formation of the Christian church as a response to that religion, Zoroastrianism? I never heard that one before.
Well, yeah. Well, Zoroastrianism was sort of in a way crafted to crack the Roman Empire by the Persians, and they didn't necessarily, because there's like there are different sects that happen here of it, and but you know, according to some scholars, it's like there's like a sort of a warfare that's going, like a spiritual warfare in a way, you know, about being able to roll over a whole empire, basically using that power, you know. So because Mitra is also militant, you know, and Mitra also like fucking digs poison. He's like really he's good at using poison. So Mitra is evolved out of that, man, and has like the same like root that the Northerners had also. So north of Iran, they were all up into psychedelic mushrooms and dragons and like worship of the moon and sacrifice and dragons and sharp swords and horses and pants. You know what I mean? And there were red pants, like Santa Claus red pants. They were the first people on horseback, fucking shit up. That's also going on, but they're split. There's like biforks of the same proto shit that comes before it. Like most of this stuff is, I think, you know. And no, it's the same snake just bumping into itself. So that's what we confuse religion with, I think. They're sort of like all from the same source, I think. Just they come up in different periods as like different fork offs of that thing.
Well, the Chinese have a dragon. Now we hear that the Aboriginal Australians, a 50,000-year-old civilization, also had a dragon. That's interesting.
A flying feathered serpent, basically, is same as Quetzalcoatl.
And where do we believe God is? In the sky, right? Up there?
I mean, the Aboriginals could have been, you know, if they had the ability to navigate over there, right? They could be like the same people that built the pyramids, just like, you know, more rustic version or something. Or maybe their shit got all burnt down. Because I think they had like a whole empire, basically, that got sacked, you know? They burnt all the forest
Indians.
down.
Have you heard of the Vimanas from the Indians? The flying.
I'm sus on all that.
Yeah, well, it's in the literature.
So these are like, so like you could look at Zoroaster, right? Rides around in the skyship. You know what I mean? Was he riding around in a little skyship? But is that
Yeah, I'm not saying it's true. Yeah, not saying it's true.
But they believe that there's what are Von Daniken's like chariots of the gods or whatever, you know. But that's his basic idea: is that the stars are moving the gods. That the constellation, the constella, are like ships that carry the being.
Look,
that's
all
why
cultures,
that's why probably Noah's Ark is also the same deal. But nobody would want me to say that shit. But I think that's what's happening.
Could be.
I
think of the Greeks with Pegasus, the flying horse, and the chariot. Was it really a flying horse, or did they see something else?
I think what that is supposed to be that there's like a super constellation, because like there is a constellation we can call Pegasus, but I think my belief is maybe totally wrong belief is that they just had a different set of dots that they called like the horse's head, but it was like probably the whole sky or something, like a super constellation. I don't know if
Yeah,
there's
but they
anything
had other
cool.
flying.
Maybe
How about Hermes? How about Hermes with the flying shoes? How about that one?
I mean,
the Hermes, the one.
Yeah, well, from Greece, right?
Yeah.
There's that other Hermes Trismegistus guy. He's pretty interesting, huh?
Oh yeah, that's another thing.
Just also called Hermes for no reason. But yeah, get that. And then that's Mercury, so that's the reason he's got the winged feet is because it's whatever. Mercury's got that 88-day orbit or whatever.
Yeah, a lot of cultures have a lot of flying beings, a lot of weird things, like the Indians, the person with the 6 arms, green skin, and the Cyclops, and all these things, the Minotaur. Yeah.
So, I mean, you know, the idea of the flying machines, the descriptions of their mechanical workings, any drawings, anything like that higher end stuff that isn't just like a being floating in the sky, is a channeled text, a channeled like whatever thing. If you believe that that's accurate, then that okay. But yeah, I think that the idea of Viemanas basically is about, you know, these constellations that they saw like moving boats across like a sort of cosmic ocean in the sky, and that moved They're
No, bro. They got stories of fighting in the air, nuclear war, missiles,
okay.
planes
So it
fighting.
comes out of a later Indian epic, where that's drawn from. But like, you know, this is the whole. Okay, so there's that story. We could say there's the story about the fighting of the angels in the sky at the end of, you know, the Bible and stuff like that. The war in heaven, right? What about the Chinese war in heaven and the 108? The Guardians
The
of the
Greek
Galaxy,
gods
right?
warring.
The 36 white and 36 and 36 stars. They're looking at descent stars every 10 degrees of rotation in the sky. That's why that's their tradition, right? But I think everybody explains comets fucking differently. Everybody, not comets, it's shooting stars, right? It happens everywhere. You have to explain it. People fucking need an explanation for that shit. And thunderstorms, probably. We'll still panic. It's simple times. We don't have Mythbusters yet. So just feed them whatever. But I think that we have a lot of mythology that's used as calendaric things and or things that just explain certain phenomena away in the sky. I think the Trojan War, like we're talking about the Trojan horse, that apparently is a Vatican mistranslation of horse. It should be boats, Trojan boat. It's dropping off warriors because that's their culture. They call it, they're dropping off the warriors. It's a pew, 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 right? That's how we explain it in the sky. You know what I mean? We explain the same idea with Noah's Ark, and it's the ark moving, and then it's dropping off new animals. Right? We could take this myth and like point to the sky and be like, that's what's going on. And I think every place kind of has its versions of these things. And, you know, we have our own versions too. Thank you. This has been Snack and Greens. Flying spaceships. What I think is that the Nazca plane doesn't make a goddamn lick of sense unless people had aerial vehicles to use them as visual landmarks. So you don't necessarily need flying buildings, you know. You don't need magical technology, just but hot air, right? If that's just buoyancy, we just figured that out because we figured that out and it meant to boats, right? We figured that out, it meant planes. If they could figure out that air rises and it's hot, and if we could just capture that, you could. Yeah, man. I think it's within man's grasp. It's within technological ability.
Wait,
go ahead.
You said buoyancy led to planes?
Yeah. Wing design. Different ways to fucking manipulate air, create pressure imbalances to go up. Schauberger had his own ideas too, which I think maybe they're bullshit. Kecksburg, Acorn. I don't know, man. Golden Bell, Nazi Bell. Different ideas of rotational flight and takeoff, like to do like straight up and down, kind of vertical takeoff technology. I don't know. Aside from the helicopter, and other people wanted to do it. Fuck, whatever. But what I think is that if you just understand the principle that you could just take hot air and then get some hot air and collect it and then get some lift and then take a little sky gondola somewhere. That sounds like a good idea, right? And I'll tell you why. It's probably less dangerous doing that than trying to cross through the fucking jungle or out. You know what I mean? I just feel like you get snuck by like a panther or something. You know what I mean? It's easier to like take your chances just being in the sky, right? Doesn't that make sense? It's not like the tech ever got lost. It's just that we don't know of any like references to it actually occurring. But I do know of a super accomplished balloonist that you can look up who created his own balloon, essentially just using like cloth and used smoke to fill the gaps in the cloth. As the smoke's like all heat treated, all the fibers like are sort of okay with being hot. Anyway, so start there. We can say that it's easy enough to figure that out. Now, if you just throw in like a little bit of chemistry knowledge, probably, or use really reactive metals like mercury or something like that, maybe you could create a hydrogen reaction with some other bullshit, and then this works really well. So I think that there could have been some like air technology, but I don't necessarily believe in something on the order of like UFO technology per se, or like some type of other tech. I don't know if that's necessary, man. Like, I don't want to add anything that's not necessary, because definitely people could have been in hot air balloons. As soon as like you had a loom, you could, or you wouldn't even, you could do it by hand if you really. Surprised at the fucking accuracy that people have with beading and all that handiwork and stitching and stuff like that. Is that just instinctual? People want to do that? Or is that like that we still have those skills left over from some other skill set? What do you think?
Like why people want to make you said beading?
Yeah, bead patterns, different rows, and the interstitching and all. It's very complicated, precision stuff. I think probably your needle is like a bone of some sort. Yeah. The craftsmanship. I don't know. Is it possible that those skills are just like we no longer have the technology, but we still keep the tradition? You know what I mean? Like if tomorrow all cell phones and all technology died, would there still be like things that we would still want to do? So we would just find a different way to do them, keep doing them. Then they become like it's weird. You're trying to dig through the murky, fucking fucked up history of the past here.
And I think that there's a limited set of available things that we can do, and that we have evolved to use tools.
Okay.
And we will, I guess just use. But I have no idea.
Yeah.
That's just some random.
No, tools are good. I think that's what helps us out a lot. I'm glad octopus can't use tools as well as us. Imagine an octopus with a chainsaw. Terrifying. It's a nice thing that dogs can't drive.
There's some dogs that can ride skateboards, though.
Yeah, they might steal your skateboard. French bulldogs can really skateboard pretty well. They got a good build for it, and it's way more effective than their own stubby legs. Let's get that straight.
I think they put monkeys in a car, also, and the monkeys could drive.
Yeah. Some do. Yeah. But anything outside of the circus, I wouldn't really want it on public roads, It's going to be like a sapient movement, you know what I mean? You're going to go with primates, try to normalize them into society, get them to do jobs like bag groceries, take dishes off tables. Nobody bothers like trying to selectively breed chimpanzees and augment chimpanzees to create a human, right? We don't. Why don't we? We don't. Nobody really messes around with that. You know, we study chimpanzees like they're amazing in the wild. People get them as pets, but we don't actively try to evolve them. You know what I mean? Like they're just beyond our help. You know what I'm saying? Like the best we can do for you is maybe, you know, make a TV show with you in it. You get Star Wars like Burt Reynolds or Ronald Reagan, or like put you in a monkey show like Lancelot Link. I mean, that's like a high end kind of monkey. We don't really care about. It's like monkeys, you're left behind. You know, we're not trying to actively evolve them. We'll GMO corn to the point where we have to copyright it for no fucking particular reason, but like we're not gonna try and help poor monkeys out.
I mean, they not no reason that they do that, right? It's profitable.
Yeah, I guess I'm
to
making an absurd case, but you know, evolution being so important to prove, it's like because evolutionists are not compassionate. They want to help other things evolve. But then they could prove their case, and they might actually have a job, right?
Well, I mean, what do you mean they're not helping other things evolve? Because like they can't really influence it unless they're to put it in another environment.
Well, let's say like an evolutionary scientist could like develop technology that would eventually allow them to like evolve creatures if their field is so real. If evolution is useful at all, other than philosophy. Now, I guess it's got all kinds of bearings on other things, which I don't know. It'd just be nice, like, I guess I'm making an absurd case, man. So whatever.
Are you in the camp that evolution it doesn't exist, or?
Man, I happen to think a lot of it's because of like things interbreeding with other things that maybe are not. They should maybe the wrong species. So I sort of think that they're just kind of maybe like just natural things that sync up that will just work. Even very disparate animals, possibly. And that's the reason for the diversification of species, basically. Natural hybrids that work, right? Through natural selection, the wrong, like forgive me, like maybe from the back, like a hippopotamus lady looks like a rhinoceros lady, possibly. I don't know. I'm not studying this, but let's say one confused rhinoceros, he's had too much to drink at the bar. You know what I mean? Nighttime's the right time. Maybe, I don't know. Just saying, like cross speciation that leads to stable hybrids would be where I'm at. That and then associative types of webs of codependence over a certain. Wow, it's got to be a long time. But I know that like at least humans are conditioned like certain types of foods and grains and stuff like that our ancestors have like normalized themselves to. Right. So maybe that's part of the process. There's a process, right? Because it's not instant, unless it is instant in the case of like two animals getting together. Shouldn't, and maybe that's how a giraffe happens. I don't know. Does it look like a purebred to you? I don't know. Or like, yeah, certain types of like nostril styles that you might say like are going to be on a lot of different animals, like snouts. You know what I mean? Like a pig's snout, or like an elephant's trunk, or you know what I mean? Like there's just like little bits of here and there that kind of like.
Like, what about it?
Nose protrusions per se, right? So the anteater, like anything that wants to like dig down into a hole, like.
Well, what about it?
Some kind of like trading is evident in these different species, even though they are of vastly different branches. Let's say.
So they all have noses, but and that it's like interesting that they all have noses, or.
Well, they have different style noses than people do. They have different style noses than cats or dogs. Or fish.
And even amongst people, we have different style noses based on our environment.
Right. I don't know. I'm just shrugging my shoulders at all of it. But it's the diversification of these characteristics. We could say that it normalizes, and then that's a species. But that's all we ever really say. We're the beings that come along and say, we point our fingers and say that's a species. Now that's a species, right? We're the ones who make that classification, but we don't really. That's our induction. There's some induction involved here, obviously. Even I'm doing some induction, obviously, but if you just look at it like, well, right? I mean, like from like a fox to a dog to a wolf, like canids, right? As a type of animal is a thing. They're pretty similar to like the felids and that in ways, you know, in their sizes and general things. And yeah, they'll have like similar things that they do, man. You know, just similar ways that the life is. So like they're coming from some kind of branch below that. You know, that they're joined before that they're different. They're the same, or you know that the many different species might be like that.
I
Okay.
would say your curiosity, you could, maybe.
It's just based on. I just mean it's like landforms. All these things like shape the animals, right? And vegetation, you know what I mean? Like so things normalize to their local areas. That's all, dude. Yeah, just be succinct about it. Yeah. And hybrids do exist, you know, that does happen. But it's usually through like probably a process that's very gross. You know what I mean? That probably involves like an ancestral loop of some sort, or like, things of that nature.
What is a hybrid?
Like I think was it like a camel and I'll say like a llama maybe. Like you can breed them together and you'll get like a other kind of thing. Something halfway in between. You know, a classical one people talk about is a liger, which is a lion and tiger.
Is that a hybrid, or is that something?
I believe it's a hybrid. Some people would say it's a mule. They're gonna auto say it's a mule because they want to have ligers, but the thing is like, well, I don't think people put enough like effort into trying to Gregor Mendel this whole situation. You know what I mean? To try to get stable hybrids.
I think a hybrid is like if you mix like different, like let's say land races of the same species, like a Persian cat with like a sand cat, then you'd have a hybrid of those two.
Okay. So a natural hybrid of a cat would be like a Sokoke cat, which is like part like I don't know, man. Like cats can interbreed. Like that's how all these coat patterns develop. You know, it's like free. It seems like I don't know, successively. Like if you breed a like let's say take a white cat and a black cat, you breed them together. You can get like a cat that's mostly black with some white parts, or a cat that's mostly white with some black parts. A little black tip at the tail or something, right? You know what I'm saying? Like that would occur.
I didn't listen to the last part, or I didn't hear the last part of what you
I'm
said.
just saying, like if you take a white cat and a black cat, you're gonna get patches of one color and another color.
Yeah.
So if you keep doing this, you start to develop stripes.
I mean, I'm not sure.
So like that's how you get like tabby patterning, like an Abyssinian or like a, you know, like the really the finer the stripe gets to be, it's like it almost turns into just gray hair because it's like two grays mixing up against each other, or like a, you know what I'm saying, man? Like these cat patternings occur is because of like generations, plenty that create them, and this also happens in like birds. Certain color types, they'll like carry just a couple feathers if like it's a recessive trait. You know, they'll show like they're mostly blue, but they might have like some greenish feathers in there too. There's like an undercoat that just carries that recessive thing that it could pass on. But if it meets something else with the same recessive, then it might present like as greater.
Have you ever heard of the was it Robert Sapolsky's? I think it's a book. I don't know if he had made a book, but it's why zebras don't get ulcers.
Sounds fascinating. You don't want to spoiler alert that one, I guess.
I forgot the reason why. I knew at one point, but now I only know it's the title. It's an interesting reason why they don't get ulcers, though. He spent a lot of time with monkeys in the jungle, baboons, gorillas. I don't remember. He had some interesting views on religion and like how, you know, it evolved and why it's here, and like how people that are religious are less anxious and depressed and more happy than people that are not religious.
So yeah, I think yeah. Basically, I have like a forbidden evolutionary model. Nobody wants to touch the 10-foot pole, but that's cool.
I think that's normal for people to do that with everything. And then the more you learn about it, the more you revise it.
Like I guess oh, definitely. Oh, we're done. Yeah.
So Jeremy killed the chat again, huh? Damn.
I was gonna say, what the hell is going on? Everybody's in here, just sitting here quiet. What's it? Are you here? What's up? You get any reactions from last night yet? Got the ballers crying? Did you watch his thing last night, Essie?
What happened last night?
Witsit did a Southern Star Trails sky presentation. Good. It was really
No, I
good.
didn't catch that. I heard him say he was going to do it, but I didn't catch that.
Everybody should watch that. It's a great coverage of the Walter Bislin idea. It's just an explanation that takes away the whole bendy lights that he adds into it to make it seem like it's impossible. And yeah, it was good. Definitely, there was a little bit of a problem with the audio on PowerPoint, but the idea of it, regardless if it's true, the idea of it explains things, and that's the fucked up part, for the ballers, because they don't have the Southern Star Trails in the sky as a go-to. If you go by what Walter Bislin put together, thanks Walter, it explains things. We all have our personal dome, sundogs, rainbows, they all work that way. You have a certain distance you can see, and it's like it's kind of like a lot of what Beerman was talking about with the ether. I think the ether probably ties right into it. That might be another thing to add, because we all have kind of like a lensing effect that goes on with the atmosphere and our distance of sight causes this kind of like limitation that we get these effects. And like not only are we then special, but we all have our own personal dome within the dome. Just like the sunlight that comes off the water up to our feet. Personally, we only see that ray. No one else sees it. Why wouldn't all light affect? Why wouldn't all light that we see kind of work that way? You think about it.
Yeah, I'd like to get a visual to understand what you're saying. I kind of get the gist of it, but yeah, I'd like to get a visual. You're talking about kind of like when we're in a planetarium, that kind of
right. We all have our own planetarium in a way.
Yeah.
Like
that's easy to understand.
Sunlight. We see the sun. The only person that sees that particular ray off the water is us. Each of us. I don't see the one that comes to your feet. You don't see the one that comes to my feet.
Yeah, that makes sense. Depending where you are, you have this visual field of view. You want to call it a dome? I guess that's the way our eyes work.
Yeah. Well, just go ahead. Have you checked out Walter Bislin's model though, or his thing on his site? People are talking about.
Yeah, I seen one of you guys did it. Was it you or was it Witsit? I think that you guys did it live once. Yeah.
Witsit. Yeah, Shane has been into that too as well. There's some links, I'm sure. Just watch what Witsit did last night. That's a good summary of it. The best one that's put it all kind of together at this point.
So what about the southern part where you say it's anomalous?
Well, the Southern Star Trails is the thing. It's not like they don't exist. Like Trouble is all worried about. It's not saying that the Southern Star Trails don't exist. It's just that it's the outer ring that makes it look like it's it has to do with the sun's position too, where the sun is. Here, I'll drop a link that talks about the sun. That was a good short explanation of it. And the guy that's actually doing this presentation is someone that I made like a whole I took one of my accounts and made a whole YouTube channel just on his other videos that he's put together. He has all these really great sketches, little color drawing sketches that he puts together. And I know he's the one talking in this video that I'm about to post that totally takes Walter Bismarck's model and talks about the sun and how we see the sun according to our personal perspective. It's hard to wrap your mind around, I tell you that. But it's kind of like once it clicks, it clicks. So check that one out that I just posted. SE.
Yeah, yeah, check it out.
What's up? Nobody else is in here? Nobody else is awake? It's a Saturday. People worry about the economy. Is everyone fucking going crazy? What's going on?
I'm just sitting in a crib dreaming of Lear jets and coops.
Speaking of economy, I was gonna click on the video, but speaking of economy, you guys hear about the deal that China made for
No.
the swapping of? They're gonna trade. They're gonna trade with a lot of countries, including Russia. They're gonna trade in the yen. In other words, direct competition to the dollar.
Yeah, that's what we were hearing. Yeah. Yeah. So the 120 countries are dropping the petrol. I've been hearing that for a long time though.
Let me watch. I'm gonna watch what you drop.
Yeah. You're dreaming of what, Jeremy?
You're saying like a dome within a dome kind of a thing. Is that it? Your own personal dome within the dome.
Yeah. Exactly.
Projection. Yeah.
Well, when you look at the sundogs, one of the points that was interesting is that first of all, we all see the rainbow in different spots too, right? Depending on where you are, right? Or the sundogs. We all see the sundogs probably a little differently from the angle we're at, but the sun's not that close, right? The dome wouldn't be that close either if it was a reflection off the dome. But it appears to be like a certain distance away for all of us.
Yeah, I've heard of this personal dome stuff before. Definitely. Wasn't Jaron talking about this years ago? Was it him or was it somebody else? I don't remember.
Probably. I don't know. But it makes
Sorry?
sense. I probably.
Yeah.
I don't know. But yeah, we can't see forever. That's how they got us. Making us think we can see stars from 6 trillion miles away and all that. People can't get that out of their
Yeah,
head.
that's a definite scam yeah. And convincing people they can see back in time. Yeah. That's another good one.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, if light has a speed, you could definitely see back in time. If it's instant, then no.
Which one is it?
I'm just saying, if it's instant, you're not seeing back in time. If it's not instant, though, and it has a travel rate or a perturbation rate or whatever you want to call it, then you are seeing in the past essentially.
But
Even from across the room, I mean, tiny, unmeasurable amounts in the past, just from one person to another person in a room.
yeah, that conceptual idea that you're seeing back in time could be taken to an extreme, sure.
Well, you got to believe in these vast spaces, right? And you got to believe in light traveling forever. You got to believe in a lot of fantasies. You got to believe in a light. In other words, you got to believe that I Love Lucy, the program, is now somewhere past Mars, or I forget where they say, somewhere out there in the galaxy, and somebody a million years from now is going to have a receiver and watch the show. That's what you have to believe. Personally, I don't buy that.
Now they're going to get us to believe in the multiverse. The idea that every potential decision you make does exist in a certain timeline, in the multiverse timeline.
I don't know, bro. I think the multiverse has had its day. I think they're planning to shelf it. If you hear Sabine and what's the other guy's name? Penrose. They mock it openly. They mock Michikaku. So I think that's on its way out. And I heard other scientists, popular,
along with string
because I
theory and all
watch
that.
these lectures. Yeah. So according to these big boys, that the multiverse is on its way out.
But the quantum is here to stay. They're gonna use and abuse that to try to get out of this reality is reality thing.
Yeah, they're going to squeeze that one for as much as they can. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. It's a beautiful day. Finally getting some nice weather. How is it up in Canada now? Is it getting nicer now or what?
Yeah, well, it was raining yesterday and snowing, believe it or not. But today is a bit warmer, but it's still not. You can feel spring is around the corner, but it's playing hard to get.
No, it was beautiful in New York, but it looks like we're about to get a fucking hurricane or some shit. I can see the trees swaying hard outside.
Shit. Usually we get what you guys are getting right after you get it.
Yeah, they're really ramping up the scares with the economy. And Grim came in to talk last night, saying they were going to try to like crash everything within the next 3 days or something ridiculous. Like, and the news is not covering it at all.
Dude, I can't believe the story of the Chinese petro yuan. Have you heard of a petro yuan yet? Petro yuan, whatever it's called, their dollar. Yuan, I think, right? Yeah.
Are they calling it a petro yen? Wow.
Yeah, petro yuan. Yeah, it's a thing.
Based
It's a term.
on the oil. They're going to keep it the same kind of style. They're just going to take over on the exchange.
Yeah. And guess who they're courting now to join? They got Iran in the game. They got Russia, of course, China, India. Guess who they're working on next? Saudi Arabia.
Sure.
Guess what your dollar is based on?
Yeah, oil.
The petrodollar, right? Yep. So there's a lot of scary things on the horizon. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, that sounds like the making for World War III.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least the impression that we're having a World War III.
That could be all set up. They could be all in it together. But I'm just saying what's going on. Like,
right.
In the past, any country that would dare break away from the the IMF and all that, they declare war on them.
Yep.
Saddam Hussein was one of them. Gaddafi was another.
Yeah, I kind of stopped paying attention to it because they've been saying the same thing for a long time. About Russia and China and into the petrodollar. What we're gonna do? Well, the digital dollar. If they make it digital, they have to make it a one-for-one type relationship. They can't have people that don't know anything about Bitcoin thinking that, okay, now I'm changing my dollar in for 0.000001 of a Bitcoin. They don't get that. People don't get that. They have to have it seem like it's a dollar, and they can know the dollar the way that they knew the dollar before. They have to make that transition somehow work, where it's not just like a percentage of a percentage that they're working with.
Yeah, but the thing is that if this petro yuan goes through, and I'm not saying that it will, that's going to devastate the American buying power. The reason why you guys are getting everything cheap in the States, right, is because of
the
this. Yeah. Everything is pegged on the dollar.
But the whole world's based on that too, though. So it would be they'd have to have some kind of devastation event go along with it, because people aren't just going to like transition into it so easily. They have to make it seem like disastrous, at least potentially disastrous, so that Trump can be the only option people see as, a saving grace. In my opinion, I think that's what they're going to do. That's get people really worried.
Well, speaking of that, I heard this could be a ruse. This whole thing, right?
Sure.
The Chinese yuan, the petro yuan, all this could be a ruse, a plan between both nations, both powers, right? And the solution for us is going to be electronic banking. Oh, it's safe here. Put all your money here with us electronically. Paper is going to disappear, and they're going to have full control of everybody. They can delete you with the press of a button. Everything.
Right.
You have
they'll
no
put
buying power, no cash, no nothing.
They'll put a spending time limit. You have to you have so much money, but you can only have it for this period of time. You have to spend it. Make it so people can't save up.
Yeah, when I first heard that, I go, no way. But hey, after what I've seen in the past couple of years, I wouldn't put it past anybody.
Well, that's what they want eventually. I don't know. I mean, it's like there's enough crooks that are using the dollar and the paper currency to benefit. If those people are in positions of power that actually need it that way themselves, then it'll never happen. But if they have it worked out that it's going to work to their benefit, or maybe they have the grip on everything so tightly that they'll have so much money it won't even matter for the people that are in the game. Yeah, there's a big game being played. All the nations are in on it. We can guarantee that. We know that. It's too late for the globe model too. That's the writing's on the wall there, and I think that they know it, or they intended it so that they could have their one world order coincide with the Earth being flat. In my opinion, unite the world across the plane under this new guise, under this new revelation that we've all come to already. And we're going to have to be the chaperones, because we're going to have like everybody and their sister try to figure out how did this happen, and then we're going to be like, okay, here's how it happened, starting at square one.
It does seem like a rolled out event, like a planned thing. Definitely.
They could have stopped it a long time ago if they wanted to.
And I think this crypto stuff, it's all them. They're just prepping everybody when everything's going to go electronic. Yeah. I think they're going to control. They already say. Yeah.
That's why they had to make it seem like it was like us against the banks, and like people bought into it. We're going to get rid of the middleman. Okay, there you go. And it worked to a certain degree. It still does.
Yeah, everybody. Well, they say not too many people have bought crypto, right? I heard 1%. Is that possible? Can't be that little.
Yeah. That's what they say, something like that. You think they'd have to get it up a little higher before they went totally digital? People have no idea what they're talking about when you talk Bitcoin. Most people have no idea what you're talking about.
So what seems logical? Well, what seems logical to me, if you have the power, you make the Gov coin, no? I shouldn't be giving them ideas. Well, they probably have that planned already. So they're going to have their own coin, no? The Cana coin, the US coin, the Brit coin, no?
Yeah, they already do, man. Central bank digital currencies, CBDCs.
Really, there you go. I'm really green on this. I have no clue, but just makes sense, right? They would want to control their own coin.
Well, it has to be based on it has to be based on like one factor, kind of like the dollar is now. It has to be something that's like the thing that everything's compared to.
So they're saying that there's going to be a swap mechanism, and that's the XRP, right? That's what they're saying now.
Yeah.
But I think they're going to have their own. And then someone said, well, there's going to be a middle thing. And then they named another thing. So all this stuff, man, all this stuff in development, if you get into it early, yeah. But then you're willingly going into a cashless, totally controlled society where everything you buy, even a bubble gum, is recorded. The cat food, everything. A toothpick. Ding! He bought a toothpick.
Well, it makes sense. That's what they would, not only what they would want if they're the tax collectors, but the system, the digital system that we have now that's, being recorded. Everything has to be digitized and recorded. I mean, that's just where it wants to go, where that whole system wants to go or has to go. Record everything that you do, everything you spend, everything, and of course.
Well, that's pretty much already the case. I mean, yeah, I do think they're going to be rolling out. There's going to be the new systems and whatnot, but I mean, I guess they say like only 8% of the world's money is in cash. So it's like, if that's true, 92% of all the money is already digital.
Right.
And they completely control it. If you have money in a bank, it's sitting on their servers. It's literally their digital coin, if you want to call it a digital coin.
Yeah. But what I'm saying, that is true, yeah. And banks don't even have the money that if everybody were to go and demand their money back, everybody knows it'd be a bank run and they just don't have the money. That's right. What was I going to say? I forgot what I was going to say.
Yeah, they could make it more controlled, though. Yeah, it could get more restrictive and whatnot if they roll out different systems that are more restrictive or controlled or whatever.
Yeah. The elimination of paper money. In other words, not being able to do a transaction unless you're on the system, unless you have digital currency, which can be traced. I'm sure there's still going to be a black market of some sort, right? But what would you use as currency?
Well, I don't think that they created blockchains and cryptography. I think they've been co-opting it, but I don't think they created it. Because if they created it, then we're really screwed, right? It means they just own all of it. We're done for. We're cooked. If they don't completely control it, then, and if they're only trying to co-opt it, then that means that they can't actually control all of these blockchains. And if they can't control them all, then if there is some kind of huge split or some kind of new thing that they roll out, maybe you and I could have the option to use a different one of the other ones, that's not the government one.
Well, the problem is they create the media that affects the currency, affects the opinion about the currency. All I have to do is put out a bunch of shares about whatever it is people want to rely on and just make it seem like it's worthless, and people think that it will be worthless. That's how they co-opted it to begin with, like we were talking about, Gio, with the split, with my video I was passing around that my friend was talking about the Satoshi vision with the fork. And people don't know that Satoshi vision was the original Bitcoin still, because the media decided that was going to be the case.
What was the original Bitcoin?
Bitcoin Satoshi vision. That's the one that has all the ledger actually attached to the coin. And you look through the records, that's the one that has the original Bitcoin ledger and the signatures and everything that's supposed to be Bitcoin.
Satoshi vision?
Yeah.
ESV.
But Bitcoin doesn't have the ledgers on it?
Bitcoin's been messed with, the one that we think is the real Bitcoin, supposedly.
Oh, okay. So this was like the original, like what we have now is a fork of the original Bitcoin?
Yeah, when they did the fork, they didn't even have BSV. They just had Bitcoin Cash and Bitcoin. They didn't even make it seem like Bitcoin BSV even existed. Now it exists. And the guy, Craig Wright, won the case in Florida saying that he was the original Satoshi. even though that could be a ruse as well.
He just
I'll
doesn't
drop the
want.
video.
He just doesn't want to spend all of his billions.
Well, they challenged him to make a withdrawal, a transaction, because there's an account that had like 1 million Bitcoin in it that never got touched, and it stopped the transaction. The transactions on that account stopped at a certain date, and they assumed the guy that was Satoshi was dead, and that's the reason. So when he won the court case, they challenged Craig Wright to make a transaction to prove he's Satoshi, and he never did it, or he hasn't done it yet.
Yeah.
But if he did, that would then prove that he is the original Bitcoin owner. He has control over those 1 million Bitcoin. And then the Bitcoin we know as Bitcoin that's up at whatever it is now, $20,000 is going to be worth nothing. And then the Bitcoin Satoshi vision that's worth like $50 is going to skyrocket.
Wait, why would it skyrocket?
Well, if Craig Wright makes a transaction with the original account that's been sitting there without any kind of transactions since the day they thought that Satoshi went away or was killed or whatever, if he makes a transaction because he has the code to get into that account, it would prove that he actually was the original Satoshi dude.
But why would it skyrocket though?
Because then it would prove that that those Bitcoin are now accessible. They're not just going to be out of the whole playing game.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like, why would this other currency skyrocket?
Because it's the Satoshi vision that has the ledger actually attached to the Bitcoin, which gives it the power of the original Bitcoin rather than the Bitcoin we think is Bitcoin now.
But don't both of them have a ledger attached to them?
That's the thing. I'll drop the video. My friend did a whole interview with this guy that did a deep dive into what was going on with all this. This is what he found out. He shows a graph where he shows the ledger, and he shows that the Bitcoin Cash and Bitcoin that we think is Bitcoin doesn't even have that attached to it. He says it's like they put the signatures in one file cabinet and the ledger in another. They're totally separate, and they messed with the amount of Bitcoin there was. Once you start messing with it, then you like break what he calls like the 4 pillars of security, like the value of the coin has to have that original amount, has to have the original signatures, it has to have everything from like, beginning to end. Otherwise, if you've messed with it, that means that you can mess with it at any other time and that it doesn't have the value that it's supposed to have.
Mm.
I'll drop my friend did an interview with this guy, like I said, and then his channel got taken down the next day. But I happened to be screen recording it because he said it was going to be an important video. And so I have it saved at least.
Yeah, I mean the controllers or the powers that be, whatever you want to call them. I mean, yeah, they were not just going to let blockchain and crypto just come in and just, basically annihilate their entire fake empire that they've built. So, yeah, certainly I think they've co-opted it to the max. I mean, the entire Ethereum network, I think, is a full-blown co-op. That whole thing is Illuminati, whatever you want to call it. It's run by them or whatever. Yeah, because that's like the second one, Bitcoin and then, Ethereum. And then Ethereum has all these other, like this whole operating system and all these other coins that are built on Ethereum. So they got a huge grasp of control with that. And then, and I do suspect that this Bitcoin, the current one, I think the current Bitcoin, it still kind of has the spirit of Bitcoin though. Like I think it's enough legit that it has the spirit of it and all of that. But yeah, I do suspect it's been probably forked by, who knows, CIA, who knows who got their paws into it. And because back when it was starting to get popular, all they had to do was hijack it and then make theirs the one that has the more value to it. And the Bitcoin Satoshi vision thing is interesting too. But yeah, I suspect that this Bitcoin is not the original one, but it's kind of given them, it's like the main on and off ramp for between US dollars, Bitcoin. So obviously they would want to control that. But the thing is, can they control all the blockchains? And I would say no. So it's like, I don't really think the answer is in Bitcoin per se. Well, I think Bitcoin does need to go up for all the other markets to do better and whatnot, and for the whole kind of ecosystem to thrive more. But I mean, I feel like Bitcoin's a little bit like just ride it till the wheels fall off kind of thing. Like it's not like I don't think it's going to last 30 years into the future or anything. Like I think it's probably going to run up to 200-300 grand. And then by that point, there's going to be other ones that are going to, you know, take the front stage, as it were.
Interesting. So I'm curious now, like when a fork takes place, is the Bitcoin that we have now, is that the original Bitcoin, or are the forks the original Bitcoin, or are they attempts to improve Bitcoin and they just never gain popularity and we still have the OG Bitcoin?
I don't know, dude. I mean, I think it's kind of shrouded in mystery in a way. I don't know if we know for sure. I mean, when things are forked, though, like they can fork the blockchain. It's almost like copying it, like making a copy. So it's like you can have a hard drive or something, and you could like, you know, mirror the hard drive or copy it to another one, and now you have a second drive kind of thing, so, which mirrors the first one, but it's not really the same as the original. It's like a copy. So yeah, I mean, you can definitely fork these chains. Like, I mean, like Bitcoin Cash is an entire fork of the Bitcoin blockchain and so on. So yeah, you can, I don't know all the exact technicals of how the forks like work on the tech side of it, but I do kind of understand the basics of it. So in terms of like the Satoshi Vision thing, like was Satoshi Vision even the original one? That's a question there. Was it even the original? Or what was the original? Or, you know, who knows? It's kind of hard to know, but I do suspect that the one now that we know as Bitcoin has got to be some kind of forked version that's being controlled by these guys. I think is what it seems to me.
Looks like Bitcoin SV is a fork of Bitcoin Cash, and Bitcoin Cash was a fork of Bitcoin. I don't think Bitcoin SV is the original. It doesn't look like.
Watch that video I just posted. I'm going through it right now and grabbing some screenshots of the graphs that he was talking about.
Is there like, that's a long ass video. Is there any like sections in it? I can't watch a 5-hour video.
Yeah, it's actually not that long. I fell asleep and let my screen recorder keep going. So it's actually only a couple hours. But I'll put a timestamp in where you can start. I'll put a screenshot of the timestamp of where he starts talking about that whole thing.
Are you sure Bitcoin SV is a fork of Bitcoin Cash? That doesn't sound right.
I just Googled it, so I don't know. It says
Bitcoin
BSV is a full node implementation and a fork of Bitcoin Cash. It attempts to restore the original Bitcoin protocol as set out by Satoshi Nakamoto in version 1 something, keeping it both stable and able to massively scale. So it looks like it's a version of Bitcoin Cash that's trying to keep through to the regular Bitcoin. But I think Bitcoin Cash was an attempted improvement upon Bitcoin, increase the block size. I know it decreased the cost of exchange because people were using it to get in and out of other currencies real cheap there for a little while, and it skyrocketed to like 1,000.
Yeah, so if Bitcoin SV is a fork of Bitcoin Cash, then it's definitely not the original. It might have like the spirit or something that they're trying to do, but I don't see how that could be. I remember when Bitcoin Cash forked because I had Bitcoin and then I got, you know,
You got money.
Yeah.
Same here.
That's kind of what I've always thought Bitcoin SV was. I mean, I didn't know exactly how it was connected to Bitcoin Cash, but I knew that it was like kind of a later thing that was kind of created, and it kind of has like, yeah, it's called like Satoshi Vision. So maybe it kind of has the, you know, the ideas kind of have the vision of the original one or whatever. But
Yeah, and it's probably, you know, the PR is probably by, you know, people that hold a lot of it as usual. It's like, you know, this the one's actually superior because I own it and I need to sell it when the price goes up.
yeah, it hasn't performed very well in the markets. Doesn't move much, and it's kind of a little bit of a dead in the water kind of thing. Like it's never really moving or traded a lot or that kind of stuff. It's pretty low volume. It's also not listed on very many exchanges, Bitcoin SV. I remember when the Bitcoin Cash was forked, and it's like they were trying to. Seems like there was a move to try to take over Bitcoin because it was like the price was being pumped up and up and up like crazy. And it was like trying to rival Bitcoin. I think they were trying to do a flipping thing where they were trying to get it to overtake Bitcoin.
Yeah, it says there's been over 100 forks on Bitcoin, attempting to improve upon the original design.
Yeah, I didn't fully know that, but yeah, that is the case. Yeah, it looks like the current Bitcoin SV is a fork of Bitcoin Cash. Yeah, so it's pretty recent then. So I don't see how that could be the original then. It's like seems impossible for it to be the original, right? If it's forked from, if Bitcoin Cash was forked from Bitcoin and then Bitcoin SV was forked from Bitcoin Cash.
Yeah, so I think the current Bitcoin is still like the old clunky OG Bitcoin without improvement. And I think all these forks are the attempted improvements, which gain certain, you know, whatever level of traction and usage by their fans or people that might know the technology and like take use of it or make use of it.
Right, but then there's the bigger question: is the current Bitcoin actually even the original one as well? There's that question. Like, even though it might be the slow, clunky thing, but yeah, is it? I know what you mean. That's kind of like the kind of general Wikipedia information in terms of that, but I'm just saying on a more like potentially conspiratorial level, is the Bitcoin now original? I mean, it could be. I haven't really come to my conclusion on it for sure. It's kind of hard to know as well, at least, you know, through physical verification means. Like when Bitcoin was worth a penny or a nickel or whatever, if whatever CIA, you know, type group, you know, government, whatever, if they went in there, forked it, and then somehow kind of squashed out the original one and then pumped the imposter one up, you know, started making it worth $10, 20, 30, you know, how would we ever know? Or is there a way to know?
I just did a chat GPT, and it says that, yeah, and you know, take it with a grain of salt because chat GPT is frequently wrong, that it's largely, or that it is this, that it's essentially the same as the one in 2009.
I think you cut out a little bit there. I didn't quite hear what you said.
ChatGPT just said it's the same one as in 2009.
Yeah.
It has the same features or whatever.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, I think it's more like a level of speculation, you know, is it the original or not? But I mean, it'll never be whatever like new systems are coming with all these blockchains. Doesn't seem like this current Bitcoin is really. It's like currently it's like a wealth storage layer is often what it's referred to as. So it's like kind of a layer of wealth storage, and it kind of seems to be like the backbone to all these cryptocurrency markets and everything, but its use case is pretty low because of how slow it is. It's just not really advanced enough to really be able to integrate into something that could be really useful in terms of transaction times and adaptability and all that.
I wonder what would be a catalyzing event or an event that would cause a crypto use to increase. Would it have to be some like geopolitical event, like a war, or didn't like Venezuela try and like have one of the a cryptocurrency over there because inflation killed them?
Close show. Just citations I tagged you in about the thing you were been telling me for years that you're now denying.
Yeah, it's like we're almost in a different conversation than the one that was taking place.
Yeah, it's like you were saying. It's like you told me something for 2 years, and now you're saying that's not it.
Listen, genius boy, I told you clearly what I said yesterday, or whatever day I said it, and I haven't changed. I haven't changed saying that. I mean, it's true that the pressure is caused by the weight. That's true.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I've always said.
Yeah, so if you're at 14.7 psi, all that air, 1 inch, pounds per square inch. So that 1 inch column all the way up to your outer space fantasy model, all that air weighs 14.7 psi. So if you raise it to 15.7, you'd have more weight. There's gonna be more downward
No.
force.
Yeah, what if there's something else causing? What if there's something else causing the pressure? So the pressure is caused ultimately by the weight of the air. What if it's also caused by, I don't know, temperature change, whatever else causes pressure differences? I mean, like a bomb goes off.
I said.
No, I read the citation. I read the screenshots you posted. Yes, I did. However, this is the
one.
I gotta go for 5 minutes. I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Don't go anywhere.
I know it doesn't make sense. No, hold on, because I need to say this before I go. It's important to understand what's being said, because people can be clueless even after they've heard something. And I'll just tell you again that I don't mean you, but I do mean somebody that is in this conversation between me and you. It's not me. Yeah. So it is true that the pressure of the atmosphere is a function of the weight of the air. That's true. Same as the ocean. This rule applies. I can substantiate that in a second. I do have to leave in 30 seconds, but right. So it's fair to say that when they say 1 pound per square inch or 14 pounds per square inch, that can be modeled, or that can be understood as that column of air. That's what causes that pressure. However, outside of that explanation or outside of that description, don't think of it as like if you have 15 pounds per square inch, don't think that means that the atmosphere certainly just now weighs more in one column. It could mean that a bomb went off. It could mean any other things that we said. And the last thing, I want to substantiate that claim. I got to substantiate this claim, dude. I'm going to do that by telling you a barometer, the thing that Torricelli himself made to prove that air has weight. He had a mercury barometer, which goes up about 766 millimeters. That's how much it raises up. And so the atmosphere will push it up. And if you have a 1 inch opening, it'll push the mercury up 1 millimeter. Well, I'm sorry, 760 millimeters. Okay, keep that in mind. Also, keep in mind that it pushes water up. If you have a water barometer, it pushes it up 10 meters, 33 feet.
You know why it pushes it up?
Yes, because it has weight.
Because it's pressing down. Yes, downward.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, that's what I've been saying. The higher the PSI, the more weight.
Yeah, but you don't have to have the tube that you have. If you have a tube, it doesn't have to be directly down. Okay, so it's not just pushing down; it's pushing in. It's pushing outward. It's outward pressure being caused by a downward weight. Okay, but I do have to leave right now.
No, not okay.
Yeah, it is okay. And also, the reason I said the water,
did you read
the mercury.
The citations I just posted.
I'll read them again. But the reason I said that about the water height and the mercury height is because, get this, that has a ratio of about 13 give or take, 0.25, to 1. So mercury is 13.25 times more dense than water. It also goes up about that same amount in height. Okay? Now do the same thing with the air and water and look at the average density of the air. Then scratch your head and figure it out because it makes sense. But I'll be back.
Dude, I found new citations. They're better. You couldn't handle the X marks the spot citation, so I got you a new one from Wiki. Another one's from fucking geosciences.org or some shit. They're fire, bro. They're saying exactly what you said for years, but that now you're not saying that or something. It's weird. Fucking super weird.
If I had a propane bottle, Jeremy, and I raised the pressure with the liquid propane in the bottle, would the bottle get heavier as the pressure went higher on the scale, or would the pressure just go up inside the bottle?
Oh, this is relating to atmospheric pressure. I mean, I'm assuming if you have a metal container, it depends on what kind of container the bottle is. Because you have a container light enough to where what gas are you putting in it? Propane?
Yeah, just one of those barbecue bottles. If you put it under pressure, is it going to get heavier?
Yeah, it's gonna get heavier. Yeah, but we're just specifically dealing with atmospheric pressure. I mean, my citations are crystal clear in backing up what I'm saying. It's directly related. It's the weight pressing down. The pressure of the air is equal to the weight of a column of air above a unit area on the land surface. The column of air above a square area that is 1 foot wide is about 2,016 pounds at sea level. The metric system, 10 kilograms, 10,000 kilograms, whatever. The point is, they're telling you that it's the weight pressing down. They're giving you a pounds. That's how much that column of air weighs. If you increase the pressure, you increase the weight. My other citation backs me up on that. Atmospheric pressure is thus proportional to the weight per unit area of the atmospheric mass above that location. Like, they're literally saying everything I'm saying. I don't know why. One of them is from Wiki. The other one's from American Geosciences.org. I don't know. Like, I don't understand, because this shouldn't be a thing, because I've had hundreds of hours of arguments of me arguing you can't weigh gas without a container. And they've used this very argument against me. And now for some reason, I don't know, they're not okay with it anymore, even though they used it against me.
Have to understand, Jeremy, their sophistry is like their science, ever expanding, fluid.
I mean, maybe tell me for years that science proves the globe, then later on tell me science doesn't prove anything.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. They change everything at a whim. Do you remember when they used to say the body of science proves this?
Yeah, science proved the globe. I know.
Now there's no
Now they're saying
proof.
science.
There's no such
Now they're
thing.
saying science doesn't prove anything. I know, it's weird, very weird, Essie. It's almost like they're being disingenuous. Almost, if I didn't know better.
Yep. 2022 proof died. I did the proof project. I went around. I went into your old stomping grounds. No
But you
proof.
can't prove anything. They can't even prove water
Nope.
exists.
No, you can't prove water. You can't. You could be a brain in a vat. That's the story.
Pure
Can't prove
solipsism.
anything.
Pure solipsism.
Yep.
There's no point in even talking. I mean, if you can't prove, if we're gonna go to that level, if you can't prove anything, then there's no point in even. I don't know. I don't know what we're doing here. The coach shows one of the coolest Glovers, but even he's pissing me off with this because he has used this against me. Him personally has used this argument against me. The thing that I'm now arguing for this new thing. Like I'm using this for something different. I still say you
Yeah, but
can't weigh
you're
gas
using
without a
the old
container.
science, bro. You're using the old science. He's using the new science. You're like old times.
This is their paradigm. This is their model. The pressure, column of air, all the way to the space. Like when it's 14.7 psi, that means you took a 1 square inch column up to God knows where, from the ground to the all the way up wherever that may be. That's how much the air weighs in that column. So if you change it to 15.7 psi, you don't suddenly have the same amount of gas or it weighs less. It's pressing down harder. That's what that psi means. How many pounds per square inch it's pressing down. Bullshit, dude.
Yeah, once
I
you get
swear
them
to
on
God,
one
I don't
thing,
know.
yeah. Once you get them on one thing, they go to another. Oh, I didn't mean it like that. What do you mean? You've been saying the body of science proves things for years. Now, all of a sudden, science doesn't prove anything. But I think we got the kosher with two things: the stakes on the train and the baby galaxy paradox.
Oh, we bodied special relativity. At the end, they were saying we can't know. We didn't know what distance we traveled because it's reference frame dependent. Like you can't put stakes in the ground, put a measuring tape to it, and get a distance of how far we traveled because it's reference frame. Dude, it was fucking crazy at the end of those stakes.
Yeah, they gotta say crazy things. Yeah, that's it. That's all we have left. For them to say the crazy things and for people to hear them, because there's no changing their minds, of course, right? So yeah.
Yeah, you can't know how far you traveled if you're on the train because you're in a different reference frame than the stakes that we put. Dude, I don't even fucking know, bro. This has gotten so fucking weird, man. It's unbelievable. It's like weird science. Kosho's at home with a bra on his head trying to make a broad.
Yeah, he doesn't like those, especially both of them. Because what's the answer? I mean, you have to say the cosmology is wrong with the baby galaxy thing, and with yours, you got to say you're in La La Land. If you can't measure a distance between two freaking pegs.
I know that
I mean, seriously,
Zeno's paradox thing, that sounds weird.
that's full of crap, bro. Half and half and half and half.
Yeah, but that's how it is when you move. If you go to reach for a glass, there's always a point before you touch the glass. There's always a point where your hand is there's a halfway point in between you and your hand until you touch the glass. Like that's just how it works. No matter how close you get to the glass, you can mathematically always have a smaller point. Like say you're 100 zeros and a 1 millimeters away from the glass. I can break that in half with math. You always have to go
That's
closer.
nonsense, bro. Come on.
I know it's nonsense in reality, yes, but mathematically I can show it where you'll never make it to touch the glass. I know it's nonsense. That's what I'm saying. This math, but that paradox though directly equates to reality. It's nonsense. I
No, it
know.
doesn't. As you were saying that, I literally reached out and grabbed the glass and had not because it just happened that I was just reaching out. I could grab the glass of water and I drank it. I mean, come on, man.
I know. Yes, we can do things. We can get to points. We can go places in reality. Yes, but mathematically, you can show how you should never be able to get to anywhere because you always have to go another half. That's just
I
showing that
guess you
math
can make
isn't.
that.
That just shows that math isn't reality. That's all. That's all it is.
Oh yeah, then we're in total agreement. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
all that is. But it equates that formula though equates to reality. Before you touch the point, there's always a halfway distance between you and a point. But yes, we can obviously reach the glass. We can make it to our destination. We can reach those points. But mathematically, you can show how you can't reach those points ever because there's always another halfway point.
Well,
Well,
that's
that's
just
only
if you use that half thing. Yeah, I guess
exactly.
just if you decide to use that arbitrary random, you can only go half thing.
Yeah, like for example, try using only integers. Reach zero only going in halves. You'll find out very quickly that since you can't divide odd numbers by 2, you think you'd have to stop there or something like that. But the truth is, you don't divide things directly in half. You can, you have a little leeway back,
You could do a million things like that. Like you could say you can only go 99% of the way. So then you go 99% of the way, and then now you can only go 99% of that way from the last 1%, and then 99% from that. I guess you would never get there theoretically if you applied that mathematical concept to it.
Yeah, you
It's
can
like,
show mathematically how you would never reach anything exactly. That's why
yeah, no,
math is not reality.
that's only if you were limited to traveling in this limited way. But that's not how
Yeah, but
how
every
anything
time you
travels.
go, if I'm going from New York to LA, there's always a halfway point in between me and LA.
Yes. Uh-huh.
So in Zeno's paradox, that goes on forever. You never get there.
Yeah, but that's true though. You could break down your trip from you to LA into infinite halves. Well, not infinite halves, but as close to infinite as does make sense.
Well,
But you can do a whole bunch of halves. Yeah.
Amount.
Yeah, no, you're right. But
There's a
limited amount, but you have a precision capability as a human being. Like you have a resolution limit, and if you're the most skilled human being, you still have a resolution limit, and that's like a Planck length. So if you divided your units into Planck lengths, you still have a limit of your resolution. So. Zeno didn't know about Planck lengths. So.
Okay. Did you read my citations for the atmospheric pressure?
I'll take a look at them, dude. But if it's anything more than just a title, I'm not gonna have the energy for that.
It's just 2 simple citations, bro. That's all it is.
I'm just gonna read it. I was pretending to be you. Let me see. Let me see this. That's just funny, dude. That's you literally just your citation is literally the title. Okay.
No, it's not the title. It's citations. It's a whole couple sentences there.
It's the Google page. It's a page from Google from your search. It says atmospheric pressure is the proportional. The atmospheric pressure is thus proportional to the weight. Oh, proportional. Interesting. What does that mean if it says it's proportional to the weight per unit area of the atmospheric mass above that location? What do you think that means if it says it's proportional?
Some lag in my mic. Hold on, very bad.
Mm-hmm.
Proportional means completely one-sided.
It means completely one-sided. Okay, that's a good answer. But let's see what Jeremy has here.
My other citation explains the proportionality directly, meaning that if there's 14.7 pounds per square psi, that's how much weight is pressing down.
Yeah, but you have to remember the weight. Oh yeah, the weight pressing down. Okay, yeah, that's true. But you have to remember that the atmosphere is dynamic, and so just like it's not fair to say the atmosphere is made out of air, because it's not just made out of air. You can't really say that the pressure is purely caused by that. I will say that I mean that's fine to say. It's a fine thing to say because it's true for the most part. But the reason we have weather and explosions and shit like that. But I'm not going to make up more examples. But we have other things that cause pressure changes in our atmosphere. So. But for the most part, yeah, I agree with that statement because that's why I've said that statement that I said. But it's also not saying that it's also not saying that it is that. It's saying it's proportional to that.
No, it's literally saying that. Okay, hold on. Might not have been here.
This is your
citation. Pressure of the air.
Right?
Yeah, the pressure of the air is equal to the weight of the column of air above a unit area on the land surface. The column of air above the square area that is 1 foot on a side is about 2,000 pounds at sea level. Kilograms.
Yeah, I understand. That's right. That's what pressure is. Yep.
Yeah, the weight. They gave you a weight pressing down. Yeah, 2,000 pounds.
Again,
at sea level.
Yeah, first of all, that's not pressing down. By the way, it even says the column of air above a square area that is 1 foot on a side. Okay, so it's a square area that has 1 foot on a side. Oh, yeah, square area. Okay, so yeah, I thought it was talking about a cube. But anyways, make this thing a cube. Make it a cube, and it's going to have.
We're not making it a cube. We're not making it
Why?
a cube.
There's no such thing as two dimensionals in our world, right? Nothing's two dimensional.
Even if you have a cube and you have it flat on the ground, it's only pressing down.
No. False. It's pressing on all sides of the cube. All 6 sides of the cube.
Yeah, and that doesn't. If the cube's on the ground, the air is not pressing up from underneath it because it's on the ground.
Yeah, you might think that. But it's not true.
Okay, there's a cube on the ground. Where is it? Cube on the ground. Where's the cube?
It's on the ground in front of me.
Okay. Okay, that means there's spots where the air is not pressing up on it, but the air is pressing more on the top.
Yeah, it's pressing on all sides of it, but
the sides don't matter. The sides isn't helping with the up and down part. Completely irrelevant.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think that cube weighs more in a vacuum chamber or on a flat table?
So the pressure is definitely going to affect the weight of the cube.
Yes, it will. It will affect it.
Okay, exactly. That's what's its point.
No, but that's not its point. It doesn't bring up what the reason why it will affect it. The atmosphere will affect it by giving a buoyancy. If it's well, no, not even if anything. Every object will be buoyant in that medium. So, what was that?
Okay, so we're definitely going to be changing the weight of things if we change the pressure, right?
Yeah, make things weigh a lot less.
All right, cool. Or you can make shit weigh more.
Can you? I don't think you can.
You don't think so?
I'm trying to think of a situation. No, I guess in the case of what's the thing? Remember that I did the test that you and Brendan were gonna do. Remember I did the test with the cones.
Would more pressure equal more weight, Coach?
More pressure equal more weight. You have to be more specific or elaborate with the question. I don't know what you mean. More pressure in the atmosphere.
If I add more pressure into a system, would it increase the weight?
The weight of the system? Is what you're asking?
Sure. So if I had a propane tank and I increase the pressure in the propane tank, would I increase the weight of it?
I mean, in all the circumstances, I'm trying to run all the circumstances in my head. In every circumstance I've come up with so far, if you add gas to it, it will add weight. If you set off an explosion instantaneously, the pressure will increase and the weight will also increase.
So if I increase pressure, I can increase weight then.
Yeah, you can, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, but in the examples that you gave, you're talking about the weight of the entire system. So Jeremy's talking about the weight of an object in a system, but he's not talking about the entire weight of the system.
No, dude, we're talking about the weight on a scale in the system.
Right.
Whole scale and everything's in the system.
In the system, right. But you're not talking about the entirety of the system, its weight, right? Because if you were saying that, then I'd have to say, yeah, from what the examples I'm thinking of in my head, they would all increase in net weight if you increase in pressure of the entire system. But yeah, inside the system, you add pressure or change the medium in some kind of way. The best you could do is make it like it would be in a vacuum. Other than that, you're really just going to make it lighter.
So reducing pressure makes it lighter, and increasing pressure makes it heavier, right?
No, like making it more dense, which can be
the
which can
material
be an
matter
effective
doesn't.
pressure.
The material
It could be an
matter
effective
doesn't
pressure.
change. The density doesn't change. It's just the weight that changes.
No, the density. Yeah, if you
The
have
matter
more,
material doesn't change.
what do you
It
mean?
stays. The matter material that we call density, the matter that it's dense, does not change. It's
Yeah,
just
you
a
can
medium.
you can have
It's just the
fluids.
medium that it's just the medium that it's subjected to, right? So if you
No,
subject it to more pressure, it should increase more weight. If you reduce
Put
the
more
pressure, then
stuff
it
in there. You have to put more stuff in there to make it have more pressure.
well, pressure
Right.
is a force, right? So if we add more force, we'll get more weight.
No.
It would
It's
be
a
a
force
byproduct.
it's a force per unit area, specifically. But
Pressure over area equals force.
yep. No. The pressure. No. Force over area equals pressure. But yes.
What do you mean pressure over area? You don't put pressure over area equaling a force?
That would be pressure times area would equal force.
Well, there you go.
To make
Pressure,
the
yeah, it's not
algebra.
divided. Pressure times area would equal force then.
This sounds kind of funky.
So we add more pressure to the system, we can increase the weight pressure.
What? No, that's why when you're describing the walls of a vacuum chamber, you do the pressure times the surface area, and that gives you this large fucking number if it's a big wall. If the wall's like, 1,000,000 square inches, and that's like 14 million pounds of force acting on the walls of that vacuum chamber. And mind you, those walls are not on top; they're on the sides.
So pressure definitely plays a role into the weight measurement, right?
Not quite. Not except for the amount that it will take away from it when it makes it more buoyant.
So pressure is a very big influence on weight, right?
No. The pressure in the atmosphere will change your weight by about that of what did I say, like apple? Apple is apple way. Let's take that up.
Here's one. Hold on. Did you know that an overcast or stormy day can actually add several pounds to the scale?
Yeah, I was trying to talk the whole time. Can anybody hear me?
We hear you now, yeah.
Because yesterday you were saying that an object in a vacuum chamber would weigh more than at ambient air pressure. So I don't know. It just sounds like you kind of like reverse your position now, Kosha. And then I also wanted to say that even though it's negative pressure, isn't that still an increase in pressure? because 0 would be equalized, where anything past 0, one way or the other, is going to still mean pressure, whether it's pressure, depending, I mean, it just changes the vector of the pressure, but it's still pressure.
I mean, they have negative pressure rooms in like hospitals and shit, but there's not really negative pressure anywhere.
Guys, ever done a barometric chamber?
No, I've seen it though.
I mean,
I've done it. I've done it several times. I highly recommend it.
So if
Sorry,
you
hyperbolic
imagine
chamber. Pardon me.
hyperbolic chamber, you imagine the helium balloon in the vacuum chamber, right? It's floating, and then you evacuate the chamber. The helium balloon falls, and therefore it has more weight in the vacuum. And you put the air back in it, and it floats, so it's lighter. I think that might be a good analogy to understand it.
Yeah, but then wouldn't you have to recalibrate the scale in between those
Nah.
two situations?
Yeah, but then if you have a scale, if you just have the scale inside the thing, inside this chamber, and you put it on 0, you tear it out when it's a vacuum, and then you add 14.7 psi.
Right.
What do you think's going to happen to the scale?
Exactly. That's my point.
I don't know. I don't think anything would.
You don't think
You don't
that
think that would affect the
14?
scale?
Yeah, the ambient air pressure would affect the scale. It would be weight measurable on the scale.
You teared it
Well,
out at 0, so it's at 0 in the vacuum, and now there's 14.7. You just introduce it to the regular atmosphere.
If Jeremy takes his Tanita scale and wipes off all the dust off of it, so there's no traceable evidence, and puts it in a vacuum, right?
There's actually this
think
guy
about
on TikTok.
well, what? Go ahead.
There's this guy on TikTok. All he does is got this vacuum. It's got like a huge chamber on top of it with a door on it and shit. And all he does is like wait. He like weighs shit and then does shit to the thing and then weighs it again. It's weird. It's pretty neat.
You know about the Tanita?
I have no idea what that means.
Okay. Guess you're not built like.
I mean, they used to call me the triple beam dream.
But yeah, you don't think that increasing the all right, so what if we did this? What if we increase the pressure with the scale in the chamber? Is it going to change the weight? Sky lane, left lane?
What do you think? I mean, how do you think it would change? Why would it change?
Because you're putting pressure in the system, which is pushing in all directions, and you have a surface area of that scale which is being affected, right?
Yeah, top and bottom. Yep.
So there should be a noticeable change in the measuring of the scale due to the direct change in pressure.
I mean, I could see this not affecting some scales, like even a triple beam. I think it would have somewhat of an effect on it.
Nah, not
I don't
triple
know.
beam.
It's just
It'd have to be a spring-loaded scale, and the scale surface would have to be a part of the container wall.
we should.
You know what I'm saying? So that the surface of the scale that you put the object on would have to be part of the container itself. I don't know if that makes sense.
Like the thing at Walmart when you put your bananas on it, like it just has to be like part of the bottom. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
It'd basically be a barometric fucking meter at that point, right?
It'd be a scale. It'd be a scale. I can't even talk. I'm losing my voice from all the shit shows I had to put out earlier.
Oh shit! What happened when I left?
I think it was before you came in with the whole veganism thing.
Oh, the vegan thing. Yeah, that shit was
First,
wild.
first,
Everybody was in
First
on that.
Timothy chapter 4, man. Do you know what First Timothy chapter 4 says?
Tell us.
Basically, it's going to be a group of people that are part of the Antichrist religion, and there's two things they tell you by their order of what they tell you how to live. One is they prohibit marriage, and the other is they tell you what to eat.
I mean, I think us eating animals is totally natural because the whole fucking food chain, you know, from lions to gazelles, the fucking I mean, there's so many animals that eat other animals. It's ridiculous. Like it's just, I feel like it's natural.
Everyone's doing it.
It has to be natural because see, I know this may be a weak analogy, but you know when you do something wrong, like lie, cheat, or steal, most genuine people will feel a tinge of something. Oh, that's wrong, whatever, right? At least I've stolen, at least I felt that. So I'd imagine other people would feel that. So if you're going to go and kill something, how can you not feel that? It just feels completely natural and normal to do so, and that without that particular process, how would we have achieved what we've achieved? It'd be next to
I don't know,
impossible.
man. If Buddha can get fat off a single grain of rice, I think we had it all messed up to begin with.
I don't know, dude, because there's nothing inherently wrong with it, right? Now, corporations taking over, that's a different story.
The way we're doing it now, I feel like there's definitely something wrong with it. But if we were doing
Yeah,
it the
that's
right
what
way, it would be
the mass
fine.
production version of it, right? That's what you look at it. I mean, it's a catch-22 for apparently the the social engineers,
Are you
because
trying to say there's nothing
if
wrong with eating, data, and the Bible
no,
doesn't talk about how
what
it's a
I'm
sin?
saying is no, gluttony is definitely a sin, buddy. What I mean by it is that there seems to be an order in place to take advantage of this gluttony, this sin. And if in fact, if you look at all the sins, there seems to be orders or like categories and groups and ideologies that go along with categorizing and grouping people in this manner. And if you're going to make money off of people, and you know the biology and you know the sins, well, then you can probably put a good meal plan together. Tons of advertisement for meats and tons of advertisements for fast foods, quick meals, quick sustenance, quick fixes. So yeah, by design, that is inherently unsustainable. But it's also there seems to be a methodology and reasoning for it. Do you guys know what that is?
Well, I was just thinking. I remember years ago they said that scientists have figured out how to teleport subatomic particles, and that over time they could increase the size of the objects that they could teleport. What if they had a device where like it just teleported food instantly into your system? You didn't even like physically have to eat.
So you're talking about like an actual experiment some Italians did where they apparently seen this particle jump positions from one point to another. Are you talking about that? And therefore, what followed with what follows after that is what you just stated, some sort of teleportation device. Do you guys ever read that? Two Italians were the first to see this particle teleport. Apparently.
Yeah, I don't remember the whole story. This was a long time ago. I heard about this shit, and yeah. So you're not buying it, huh?
Look, I liked Jetsons, the cartoon, and I would love my own space car, my own my own hoverboard, all that stuff, bro. But unfortunately, I work in a world where it's either ion propulsion or a mechanical, some physical two-body interaction, blade, turbine, nitrogen compression. There's always a propulsion system here that we rely on, and I haven't seen anything beyond that. So unless they got something beyond that doesn't use propulsion, then let me know. Let me see.
Yeah. Nah, I don't know. I don't know that it's necessarily
Was the move
Massively.
instant? The teleportation thing, was it instant?
Yeah, it was instant, but it was at like such a short distance with such a small object, and their whole thing was that they were trying to pump up the fact that they could do larger objects at way longer distances eventually. But I think it was just a money funnel, dude. You know, a way for them to pitch an idea and just bank it. You know, with all the funding. I think that's what a lot of these current new agey scientist type stuff's going. You know, like they create such elaborate freaking stories, and people buy into it because you can never falsify it, and they just open up all these avenues for funding and resource, and just create all these, you know, job opportunities. That's what I see, at least. Like, instead of focusing on what I was telling you about earlier with that whole Rawls and Davis shit with magnetism, you know, they're over here fucking selling wise tales. So nobody had any good April Fool's jokes played on them today. These kids, man.
No, nothing. His
Traditions
stupid
are falling apart.
his stupid fucking lemon tree thing was the closest one.
It was a lemon grove. They were gonna tear down the whole fucking park, dude.
I'm telling you, all we got to do. America spends $50 billion a year on fucking landscaping, dude. Just don't cut any fucking grass for a year. You have a lot of fucking shit or maybe don't fund the military. You know, what do they give them, a fucking $1 trillion or something now? What's the military budget?
Are you including the black bud?
700 and something bill.
I mean, whatever. 700 billion, yeah. Shave off 100 billion and let's fucking fix some serious issues. I mean, are we at war? You know what Rome used to do with their military? They would have them building roads and shit. Like, put these dudes to work. What are they doing if there's no war? Like, what's going on? We got all massive amount of manpower. Have them start planting trees on some Johnny Appleseed shit or something. I don't know. I'll tell you right now, it could solve almost all our problems if I was in charge of the whole world for like 2 days.
Would you be an evil ruler?
No, I'd fix our problems, not fucking make them worse.
What would you do to fix the problems?
I'd end homelessness and world hunger for one, or at least as much world hunger as you can. I realize, yeah, you can't get food to some people, some places and shit, but at least for the most part, no one's gonna go to sleep hungry. Everyone's gonna have a roof over their head.
So what you'll do is that you'll survive with you'll help the homeless and all the mentally ill people that have drug addictions. And so what will happen is you'll solve homelessness and hunger, but then all the rich people who make money off of slave labor and and all the drug dealers, they will start to be in pain and suffer. You'll start to affect their families, right?
Why? They'll be fine.
You think? But that's
I
their
mean,
bread
I
and
don't know,
butter.
dude.
They, without the poor and the destitute, the church wouldn't exist. Without the poor and the destitute, you couldn't have slave labor. Which would,
If people go in and
which if you're a communist, which was perfect because if you want to take over a country, you need to find the cheapest place to produce the product so you can make as much money as possible because you have communists, so you have world domination plans, right?
okay, if people going to bed with a roof over their heads and their tummies full hurts rich people, then I hope it hurts bad.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You're going to solve a problem, but then you're going to cause another problem, right? Because every time there's a solution, there's always a problem.
Who said that was a
What's the
problem?
problem with people going to bed with their tummies full with a roof over their head? What's the problem with that?
No, the idealism is great. It's perfect, but I don't think you would still. The ironic part is you would still cause pain with the good intention.
To who? Who's going to be in pain after that?
Well, anybody who takes like for instance, I'll give you a scenario. So here in British Columbia, they're legalizing all drugs, all of them, everything you can get your hands on, to a small quantity, of course, but nonetheless, it's all legal. And when you go on the street and you ask the homeless people, like I have, do you like this idea of having access to drugs? Now, you might find the odd one that, yeah, it's safer, I'll get it pure and, it's not going to harm me, is where sometimes there's just, you can die from fentanyl. So there's that argument. But primarily, and most people say, is that no, they don't want any access to it. In fact, they want less access to it. So they actually deem it as more harmful. But people who are getting paid for it, people that are, kind of using this argument as a defense, well, we don't want to put them in jail for it. We don't want to treat it as a stigma. Let's open up the doors to this mental illness or this drug addiction, and let's just normalize it, right? And by doing so, I get a job. The government makes money off of the drugs, and the addict never gets recovered, right? You follow me?
You're saying that we should make
Yeah.
mental illness illegal?
No, wait a minute.
Yeah,
Don't go too far. Now, just realize that was his answers to Jeremy's question on if we fed the homeless and put shelter on the homeless and fed the hungry. That was his answer to that question.
Yeah, total obfuscation and dodging, dodgeball, dodge, duck, dip, dive, dodge.
I said, ironically, there would be a result. In other words, you would do all this stuff, and everybody that would profit from that, the destitute and homeless, would be now no way to make money off of them. So I just said, ironically, you would cause harm by having good.
Dude, who profits when a little kid goes to bed hungry? Who profits off that?
You said the rich would have less money, and that's causing harm.
That was just being facetious, right? With that statement,
But then you said
that
you went and talked to the homeless in the street, and that was part of your answer also of drug
as
addiction.
as a scenario, as in how good intentions are bad, and then the
Maybe
way
ask
the
your
person
question
says.
again, Jeremy.
The question was what bad would
with FE trying to data trying to explain what he meant to say. Maybe ask your question again. And let him
I'll
answer
repeat it. I'll repeat it exactly the same way.
Don't repeat
exactly
it
the
yet.
same thing.
Don't repeat it yet until he asks his question again, please.
I had the same scenario. I gave you
He's just going to do
story.
it anyway, right, Jeremy?
No,
Maybe
I
Jeremy
just
ask your question again.
That would be ironic because everything that you think is good sometimes will have bad.
Data, we appreciate your input a second ago. I really loved it, but we got to hear from Jeremy now.
Okay, the question is, who's hurting? Who gets hurt if everyone goes to bed with a roof over their head and their belly full? Like who gets hurt?
The people that profit off of the destitute and poor. Thank you.
Yeah, but who profits if some little kid goes to bed hungry tonight?
Okay, so if we create a problem as a government institution or an entity, we create a problem. One of the problems is we by circumstance, by law and policy, we increase homelessness and we increase poverty, and therefore those things byproducts are kids go hungry, right? All by policy. Now, why would we do that as a government entity? Because we need now more taxes to solve a problem that we created, right? So the intention is to solve something that is good, but the result is evil and bad, right? Do you follow what I'm saying? Where I'm coming from? Anybody?
Yes, I can think of one person who profits off of children going home hungry, and that's Sarah McLaughlin. But I know
Yeah,
most of the
nobody
people.
profit. If
funny.
some little kid goes to bed hungry tonight, nobody's profiting off of that.
So yes, they are. They are the demonic entities of
Mm,
this world that are pariahs who work in the occupations. I'll give you. I'm not going to even mention the clubs, but there are philanthropic. There are organizations. Let's use the Shriners as an example. Do you guys do any like? You think nonprofit is like legit? Give me a break, man.
Dude, I don't know what you're saying. I don't think anyone profits if a little kid goes to bed hungry with a roof over their
Yes,
head.
more people that go to bed hungry, the more the evil entity that operate in the whatever you want to say, they gain more power because that's a problem. And out of that problem, they get to collect more taxes because they claim to have a solution to that problem while they're creating the problem itself. So
Well,
yes,
wouldn't
people
they rather have that person working and paying taxes?
look, if
Well,
the world
what I
can be
think it
subjected
does.
to an instant vein
Let me still
sauce,
man you,
and
dude.
you're
Let me
telling me
still
that
man you, Garrett.
we
Let me
can't
still
do
man you
we
real
can't
quick.
feed the whole world, but we can give everybody vein sauce. Give me a break, man.
All right, never mind.
I'm saying there are people that profit from empty bellies, dude. That's what I'm saying.
If somebody's profiting because some little kid goes to bed hungry tonight, if somebody's profiting off of that and they have to suffer because the little kid goes to bed with his belly full, then I don't give a fuck. I don't care.
Well, of course, that would be
Whose
the
side are you on,
ideal.
Jeremy?
That would be the idealistic
I don't think it's
thing,
even
of
a thing, but
course.
even if it was, whatever, I don't care. Like, good. I hope they suffer. If that's how they fucking get big, like, I hope they get little.
I don't think it's a direct profit from someone starving. I think what it creates is it creates an indirect profit through people being desperate. And when you're desperate, you don't necessarily make the best choices, right? You take the closest thing to you, which is probably going to be the remedial job where it's easy to acquire one just to kind of get food on the table, and then you kind of get stuck, and now you're working 40 hours a week. And how do you move up when you've got no free time to move up,
What you're saying is we all profit from empty stomachs, empty bellies?
No,
The point
I'm
is
just
that
saying.
my example is maybe extreme. The point is that there are causes created because there are people that want to have solutions for problems because it keeps them in positions of power. So
Oh, you got
unfortunately, we have 5 million, 5 million underprivileged here in Canada, a first world country, and it's caused by inflation. It's caused by the laundering of drug money with property,
Come
making
on, did
rent
you just say
affordable
Canada's a
houses.
first world country?
Yeah, I heard that too, man.
I'll debate you on that right now.
Or well, that's what I'm
I'm
saying.
on. I'm on Team Jeremy.
What do you mean first world? That's what it
all
is,
right.
right?
I'll
In a
be
first
on.
world
It's
country, you have
absolutely not a first world country.
what?
They got free healthcare.
That doesn't qualify.
How does
Jeremy
that
knows
not
the answer.
So
qualify?
I wouldn't. Why wouldn't that qualify as a first world? Like we got electricity, running
Show me
water,
a third world
taxes,
country with
stock
free
market. Like what
free
are you
healthcare.
talking about?
I didn't say it was a third world
I'm
country
just
either,
fucking with
but
you.
not.
You're like second
Oh,
world.
you were just
Yeah,
fucking with him? No, they're not second world either. No,
Yeah, you're just fucking
give me
anyway.
a
The point is,
give me a
dude,
second world country with free
it's an
healthcare.
outdated term because any country that wasn't the U.S. or the USSR, right? They were a third world. If they were outside the umbrella of either, they're a third world country because
is there a
USSR and the
connotation
United
with
States was battling for first world.
is
There's
there a
first world and there's
connotation with
third world.
third world and starvation? There's a connotation to third world and starvation. It just kind of goes hand
So
in
you're
hand,
saying
right? And when I say third world, there's a connotation to starvation. So when we have starvation in a apparent first world country like Canada, that's created by created politically, right? It's that easy.
you say Canada? So everyone but the U.S. and the USSR is third world. You're saying?
No. Everybody. Oh, no. Anyone who wasn't US or USSR or under either of their umbrellas was a third world country. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's because
Detracting from the
USSR
fact-
and USSR and US was battling for the first place, position.
Yeah,
It
deflection
wasn't clear which one
towards the claim that in a modernized system where we do have socialism, there's still starving people in Canada.
Yeah, because shit's all fucked up, bro. You make me the leader of the world for like 3 days.
Politically, it's politically done. We have all the
Yeah.
resources in the world. We have everything under the sun here. At infantitis.
That's why they need to
Infantitis?
make me.
Yeah, there you go, infantitis. What's the word? Infantitis. What's the word I'm looking for?
I can't think of what it is now, but I know infantitis sounds like a disease where you have a small dick. Yeah.
Yeah, infantitis.
Oh boy.
Infinitesimal, maybe.
Too funny.
Where did you hear that
Infinitesimal is
from,
also
Bendy?
small.
Who said that word to you before?
No.
Oh wait,
I'm thinking,
you're thinking of when you say
infinitum or something. What's the word? Infinitum.
Yeah, that might be it. Yeah.
Yeah, infinitum. I tried to say. I don't know what I think I tried to say infinitum or something. Infantitis, and I just remember that infantitis is funny.
I think it is infantitum makes sense, so we're gonna go with that.
I don't know, man. I just see you got two types of working class. You got the people that work for the things they need and the people that work for the things they want. So
that's a very good classification on personal dispositions for sure. Yeah.
Well, they say that China's entire middle class or working class is greater than our entire population.
They got more millionaires per capita. Yeah.
It's all going away, though.
Why is it going away?
Well, in 10 years, China's going to have a major issue, being that they have a huge influx of elderly, and they don't have enough younger generation to support themselves with the current way they're operating. So basically, their population isn't sustainable because of what they did in the past, and it's showing
They
the
fucked
effect
up
of
with
it now.
that one kid per family thing, right?
Yeah, basically, they screwed up their 2.1 fair minimum base required populace. Basically, every couple has to have 2.1 kids on average to sustain a population for 25 years or longer. Anything below that, and
Yeah,
it's
it
a
will decrease the
major issue.
population. Not a major issue, but the population would have stagnated and decreased or instead of increased. But they're Chinese though. It's not like we're talking about United States or something.
Japan's actually having that same problem with the elderly though. So
Oh yeah, Japan's got it way worse.
Yeah, but the Chinese are they're gonna have a solution to that, and it's gonna be one or two things. They're either gonna feed the old people nothing but dogs, or they're gonna just fucking off them.
Well,
they're talking about killing them.
The way Japan was doing it was a little more first worldy. They were talking about trying to do nursing robots essentially to take care of the old people.
Little kitty shit.
Yeah, I don't know about that, bro. It's gonna be like elderly abuse and shit.
Elderly abuse, like the robots? You mean they're gonna abuse the old people?
Yeah, you haven't seen that movie with Will Smith?
Yeah, and then the robots turned, and that one person's robot servant was like, yeah, and they try to kill him.
Yeah, I forget what it was called, but yeah.
It's iRobot, yeah.
There you
Well, in Japan, they're already marrying their robots, so I don't think a robot nurse is, I think that's going back a step.
issue. They got an issue with that. The software agency that set up the love bots shut down, and so now this guy lost his wife, and there's like a major lawsuit. Oh yeah.
Are you serious?
The guy's fucking pissed, dude.
What, dude? Why couldn't he just? I mean, dude, I would have made it. I would have taken it off their server and put it in my own house.
He's going crouching tiger
locally.
on the government. On the company right
Have y'all seen? Have you seen? What's it called? What's the movie with the?
Kosho,
What's the movie
you
with
don't need a robot. Kosho, you don't need a robot. You're at home with a bra on your head trying to make a woman like on some weird science shit.
So what, dude? Don't dox me. And also, no, I was saying, have you seen Blade Runner 2049? Blade Runner 2049 with what's his fucking name? Ryan Gosling.
Old.
Anyways,
Who?
happens to Ryan Gosling.
No, that he was what? No,
Ryan
who's the old
Gosling.
dude in that? Who's the
The
old
old
dude in
dude,
that?
Harrison Ford.
Harrison Ford. That's right. I saw it.
Yeah, it's a good
Kinda.
movie. I mean, it was
I
all
don't
right
know who
actually. To be
Ryan
honest with you.
Gosling is, but
Ryan Gosling, he was the protagonist, aka the main character,
never heard of
the
him.
person on the poster, the person who
Never heard
is
of
in the
him.
movie almost in every scene.
Never heard of him.
It's, the point is that in that movie, he's got a girlfriend that's AI, and she gets fucking killed. He gets devastated. Actually, they have a sex scene with him and the AI and a prostitute. There's like a threesome sex scene.
I clearly did not watch that whole movie then because I do not remember that, and that would have. I feel like that's something that would have stuck out.
Oh yeah, I mean it was very weird actually. I didn't appreciate it that much, but
No.
yeah. But anyways, there is something else. I told you. I had to leave yesterday because there was a death in my family, unfortunately. But before I left, I was telling you guys about this. Revelation I had. I basically solved it's the answers to quantum mechanics and the questions there, and the questions behind general relativity and space time and whatever, and simulation theory, and even the big G, God. Okay, all that
I
stuff.
already debunked special relativity, but what do you got?
Well, you didn't debunk it. No, dude, it was a
Debatable.
it's simulation theory, dude. And think about this: if it was a simulation, what would you have? You would have a bit rate. You have a maximum speed that information can travel, aka the speed of C.
Oh, that's
Okay?
dope for we live in a simulation. I like that
Yeah,
one. Yeah.
that's not all though, dude. Yeah, here's
What
another
else?
limit you would
Write this
have.
down. Write this down.
Yeah, well, here's what else you'd have. You would have a graphics card, a maximum. Graphics card is going to tell you the graphics that you can, so you have a limit there. And so what do you do to solve that? You have the quantum wave function and the collapsing of it, right? And the probability involved in the quantum wave function not being collapsed. So you have things that are only generated as they're being interacted with, right? So that way that it saves on space with that. So those two things right there. And I also have a way to test this. Okay. And by the
No,
way,
that's
I'm
what
not.
I've been saying.
Oh, we already tested it. It's in the chat. Your theory is debunked.
You don't think
It's
we
not,
should be in a
it's not debunked.
simulation?
I didn't come
Here's
up with this
Colin,
anyways.
who is it?
Saw a video by this guy, and he said the same things that I said, but the accent, and he said it better. And anyways, he did describe a test though, where this actually can be tested, but it's very difficult.
Don't worry, I'm just going to
We
keep
see this
dropping
posted.
refutations of special relativity.
Special relativity. Special relativity, I thought is absolutely confirmed because
It's absolutely destroyed with my
No.
stakes on a train.
Wow. Let me click on these citations. Let me see.
Snakes on a train. I don't think I heard that one. Was Ice
No.
Cube in it?
Stakes. Steak.
Okay.
Here's for all the
He's
people
like
that keep talking about how GPS proves special relativity, which is hilarious.
What kind of sauce are you using with your steak on this train? What is this all about, Jeremy?
You eat
You
sauce with
missed.
steak.
You missed a whole. They do make some kind of weird dipping sauce. I saw it on TikTok last night, but you missed that whole 4-day, 5-day thing with the steaks on the train.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard like people throwing it around, but I didn't know it was a thing. Yeah, I guess I must have missed it.
Debunk special relativity, bro. It's over.
Oh, nice. What's going on with the full rocket, dude?
No one talking?
We're having a moment of
What's up?
silence.
What do you got? What do you got for us?
Some beef.
I was reading my paper, Jake White.
We already eating steaks on the train, bro.
I hope that was a good joke.
Who got beef? Who
So
got
what
beef with
steak?
us, Clay?
What steak did you eat today?
So you said somebody got beef. What's good?
Yeah, beef, man.
It's that pretendo beef. It's that
Who's got beef?
the tofu.
Bro, who's got beef? I'll set it off right now. What's good?
What?
You said somebody got beef. What's up?
He's so
Who
confused.
you got beef with?
No, I ate beef. And I also got some beef in the fridge.
Jesus, I was ready to fucking go to war over here.
Oh, no. All good.
Was it tube steak? You ever had that, Clay?
What?
You ever had tube steak?
What is that?
You never had it? It's pretty good. I heard.
Maybe I had it, but maybe under a different name.
Look it up.
I
Type
think
in
it comes
tube steak.
from your lands.
Doom steak?
Tube steak, yeah.
Tube steak?
You're incorrigible. I don't even know what that word means, but I feel like it's the right word to use for you.
Right,
Dude, I've
rhymes
never,
with goob steak.
never heard of tube steaks or something.
Not toothpaste. Tube steak, like TUBE and then steak, STEAK.
I've never heard of a tomb steak.
Tube, TUBE. Just Google it.
Oh, you mean tube?
Yeah, tube.
Like that.
I never heard of a tube steak.
Yeah, Google it real quick.
Dyslow has them all the time. He loves them.
He said
Is it made in a
he could fit
tube?
3 in his mouth. He said.
Yeah, you don't even have to chew it. You just it melts in your mouth.
Really?
Like
Fucking hell, dude.
We gotta stop. Yeah, we gotta clean our
No
act up.
shit,
Guys.
dude. Keep your kicks to yourself, Dyslow.
Hey, man.
Wait,
Don't
what
even
I
know
want
you
to
talk.
say.
One man's frankfurters, another man's tube steak, whatever.
Hey, coach, are you a flat earther?
Yeah, yes, I am.
He's
What do
a
you ask?
closet. He's a flat Earth apologist.
I appreciate it, man.
Well, no offense, I didn't do it. I didn't do it for you, Clay.
Be water, my friend.
What would it take to convince you Earth is flat at this point, Kojo?
Really, it's
blonde
actually
woman.
pretty simple. Yeah, that's true. That's actually not untrue. Regardless, I left alone in a vacuum, not a vacuum chamber, but it's just without other people. It would have to be the evidence and the evidence that the other stuff is untrue.
We just need to put coach into a real vacuum in a spacesuit. He's gonna learn how real space is real quick.
Let me ask you a
Yeah.
question. real
What
quick.
evidence? Go ahead, Dyslow.
I just want to ask you, Kosho, if we were to hypothetically assume that Earth is flat, would that logically imply a creator to you, or would your Big Bang still be a potential or a possible thing?
I
Dude,
currently
you can't
believe in a
explain it.
creator. I currently believe in a creator, so I would say if I was flat, I would have to rethink that, and I would probably just never believe in one anymore.
I've
Wouldn't
heard
that-
people
yeah.
try to. I've heard people try to explain a flat Earth without a creator, and it sounds weird. It doesn't really make a lot of sense, but you might be able to come up with something crazy.
Well, it could just be a sick man's dream, but I guess you could say his mind was the creator.
It's solipsism, bro. Yeah.
Yo.
We're in Inception. We're brain in a vat. You're on acid. I know, dude.
Two truths, 2 out of 3. I can't read it. Keep bad, but yes, I don't think that I don't think that the flat Earth dictates that you have to believe in God, though. I think
You think you could get a
makes
flat
money.
Earth without a creator?
I know several
Is there
people who do. I mean, I'm not a flat earther. I believe in God, so I'd have to go back to bed.
Well, the question was, would it be possible to have your Big Bang paradigm with a flat Earth, or would it just logically imply a creator?
I would say that doesn't sound congruent in my first impression. Because the shape of the Earth is something that was like basically confirmed, whereas the Big Bang is something that is very much less confirmed. So if it just so happened that the Earth was actually shaped differently, but the Big Bang was true, with all the science and everything that goes around both of them, being very similar. Like you have to have the science for how we knew it was a globe to even figure out that the Big Bang happened. So it's like it would just be a very small coincidence. I mean, very small odds with a very large coincidence.
It's always the odds, bro.
I always go with the numbers, man.
What piece of evidence is there? A single piece of evidence that could flip you to the flat Earth?
Oh shit. Yes. If I found out that if it was a simulation, when me and Litchwink, rest in peace with Litchwink, when me and Litchwink made our model, and we're like, you know what, bro, we have to fake some shit, dude. Like Walter Bisley, he did the same thing. He's like, yeah, we just gotta fake shit. But I said the stuff that me and Litchwink altered was we made it a simulation so that you could, like, when you went into areas like across the equator, for instance, you would just be in a different. It's a totally different world. Like it's in the sense of a game. Like in a game when you in Grand Theft Auto the screen would load when you go like different parts of the map. It's just because it was actually made. There were different levels basically. It just goes together.
With the, you don't think we could be in a simulation? You totally did not answer my question. First,
No, it's
thank you.
dumb.
No. That's the only solution that I have. If you said one
Oh,
single,
we get
you
it.
asked
You're
for-
not
if I-
you're not equipped for it. It's okay.
Hold on a minute. You asked me for one single piece of evidence that by itself would leave it that way. And that's the
So
only
proof we were
one
in a
piece of evidence, yeah.
simulation. Proof we were in a simulation would prove flat Earth. That's not even coherent.
No. You would allow. It would allow for it. So it's like after you prove that we're in a simulation, and then you just showed like one simple thing, like see, the Earth's actually flat. It's like, okay, damn.
Or what if we actually just measure? How about something more simple, like we just measured water not curving? Would that do it for you?
No, because you'd have to single-handedly show it that it's flat, and then also unshow all the other things that show that it's a globe. So that's a hard thing to do.
No, all that other shit is all optical nonsense. All your guys' shit is all optical shit. You don't have anything tangible. You have no tangible globe proof. If you did, I wouldn't even be here right now. I'd be in the pigskin fly room arguing with them guys or something.
This way, the same test you said to prove flat in one shot could prove it a globe. So I guess that would be in one shot for you.
What I'm hearing though, Kosho, is that you're more certain the Earth is a globe than you are that you are man.
I don't know. No, I'd have to say it's slightly more certain that I'm a man, just because I have a more intimate relationship with myself than the shape of the Earth. But I would say that I'd have to say I'm more confident that I'm a man. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why Wells can send 10,000-mile horizontal sonar waves in the ocean. Is the Earth a ball? For sure. It's because the Earth's a ball. Yeah, that totally works on a ball. Yeah, there's actually a new discovery of an oceanic ionospheric layer at the top of the ocean. That's why.
You know, it's funny. That's what I was about to say. Maybe there's an ionosphere down there.
But seriously, you guys will go as far as to make shit up. The only problem with that is the ionosphere you guys made up originally to save the ball. It's like very hard for the average person to ever verify it. So it's like, yeah, you can just make it up. I mean, they made it up long before they had any evidence of it whatsoever, other than simply assuming the Earth's a ball. So something like that has to exist. That's science.
Yeah, that's some fuckery. That is some fuckery right there. You invented the ionosphere because of fucking Marconi. That's some ad hoc bullshit.
You know, Jeremy, I still have to work out all the exact angles on this, but you know how they always point out, they show a flat Earth map and they show three guys, like say South America, Australia, New Zealand.
Pointing south.
Yeah, pointing south, and like say it's impossible. How could all three of these people see the same star in the same place at the same time, looking different directions? And they always draw the directions like looking way out south. And first of all, they don't see this, like say this, they'll say the Southern Cross, right? Like they don't see the Southern Cross at the same position in the sky. They're drastically different positions. When you look at stellarium, right, it'll be like right above the equator, right above the horizon, way above the horizon, and then off to the right in the middle. And none of them are actually south. One's kind of close to south, the other one is southwest, and the other one's even way further southwest, right? And when you take these